The plot of this film is purely fictional. Do not take it seriously. Thanks for the support. Your likes and subscriptions are my motivation to update. Volume 1: The Solar Crisis. Chapter 1: A blank sheet of paper. Our human civilization seems to be flourishing. We can chisel through mountains. We can reclaim the sea and create land. We can control rainfall. Our human civilization seems to be powerful. But this is just the appearance. The truth is that we are fragile. Very fragile. Lychee took a sip of wine and slowly said to Zhao Watson, who was sitting across from him. Lychee seemed to be thinking about something. But then again, he didn't seem to be. Lychee's eyes were very ethereal, and his thoughts seemed to have long drifted to some distant place. For this senior of his, Zhao Watson had always been very respectful. As early as the time of his doctoral program, Zhao Watson had entered the Stellar Physics Research Institute under the Alliance Central Academy of Sciences as an intern, and had become Lychee's subordinate at that time. Lychee's profound attainments in stellar physics had always been admired by Zhao Huasheng. Perhaps, Zhao Huasheng said, but human civilization is always getting stronger, and I believe that in the near future, we will be truly powerful. Lychee sighed, and an unspeakable luster flashed in his eyes, which seemed to be sadness and pain. Lychee stood up and walked over to the window of this high-rise restaurant. Through the glass of the window, the night view of the bustling city was in full view. The lights were so bright that they seemed to cover up the moon in the sky. The roads were filled with long winding dragons of light. Even in this tall building hundreds of meters above the ground, it seemed that one could hear the noise coming from the ground. It was already 11 o'clock. But it was far from time for the city to go to sleep. This is our civilization. Lychee opened his arms, as if he wanted to embrace it all in his arms. Lychee's eyes seemed intoxicated, and his tone began to sound like a dream. This is our powerful and prosperous civilization. Brotherly, you are drunk. Let me send you back. Zhao Huasheng walked next to Lychee and said in a low voice. Lychee shook his head. Watson, there's no rush to go back first. I have some things to say to you today. Zhao Huasheng froze for a moment and resumed his seat. He sensed that there seemed to be something wrong with Lychee today. Our human civilization has changed almost the entire face of the earth. We naively thought that we were omnipotent. But the truth is cruel. Take the earth under our feet. How much do we know? Above the earth, the deepest is the Mariana Trench. The depth is about 10,000 meters. The highest mountain is Mount Everest. The height is less than 9,000 meters. Our submarines dived to the Mariana Trench thought it was a remarkable achievement. We exhausted our efforts, drilled a hole only 11 kilometers deep above the earth. It is claimed to be a major step forward, however. The radius of the earth is more than 6,000 kilometers. And we have spent enormous human and material resources to go only 1/6% deeper into the earth. 99% of the earth is unknown to us. The depth of the earthquake source is generally not more than 100 kilometers. Even if it is the strongest earthquake recorded in the history of the earth. Compared to the whole earth, it is only equivalent to the earth sneezed. No, not even a sneeze cannot be counted. At most, it is only considered to be the earth a little bit of wriggling. But even so, the result is often the death of hundreds of thousands of millions of humans. There seemed to be some mockery in Lychee's eyes. Zhao Watson knew all of these things that Lychee had said. But at this moment, being spoken by Lychee in this tone, Zhao Watson still felt some discomfort in his heart. That feeling was like a person who thought he was incredibly powerful being revealed by other people to his face as weak and incompetent. Humans always talk about protecting the earth. But why does the earth need humans to protect it? Even if the nuclear bomb stored by mankind were to explode at the same moment, what would be destroyed would only be the surface environment of the earth. And it would be impossible for the effects of these bombs to be transmitted to 100 kilometers below the surface. In the end, mankind is merely protecting itself. As for the earth, even if mankind goes to great lengths to destroy the earth, so what? Can an ant destroy a mountain? Our entire civilization, all of our cities, all of our buildings, all of our population, our culture, our heritage, our technology, all of us are just tiny bacteria attached to the earth. If the earth has its own consciousness, if the earth is going to destroy our human civilization, earth merely needs to sneeze. Merely needs only a sneeze. Lychee said. Our human civilization is indeed very small, but our potential for development is infinite, Zhao Watson said in a low voice. Lychee turned a deaf ear to this and continued. This is just one Earth, compared to the entire solar system. What is the Earth? compared to the Milky Way. What is the Sun? Not to mention the Milky Way Andromeda Galaxy Cluster, Virgo Super Galaxy Cluster, Visible Universe. There was a deep sadness in Li Qi's words. Let's go back, Li Qi said. Li Qi was drunk. So Zhao Watson drove the car and sent Li Qi back home. In the middle of taking the lift up the stairs, Li Qi suddenly looked at Zhao Watson with a very unspeakable look. Zhao Watson's heart was strange. So he asked, Brother Li, what's wrong? Li Qi, however, smiled to himself. Goodbye. After saying these two words, Li Qi walked straight out of the lift, opened the door to his room, and then closed the door behind him. Obviously, he had no intention of inviting Zhao Watson in to have a seat. Zhao Huaxing was a bit puzzled. He felt that today's Li Qi seemed strange, but he couldn't tell exactly where. After freezing for a while before the lift, Zhao Watson shook his head and went home as well. The time had already reached 12 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Huaxing washed up and lay on the bed, but couldn't sleep. Subconsciously always feel that something is not right. There's a kind of feeling as if something big is going to happen, but cannot catch a clue. It was around 2 or 3 o'clock when Zhao Watson fell asleep in a daze. But after only 4 or 5 hours, Zhao Watson opened his eyes. The sleep wasn't enough. So at this moment, Zhao Watson still felt very tired. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Watson wouldn't wake up at this time, because today was the weekend. There was no rush to go to work. And last night, Zhao Watson had prepared himself for a lazy sleep. Zhao Huaxing was woken up by the cold. It was ridiculous to say that it was now July and August, the time when the sun was blazing. At less than 5 o'clock the sun would rise, spreading its light and heat onto this tiny planet, allowing the air that had cooled overnight to warm back up and eventually become hot. But today seemed to be a little different. Zhao Watson put on his coat and walked to the window. The weather was clear. There were no clouds in the sky, and there was indeed a large sun hanging in the sky. But it appeared dim. The sky wasn't the usual blue color either, but it had some dim colors mixed in with the blue, making it look very depressing. Zhao Watson was a researcher at the Institute of Stellar Physics, and the nearest star to Earth was the sun. So obviously, Zhao Watson's work was focused on studying the sun, its internal structure, material composition, material evolution, and other things. Today's sun seemed strange, but at the moment, Zhao Watson didn't remember to use his expertise to analyze it. Zhao Watson just grunted. Looks like it's a cloudy day today. With that, he returned to his bed and pulled the thin quilt up over his body, ready to go back to sleep. But a sharp knock on the door broke the early morning quiet. Zhao Watson had no choice but to get up and dress, wash his face, and come to the door. And after opening the door, a burly man in a black suit with a cold face stretched his credentials out in front of Zhao Watson. I'm a first-class agent of the Alliance Security Department. You can call me Mingzhua, the burly man said coldly. There are some matters that require your cooperation in the investigation. So please come with me. Union Security Department? Me? Zhao Huaxing was a bit puzzled. Thinking about it, he didn't seem to have done anything bad other than robbing his female classmates of lollipops when he was a child. What is it? Please come with me. You'll know when you get there, Montrose said. Still cold. All right. Zhao Watson thought about it and finally agreed. Thus, after half an hour, Zhao Watson arrived in a spacious conference room, quite out of Zhao Huaxing's expectation. In the middle of this conference room, Zhao Huaxing saw many familiar faces. There were colleagues and leaders, and there were also some people that Zhao Huaxing couldn't recognize clearly, but looked very familiar. After a little thought, he responded that those people he had often seen on TV. Zhao Huaxing was arranged to sit down at an empty seat. For some reason, everyone in the middle of the conference room looked very grave. Not a single person had a smile on their face. Moreover, after Zhao Huaxing came in, everyone, including those few big names who were often on TV, were looking at him with a somewhat inexplicable look. Can I ask what's going on? Zhao Watson asked. This is the only thing that Director Li Qi left for you. Mingzhua placed a safe in front of Zhao Watson, and after opening it, Zhao Watson saw that there was a piece of white paper lying quietly inside. Zhao Watson didn't rush to look at the white paper, but asked in amazement, Relic? Brother Li left me a relic? Yes. Mingzhua nodded. Director Li Qi died late last night, and the initial investigation concluded that it was a suicide. At the suicide scene, We found this safe, as well as this white paper. Well, there is also this note, which reads, "When I'm gone, please make sure to give this white paper to Zhao Watson. He will answer all your questions." Before Zhao Watson could figure out what the hell was going on, an old man who had the most appearances on TV knocked on the table and turned his majestic gaze on Zhao Watson. "So, can you tell us what's going on with the sun now?" Chapter 2 10%. That old man was the highest leader of the Human Alliance. The few people accompanying that old man were also all pivotal and important figures in the Human Alliance. When he had just seen these people, Zhao Huaxing had vaguely anticipated that something big had happened. But it had come too suddenly. And in fact, until now, Zhao Huaxing had not calmed down. Li Qi died, committed suicide, but left himself a blank sheet of paper before committing suicide. It could almost be said that it was a meeting of the highest caliber, with the highest leader attending. And at this moment, the highest leader was still asking himself what the hell happened to the sun. Sorry. Zhao Watson muttered a few times, threw up his palms and slapped himself hard on the head a few times, and then sat in his seat for a while in silence with his eyes closed, digesting what he had heard and come into contact with at the moment. And only with great difficulty was he able to calm down. "Can you tell me what the hell is going on? What the hell is going on?" The old man gestured at Manzhou, who said, "At about 3 o'clock in the morning this evening, the solar observation telescopes deployed in the Western Hemisphere, the 15 solar observation satellites deployed in Earth's orbit, as well as the observation satellites deployed at Lagrangian points and in circumsolar orbit simultaneously reported a single message to the Department of Crisis Prevention, all of which read exactly the same thing. That is, that the intensity of the solar radiation had been drastically reduced by 10% in a few minutes, and was still decreasing rapidly." After receiving this news, the Crisis Prevention Department quickly reported this information to the Führer's office and contacted Director Li Qi of your Stellar Physics Research Institute. And after discovering that Director Li Qi was unavailable, we at the United Security Department joined in this incident and went directly to Director Li Qi's residence. After knocking on the door and getting no response, we forced open the door of Director Li Qi's residence. We then discovered that Director Li Qi was dead. And at the scene, we found traces of a fire. But strangely enough, it appeared to be a controlled fire that occurred only in Director Li Qi's bedroom. Director Li Qi's body was also severely damaged, and an autopsy showed that Director Li Qi died in the fire. The scene of the fire was in a state of disarray, except for the safe, which we have reason to believe was deliberately kept by Director Li Qi for you as a means of sending you a message. We checked that Director Li Qi was normal for several days prior to his suicide, except for last night, when Director Li Qi, who never drank alcohol, asked you to join him for a drink at the Century Building's top-floor restaurant, and talked to you for at least an hour. By going through Director Li Qi's past research records, we have also come to the conclusion that Director Li Qi already knew about the impending drastic changes to the sun at least a year ago. But for some reasons, Director Li Qi has not been able to release these research results to the public. Well, there is another thing, and that is the time of Director Li Qi's death. The autopsy showed that Director Li Qi died exactly 1 hour before the drastic change in the sun occurred. According to this, we can tell that Director Li Qi knew about the impending change in the sun and the reason for it. He knew everything, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he had a talk with you before he died and left you a blank piece of paper with his last words that you could answer. He also left his last words saying that you can answer all our questions. So, Zhao Watson, can you tell me what's going on here? Mengzhu's tone of voice remained flat, not fluctuating at all. However, these words set off a huge wave in Zhao Huaxing's mind. Zhao Huaxing's brain thoughts had almost come to a standstill. Yet Mengzhu's words were still forcing their way into Zhao Huaxing's mind like a bullet. No, it can't be. How could the level of solar radiation suddenly decrease by 10%? It's not right. If the level of solar radiation decreases, it wouldn't be able to withstand its own immense pressure. It would shrink in size and increase in density as a way to raise the core temperature and thus raise the radiation level again. This is a process of dynamic equilibrium. This is common sense. Zhao Huaxing muttered. The old man once again signaled to Mengzhu, who then fetched a stack of information and placed it in front of Zhao Watson. It was a schematic diagram of the changes in solar radiation levels, as well as preliminary observation data from various observation satellites, and some preliminary conclusions from the analysis. These were things that Zhao Watson came into contact with frequently. So Zhao Watson understood what was described here at a glance. All of the detection equipment was clearly and unmistakably indicating one conclusion. The level of solar radiation has decreased. But the mass, volume, and density of the sun haven't changed much. You know what a 10% reduction in the level of solar radiation means, don't you? The old man slowly said. It means that the entire planet will enter one of the most serious ice ages ever. The equator will become a temperate zone. The temperate zone will become a frigid zone. The Antarctic ice cap will even border South America. The Greenland ice cap will touch the Asian continent. And the majority of the entire planet will become uninhabitable. Inhabitable areas. Food production will be drastically reduced. Tens of millions of hundreds of millions of people will be starved to death. If the level of solar radiation continues to decrease, our human civilization will completely collapse. And we will be degraded into primitive people are not certain. Today is the first day that solar radiation levels have decreased. Because of the atmospheric circulation as well as the ocean's insulating effect. We won't be able to notice much of a change yet. At most we'll feel that the weather has become a little colder. But if we don't have a way to raise the level of solar radiation, the temperature will keep slowly dropping. All the way down to the point where we can't bear it. So, Zhao Watson, you tell me, what should we do? I don't know. Zhao Watson mumbled. During last night, what words did Director Li Qi say to you? You repeated back? Not a single word should be wrong. An attending physicist said. Zhao Huaxin composed himself and said with a slight bitterness. Yesterday was Friday. And after work, Director Li Qi found me and said that he wanted to take me to open my eyes for a while. We then went to the Century Building's top floor restaurant. And Director Li Qi told me to sit down and order food. And then drink. And he asked me how things were going lately and if I had any ideas. And after talking for a while, Director Li Qi brought the topic to how small human civilization is. There was a clerk next to him who was rapidly recording what Zhao Watson had said. During Zhao Watson's recollections, this clerk didn't interrupt in any way and kept recording silently. After Zhao Watson finished, the clerk checked the record and then asked, on the way you and Director Li Qi left the institute and headed to the underground car park. Did Director Li Qi say today's weather is nice or today is quite cool? Zhao Watson recalled and said, it was a nice day. How many times did Director Li Qi complain about the traffic jam on the way he drove you to the Century Building? 3 times. Zhao Watson thought for a moment and then answered. Zhao Watson possessed a very good memory. And when he was in college, Zhao Watson had even won a memory competition. Because of this, Zhao Watson was able to recall every detail of last night. Before Director Li Qi went home and closed the door. Are you sure he didn't say something like come in and have a seat? No, Zhao Watson replied. Good. Here's the full transcript of the conversation between you. Read it for any omissions, the clerk said. Zhao Watson took the records and quickly skimmed through them before saying, there are no omissions. If you think of anything else, remember to find Mengzhua to report at any time. Mengzhua. You'll follow Watson during this time, the old man said. Yes. Mengzhua spat out a single word. Just at this time, a knock sounded at the door of the conference room. After receiving consent, a person with gold-rimmed glasses and dressed as a secretary walked in. Chief, the results of the paper test have come out. It's just an ordinary A4 paper that hasn't been treated by any technical means after it was produced, and doesn't have any invisible agents on it. The cryptography experts did not obtain any valuable information from the paper's fiber distribution, indentation, and other details. The paper was produced 3 months ago, purchased from an ordinary office supplies shop, produced by a forestry company called Flying. The raw material for the paper is fast-growing poplar. The growth age is 3 years and 152 days. The same batch of paper was produced in total of 6 tons. 5 tons have been put on the market. The remaining 1 ton has been sealed. 5 tons of the 5 tons that have been put on the market have been recovered 4.5 tons. The remaining 0.5 tons have been sent to the residence of the buyers. The Waste Transfer Center to continue to trace contact with the batch of paper of a total of 3,070 people. Has been launched background checks. So far, we did not find any valuable information. Organize an expert group of psychologists to immediately launch a psychological investigation into Li Qi. At the same time, gather experts from all areas to immediately analyze and research all the research materials Li Qi has left behind, and all the items he has come into contact with. I want to know in the shortest possible time the reasons for Li Qi's suicide. Why Li Qi has long predicted this disaster and refused to make an early warning. Why choose to commit suicide before the disaster finally occurs? Why leave Zhao Huasheng a blank sheet of paper? Also, how Li Qi predicted the disaster. Li Qi for the moment of the sun changes have any unique research. And the most important thing is that Li Qi has a lot of experience and knowledge. What unique research? As well as most importantly, whether Li Qi has a way to solve this crisis or not. And if so, what the solution to the crisis is. At the same time, immediately summon the relevant scientists within the scope of the entire alliance to immediately start analyzing the solar changes. The old man gave an unquestionable order in a flat tone. After saying all this, the old man rubbed his temples slightly tiredly, glanced at Zhao Huasheng, and said, "Huasheng, from today onwards, to a certain extent, the fate of mankind is in your hands." Chapter 3. Solar Crisis Coordination and Handling Center. Our human civilization has encountered one of the most serious challenges it has ever faced. The old man stood up and looked around at the people in the middle of the conference room, his voice somewhat deep in pain. Our human civilization is still far from being developed to the point where our wings are full. We can't even land on Mars. I can understand the insignificance of human civilization, and how ridiculous and difficult it is to rely on the power of human civilization to change the sun. But we have no choice. We must rise to the challenge. And if we overcome this crisis, our human civilization continues to continue. If we fail, we perish. It's as simple as that, the old man said. Fortunately, our technology has developed. Things are tough, but not without a little hope. I order that, from this moment onwards, the human alliance enters into a wartime emergency phase. We will mobilize all the forces at our disposal to face this crisis. All scientists, all engineers, politicians, workers, businessmen, all levels of society must unite. Only then will we have any hope of winning. Dismiss the meeting. Huasheng, Mengjue, you two stay behind, the old man said. People dispersed, and only Zhao Huasheng and Mengjue remained in the large conference room. I've read your information. The old man glanced at Zhao Huasheng. From primary school until you entered the Stellar Physics Research Institute, you've always shown unusual talent. You're very smart and diligent. Zhao Huasheng felt fine when there were many people just now. But now, when he was left on his own to face this old man straight on, he felt that tremendous pressure. This old man in front of him was the highest head of the human alliance, and belonged to the kind of character that Zhao Huasheng would never have the chance to meet. Facing this old man's praise, Zhao Huasheng didn't know what to say. You don't have to be presumptuous about this, as you are indeed very smart and studious, the old man said slowly. But, placed within the scope of the entire human civilization, your intelligence, your diligence is still within the range of normal people. You have not shown some kind of ability that can be called heaven-defying, even within the scientific community, and even within this one institution, the Institute of Stellar Physics. Your qualifications are not considered to be the most top-notch, and at most, you can only be considered to be in the upper echelon. There are many people who are even smarter than you, and there are many people who are even more diligent than you. Therefore, Huasheng, I'm very curious. Why did Director Li Qi choose you at the last minute and let you take on this most arduous task? Can you tell me why? I don't know. Zhao Huasheng pondered for a while, and finally had to admit this fact in a disheartened manner, because the reality of the situation was indeed true. And although the words the old man said were cruel, although they didn't take care of his own pride, they were all the truth. AI. The old man sighed, stood up, and walked to the window, looking at the bustling city at his feet through the floor-to-ceiling window, only leaving Zhao Huasheng and Mengjue with a slightly stooped, but still very generous back. Huasheng, to tell you the truth, I don't have the confidence to overcome this crisis, the old man said. The mass of the sun is more than 1,000,000 times the mass of the earth, and we are still so powerless in the face of a tiny earth, let alone in the face of the sun. But you know in your heart that these words cannot be said in public. There is only one thing I can do, and that is to try my best to tilt the resources in this direction, so that the scientists and engineers can represent our entire human race to pursue that faint bit of hope. To tell you the truth, I almost despaired when I just received this news. But fortunately, I received the next piece of news right after that. And I learnt that Director Li Qi had long been clear about these things, and that Director Li Qi had left the only relic to you. and said that you could answer all our questions. I have had contact with Li Qi, and I know what kind of a person Li Qi is. Since Li Qi said that you can answer all our doubts, then you will certainly be able to do this. In the midst of this incident, if my confidence in our human civilization's technology is 1%, then my confidence in Li Qi is at least 20%. So, Watson, right now, I'm placing this 20% hope on you. The old man turned around, placing his heavy gaze on Zhao Watson. I know that the current you is also puzzled, and you can't figure out what's going on. But since Li Qi did this, then Li Qi must have his reasons for doing this. If Li Qi believes in you, then I believe in you too. Watson, I will provide you with all the resources you need, as long as you think it's necessary. As long as you think it will help you understand what Li Qi is saying. Even if you want to go to the moon, I can satisfy you. The old man walked over and patted Li Qi on the shoulder, and said warmly, you can tell Montrose anything you need, and Montrose will take care of everything for you. That's all. Watson, remember, you hold the fate of humanity in your hands. The old man turned around and left, leaving Zhao Watson and Meng Zhuo alone in the conference room. Zhao Watson leaned back in his seat and covered his face with his hands, his mind in turmoil. Why me? Why me? Brother Li, why did you choose me at the end? In the future, in order to facilitate understanding and communication between us, I will address you as number 1. Meng Zhuo said coldly. You can address me as number 2. Zhao Watson forced a smile. Where's the trouble in that? I'll just call you by your name. Fine. Meng Zhuo still had an icy look. Number 1. Please instruct the next move. Go home first. Go home and let me rest. Zhao Watson reluctantly stood up and walked towards the conference room door. The car was still being driven by Meng Zhuo, and Zhao Watson was sitting on top of the co-pilot, his thoughts having long since flown to nowhere. Even so, Zhao Watson felt that the world he saw was also that unreal. The flow of people, the vehicles lined up in long lines, the towering buildings, and even the sun hanging in the sky, which was slightly dim, all revealed a false meaning. How can this be? How can this be? This sentence always hovered in Zhao Huaxing's mind. The sun had been burning steadily for more than 4 billion years since it was born out of the primordial interstellar gas. Compared to this time scale, the 5,000 years that human civilization had been recorded in writing could almost be said to be a snap of a finger. But in that snap of a finger, the sun changed drastically. It is also coincidental that in this instant, human civilization developed and possessed some preliminary interstellar exploration capabilities. Within 6 hours of the solar change, a comprehensive organization was set up, combining crisis management, scientific research, psychological intervention, and so on. This organization was named the Solar Crisis Coordination Center, and was headed by the head of the Human Alliance himself, and was given the power by the Elder himself to coordinate and control all the other departments during the crisis. The Solar Crisis Coordination and Handling Center's job duties were twofold. The first duty was to explore the inner physical mechanism of the sun changing in such a way and find a solution. The second duty was to find a way to pass on human civilization if the crisis could not be resolved. The matters between Li Qi and Zhao Huaxing were not made public out. The people who knew about them were limited to those top scientists who attended the meeting in the morning, as well as a few of the higher-ups of the Human Alliance. It was as if that old man had said, I'm placing my greatest hopes on you, and giving you the greatest authority and resources to lean on. But these things can't be brought out into the open. Regarding this point, Zhao Watson was understandable. The first day of the weekend was spent in this bizarre situation. Zhao Watson had harbored himself at home for the day. Not eating. Not answering the phone. Zhao Watson just sat quietly in his seat, not moving a muscle. Meng Zhuo just stood next to Zhao Watson, like a statue. In just 1 day's time, Zhao Watson was deeply emaciated. It wasn't until nighttime that Zhao Huaxing sighed and spoke in a voice that was so hoarse that he couldn't even believe it himself. Meng Zhuo, go sleep in the middle of the guest room. After settling Meng Zhuo, Zhao Watson also sank into dreamland. But even in his sleep, Zhao Huaxing's thoughts were still unsettled. Zhao Watson always dreamed of the cries of countless people, of tall buildings collapsing, of the earth being covered in ice and snow, and of countless people dying tragically. Sometimes he would also dream of Li Qi, and of that last sentence Li Qi said to himself before going home. Goodbye. Zhao Huaxing knew that from today onwards, His fate had undergone a sea change. This change started from the moment Li Qi invited himself to join him for a drink. From the moment Li Qi left his only relic to himself. The sky gradually dawned. Although he was extremely tired, Zhao Watson still woke up in the early morning hours. Today was the second day after the sun crisis had occurred. Not out of Zhao Watson's expectations. Today's temperature had lowered a bit more compared to yesterday. And the sun had also become more dim. This caused Zhao Watson to turn out his long sleeves and trousers that had been sealed away long ago, putting on spring and autumn clothes right at the height of this summer. The temperature would still drop inexorably, although water has a large specific heat capacity. Although more than 70% of the Earth's surface is ocean, and although the Earth has a thick atmosphere to conserve heat, it is still not enough. When the root cause of a thing is changed, the rest of the branches, no matter how many, can only slow down the pace of things. In the case of the solar crisis, the lowering of solar radiation levels is the root cause. Chapter 4, The Shelter. In the slightly chilly morning breeze, Zhao Watson wrapped his clothes tightly around himself and sat on top of the passenger side of the car. There was another high specification meeting this morning, even higher than the one yesterday. Not only will the top leaders of the Alliance appear, but also the leaders of various departments and fields, as well as relevant scientists will attend. This is a meeting to discuss how human society should respond to the solar crisis. This is a meeting to discuss how human society should respond to the solar crisis. Because of his special status, Zhao Watson, who was an ordinary researcher, was also invited to attend. That was why Zhao Watson woke up early again today. Meng Zhuo's driving skills were high. Under Meng Zhuo's control, Zhao Watson once had the illusion that the small family car he was traveling in had been unknowingly upgraded into a luxury car. But this illusion didn't last long. Or rather, Zhao Watson's attention wasn't maintained on it for too long. Meng Zhuo was a silent and sensible man. And when Meng Zhuo didn't speak, Zhao Watson didn't speak either. Zhao Watson just put his eyes outside the car. The bustling city was as usual. The impact of the weird change in temperature had not yet spread to the world of ordinary people. The people Zhao Watson saw were still in a hurry as before. There were still food trucks hawking on the streets, and the commuters were still huddled together waiting for the bus. At the moment, the sun was dim, but no one would put their attention on it. Zhao Huaxing had an additional strange thought in his mind. The entire huge human society is like a giant beast that is slow to act and slow to feel. Its response to external stimuli is always slow. When it truly feels the badness that such changes bring to itself, it often comes to the point where things are irreparable. But fortunately for mankind, we have the powerful tool of science. If we were still in the age of obscurity, I fear that we wouldn't know what the hell was going on until we finally went extinct. This thought was weird. So Zhao Watson shook it out of his mind in the next moment. Meng Zhuo sent Zhao Watson to the entrance of the conference room and then waited outside. The meeting started a little later. Firstly, I would like to invite the Ministry of Scientific Research to speak, the presiding officer of the meeting said. The representative of the Ministry of Scientific Research was a highly respected stellar physicist. Originally, the representative of the Scientific Research Department was supposed to be Li Qi. But Li Qi was no longer there. In this period of observation and research, we have not found any possible cause for the decrease in the level of solar radiation, the scientist said. Although it's quite hopeless, we have to say this. The only thing we can tell you is that the sun's radiation level is still going down. In the last 24 hours it has decreased again by 0.003 of a degree. We don't know how far it will go, or how long it will last, or whether there is any possibility of raising the level of solar radiation to normal in the future. We don't know anything. We can only advise people to be prepared for the worst, the scientist said. What does the worst psychological preparation refer to? The older man who was the head of the alliance asked. The scientist was silent for a moment and replied. The sun going out completely. Please tell me the consequences of such a scenario, and the chances that it could happen, the Führer said. I'm sorry. We can't estimate the chances that this could happen. We know nothing, the scientist replied. As for the consequences, do you know about Pluto? If the sun goes out, the Earth will become similar to Pluto. At that point, the surface temperature would drop to over -200 degrees Celsius. All liquids would condense into solids. All the gases that make up the atmosphere would solidify due to the extremely low temperatures. And descending from the skies to the surface, the Earth would lose all its protective layers and a considerable variety of interstellar radiation. as well as asteroids, would be free to blast the planet. All life would become extinct. There was a buzz in the middle of the conference room. The presiding officer of the meeting asked, "So, what is your scientific department's recommendation for action?" "If I may." The scientist hesitated for a moment and then said, "Establish a large number of shelters in the tropics, and converge all the people in the high latitudes and temperate zones towards the tropical neighborhood. The insulating effect of the oceans and atmosphere is limited after all, and the cold and temperate zones will soon become unsuitable for human survival. If we humans are more fortunate, and the solar situation does not continue to deteriorate, the tropics may yet be more suitable for human survival. At the same time, with the greatest energy invested in the process of new energy research and development, if there is a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion, we will still be able to retain at least a little bit of the seed of human civilization. Also, I propose to carry out the latest solar observation program within the shortest possible time, launch the most advanced solar probes to the sun, and if necessary, we will also carry out a manned observation program. After all, only when we understand what's going on with the sun can we find a way to save it." The Führer turned his attention to the representatives of the industrial and social sectors. "What is your opinion?" The representative of the industrial sector said, "With the industrial base of our human civilization at the moment, we have the ability to build a large number of shelters near the tropics within a short period of time, as well as tilt all industrial resources towards scientific research. As long as you order us to allow us to stop all the rest of the non-essential construction. As for the possible social impact of stopping all the rest of the non-essential engineering construction, this is to be left to the social sector to study and resolve." The social sector representative said, "That's no problem. It's just that we have a suggestion. We suggest not disclosing the real situation of the crisis at this moment to the public for the time being. Premature disclosure of the truth is likely to cause social unrest, which will not be conducive to the arrangement and conduct of subsequent programs." The representative of the agricultural sector interjected, "If a rationing system is implemented, our food reserves will be enough for the entire human race to consume for 3 years. However, after 3 years, we will face the risk of food scarcity. Therefore, we request that a portion of our research resources be tilted towards agriculture, and we ask the research department to develop highly cold-resistant types of food as soon as possible, as well as to develop soilless and indoor cultivation techniques." A representative of the Agricultural Research Department of the Central Academy of Sciences said, "This is what we should do." After the representative of the scientists told the truth about the current crisis facing human civilization and made their claims, the specifics of how to deal with it were left to the relevant departments to discuss in detail. The meeting was a long one, and Zhao Watson had no say in these matters. Even the fact that Zhao Huaxing was able to attend this meeting was due to his special status. Amidst the constant speeches and discussions, Zhao Huaxing's thoughts gradually drifted into the distance. Zhao Watson's shadow once again surfaced in his mind. The goodbye that Li Qi said before he died, and the last piece of white paper that he left for himself. In Zhao Huaxing's thoughts, that ordinary piece of white paper seemed to suddenly possess some kind of magical power. Although it was blank, it seemed to carry 1,000 words that Li Qi wanted to say on it. Li Qi knew everything, but Li Qi didn't say anything. Zhao Watson knew that his identity was special, knew that he was important, but when even Zhao Watson himself didn't know exactly where he was special and where he was important. "Hello." Right at this time, a young woman sitting next to Zhao Huaxing greeted Zhao Huaxing. Zhao Huaxing came back to his senses from his delirious wanderings, and also gave a slight nod to the young woman and also said, "Hello. My name is Li Wei. I'm Li Qi's younger sister." That young woman said, "I am currently working at the High Energy Laser Research Laboratory of the Optical Research Institute under the Alliance Central Academy of Sciences. I've heard my brother mention you. He said that you are a very diligent and intelligent young man." Li Wei would not be older than 25 at most this year. At the moment, she was sitting in her seat, so she couldn't see her height. But Zhao Huaxing could tell that she had a very slender figure. A delicate face with a head of long soft hair looked exceptionally moving. It was just that Li Wei's eyes were slightly red and swollen. And even with the makeup she had put on, she hadn't managed to hide the redness. Hearing Li Wei say this, Zhao Huaxing also went gloomy. "Brother Li is a very good person. He takes care of me. I heard that my brother used to drink with you on his last night before he died." Li Wei asked. "Yes." Zhao Watson nodded. "If I knew that he would have an accident that night, even if it made him angry, I would have stayed with him for a night. Li Wei lowered her head, took out a tissue from her bag, and gently wiped her eyes. I'm sorry. I don't mean to blame you. After a moment, Li Wei calmed down. No one would like to see such an accident happen. It's just that I have some questions I want to get answered from you. Please speak, Zhao Watson said. My brother left the only relic to you. That was a blank piece of paper? My brother also said that you can solve all our doubts for us? Li Wei asked. Zhao Huashan was slightly taken aback. Taken aback because Li Wei actually knew about these highly confidential matters as well. However, when he thought of Li Wei's identity, Zhao Huashan was relieved. Zhao Huashan nodded, confirming these things. Li Wei moved her eyes away from Zhao Huashan, and her thoughts seemed to have drifted far away. I understand my brother. He is a person with a strong sense of planning and self-discipline. Ever since I can remember, I don't remember him doing a single thing that didn't make sense. That's why I believe in those last words my brother left behind. He would have had his own reasons for choosing to do this. I have a premonition that in the midst of this solar crisis, all of our human endeavors will fail. And the ultimate hope, as my brother said, lies in you. Chapter 5 Mental Models. Hearing Li Wei say this, Zhao Huashan was slightly embarrassed. I am willing to dedicate everything I have for the cause of mankind. But I still don't know where exactly I am special. And I also don't know why your brother left his last relic to me. There's no mistaking what my brother said, Li Wei said, taking out a pen and paper from her bag. She wrote a string of numbers on top of the paper and handed it to Zhao Huashan. This is my contact information. If there's anything you want to learn from me, feel free to contact me. All right. Thank you. Zhao Watson nodded as he took the note. The meeting finally came to an end, and Zhao Watson was guided out of the venue by the attendants. Zhao Watson knew that this was an important meeting that could change the fate of the entire human race. But it was precisely because it was important that Zhao Watson was not qualified to participate in it. This meeting was just a general, strategic level meeting, and it basically wouldn't involve specific matters. After this meeting, the relevant departments would hold countless internal meetings to determine the method of action. And after that, several joint meetings would be held. But this would have nothing to do with Zhao Watson. In the afternoon was Li Qi's memorial service. In the middle of the memorial service, Zhao Watson met Li Wei once again. However, this time, the two did not talk to each other, but just nodded to each other to say hello. Standing in the funeral hall, looking at Li Qi's body, which was clad in the Union flag and covered in flowers, and looking at the black and white photo of his remains, Zhao Huashan didn't know why in his heart, but he actually developed a very illusory feeling. The destiny of mankind has changed completely. At this moment, there are countless relevant personnel are busy to meet this change. But Zhao Huashan always wandered away from this busy outside. After a few moments of disorientation and bewilderment, Zhao Watson bowed to Li Qi's remains, and then left the spiritual hall. Zhao Watson and Mengzhua returned home together. Before opening the door, Zhao Watson said to Mengzhua, "Can you go somewhere else first? I want to be alone." Mengzhua shook his head and coldly spat out 2 words. "No." "Why?" Zhao Watson was stunned for a moment. "Are you spying on me?" "No," Mengzhua said. "For the sake of your safety, I must follow you at all times. If you also die in an unexplained manner like Li Qi, none of us can afford the consequences." Zhao Watson sighed and said, "All right." Zhao Watson pushed open the door and walked in with Mengzhua. Mengzhua added, "If you want to be alone, I can make it so you can't see me." "Can't see you?" "Yes." Mengzhua nodded, walked straight to the balcony, and then was no more silent. Zhao Watson also walked over and lifted the curtains, but saw that the balcony was empty. Zhao Watson was shocked and immediately raised his head, looked at the ceiling and then behind him. But surprisingly, he didn't see Mengzhua's figure either. Mengzhua seemed to have disappeared. But Zhao Huashan knew that Mengzhua must still be in his home. As for what method Mengzhua had used to hide, Zhao Watson didn't have much curiosity in his mind. A character who could become a first-class agent of the Alliance Security Department and could make that old man so valued would always have some abilities that were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Zhao Watson didn't go looking for Mengzhua again, but sat on the sofa and casually poured himself a cup of apple juice, but didn't bother to drink it. Instead, he laid down on the sofa and faced the dark TV across the room in a daze. Zhao Huashan was carefully recalling every detail of his past relationship with Li Qi, recalling every word he had said to Li Qi, trying to find a little clue from this. But unfortunately, Zhao Huaxing did not come up with a result after a long period of thinking. So Zhao Huaxing changed his way of thinking, and turned to think about the issue from the rest of the way. For the time being, regardless of why Director Li Qi chose me, to think about this question first. Why did he leave me a blank sheet of paper? What does a blank sheet of paper mean? Why does he know everything but say nothing? If you think about it from a normal person's point of view, Director Li Qi has no motive to hide all this. This is, after all, a major event that concerns the survival of all mankind. And as a normal member of the human race, Li Qi's normal course of action would have been to make it public from the first moment he learned of the news, and to seek the power to solve the problem from within the entire human alliance. However, he did not do so. Does this mean that it is not that Li Qi is unwilling to announce this news, but because there is some kind of unknown power that exists, causing Director Li Qi to be unable to announce it, and can only covertly pass on all of these things through such a cryptic illusion as a blank sheet of paper? If that's the case, then everything makes sense. The reason why Director Li Qi finally chose me is perhaps because the key to unlocking this obscure metaphor is in me. But what exactly is this key? Mengzhua, Zhao Huaxing called out. As soon as the words fell, Mengzhua's calm and flat voice came over. I'm here. Zhao Huaxing turned his head and saw Mengzhua walk out from the balcony. What are your orders? Zhao Huaxing didn't bother about where exactly Mengzhua was hiding just now, but instead asked bluntly, I remember the Führer once said that he would set up a special team of psychologists and scientists to analyze Director Li Qi's psychological motives, as well as all the traces he left behind in the past, and also analyze all of my past in an attempt to find out the reasoning behind Director Li Qi's actions. Is that right? Is it? Yes. Manzhou nodded. Well then, I require that this PSYOP team and I maintain intelligence sharing, and that I am the first to see any findings and conclusions and speculations that they make. And I wonder if I don't have that access again. Of course you have that access. Mengzhua nodded. Please wait. Mengzhua took out a mobile phone-like instrument and pressed on it for a while. And after less than 20 minutes, 4 or 5 young men wearing the same black suits as Mengzhua arrived at Zhao Huaxing's home. They were also carrying some instruments. And after they walked into Zhao Huaxing's house, and without Zhao Huaxing's consent, they went to a side bedroom under Mengzhua's leadership. And then, they started to get busy. After only half an hour, these 4 or 5 young men left without a word as they had come. Mengzhua said to Zhao Huaxing, the most advanced computers that can be connected to the research department's intranet, 3-dimensional projection instruments, voice call equipment, fax equipment, and so on have been installed. From now on, you can connect to the psychology team at any time within 24 hours to get the latest research progress information. You will also be contacted at the earliest opportunity if there are any new developments in the psychology group. Well, the first phase of the research progress information has been faxed over, so you can take a look at it. Mengzhua pointed at the fax machine and signaled to Zhao Huaxing, who in turn nodded somewhat dully. I'll leave first. If there's anything, just give me a shout, Mengzhua said, turned around and walked out of the room, taking the door with him. Not knowing where to go again, Zhao Huaxing sat in his seat, and it took a full 5 minutes before he could calm himself down. Then Zhao Huaxing picked up the information and read it page by page from the beginning. There was a lot of information, and it was very mixed. In this information, the psychology team started from Li Qi's childhood, constructed Li Qi's psychological model bit by bit, and then used this psychological model as a benchmark to reverse speculate Li Qi's behavior, and compared it with Li Qi's real behavior as documented. If the speculated behavior matches Li Qi's real behavior, then the construction of Li Qi's mental model will be preserved. If it does not, then the construction will be questioned and further analyses will be carried out in order to find the correct construction model. In addition to the construction of the model of Li Qi's mental model, there is also information about the construction of the model of Zhao Huaxing's mental model. Simply by reading Li Qi's psychological information, Zhao Huaxing felt nothing. But after seeing the information about his own psychological analysis, Zhao Huaxing's back gradually seeped out cold sweat. And in the end, he even began to tremble slightly. It felt as if he had been stripped of all his clothes, placed under a spotlight, and then being examined by countless people with all kinds of instruments in the world's most exhaustive manner. Under this mode of examination, any secrets, even things hidden in the deepest recesses of the heart would be unearthed. To put it simply, This method of psychological analysis is through the observation of a person's behavior to deduce the person's psychological mechanism. And after grasping the person's psychological mechanism, and then based on this, to further deduce the person in the face of a variety of real-life situations when they will react. Under this method of analysis, any one of a person's behaviors can find the corresponding psychological functioning mechanism from the psychological level. That is, the reason why the person does what he/she does, even before the person himself has figured out what to do. The psychological team already knows what he will do through this method of psychoanalysis. They had even accurately predicted what Zhao Watson would toss and turn last night, as well as what Zhao Watson would ask Mingjue to leave today. This is the point that the most top-notch psychologists can achieve with the most advanced psychological theories as their weapons, along with the most all-encompassing information support. This is simply terrifying. Until this moment, Zhao Watson truly appreciated the power held by the Human Alliance is huge to what extent. But this wasn't of much use, because at the end of that pile of information was clearly written. Regrettably, the psychological model we have constructed so far is still unable to explain those actions of Director Li Qi before his death. In other words, we still don't know why Director Leech did what he did. Chapter 6. The Problem of Martian Brightness. It's because those actions before Li Qi's death are simply not compatible with the mental model constructed based on Li Qi's past actions. In other words, the Li Qi who did those things didn't look like the same person as the Li Qi who used to be normal. We can't know what caused this change, because we don't have enough sources of information. Although this method of psychoanalysis is powerful, it isn't foolproof. Zhao Huasheng pondered silently. This method can indeed theoretically do the job of analyzing any person thoroughly. But the real situation is that there is no person or organization that has the ability to completely monitor any subtle actions of a person. The level of secretion of each hormone in the body, the strength of the cerebral cortex's functioning, or the speed of the heartbeat 24 hours a day, every day, every night, every day. In other words, it is impossible to have complete information for modeling purposes. Since there is no complete information, then in the actual analysis, it can only be analyzed through a hospital medical checkup slip on a certain day, or a piece of footage captured by a surveillance video, or the recollections of certain relevant people and other sporadic information, which will inevitably lead to errors. Even if there are errors, this method of analysis is still quite terrifying. The power of this method can be seen from the fact that they could accurately predict that I would have a bad night's sleep last night, and that today I would ask Mingjue to be left alone. But their conclusion was that they were unable to assess Li Qi's behavioral patterns. What does this mean? Zhao Watson shook his head and continued to look at the pile of information. However, we believe that there is one scenario that has a very high likelihood. That is, during the period of time when Li Qi was about to die, it is possible that Li Qi was coerced by some kind of external force. And it is precisely because of this kind of external force that no other person can detect, and that only exists around Li Qi, that Li Qi's behavioral pattern became so disordered that it is impossible to speculate or analyze. Li Qi's choice of a piece of white paper as his legacy, and the message Zhao Watson will answer all doubts, could be Li Qi's attempts to bypass the limitations of that unknown external force to deliver a message to us. Of course, we have no way of knowing exactly what message Richie was trying to deliver to us yet. We are trying to collect any video and voice and action data on Leech in an attempt to fully analyze Leech's behavior and identify the time demarcation point between the normal Leech and the abnormal Leech. And if we eventually find this time demarcation point, we will be able to know what exactly happened on that day to cause the change in Leech. And we will be able to possibly find out what that unknown force hiding behind Leech really is. For more information and conclusions, please wait for our further research. This information ended here. Zhao Huasheng put down the information in his hands, and once again entered into deep thought. The final conclusion of the psychology team was basically the same as the one Zhao Watson had surmised himself just now. Both parties thought of the possibility that it was due to the influence of some unknown force that had caused Li Qi to do what he did. The difference was that the conclusions that the psychology team came up with were more rigorous and detailed. But it was also because of this that Zhao Watson was even more confused. If using the power of the government is unable to find out the truth of the matter, relying solely on my own strength, can I solve this mystery of great importance? Zhao Watson thought like this. But I am different from them, because the key to unlocking this mystery must be in me. Even though at this moment even I don't know what that key actually is. Zhao Huasheng thought silently. The key to the problem lies above the key. But what exactly is the key? This key was the key to Li Qi's eventual choice of Zhao Watson. After reading the information from the psychological research team, Zhao Watson then called up the research observations on the Sun from the Scientific Research Department under the Solar Crisis Coordination and Handling Center in recent times. Zhao Watson was originally a scientist in stellar physics, so viewing this information wasn't much of an obstacle for Zhao Watson. The Sun's activity is rapidly declining. In the past 48 hours to the past 24 hours, we have observed a total of 29 small flare outbursts, while in the past 24 hours to the present, we have only observed 13 flare outbursts. The Sun is currently at the peak of its 11-year cycle, and in the past, C-class flares were observed every day, with the occasional M or X-class flare. But in recent days, there have been far fewer B-class flares. The following is a live image taken by the Solar Atmosphere 1 satellite. The image clearly shows that the Sun is eerily calming down. But until now, we still don't have any valuable inferences or results. The Sun captured among those pictures was still large, bright, and blazing hot. However, Zhao Watson keenly saw some vague red color in the pictures. According to the classification of stars, the Sun was a yellow dwarf star. The color of a star was determined by its surface temperature, and the yellow light indicated that the Sun's surface temperature was around 6,000 degrees Kelvin. If the light is red, it indicates that the star's surface temperature is between 2 and 5,000 degrees Kelvin. At this moment, the Sun's light is beginning to be mixed with red. This means that the Sun's surface temperature has dropped by at least 500 degrees. This is undoubtedly a very significant disaster for the Earth. But fortunately, the Earth has its own insulation system, so it can't bring too much impact to human beings for the time being. And because of this, human civilization has had a rare period of buffer time. But in the midst of continuous observation, we have also found some places that make us feel puzzled. The most important point is the brightness of Mars. The paper reads, Mars brightness problem? A little doubt bubbled up in Zhao Watson's heart. Zhao Watson also had a certain understanding of the laws of operation of the several planets in the solar system. Zhao Huaxing knew that Mars was on the other side of the Sun at the moment. And because of this, on Earth, Mars appeared to rise and set along with the Sun. And during the daytime, Mars would be covered by the Sun's strong rays. So most of the time, Mars could not be seen, and could only be seen early in the morning and at dusk when the Sun was dimmed. Mars is on the other side of the Sun at the moment. So the Mars seen from Earth is the light from the other side of the Sun reflected by Mars. According to the magnitude of the decrease in the Sun's luminosity that we are observing at the moment, there should be a corresponding decrease in the brightness of Mars. But we have not observed such a change on Mars. What this phenomenon meant was very clear in Zhao Watson's mind. It means that the Sun has only undergone a change of reduced radiation intensity on the side facing the Earth, while the normal level of radiation is still maintained on the side with its back to the Earth, because only in this way, the brightness of Mars would not change. How is this possible? Zhao Huaxing's mind immediately sprang up with these words. If this is really the case, then we should have discovered this a long time ago. It's not like all the satellites we've launched are on this side of the Earth. The human civilization had launched many interstellar probes in recent decades, and these probes had probed Mars, Venus, even Jupiter, Saturn and other planets, and even comets and asteroids. The farthest probe has even traveled out of the range of the solar circle, as far as Zhao Watson knows. There is the Vulcan comet probe, the Stardust probe, the Messenger probe, and so on the other side of the Sun. So at the back of the Sun really did not experience a decrease in radiation levels. The Ministry of Science and Research should have received the signal long ago, rather than only speculating about it through the change in the luminosity of Mars at this moment. But Zhao Watson's doubt only lasted for an instant, and the next moment Zhao Watson figured this out. Those probes aren't professional solar probes. They can't observe a bright star like the Sun in too much detail. Since that's the case, it's understandable that they didn't find the Sun's luminosity change. Zhao Watson organized his thoughts and continued reading. After discovering this, while grasping for time to maneuver the specialized solar observation satellites to the other side of the Sun as soon as possible to make observations, we risked damage to the probes and forced a portion of the deep space probes to point their observation lenses at the Sun. No sufficiently precise information has yet come back, but we are at least 80% sure that this is true. That's because observations by the Leaf Space Telescope of an asteroid on the backside of the Sun, numbered A7435D, have also confirmed it. What exactly this means is not entirely clear to us, But a rough inference is that some physical reaction process that we do not yet understand is taking place above the sun's atmosphere, with a strong suspicion that it is the photosphere, and that it is this process that is blocking the path of photons originating from the sun's interior as they are emitted outwards. Further observations, modeling and calculations are in progress. This deduction is very simple and crude, but it is logical enough. Theoretically, if the sun's material composition and mass have not changed, then its radiation levels should not have changed either. But the fact is that its radiation level has changed. Then this inference is enough to take into account the contradiction between the two sides. It is not that the level of solar radiation has decreased. It is just that some kind of obstruction has appeared in the solar atmosphere to block the sun's radiation. But how could that be? Zhao Huaxing pondered silently. What kind of physical reaction could have caused this? And if there really was such a physical reaction process, how long would it have lasted above the sun? And what does this, in turn, have to do with the piece of white paper that Li Qi left me? Chapter 7 K2 Class Civilization. There was a very obvious fact in front of Zhao Huaxing as well as all humans on the entire planet. And that was the most basic law of conservation of mass and energy. This law indicated that energy could not disappear without a reason. So if some kind of blocking substance had appeared in the middle of the sun's photosphere, then, where did all that energy that had been blocked go? Maybe that kind of barrier material formed a heat-absorbing layer. But the radiation power of the whole sun is very horrible. In the end, what kind of heat-absorbing layer can withstand such a huge energy impact? Zhao Huaxing's mind came up with a word. Dyson sphere. The Dyson sphere was a virtual sphere that completely utilized the sun's energy. As speculated by the human civilization, this virtual sphere could be made up of many lenses that completely wrapped an entire star, completely absorbing the energy it radiated. The Kardashev index divides the civilizations that may exist in the universe into three classes: K1, K2 and K3. A K1 civilization can utilize the energy of an entire planet. A K2 civilization can utilize the energy of an entire star. And a K3 civilization can utilize the energy of an entire river system. According to the Kardashev index, the Dyson sphere is the most iconic product of a K2 civilization. Obviously, by building a Dyson sphere, the energy of an entire star could be harnessed. And if the presumed heat-absorbing layer really exists in the photosphere of the sun, is it a type of Dyson sphere? It should be noted that, according to the Kardashev index, the human civilization on Earth at this moment is only a K0.7 civilization. And there is still a long way to go before a Dyson sphere. And if there really is a certain civilization that has come to the sun and created a Dyson sphere around the sun in an attempt to collect all of the sun's energy, then, with the strength of the human civilization's K0.7 level, it is impossible to fight against a K2 level civilization in any way. If things were really like this, then this would undoubtedly be the end of human civilization. Fortunately, this is just a preliminary deduction. It's unlikely to be true. Zhao Huaxing pondered. The physical world possesses certain commonalities, and even a K2 class civilization that is much more advanced than us is unlikely to go against some of the basic physical laws. Just like how the law of gravity is still in use today, when the theory of relativity has made great progress. If it really is a Dyson sphere, then it will inevitably still have a subsequent energy harvesting device, which we have not observed at this moment. The Thunderstorm Mercury probe has already changed its own forward trajectory, and is traveling at full speed to the other side of the sun. And in roughly 5 days' time we will receive accurate news from the backside of the sun. Everything. Just wait until that time. Zhao Huaxing sighed, and put down the information in his hands. Zhao Huaxing stood up, and walked over to the window. Around a bright red sun hung under the western sky, and it was already evening time at the moment. The air conditioning in the room was not switched on. So Zhao Huaxing, who had come back to his senses from the information files, immediately felt a sense of coolness. Pedestrians on the street were all in a hurry, and even the flashing neon lights looked a bit gloomy for some reason. Mengzhu was still missing. Not knowing where he was hiding, Zhao Huaxing didn't bother with him, and only took a piece of bread and swallowed it hastily. Then sat down in front of the computer again. This time, Zhao Huaxing didn't bother to look up some information or anything like that, but instead came to a few of the more famous forums. After casually scrolling through some posts complaining about the recent weather anomalies, Zhao Huaxing refreshed the page, and a title jumped into Zhao Huaxing's eyes. The recent abnormal decrease in temperature is not due to the climate. Rather, the level of solar radiation is decreasing. Xiao Huasheng frowned and clicked on the post. There wasn't any specific observation data in the post. The poster claimed that he was an astronomy enthusiast who happened to have a set of solar observation equipment in his hands. And at some point in time, he aimed the observation instrument at the sun, and only came to this conclusion after detailed observation and calculations. At the end of the poster also wrote in a very alarming tone, "The government must have known about these things. But the government has concealed it. And we have reason to suspect that the government is secretly doing certain actions. As to whether these actions are building underground shelters or conducting population screening programs is unknown. Anyway, now that the government can't be relied on anymore, all we can do is save ourselves. From now on, stock up on as much food and water and fuel as you can. The end of the earth is coming." Among the replies below there were those who expressed skepticism and those who scoffed. Basically no one believed these words. However, the worry in Xiao Huasheng's heart grew more and more serious. This matter couldn't be hidden for long. Simply put, observing changes in the intensity of solar radiation was not something that required high-end equipment or theory. Any senior astronomical enthusiast could also come to this conclusion if they really spent some time observing the sun in detail. The government could monopolize all communication channels, but it did not have a monopoly on knowledge. Zhao Watson came back to a certain astronomy forum that was known for its professionalism. The statements here verified Zhao Watson's thoughts. Here, the reduced intensity of solar radiation had basically become a recognized event. Only that the people here obviously didn't have too much information. And what they were discussing was only the formation mechanism of this event and the physical principles behind it. They still see this event as a normal process of solar activity and have yet to suspect otherwise. But sooner or later they will think of that if the level of solar radiation never goes up. When that happens, the information will spread throughout society using people with astronomical expertise as a source. And everyone will know about it. The process is unstoppable and irreversible. At that time, there is no telling how many riots will erupt above society. No telling how many people will die. I hope that the processing center is already prepared to deal with the riots. I hope that the construction of the large-scale shelter near the equator can be completed in time before the riots become uncontrollable. Zhao Watson sighed deeply and shut the computer down. The time had already reached 8 or 9 o'clock. For a summer night, this time was still early. But Zhao Watson didn't have much interest in doing anything else. Zhao Watson simply washed up and laid down on the bed. Zhao Watson had a habit of lying in bed at night before going to sleep and thinking about things, integrating the information he received throughout the day and digging deeper into the auras that occasionally popped up during the day. Now, Zhao Watson hoped that he could come up with some conclusions by collating the information he had received during the day at the most efficient time of the day. But unfortunately, Zhao Watson's exhaustive thinking did not yield any results. This thinking instead seriously affected Zhao Watson's sleep. Whenever Zhao Huasheng closed his eyes, a scene would appear in his mind. In this scene, the sky was snowing heavily. The cold wind was blowing constantly. The tired people would put all the clothes they could find on their bodies, but they still could not resist the cold attack. When they were walking, some people suddenly collapsed and died. And those who survived could fight each other for even a little bit of food or fuel. Survivors can fight for even a little bit of food or fuel. Life in this scene is so humble, so worthless. It was hell. The cruelest hell that mankind could imagine. Civilization died. Order collapsed. And people degenerated into pure beasts without any morality or etiquette, without any law or conscience, and could do anything to survive. That was the end of the entire civilization. No, not only human civilization. That is the end of all life on Earth. A sense of mission and responsibility was forcing Zhao Huasheng to stay awake, forcing Zhao Huasheng to desperately rotate his brain, trying to think of ways to change all this. So until the early hours of the morning Zhao Huasheng still hadn't fallen asleep. The sun had once again completed one of its own rounds and emerged from below the horizon, shedding its already weak light and heat onto the land. The cool morning breeze blew toward Zhao Watson from the open window, causing Zhao Watson to tighten his blanket once again. There had never been a moment like this that made Zhao Huasheng feel that sunlight and warmth were so important. For the past 4 billion years, the earth had been bathed in a steady stream of light and heat from the sun, so steady that all life on earth had ignored its existence, taking it for granted. It was not until it began to show signs of fading that life on earth, including humans, could truly appreciate its preciousness. Because sunlight means life. Without sunlight, there is no life. Zhao Huaxing lifted the covers, exposing his chest to the slightly chilly morning air. Zhao Huaxing was unkempt, bearded, pale and withered. But Zhao Huaxing's eyes were bright. There was a kind of strength emanating from deep within that was supporting Zhao Huaxing's body. Zhao Huaxing got up and casually washed his face, not even combing his hair or brushing his teeth. Mengzhua, are you there? Zhao Huaxing called out to the empty room. I'm in. Mengzhua, who had an indifferent, expressionless face, his body still straight, and his clothes still neat, walked out from above the balcony. Zhao Huaxing had long been used to Mengzhua's godly presence. It seemed like no matter when Zhao Huaxing called out to Mengzhua, Mengzhua would immediately appear in front of Zhao Huaxing fully clothed and with an indifferent face. Drive? Take me to the institute. I'm going to find something, Zhao Huaxing said. Chapter 8, Solar Environment Simulator. At just after 7 in the morning, Zhao Huaxing arrived in the middle of the Stellar Physics Research Institute that he was exceptionally familiar with. Zhao Huaxing had once spent 3 years here. There were many people and things here that Zhao Huaxing was familiar with. But at the moment, it all seemed a little strange. Almost all of his colleagues were here, as the main organ for the study of stellar physics. Everyone in this research institute was carrying a heavy responsibility. Apparently, they had been working from yesterday until today. The atmosphere in the middle of the institute was somewhat heavy and depressing. Zhao Huaxing hastily greeted a few people and brought Mengzhua to another building. This building looked very tall, but it was hollow inside. There was a very large piece of machinery installed inside, and Zhao Huaxing had even used it himself. That was a set of equipment that Director Li Qi had applied to build out roughly 2 years ago, and its main function was to simulate the physical operation mechanism inside the sun. Since its construction, many research topics had been broken through, but one of the instruments in this set of equipment was very special. No one other than Li Qi had ever used it, nor had they ever obtained any data from it. At first, the institute had rumored that Li Qi was working on a big project, and had banned others from touching this place for the sake of confidentiality. And it was not known if this was true or not. But now Zhao Huaxing intended to verify this. Zhao Huaxing wanted to know what exactly it was that Li Qi had been busy with over the past period of time. Perhaps there was some connection between this matter and the hidden cryptic message that Zhao Huaxing had left behind. There were still many people coming in and out of this place, and each and every one of them looked unusually busy. Zhao Huaxing knew that at this moment, there was a lot of data being generated and then entangled and analyzed within the minds of these researchers, who were doing their best to try and find any clues out of this data. If there were no relics of Li Qi, Zhao Huaxing would probably be busy here at this moment, trying to find out what exactly happened on the sun. With a little emotion in his heart, Zhao Huaxing arrived in front of Li Qi's office. Unsurprisingly for Zhao Huaxing, a few UNSC personnel stopped Zhao Huaxing and told him that this place had been blocked off and that he was not allowed to enter for the time being. Mengzhua then took out an object that seemed to be a document and handed it over to those people to look at. And those people looked at each other and each retreated to the side in silence. Zhao Huaxing walked into this office only to realize that rather than an office, this was better described as an operation room. There was a computer in the middle of the room, and a huge screen was mounted on the wall above the computer. The picture in the screen was an even bigger hall, and there were many instruments installed around the hall, with many cables running across the hall. In the middle of the hall was a piece of machinery that Zhao Huaxing couldn't name. In the middle of that machine was a thick pillar, and on top of that pillar was a round machine that looked like a tire. This pillar was right through the middle of that tire-like circular machinery. There were some researchers that Zhao Huaxing didn't recognize, who were busy here as well as in the hall in the middle of the screen image. After those people were busy for a while, and reported something back towards here, everyone evacuated that hall. Then some weird air fluctuations appeared in the middle of the hall, to the point where they could be seen with the naked eye. Zhao Huaxing knew that it was the air extractor at work, and those fluctuations were caused by the disturbance of light from the rapid flow of air. What are they doing pumping this hall into a vacuum? A little doubt arose in Zhao Huaxing's mind. However, Zhao Huaxing did not speak out and ask questions, but remained quietly standing to the side and watching. Mengzhua stood next to Zhao Huaxing and also did not say a word. No one else in the room came to pay attention to them either, as if these two did not exist. The extractor stopped after working for some time, after another researcher confirmed the air content reading in the hall. He tapped something on the computer in the room, and Zhao Huaxing saw that the ring on top of the column began to rotate on the screen. It rotated faster and faster, faster and faster. to the point where it was so fast that the naked eye couldn't even see it clearly. I'm afraid that this rotational speed is faster than even the helicopter propeller speed. Right? Zhao Watson asked. Ming's was said indifferently. Helicopter propeller speeds are usually around 600 revolutions per minute. And right now, this machine's speed is at least 1,000 revolutions per second. 1,000 revolutions per second. Zhao Huaxing was somewhat shocked in his heart. Even if he didn't know much about material science, Zhao Watson knew how great a centrifugal force that circular structure would have to withstand under such a high rotational speed. And how tough does a material that can withstand such a huge centrifugal force and still remain intact need to be? Just what subject is Director Li Qi going to research with this kind of machine? Another question popped up in Zhao Huaxing's mind. Along with that huge circle starting to rotate rapidly, changes also appeared above that huge screen in the operation room. A new image appeared on top of the screen, and Zhao Watson's heart was shaken when he merely glanced at it. This screen was very familiar to Zhao Watson. In the past 3 years of work, Zhao Watson didn't know how many times he had seen it. The image showed a piece of what looked like magma, and just by looking at it, one could feel the amazing heat contained within it. The image had undoubtedly been matted many times, so it appeared to have a burnt yellow color mixed with dark red. And there was also something that seemed to be gas constantly rising out of it. At some point, the gaseous objects would form a circle in midair before being torn apart by what appeared to be a huge force of air currents. Then reconnected, then torn apart again, and so on and so forth. This was clearly a picture of the surface of the sun. But why was it here at this moment? With a real-time rotational speed of 1,135 revolutions per second and a real-time temperature of 5,867 degrees Kelvin, Apollo has reached the level of the sun's surface gravity and temperature at this moment. The researcher who was operating the computer lit a cigarette, and after exhaling a mouthful of smoke, he said to Zhao Watson. Zhao Watson already understood something at this moment, so he nodded at that scientist. Zhao Watson, I know about you, the scientist said. I'm a member of the Scientific Research Department under the Crisis Coordination and Handling Center. My name is Wang Tang, and I've been borrowed by that psychology team that specializes in Li Qi to help them figure something out. So have you guys figured it out yet? Zhao Watson asked. Figured it out. Wang Tang pointed to the huge, rapidly rotating circle on the screen, as well as the pair of photos of the sun's surface in the lower right corner of the screen. These are the ones. Director Li Qi has been working on this some time ago? But what does simulating the environment of the solar surface have to do with Director Li Qi's last words? This odd instrument was the one that simulated the environment of the sun's surface, with the help of the centrifugal force generated by the extremely high rotational speed. A huge, even comparable to the sun's surface, gravity would be generated inside the instrument, and then through the electromagnetic heating system outside the circle and the magnetic field simulator, it would be possible to simulate the temperature and magnetic field of the sun's surface. With the gravity, temperature and magnetic field, plus some other aspects of the instrument's fine-tuning, can simulate at least 95% of the real degree of the solar surface. There is no doubt that this instrument will be of great use. With this instrument, scientists can measure the properties of materials, simulate solar activity, and even study the internal structure of the sun on a surface similar to the real sun. It is indeed of great use. Before his death, Li Qi here alone performed more than a year of operation. It can be said that all of Li Qi's energy before his death was put on this instrument. But what does this have to do with Li Qi's last words? I don't know. Wang Tang shook his head. That's a matter for the psychology team to look into. I'm only responsible for telling them what this instrument is useful for, as well as evaluating what the information it produces means for a stellar physicist. Zhao Watson was silent. After a few moments, Zhao Watson asked, Can you give me a copy of your assessment results? Wang Tang said very dryly, Yes. I have been notified to give you the greatest support within my power. If you need me to assist you in your research on the physical environment of the solar surface, I can report to you immediately. No need. Zhao Watson shook his head. I just want to know exactly what Director Li Qi is doing and why he's doing it. Every one of us wants to know. After saying this, Wang Tang paused for a moment, then continued, Young man, at least half of humanity's destiny is in your hands. Your work is important. Zhao Huaxing smiled bitterly. This feeling was very bad. Everyone knew that Zhao Huaxing was important, and Zhao Huaxing also knew that he was important. But what exactly was the reason for the importance? What exactly was the key to unlocking all the mysteries? Zhao Huaxing came behind Wang Tang and also looked at the data that was jumping above the computer monitor. These data were also familiar to Zhao Huaxing, and were just some measurements of certain physical quantities on the surface of the sun. After looking at it for a little while, Zhao Huaxing found something a little odd. So Zhao Huaxing pointed at one of the data and asked, "High precision light intensity detector? How can the precision be so high? Is it necessary to have such high precision?" "It's not necessary," Wang Tang said bluntly. "But this is what Li Qi asked to be installed on it in the first place. As for why exactly, we don't know." Chapter 9 200 bytes. A light intensity detector was an instrument used to detect the intensity of light. And according to common sense, installing a light intensity detector on top of a piece of equipment that simulated the environment of the sun's surface wasn't something strange. After all, the luminosity of the sun's surface is very strong. And the change of luminosity also means the change of some physical processes. So the existence of light intensity detector is quite necessary. However, a light intensity detector with such a high detection accuracy was a bit strange. Zhao Huaxing took a look at the parameters in the instrument and came to a conclusion after doing some calculations in his mind. The conclusion was that this light intensity detector could detect the change in luminosity of sunlight even if it was only equivalent to a candle. That is to say, even if the luminosity of the sunlight has diminished by the luminosity of a candle, this instrument can detect it. What kind of concept is that? In the 150 million kilometers away from the sun on the Earth, the sun is still dazzling and invisible. That on the surface of the sun, the intensity of the sunlight can be horrible to what extent? And such a horrible luminosity. Just reduce the luminosity of a candle can be detected. The performance of this instrument is strong to what point? It was simply unimaginable. What was even more incomprehensible to Zhao Huaxing was, what exactly did Li Qi want to do by installing such a terrifyingly performing instrument here? Don't ask me. I don't know anything. Perhaps the psychology research team can know what exactly Li Qi is trying to do. As if he could see the doubt in Zhao Huaxing's eyes, Wang Tang snatched the opportunity to say, "Perhaps there is a correlation between the changes in the intensity of the sun's radiation at this moment and the changes in the luminosity of the sun's surface? At a time when all of us were still unaware of the solar crisis, Li Qi detected this by measuring the faint luminosity changes on the surface of the sun? What's the physical mechanism behind this? And what do the photometric changes mean? Is there anyone in the Ministry of Scientific Research doing research in this area?" Zhao Huaxing asked. "I've already reported the relevant situation up, and someone will soon take over the relevant aspect of the research to assess the physical situation that the small changes in the sun's luminosity could mean before the solar crisis," Wang Tang said. "After all, such an optical detector that possesses an exceedingly high degree of precision hints at many things. But you shouldn't hold out too much hope. After all, this instrument is only simulating the environment of the sun's surface, and it's not the real sun's environment inside. So the information obtained from here is of limited use." Wang Tang took another drag on his cigarette. "I reckon that this matter won't help the physical world's research on the sun. It's only useful in helping you to solve the mystery about Li Qi." "I see," Zhao Huaxing said. "Based on the available intelligence, we know that Director Li Qi was aware of the circumstances surrounding the solar crisis at least a year ago. And it was also a year ago that Director Li Qi began to pay attention to the faint luminosity changes on the surface of the sun. So it's reasonable to assume that there's some sort of correlation between these two events. I will think carefully about this." "Very well." Wang Tang stood up, casually flicked the cigarette butt out of his hand, and patted Zhao Huaxing's shoulder again. "Young man, do a good job. And if there's anything I can help with, feel free to come find me." With that, Wang Tang walked towards the door and left the place. After Wang Tang's figure disappeared, his sentence also floated over. "The information you need will be faxed to you later. The person next to you has my contact information," Meng Zhuo indifferently said. "I have the contact information of anyone in the world. I can provide it to you whenever you need it." Meng Zhuo's status seemed to be very high, and his abilities seemed to be described as divine. Having someone like Meng Zhuo follow him 24 hours a day, Zhao Huaxing once again experienced the level of importance that the old man had for himself. "I hope I won't let them down." Zhao Huaxing secretly sighed and turned around as well. "Let's go. We'll go back as well." This trip to the Stellar Physics Research Institute hadn't yielded anything for Zhao Huaxing other than more doubts. But having doubts was also a good thing. Having doubts and then unraveling them would lead to progress. The most feared thing was having a complete blank slate and not knowing how to proceed. A little later, the information that Zhao Watson needed was transmitted through the computer. The first piece of information didn't contain anything worth Zhao Watson's attention. It was all research data on the environment of the sun's surface, which might be useful in scientific research, but not for Zhao Watson. What caught Zhao Watson's attention was the second piece of information. We examined the various electronic devices that Li Qi had used before his death, including the computers, mobile phones, various network devices, storage devices, and so on that he had used before his death. It turned out that there was basically no information left among these things. Obviously, Li Qi completely cleaned up all these things before his death, which led to us not being able to restore the information from them. But perhaps it was Li Qi's negligence. Or perhaps it was our good fortune. We found a destroyed, once-used hard drive of Li Qi's in the rubbish recycling center through our exhumation. This hard drive was very badly physically damaged. And normally, again, we wouldn't have been able to restore the information from it. But the researchers at the Institute of Computing Science thought they could give it a try. So we gave them this hard drive. And they were able to restore roughly 200 bytes of data by working on it for 2 days and nights straight. The symbol for byte is byte. 1024 byte equals 1 kilobyte. 1024 kilobytes equals 1 M. 1024 M equals 1 G. 200 bytes of data was roughly the size of a text document with only no more than 500 words. And this hard drive is a 1000 G high-speed hard drive. It may have stored many data on it. Data that was vital to the entire human world, to the entire planet. But all of that important data was corrupted. And what was restored was only this data of less than 500 words. From the surface meaning, this seems to be a record of a dialogue between Li Qi and a certain person. But we have no way of knowing who this person is. Nor do we know what specific connotations this record actually has, let alone whether or not these records are helpful to your work. The data that was reduced is as follows. The first priority of life is survival. And the essence of survival is to continuously obtain energy from the outside world to maintain itself. When its own demise is inevitable, the life form tends to retain its own information. Specifically, it passes on its own genes through reproduction. I agree with the definition of reproduction in the second half of your paragraph. But I don't agree with the first half of your paragraph. Why? The first priority of life is survival. But the essence of survival is not taking energy from the outside world to sustain itself, but expelling its own energy to the outside world to sustain itself. Why is that? Because the life form itself has an extremely high energy intensity. This paragraph ends here. Perhaps there was more to it, but all of that content disappeared from this world along with the corrupted hard drive. In addition to this record, there was a second record that was restored, but this record was much shorter, and its contents were even more baffling. Can you come out? No. It's cold outside. What happens when it's cold? I'll die. There were only these 2 records in total. After reading these 2 records, Zhao Watson put down the information in his hands and once again walked over to the window, opening it up and letting the slightly cool summer breeze blow against his body, looking at the people hurrying beneath the building and once again falling into deep thought. Do lifeforms themselves have an extremely high energy intensity? Zhao Washing muttered. In comparison, it can indeed be said that lifeforms have a high energy intensity. But by putting out energy to survive? It's true that humans, including other animals, are losing their own energy from time to time. But can this be related to the essence of survival? Is there a necessary causal link between it being cold outside and holding out? Who exactly is Li Qi conversing with? What role did this mysterious person who was conversing with Li Qi play in this incident? Zhao Huasheng felt as if he had fallen into a certain logical loop. Ever since he had started to take over this matter, every single thing he had encountered was that strange. And there seemed to be some sort of vague connection between many of these strange things. However, Zhao Watson was never able to figure out what the connection between these strange events actually was. Zhao Watson knew that he was missing a key. Missing a certain key point. As long as he could figure out this key point, everything would all be connected and all his doubts would be solved. And through the matter of Li Qi leaving the only relic to himself, this key was only owned by himself. But what was it? Exactly? A blank piece of paper purposely left to himself? The dialogue that he had with himself while drinking together? What is the connection between them? Zhao Watson couldn't figure it out. No matter what, Zhao Huaxing's eyes began to become scattered as he looked out of the window. Veins began to protrude from his hands as he gripped the railing tightly, and even his body began to tremble. At this moment, Zhao Huaxing even some resentment Li Qi. Resentment Li Qi, why all these doubts on their own? Why cannot be clear to say all this, but instead to let themselves go to great lengths to solve the riddle? It would be fine if he could solve it. But on the contrary, he didn't have the slightest clue. Zhao Huaxing struggled to suppress the violent emotions within himself, and only calmed down after a long time. The sky started to darken again, and the weather became cooler and cooler. Zhao Huaxing sighed, closed the window, and walked out of the room, calling out to the empty living room. "I'm going down for dinner. Are you going?" Mingzhou once again walked out from the balcony. Good. Chapter 10: The Equator Project. Zhao Watson was a bachelor, and Mingzhou didn't look like he could cook. The two of them then went downstairs in company and sat down at the small restaurant they frequented downstairs. Zhao Watson was very familiar with this small restaurant. In the past, Zhao Huaxing didn't know how many times he had come here. The owner of this restaurant was an old man in his 60s who was in charge of the spoons, while his old partner doubled up as a waitress and cashier. The old man's craftsmanship was very good, and the food was clean enough. So the business of this small restaurant was always very good. Only today, for some unknown reason, the restaurant's business was much worse. Even though it was dinner time, there weren't many customers inside the restaurant, probably because of the lack of business. The old man also walked out from the kitchen and sat in front of another table, concentrating on the old TV fixed on the wall. The news was being broadcast on the TV. The neatly dressed and dignified presenter was broadcasting a piece of news without the slightest bit of emotion. The Equator Project has been officially launched today. More than 2 million soldiers have been stationed all over the equator, and they will take up the initial construction of the Equator Project as well as the subsequent maintenance of law and order. The government has begun to formulate preferential policies, and a large number of construction workers are converging around the equator, with more than 300 million people expected to participate in the project. As a complementary project, more than 1 billion people are expected to move into the area for catering, culture, entertainment, services, and so on. The success of the Equator Project has a bearing on the future of our human civilization, and we have every reason to devote the greatest energy and resources to the Equator Project. It can be foreseen that because of the Equator Project, in the coming period of time, the area around the equator will quickly become the economic, cultural, political, and entertainment center of the entire planet. We've connected to Mr. Sun Hui, the chief commander of the Equator Project's construction, who is also the Minister of Construction of the Human Alliance, and he'll give us a brief introduction to the Equator Project's construction progress as well as its subsequent planning. Hello everyone. I'm Sun Hui. We humans won't be confined to this one tiny planet all the time, and because of its unique geographical location, the vicinity of the equator is destined to become a bridgehead for our human race's foray into space. All the resources of our civilization will be tilted towards the Equator Project. So far, there are already 26 dedicated freight railway corridors, as well as 195 air transport corridors, and more than 36 sea transport corridors have been opened, with countless materials converging on the equator every moment. In the first phase of the project, we will build more than 5,000 living quarters and supporting facilities, with 20,000 people living in each quarter. The first phase of the project will allow 100 million people to live here. At the same time, a large-scale reclamation campaign is underway, as are large-scale factories for raw materials, processing, energy, power, food, light industry, and other types of factories. This is a huge construction project that concerns the future of our civilization. So if you are willing to contribute to our civilization, find your own value, and expect to be rewarded for your labors with abundant materials and money, please come to Equator. The Equator Project has just begun construction, and a large number of people are converging here. No matter what kind of skills you have, whether you are a worker, a farmer, or a merchant, you can find your own business opportunities here. Even if you can't find a job for a while, it doesn't matter. The Human Resource Institute under the Equator Project Construction Command will register your information and help you find a job for free, while the Social Welfare Institute will provide you with all the necessities of life until you find a job. As long as you are willing to come here, as long as you are willing to participate in the construction of the Equator Project, everything will be guaranteed for you. The scene moved away from Minister Sun Hui, who was wearing a helmet, and turned to a busy construction site behind him. The host also made a timely interjection at this time. We have just received news from the Union Government's Ministry of Transportation. Regardless of your occupation or age, as long as you are interested in traveling to the vicinity of the equator to participate in the Equator project, the Ministry of Transportation will provide you with a free ticket and will be responsible for guaranteeing everything you need to live while on the road. At the same time, we have also received information from the Alliance Government Office that the Alliance Government is preparing for the transfer to the Equator and expects to start the transfer operation within a month. From then on, the capital of our human civilization will no longer be Hope City, but the newly constructed Equator City. The government is moving quickly, Zhao Watson said. What's the name they're using? What phase is the Equator project being advertised under? The space lift and the construction of a giant space city, Mengjua said. Because the Earth's rotation is fastest near the equator, it's easiest and most fuel efficient to launch spacecraft from there. This reason has many loopholes, and is far from enough to explain the magnitude of this project, Zhao Huaxing said thoughtfully. Human civilization was developing in a step-by-step manner, and people were already accustomed to their current lives. And now, they are using the reason that they want to develop spaceflight science and technology and march towards the stars to change all of this, and change the living habits of all of mankind. Isn't this reason too weak? How long can it last? How long can it hide the truth? Mengjua glanced at Zhao Watson, still maintaining a light tone. Do we need this reason to last too long? Do we need to hide it for a long time? Don't forget that at the current rate of decreasing solar radiation levels, after just 2 months, areas above 50 degrees north and south latitudes will no longer be suitable for human survival. And construction is real. We do need to build uncountable residential neighborhoods, energy factories, power factories, steel factories, food factories, and so on. We also have uncountable infrastructures that need to be built, and it is impossible to rely on the power of the government alone for such an unprecedentedly huge construction project. We can only have a glimmer of hope if we mobilize the whole of society, the whole of civilization. So it doesn't matter what reason is relied on to trick people into going to the Equator project. The most important thing is to be able to get them here. The government is just an organizer and not an enforcer. The government will be responsible for organizing people to build up buildings here for their own habitation, power plants for their own use, infrastructure for their own use. People build everything for themselves. The government doesn't care about the Equator project, how many holes there are in this justification, and it doesn't care that someone will poke holes in it, as long as that justification gets enough people to converge on the equator. That's all that matters. That's the truth. Our human civilization has more than 7 billion people, and no more than 1 billion live in the equatorial region, which means that our government needs to relocate 6 billion people. A small sense of powerlessness suddenly arose in Zhao Huaxing's heart. 6 billion. This was a number that made people feel a little intimidated. Zhao Huaxing could almost imagine that picture. A train full of supplies traveling around the clock on top of the railway. A cargo plane shuttling non-stop in the sky. And an immense and incomparable maritime giant ship going back and forth on the sea. All of this was in order to transfer as much wealth and population as possible from the human society to the vicinity of the equator, because it was here that the chances of survival were greatest. Time was too tight, the task too heavy, and there was no other way to do this than to unleash the power of all humanity. What's wrong with the world? It seems like everything is suddenly different. The old man next to him muttered. This is crazy. Old man, aren't you going to the equator? Zhao Huaxing asked. People are going to the Equator project, and your restaurant doesn't have many customers left. Don't go. I'm old. I can't walk anymore. Just stay here. The old man shook his head and said, It's fine if there are no customers. We plan to close the restaurant and go back home to retire. Old man, you'd better go. The government provides all the traveling expenses for free. And with your craftsmanship, when you get there and reopen a restaurant, business will definitely be booming. No. No, the old man said. I don't have a few years to live anyway. So let's stay here. Zhao Huaxing felt some blockage in his heart. Zhao Huaxing wanted to tell him the truth of the matter, but he couldn't. Zhao Huaxing knew that even more loopholes were just reasons. As long as there were reasons in place, human society would be able to maintain basic order and rules. If even the excuses are gone, and the truth is truly exposed, there is no telling how many riots and turmoil there will be. No telling how much impact it will have on the Equator project. No telling how many more people will die. Let's go! Zhao Watson put down his chopsticks and walked out of the small restaurant with Mengzhua. What about the people who refuse to go to the Equator? Zhao Watson asked. Mengzhua was silent for a moment and said, the government can only think on a big picture level and can only choose to save more people. The government has already tried its best. Perhaps, after the big picture has been settled and most of the population has successfully migrated to the Equator, the government will choose to publish the truth and make one last effort to save them. Zhao Huaxing lost his mind and said, indeed, it really should be like this. The government has really tried its best. It was already dark. Zhao Huaxing raised his head and looked into the night sky. In that night sky, the moon was dim. Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars were all dim. The sun's luminosity had all decreased. And the brightness of these stars that relied on reflecting the sun's light to be visible to humans on Earth would naturally decrease as well. Right, Mengzhua said. I just received news from the Crisis Coordination and Handling Center's Scientific Research Department that just now, the brightness of Mars has also diminished. The magnitude of the diminished brightness is consistent with the reduced level of solar radiation. Chapter 11 The City of Life. Zhao Watson's body shook slightly. Mars' previous brightness had not weakened. This also meant that the radiation level on the other side of the sun had not diminished either. And now Mars had dimmed as well. Mengzhua's words were still traveling into Zhao Watson's mind. But the Ministry of Scientific Research has decided to still let the Thunderstorm Mercury probe travel to the other side of the sun. The other side of the sun has been weakening for a short time after all. They hope to find a little trace from there. Right. The whole sun is wrapped up. Zhao Watson sighed. What's the condition of the sun today? No better. Solar radiation levels are still dropping down. Mengzhua shook his head. If the level of solar radiation keeps decreasing, even to the point where even the equator is too cold and no longer suitable for human survival, then what do we do? What about our civilization? Zhao Watson spoke sharply. As if he couldn't catch his breath. Mengzhua glanced at Zhao Watson. The Equator project is a project on the surface. The government is also secretly hosting the City of Life project. The City of Life project will build a huge, fully enclosed city in a geologically stable place as a precaution against the extremely low temperatures and all sorts of inclement weather that may be brought about by the drastic reduction in the level of the sun's radiation. Even if the sun is completely extinguished and the Earth's atmosphere turns solid and falls to the ground, the City of Life will not have to worry about being harmed by all kinds of harmful rays and asteroid impacts in the universe, as well as by the vacuum and low temperatures because of its thick shell and defense systems. How many people can the Life City hold? At most, it will not exceed 2 million people. The Ministry of Scientific Research has already made an assessment. Because of the extreme difficulty in obtaining energy on Earth after the end of the world, if the population exceeds 2 million people, even if we reserve as much energy and food as possible, the time it can support will not exceed 10 years. And 10 years is the minimum desired time for a breakthrough in controlled fusion technology. What about the rest of the population? That's nearly 7 billion people. Zhao Watson muttered. In fact, Zhao Huaxing already had an answer in his mind. But this answer was so cruel that Zhao Huaxing wouldn't even dare to think about it. However, this answer that Zhao Huaxing didn't even dare to think about was gently and deftly spoken out of Mengzhua's mouth. Mengzhua's tone of voice remained unchanged, as if he was saying, I drank a bowl of noodles today. The same as dead. Mengzhua spat out the word faintly. We have no choice. Tell me. All who can obtain the qualification to enter the City of Life. Zhao Watson asked with a trembling voice. The elites amongst human society. Mengzhua's tone remained flat. Only the elites can pass on human civilization. They can be successful businessmen. The fact that they can be successful already reflects their eminence. They can also be highly placed politicians. Don't deny that without leaders, human society would completely collapse. As well as human scientists of all disciplines. Engineers, researchers, and outstanding artists, such as musicians, painters, singers, calligraphers, and so on. They will be the main force to pass on the science, technology, and culture of mankind. In short, only the most outstanding would be able to obtain a pass to the City of Life. Of course, these outstanding people also include you and me, even if you don't have a special identity at this moment. With your knowledge as a stellar physicist, you still have the qualifications to enter the City of Life. In addition to that, there will be all sorts of creatures above the earth. Chickens, ducks, geese, tigers, leopards, and all sorts of plant seeds are included. After all, if at some point in the future the sun returns to normal so that humans can return to the outside, without all kinds of animals and plants, humans will have a hard time surviving. There will also be all kinds of artifacts, all kinds of treasures, and so on, from human culture, all of which will be preserved in the City of Life. The Crisis Center has already dispatched forces to start the preliminary determination of candidates for selection, as well as the collection of various animal specimens and artwork collection. After all, if we wait until it is really sure that the equator is no longer suitable for human survival before we do all this work, it will be too late in time. Of course, this is just a worst-case scenario response. Personally, I also hope that the situation will get better, and I also hope that what they are doing is useless, Mengzhua said blandly. Zhao Huaxing's body, however, was trembling uncontrollably. You guys think very well. Think very comprehensively. You have thought of everything, even preserving artifacts and preserving animal specimens. But you have uniquely failed to think of our kind. That are all our kind awe. A full 7 billion kindred awe. Zhao Watson pressed his voice and roared out these words. There was a red light coming out of Zhao Watson's eyes, as if he was a man-eating beast. However, Mengzhua still maintained his calmness, as if he didn't see Zhao Watson's change in mood. Mengzhua glanced at Zhao Huaxing once again. As I said, you don't have a choice. You have to make this choice. You should release your sight from above a single individual and look at the problem from a global level. Let me ask you, if the situation really came to the worst, and the City of Life could only accommodate 2 million people, and it was up to you to make the decision, which people would you pick to gain entry into the City of Life? You pick ordinary people? But even if these 2 million people are all ordinary people, then there are likewise other nearly 7 billion people who cannot qualify for survival. Since picking anyone is just picking, then why not pick the outstanding ones? The outstanding ones who can better pass on human civilization? Zhao Huaxing wanted to retort, but he didn't know what to say. Mengzhua's words seemed to be very reasonable. Since electing anyone is electing, then why not elect the outstanding? From the perspective of maximizing returns, choosing the eminent one to enter the City of Life was indeed the wisest course of action. For the human race as a whole, the gains that the eminent ones could obtain by surviving would undoubtedly be much higher than ordinary people. There is also, in the planning of the City of Life, outstanding people only take up 1 million slots, and the remaining 1 million slots are reserved for ordinary people, Mengzhua said. In the Great Migration towards the equator, every person will have a bit of blood taken by the gene bank under the Ministry of Scientific Research to analyze the genes. And this genetic data will be summarized in the database, and the next step of genetic screening will be carried out. Those who contain disease-causing genes will be eliminated. Those who have frail genes will be eliminated. And those who have outstanding genes will be selected. In the next step, among these ordinary people with excellent survival genes, further screening will be carried out. And those who have specific skills and are in their prime will enter the next round of screening quota. And then combined with the total population structure of the City of Life ratio, male and female gender ratio, and other data to carry out the final round of screening, 1 million ordinary people will be finally selected. Then, other than the 2 million people who entered the City of Life, the remaining 7 billion people will have no choice but to die in the low temperature and cold right. Zhao Watson muttered and asked. That's right. Mengzhua nodded. Zhao Watson took a deep breath, then turned his head and cast his eyes towards the long street that had become somewhat cold. The Equator project had brought about an almost immediate effect, causing this once prosperous big city to instantly chill out. But even so, there were still some people above this street. Zhao Huaxing saw a couple walking by and a pair holding hands. Although it was a summer night, because of the cold weather, both of them had already put on long trousers and long shirts. After walking for some distance, the male among the couple lowered his head and whispered a few words in the girl's ear, then took off the lab coat he was wearing and tenderly draped it over the girl. Underneath the man's lab coat was a simple 2-strand tight vest. Beneath the tight vest were his obvious and strong muscles. The girl stopped and placed her eyes above the man's chest. Her eyes filled with tenderness. When she looked at the man's chest, it was as if she saw the whole world in reliance. The girl turned around and hugged the man tightly, and the man also hugged the girl. The two snuggled together intimately, as if there was no force between heaven and earth that could separate them. But Zhao Watson knew what force could separate them. If the man was selected in the genetic screening and the girl was not selected. Or if the girl was selected and the man was not selected. Or if both of them were not selected. Something in Zhao Watson's heart seemed to have been touched. Zhao Huaxing suddenly couldn't bear to look at the couple. They probably don't know what they're in for yet. If the solar radiation levels don't get better, and if the City of Life plan is really going to be implemented, what kind of cruel future will greet them? If the situation really comes to the worst, then like this couple, in the middle of this world, how many other people will fall into a miserable situation? Among these people, there may be couples. There may be fathers and sons. There may be siblings, friends, lovers. In fact, in a way, their fate is also in your hands. Mengjue seemed to have seen through what was going on in Zhao Watson's mind. And just as waves were rising and falling in Zhao Watson's mind, Mengjue's passage drifted into Zhao Watson's ears. In my hands? Zhao Huaxing muttered. That's right, Mengjue said. If Director Li Qi really knows the solution to the problem, and you really cracked the riddle Li Qi left behind, then each and every one of us won't have to face this most cruel choice. Lovers, husbands and wives, fathers and sons, brothers and sisters, friends, all of us don't have to be separated. All of us don't have to die. I understand. Let's go. Let's go back. Zhao Watson nodded. Then turned around and left. Mengjue followed Zhao Watson. And with Mengjue's eyesight, he could clearly see that Zhao Watson's black hair had some white mixed into it. And Mengjue remembered clearly that these white colors were not there yesterday. Chapter 12. Memories of the Past. Another sleepless night greeted Zhao Watson. Listening to the bleak evening breeze outside the window, knocking on the glass window, and welcoming the slightly dull water like moonlight, Zhao Watson tossed and turned in his bed, never able to sleep. Although up until now, Zhao Huaxing hadn't slept for more than 40 hours. Zhao Huaxing still didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue. There was an inexplicable force supporting Zhao Huaxing's spirit and body, allowing them to remain fully energized under this quiet night. Gradually it was morning again. Zhao Huaxing's face became a little more withered, and his hair became more disheveled, like a chicken's nest. Zhao Huaxing felt a little hungry, and only then did he remember that there were still a few bags of milk in the fridge. So Zhao Huaxing casually put on some clothes and climbed out of bed. The sudden feeling of dizziness made Zhao Huaxing frown slightly, and his body was also a little shaky and unsteady when he just got up. So Zhao Huaxing held onto the edge of the bed and stabilized himself here for a bit before staggering out of the bedroom. He had just taken out a bag of milk, and before he could drink it, Zhao Huaxing heard a knock at the door. Zhao Watson was a bachelor and usually didn't have a few friends. So apart from collecting water bills and delivering takeaways, no one would usually come to Zhao Watson's place. But it was still morning time, so it was obviously not the time to collect the water bill. Zhao Watson didn't order takeout either. Zhao Huaxing didn't think much about it, and walked to the door to open it, and saw a young woman standing outside the door who was about 1.7 meters or so tall, with a slender figure, long shawl hair, and black eyes. Zhao Huaxing's head spun for a while before he remembered that this was Li Wei. In the middle of that meeting, he himself had a brief conversation with Li Wei. Just woke up from a nap. Li Wei raised her arm and gestured to the breakfast she was carrying in her hand to Zhao Watson. I remembered something about my brother, so I came to pay you a visit. I reckon you haven't had breakfast by now either, so I brought breakfast for you by the way. Oh, thanks, Zhao Watson said. Please come in. Zhao Watson turned around and wanted to bring Li Wei into the room. But just as he turned around, an unstoppable feeling of vertigo hit Zhao Watson. The world turned black in this instant, and released many luminous colors flowing through Zhao Huaxing's mind. And in an instant, the sky spun around. Zhao Huaxing fell heavily to the ground. Before losing consciousness, Zhao Huaxing also vaguely heard a cry of alarm from Li Wei. Looking at Zhao Huaxing, who fell down, Li Wei, who was carrying breakfast in her hands, was at a loss. Just as she put down the breakfast box in her hand and wanted to help Zhao Watson up, she saw a strong man wearing a neat black suit, with short hair and a resolute and indifferent look, which was Mengjue, walk out from the balcony. Mengjue walked to Zhao Huaxing's side, pressed a finger on Zhao Huaxing's carotid artery, felt it a little, and opened Zhao Huaxing's eyelids to look at it. Then stood up. He's fine. Overworked and fainted only. Overworked? Li Wei muttered. Then, what should we do? I'll call an ambulance. Mingjue faintly glanced at Li Wei. Li Wei was immediately silenced, and stood there not daring to move a muscle. Mingjue touched out something similar to a mobile phone from his bosom and pressed a few times on that. But in 5 minutes' time, a few young men in military uniforms rushed into Zhao Huaxing's house. There was no conversation between them and Mingjue. They just took out the stretcher abnormally swiftly, put Zhao Huaxing towards the stretcher, carried it and left. The entire process took no more than 30 seconds. I heard you say, you had something to tell him about your brother? Montrose said. Want to come with me to see him? Li Wei subconsciously nodded. Go, Mingjue said and turned around. Li Wei hurriedly followed behind Mingjue. In his sleep, Zhao Huaxing had many dreams in a daze. Those dreams were very strange. But after waking up, Zhao Huaxing pretty much forgot all of them, only remembering that he experienced many things in the dream world. And it seemed like he slept for a long time as well. What came into Zhao Huaxing's eyes was the white ceiling, and a hanging bottle next to himself on a support pole. A hose extended down from the hanging bottle, constantly feeding transparent liquid into his body. And there was a strong smell of disinfectant in the air. Zhao Huaxing turned his head, and saw Mingjue standing next to the ward window looking out, his body motionless like a large mountain. Li Wei, on the other hand, was sitting next to herself, peeling an apple. Seeing Zhao Huaxing wake up, Li Wei smiled faintly at him and said, You lie down first and don't move. I'll go call the doctor. The doctor arrived a few moments later, slightly checked Zhao Huaxing's body and said, There's nothing serious about you. Overwork plus low blood sugar is what caused you to faint. Take a good rest and eat something and you'll be fine. Li Wei stood up and said to the doctor, Thank you. Thank you. The doctor left. Mingjue was still looking out the window, while Li Wei resumed her seat next to Zhao Huaxing. You said you had something to tell me about your brother? Zhao Huaxing asked. Yes. Li Wei nodded. I recalled for a while before I remembered that my brother asked me to help him make a high-precision light intensity detector about a year ago. You know, I work at the Optical Research Institute. The precision he asked for was very high, and instruments with this kind of precision are generally used in the biology and medicine industries. I don't know too much about stellar physics, but I think stellar physics research probably can't use this kind of thing. I remember I even asked him what he wanted this thing for at that time, and he didn't tell me. Just now, when he heard Li Wei mention the high-precision light intensity detector, Zhao Huaxing's heart still had a little ripple in it. But after hearing Li Wei say that she didn't know what Li Qi wanted this thing for either, his heart was a little disappointed. Oh, Zhao Huaxing said. I already know. You know? Li Wei was slightly surprised, but didn't ask about it, but continued. There's another thing besides this matter. I also don't know which things will be useful to you, so I simply told you all together. Please speak. Zhao Huaxing nodded. My brother has always been single, which you know. Li Wei tried to organize her language and said as she recalled. The two of us are orphans and grew up depending on each other since we were young. My brother in order to take care of me. This year he is about to be 40 years old and still doesn't have a girlfriend. So I am also a little anxious in my heart. I very much hope that my brother can have a fulfilling family. So usually has been very focused on my brother relationship matters. Zhao Huaxing said. I trust people to help my brother introduce a few objects, but my brother a little contact interest are not. However, about less than a year ago, my brother suddenly refused to return home, and stayed in his operation room all day long as if he was busy with something. Occasionally I met, but always looked like a soul. I felt something strange, and paid a little attention in that regard. Zhao Huaxing's attention gradually coalesced. That day my brother didn't come home again for several days in a row. So I brought breakfast, and headed to his office to deliver it to him. The doormen and such were familiar with me, and knew that I was Li Qi's sister, so they didn't stop me. When I pushed open the door to his office, I saw that he was tapping away at something in front of his computer, and an interface that looked like a chat window was displayed above the monitor, like some sort of live chat tool. Zhao Huaxing said. My brother closed that chat window immediately after he heard the push of the door. When he turned his head and saw that it was me, he immediately gave me a very stern lecture, telling me to knock before entering in the future. My brother and I have always been very close to each other, and now he was lecturing me over something like this. I was curious and began to wonder if my brother was secretly in contact with some woman and refused to let me see it because he was shy. Something that seemed to be a record of a conversation that the group of researchers from the Institute of Computational Science had restored from amongst Li Qi's broken hard drives suddenly appeared in Zhao Huaxing's mind. Who was the one who conversed with Li Qi? Zhao Huaxing asked. I don't know. Li Wei shook her head grimly. At that time, I thought that my brother had finally found the object of his desire, and I was still happy for him in my heart. But my brother is a very serious and old-fashioned person, and I was worried that the object of his desire would be scared away by his serious and old-fashioned appearance. So I wanted to find this person out, and I went to get in touch with her first, to help my brother explore. So, on a later day, while my brother was home for a break, I sneaked into his flat, told the guards to help my brother get something, tricked my way into his office key, and opened his computer. Zhao Huaxing's breath was starting to catch. Li Qi's computer may be hidden in the middle of a heavenly secret. This secret may be related to the future of mankind. The scientists of the Academy of Computing Sciences spent countless efforts to restore less than 200 bytes of data. And now, Li Qi's younger sister, Li Wei, had actually opened that computer when it was intact. Tell me what you saw, Zhao Huaxing said with a shudder. Li Wei looked at Zhao Huaxing with slight surprise, seemingly wondering why Zhao Huaxing was so agitated. There are many strange scientific software on top of the computer. I don't understand those things and didn't bother with them. I found that instant messaging software that I had seen before and opened it up, but that was blank except for a few recent dialogue records. Any record of the past was missing. Do you remember what those few conversations were? Zhao Huaxing said eagerly. I remember. Li Wei nodded. The dialogue was very short. Only a few dozen words in total. So I remember it very clearly. Chapter 13, Going to the North Pole. Tell me them, Zhao Huaxing said with force. Good. Levi recalled and said. Those conversations went something like this. Let me out. You're leaving here? Aren't you afraid to brace yourself? I can adapt if you help me. Okay. I'll help you. The dialogue log only has those 4 sentences, Livy said. The ward fell into silence once more. Zhao Huaxing was in deep thought, his expression shifting. Li Wei, on the other hand, looked at Zhao Huaxing with slight concern, not knowing why these 4 short sentences would cause such a great touch to Zhao Huaxing. Are you sure? Not a single word is wrong? Zhao Huaxing asked. There's no mistake. Li Wei nodded with great certainty. My memory has always been very good. My memory of this matter is also very deep. You know, at that time, I originally wanted to see the record of my brother's dialogue with the woman of his choice. But I didn't expect to see such an inexplicable dialogue. So it's impossible for me to remember it wrong. Mengzhua, pass this dialogue to the psychological research team. Zhao Huaxing thought for a moment, and said to Mengzhua. Mengzhua nodded and very dryly spat out a single word. Good. Zhao Huaxing relaxed once again, his eyes fixedly looking at the clean white ceiling, and once again fell into deep thought. Who exactly is this person conversing with Li Qi? Li Qi's behavioral pattern appears to change. So much so that it simply no longer resembles his previous self. As well as Li Qi clearly has many words, but is unable to say them, and can only imply something through a blank sheet of paper. Is there any relationship between these things and this mysterious person? Is it possible that this mysterious person has coerced Li Qi through some unknown means? Let me think about this matter from the beginning. Judging from the dialogue, this mysterious person does not seem to be an ordinary person, and his view of life as well as the environment is very different from that of ordinary people. He seems to be trapped somewhere where he can't get out, and as soon as he does he's propped up. But Richie has some sort of way of helping him adapt to the external environment so that he doesn't get stretched to death. So did he finally get out? Perhaps he has come out, and it is because of his existence that Li Qi's actions have many constraints. Well, by the way, what is the relationship between Li Qi's knowledge of the impending solar crisis and this mysterious man? Is it because of the existence of the mysterious person that Li Qi knew about the solar crisis? And how did the mysterious man know? To human technology, before the outbreak of the solar crisis, is impossible to detect this. Is this mysterious person does not belong to the category of human beings? Then what is he? An alien? A ghost? A traveler? If it's an alien, then is there a connection between it and the Dyson sphere-like things that appear above the sun? Or perhaps they built these things, and this alien was part of a group that got separated from the group for some reason along the way, and thus met Richie on Earth? Then what are they making those Dyson sphere-like things around the sun for? There are so many stars in the universe. Why did they favor the sun? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Our human civilization has been searching hard for extraterrestrial civilizations. And after searching for such a long time and finding nothing, the possibility of the solar system being invaded by aliens in a hurry is too small. But, there were countless pieces of information that tangled and rolled around in Xiao Watson's mind, causing Xiao Watson's brain to almost become a mess. Xiao Watson saw the world. The white ceiling. The hanging bottle filled with transparent liquid. The worried Li Wei beside him. And Ming was standing before the window. Everything Xiao Watson saw suddenly distorted at this moment. And at the same time, Xiao Watson felt that the middle of his mind suddenly hurt, as if it were a needle sticking out of his head. Xiao Huaxing shouted. His eyes went black, and he lost consciousness once again. By the time Xiao Huaxing woke up again, it was already dark. The milky white chandelier had been switched on, reflecting Ming Zhuo's back that was still standing in front of the window, as well as Li Wei's face full of concern. There was also a doctor in a white coat standing in front of Xiao Watson. Watson, the doctor said that you can't go on like this. Your head is thinking about too many things. You're already showing signs of a neurasthenia now. And if you continue like this, you're afraid that you'll suffer from mental illness. Li Wei said grimly. I'm sorry. If I knew that you weren't in good health, I wouldn't have told you these things. Xiao Huaxing had already woken up, but his head still involuntarily felt a throbbing pain. It was a very odd kind of throbbing pain. If Xiao Huaxing emptied his mind and thought about nothing and remained calm, the pain would disappear. But as soon as he thought about things, the tingling pain would come like a tidal wave, as if he could see Xiao Huaxing's pain. The doctor said, this is the body's stress protection response. If you continue to think about it, your brain will be severely damaged. So in order to prevent you from getting hurt, your brain chose to use pain to stop you from continuing to think about it. Though I don't know exactly what kind of responsibility you have. That doctor hesitated for a moment and continued. But I can tell that you have a heavy responsibility. It is precisely because of the heavy responsibility you bear that you need to protect your body all the more. If you fall, then there is nothing left. The doctor said, and turned his head to Li Wei. Are you his lover? No. I'm his friend. Li Wei said. The doctor nodded. Take care of him during this period of time. Don't let him come into contact with those things again. If he rests well, he'll be fine in about a month's time. Okay, doctor. Thank you. Li Wei busily stood up and thanked him. The doctor looked at Xiao Huaxing, sighed, and walked out of the ward. Li Wei tucked Xiao Huaxing in and softly comforted him. Just rest for this period of time. Don't think about anything. Don't worry. There's nothing wrong. The Scientific Research Department under the Crisis Coordination and Handling Center and the Psychological Research Team are all paying attention to these things. But the key is in me. Only I can solve this puzzle. Only I can stop the havoc that will befall our humanity. Li Wei. Do you know? Those are our kind. They have joys and sorrows just like us. They also have love and affection. They are a living human being. If the catastrophe can't be stopped, they will all die. Our civilization will also collapse. And the traces we have left on top of this earth, as well as many of the stories that have happened, will all go up in smoke, never to be known again. Xiao Watson said very weakly. But now your body. Before Li Wei could finish her worried words, she was interrupted by Ming Zhuo. Xiao Watson, Ming Zhuo said. There's something you need to be told. You say it, Xiao Huaxing said. After being assessed by a panel of psychologists, with your mental state at this moment, you are no longer fit to continue thinking at such a high intensity. That doctor was right. If you continue like this, you will have a mental breakdown and possibly become insane. Xiao Huaxing smiled bitterly. The panel of psychologists decided to stop your work for the time being, and they suggested that you take a trip out to relax yourself. You can start working again after you've adjusted. During this period of time, unless you take the initiative to ask, I will not tell you any more information about this incident. Ming Zhuo spoke indifferently. And even though he used the word suggest in his words, the words were not a good idea no matter what they were. Although he used the word suggestion in his words, this passage sounded like an order no matter how he said it. Also, Xiao Watson nodded somewhat grimly. Where do you want to go? Xiao Watson's eyes were somewhat distant. After a slight pause for a moment, Xiao Huaxing said, Let's go to the North Pole first. I want to visit the North Pole. Good. I'll arrange this, Ming Zhuo said. He's so weak now. Can he handle it? Li Wei said eagerly. I will find a professional medical team as well as the most advanced medical equipment to ensure that nothing goes wrong during the trip. You don't have to worry about that, Mengzhua said indifferently. Do you want to follow along? Li Wei hesitated and shook her head. No, I'm not going. You should go, Mengzhua said. Above this world, no one knows Li Qi better than you. You should stay with Zhao Watson, so that you can always get an answer when he has questions for you. Okay, Li Wei said. Mengzhua nodded. You go back and get ready now. And let me take care of your work side of things. Li Wei stayed in the ward until late at night, and only quietly left the ward when she saw Zhao Watson sleeping. Mengzhua, on the other hand, had been standing at the window, motionless, his body like a mountain. At the early morning hour of the next day, Mengzhua left the hospital with the still slightly weak Zhao Huasheng. A car was already waiting in front of the hospital. Mengzhua and Zhao Huasheng got into the car, and without a word from the driver, the two of them began to speed away. After picking up Li Wei, in just a moment, the few people arrived above an open field where a helicopter was already waiting. Our goal is the Arctic Long Mountain Research Station. But before we arrive at the Long Mountain Research Station, we will first rest and recuperate for 5 days in the northern city of Corvus Town. We have a 3-day stopover at the Long Mountain Station this time. After 3 days, we will follow the personnel of the research station to evacuate the North Pole. Of course, if you have special requirements, I will still arrange for personnel to ensure your safety in the North Pole, Mengzhua said. Okay. Zhao Watson hesitated for a moment and asked, Evacuate? Are the staff of Chanshan Station evacuating the North Pole? Yes, because the North Pole is no longer suitable for humans to stay there, Monjair said. At the moment, it is summer in the Arctic Circle, the season of melting ice and snow. But just yesterday, the staff at Nagasan Station measured the lowest temperature above all time, 93 degrees Celsius below zero. The government's resources are being tilted towards the Equator project, and the government has less energy to ship too many specialized survival support supplies to sustain Arctic research. There could be unforeseen injuries if the researchers continue to be allowed to stay there. Of course, after the personnel are evacuated, there will be robots that will continue to guard the Arctic instead of humans. However, if they are damaged, there is nothing that can be done. Zhao Watson boarded the helicopter with Mengzhua and Li Wei. The helicopter took off with a roar and flew for some time only to land in the valley. Here, Zhao Watson switched to another large jetliner, and together with Mengzhua, Li Wei, and a medical and security team of roughly 20 people, they flew towards the north. It took a total of 10 hours before Zhao Watson and his group finally arrived at their destination. Corvus Town was a world covered in ice and snow. But at the moment, Zhao Watson didn't have the heart to appreciate the beauty. After entering his room, Zhao Watson fell into a deep sleep without even bothering to wash up. Chapter 14 Freya's Family. The town of Corvus didn't have any hotels, so Zhao Watson and his group were scattered to live in the homes of the local residents. Zhao Watson lived in the one with the best room conditions amongst the town. This family had an elderly couple, their daughter, and their granddaughter. It was a cute little girl who was only 7 years old. Perhaps it was because there hadn't been any foreign guests in Corvus Town for too long. Zhao Watson and his party were warmly and grandly received. Almost the entire town's residents came out to welcome the guests, and many people were busy since the morning, as many fine wines and delicacies began to converge and give off a tantalizing aroma a few moments later. Zhao Watson woke up in the early morning sunshine. The North Pole was in the middle of a polar day, and the darkness of the night here in Corvus Town was unusually short. The sun had only set for less than 2 hours before rising again. Zhao Watson looked at the time and realized that it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. So he climbed out of bed. In this well-insulated room, Zhao Huasheng didn't feel the slightest bit of cold. The fatigue after the long journey also allowed Zhao Huasheng to have a good night's sleep that he hadn't had in a long time last night. When he got up early in the morning, Zhao Huasheng felt like he was in much better spirits. The sound of talking suddenly came from outside the room. It was a tender little girl's voice. "Mummy, can I go into Uncle's room to wake him up?" A young woman's voice also came in. "Freya, Uncle is sick. He is sleeping. You should not disturb him. But I want to give my present to my uncle quickly," the little girl said. "Go prepare breakfast first. Uncle will wake up in a while yet." Zhao Watson opened the door to the room just at this time, looked at the mother and daughter Freya, who were talking, smiled and greeted them. "Good morning, Freya." "Good morning, Uncle. You're awake." The little girl cheered and ran over. "Uncle, I prepared a gift for you." Freya was holding in her hand a Play-Doh made into what seemed to be a reindeer. Only that the craftsmanship of this production was really poor. Not only was the color matching wrong, but the shape was also ugly to the extreme. It looked like a black donkey. The little girl hopefully stood on her tiptoes and held the thing in her hands, presenting it in front of Zhao Huasheng, her mother. The young woman was a little embarrassed, but still said to Zhao Watson, "Mr. Zhao, this is something that Freya sacrificed a little bit of her sleep to make. I hope you like it." Zhao Watson was full of surprise as he held the object in his hands, turning it over and over to look at it carefully. And while looking at it, he also marveled. "Freya, did you really make this? Is it for me? It's so beautiful. I love it." A relieved smile finally appeared on the little girl's face, seeing that Zhao Watson liked the gift she made with her own hands. It was as if she was going to be even happier than Zhao Watson. "You gave me such a precious gift. I have a gift for you as well." Zhao Watson touched Freya's little head, and while doing so, he fished out a pearl necklace from his pocket and hung it around Freya's neck. "I like it so much. Uncle, hug." Freya opened her arms, and Zhao Watson then picked Freya up in a hug. Seeing this scene, the elderly couple and the young woman all laughed together. After joking for a few moments, the few people came to the dining table together. Although it was only breakfast, it was also very sumptuously prepared. The extremely special dishes made Zhao Huasheng's appetite grow, and he ate until he couldn't eat any more. "Today at noon, our town will have a welcome lunch for our guests. So if you have the time, Mr. Zhao, please come and join us as well." After finishing her breakfast, the young woman said to Zhao Watson. Zhao Watson nodded. "Thank you for your hospitality. I will definitely attend." "Do you come from a faraway place, Mr. Zhao?" the young woman asked. "Yes, very far," Zhao Huasheng said. "I'm from Hope City, and it takes several hours to get here by plane." "Uncle, where is Hope City?" Freya asked. "Hope City is south of here. That's the capital city of our human alliance. There are many people living there." Zhao Watson stroked Freya's head and said warmly, "I heard from the town's radio that in the future, our capital city is going to be moved to Equator City. It also said that the Equator project is being carried out there, and basically all the young people in our town have gone there. There are basically only some old people left in the town now. Then why don't you guys go to Equator City? You can live well there as well," Zhao Huasheng asked. The young woman shook her head. "Dad and Mom don't want to go yet. I'm going to stay here with them. It's just that lately, I don't know why, the weather is getting colder and colder. It's still summer, and the ice has formed such a thick layer. We have to run far away when we go down to the net to catch fish." "Uncle, do you know why the weather is so cold?" Freya said. "Mom has forbidden me to go out and play." Zhao Watson's heart ached, but his face still maintained a smile. "That's because the Sun Lord is resting. When the Sun Lord rests, the weather will warm up. I always feel as if something is different," the young woman said grimly. "The weather is getting colder and colder. Fishing is getting harder and harder. If the weather keeps getting colder and colder, we'll have to go to Equator City as well." Hearing the young woman say this, Zhao Huasheng's heart immediately relaxed. It is indeed getting colder here. Equator City is very warm, and the government has such good policies, so you don't have to worry about living in Equator City. "Perhaps," the woman nodded. "Lavisha, we are leaving." Outside, a pale man's voice came through. Hearing the shout, the woman stood up and said to Zhao Watson, "Mr. Zhao, we're going out for a while. If you're bored at home, you can go into the town center church, where lunch is being prepared, and it's very lively." "Where are you going?" Zhao Watson asked. "Oh, we're going to collect the nets. The nets were laid yesterday, so we'll probably get some harvest today. When we bring the fish back, we can eat fragrant roasted fish at noon." The woman laughed. "Freya, you go to Aunt Vivica's and go play with little John for a while. We'll be right back." "Are you going on a sleigh ride?" Freya asked. "Of course. I'm going too. I'm going too." No, I'm going." As soon as she heard the word sled, Freya immediately became excited. The woman hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. The woman went back to her room to put on her heavy clothes, and in the process wrapped Freya into a ball. At this time, the shouts from outside came in again, and the woman smiled apologetically at Zhao Watson before carrying Freya out of the house. Zhao Huaxing also followed to the door, and saw that there was a sled already parked at the door, and there were 7 or 8 big dogs pulling the sled that were huffing and puffing. The old couple had already sat on the sled. The woman holding Freya also got on the sled. Freya turned her head with great effort and waved her hand at Zhao Watson. "Uncle, wait for us to bring fish back for you to eat." "Okay. Thank you, Freya." Zhao Watson smiled and nodded, then said to the woman, "The weather is bad. You guys have to be careful." "Thank you. You can go back to your room and rest first. We'll be back soon." The woman waved her hand at Zhao Huaxing, and with a command from the old man, the 7 or 8 large dogs pulling the sled immediately ran, pulling the sled for a moment and disappeared. Zhao Huaxing went back to his room, put on his heavy warm clothes, and walked out of the courtyard door in faith. The weather was still very cold, but in this town that was like a paradise. A festive flavor permeated everywhere. Everyone he met on the road wore a sincere smile, and their words were warm. Zhao Huaxing's mood improved without him even realizing it. Walking to the entrance of the church, Zhao Huaxing realized that Meng Zhuo, as well as the medical and safety and security team, had all arrived. At the moment, they were preparing lunch with the townspeople. Even Meng Zhuo, who had always been unsmiling, had moved personally. Seeing Zhao Watson come over, Li Wei gave him a slight nod and did not speak. Zhao Watson also returned a smile, then walked over and got busy together. This busyness was the passage of more than 2 hours. The time was already approaching noon, but the sky was overcast without realizing it. After a while, there were flakes of snow drifting down. "It's snowing," an old man sighed. "This weather is really getting weirder and weirder." Zhao Huaxing's heart vaguely developed a bad premonition. Zhao Huaxing walked up and said to the old man, "Freya's family went out to collect the nets. Under this weather, will they have any accidents?" The old man asked. "How long have they been gone?" "About 3 hours," Zhao Huaxing said gruffly. The old man frowned and turned to a middle-aged man who was probably in his 50s. "Jens, go look for the Freya family and find out why they haven't returned." The middle-aged man named Jens promised and turned to leave. The old man said to Zhao Huaxing in relief, "Freya's grandfather is the best fisherman in our town. He will be fine. You don't need to worry. It's cold outside. Come inside the church first to take shelter from the wind and snow." Zhao Watson walked inside the church slightly uneasy, but could never sit down. Zhao Huaxing came to the entrance of the church again and found that the snow seemed to have grown a bit bigger and the cold wind began to whimper. An uneasy mood began to spread in the middle of the church. Zhao Watson fidgeted and finally couldn't hold back any longer, and once again came to the old man and said, "The snow is getting heavier and heavier, and Freya's family still hasn't come back. So I'm worried that they might have had some kind of accident. I think we should set out to look for them." The old man pondered for a while and finally nodded. "All right, let's go look for them." Chapter 15 Snowdrifts. The old man stood up and called out to the people behind him, and they gathered. The old man commanded a few words, and the crowd dispersed. And in another moment, they came before the church with their respective families, or sleds, or cars. "Guests from afar, please wait here for a few moments. We are going to set out in search of Freya's family, and when we find them, we will return immediately," the old man said. Montrose stepped forward and said, "Old man, we are strong young men. How can we hide behind? We will go with you, and just let Watson stay here. Watson is sick. There is no way for him to withstand the cold." Zhao Huaxing immediately stepped forward and resisted. "No, we'll go together." Meng Zhuo glanced faintly at Zhao Huaxing, who returned a firm look. So Meng Zhuo nodded. The residents of the entire town, except for the frail and overly senile, the others almost poured out. Dogs barked and cars roared in chaos. The old man obviously knew the direction that Freya's family had gone in, so he didn't hesitate for a second on the road, and directly followed a direction. The snow fell more and more heavily, and the wind also changed from the initial whimper to a mournful roar, even though he was wearing warm clothes that were so thick that they couldn't be any thicker. Zhao Huaxing still felt like he was cold from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. In front of him was a world of white ice and snow, and under the heavy snowfall, people couldn't even see things 20 meters away clearly. Zhao Huaxing's heart's worry grew stronger, as if that coldness also penetrated into the heart, What if Freya's family gets lost under such a blizzard? Will they have an accident? Some people took out their loudspeakers, and others simply by virtue of their voices. People shouted as they walked, but no response ever came from the midst of this roiling blizzard. After advancing for a while longer, a figure with a lowered head, almost covered in snow, entered people's eyes. That figure stepped on the thick snow, struggling to move forward against the wind in the snow and wind. Only after getting closer did people see clearly that this person was none other than Jens, who had just been sent off by the old man to search for Freya's family. "Have you found Freya's family?" the old man asked. "No." Jens shook his head. "I went to the fishing spot and looked. The net had been taken away, but I didn't find the Freya family." "Where's your sled? Didn't you go in a sled when you went?" the old man asked. Jens cursed before answering. "This damn weather. I got to the fishing spot and just stopped the sled to go down and check it out for a while before the wind and snow picked up. And then when I came back after checking it out, the dog that was pulling me there had frozen to death, and I had no choice but to walk back on my own. It's a good thing I met you all, or I would have been lost." Sled dogs are a very special breed, and they have an extremely strong ability to withstand the cold. But they were actually frozen to death. Freya's family is in danger. We must find them as soon as possible. Otherwise, they are also in danger of freezing to death, Mengjua said. "We must also gather together, and we must be careful not to get separated. Xiuhu, go and bring the helicopter over, and use the thermal imaging camera to find the Freya family." "Yes." The strong young man named Little Tiger agreed and headed back towards the town. Zhao Watson asked, "Can the helicopter take off in this weather?" "Couldn't care less. If we don't find the Freya family soon, they will all die. Little Tiger is an ace pilot, and the aircraft is state-of-the-art. It is equipped with a global positioning system, so there is no need to worry about getting lost. Don't worry. Nothing will happen." Mengjua seemed to be very sure of himself as he replied. So Zhao Huaxing only forced down the uneasiness in his heart. The group of people were still searching in the snow and wind, but they never found anything. In such weather, even if footprints were left behind, they would be filled in by the snow and wind a few moments later. There was always a white blanket of snow, without any exception. After searching for another half hour or so, the mobile phone-like thing on Mengjua's chest vibrated. Mengjua took it out and looked at it, then said to Zhao Watson, "The people have been found. Not far from us. Just about 2 kilometers to the left." "How are they? Is there anything wrong?" Zhao Huaxing asked hurriedly. Mengjua sighed, patted Zhao Huaxing's shoulder and said, "You'll know when you arrive." The ominous feeling in Zhao Huaxing's heart grew stronger, but there was always a thread of hope present in his heart. Zhao Huaxing didn't ask any more questions, and the large troop also turned their direction at this time, heading towards that place under Mengjua's leadership. It took about half an hour of walking to reach this place. Zhao Huaxing first saw what appeared to be a snow pile, and only when he got closer did he see that it was a sled with 4 people sitting on it. But they were about to be covered in snow. Before the sled, there were also several sled dogs collapsed across the ground, already frozen hard. Zhao Watson trembled as he stepped down from the sled and slowly walked to the front of the snow pile. Mengjua followed closely behind Zhao Watson, obviously to prevent Zhao Watson from having any accidents. Zhao Watson tightened the hat on his head and crouched down, brushing away the snow that had fallen on Freya's and her mother's faces. The little girl, who had sweetly called herself uncle in the morning, had already closed her eyes forever. Her mother still held her tightly in her arms, as if she was trying to retain a little heat for the little girl with her embrace. But it was obvious that this did not help. Next to her, the old couple also embraced together with their eyes closed, and they maintained this position until they were dying. The little girl still had a sweet smile on her face, and there was even a slight blush on her face. It was as if she was asleep, as if in the next moment she would open her eyes and then smile and jump into Zhao Watson's arms, saying to Zhao Watson, "Uncle, we brought the fish back yet. We have fragrant roasted fish to eat at noon. People who are frozen to death are actually painless." Behind Zhao Huaxing, Mengjua said in a low voice, "The process of a person being frozen to death is divided into 2 steps. In the first process, the nervous system is in a state of excitement, sensitive to cold stimuli. The skin and subcutaneous blood vessels contract, and the blood flows to the deeper layers of the body as a way to reduce the loss of heat. But when the body temperature drops to 30 to 26 degrees Celsius, The cerebral cortex will lose its role in regulating body temperature. The warm blood from the deeper layers of the body will flow to the surface of the body, and the cold blood from the surface of the body will flow to the deeper layers of the body. The temperature in the deeper layers of the body drops rapidly, and the temperature on the surface of the body drops slowly, so that there will be a very warm sensation on the skin. Therefore, the person who is frozen to death will not feel the cold before dying, will not feel cold until they die. They will feel very warm. They die in warmth. You see? They are smiling until they die. They die without pain. Mengzhu repeated. Zhao Watson's expression remained wooden, without any emotional fluctuations. Zhao Watson didn't seem to hear what Mengzhu said either. Zhao Watson just stroked Freya's small face over and over again, feeling the heat drain away from above Freya's small face bit by bit, feeling it go cold bit by bit, and eventually solidify, turning into a symbol that was engraved deep in Zhao Watson's mind. Zhao Huaxing was trembling all over. Zhao Huaxing's ears seemed to be recalling Freya's tender and sweet childish voice, "Uncle, this is my gift to you." It also seemed to be recalling her mother's slightly formal words, "Mr. Zhao, please let us know if you need anything." And it also seemed to hear the old couple's bright and kindly laughter, "Young man, come and eat." There were many voices lingering in Zhao Huaxing's mind, but the owners of those voices collapsed forever. Zhao Huaxing still had what looked like a donkey-like clay reindeer that Freya had sacrificed her sleep time to make in his pocket. And when he touched it with his hand, he seemed to still be able to feel the temperature of Freya's fingertips from there. Freya neck also hanging. Zhao Watson gave her the string of pearl necklace. The pearl still shows a crystal clear appearance, but everything is different. Everything is different. Zhao Watson knelt down in front of the Freya family, and finally couldn't he help but let out a loud cry. Li Wei stood behind Zhao Huaxing and reached out her hand, as if she wanted to help Zhao Huaxing, but finally did not touch Zhao Huaxing. Li Wei stared blankly, her own eyes reddening. Zhao Huaxing hadn't cried for a long time. He hadn't shed any tears since Zhao Huaxing became an adult. But at this moment, Zhao Huaxing was crying like a child. "It was me who killed them! It was me who killed them!" Zhao Huaxing cried. The residents of the town gathered together and comforted Zhao Watson. They told Zhao Watson that the death of Freya's family wasn't his fault, but it was because of the sudden change in the weather, and the fact that Freya's family wasn't prepared. But only Mengzhu knew that Zhao Watson didn't mean it. Zhao Watson was hating himself. If I could have cracked the puzzle left by Director Li Qi earlier and made the sun warm again, it wouldn't have been so cold here, and there wouldn't have been such bad weather, and Freya's family wouldn't have died. Zhao Watson was also hating Li Qi. "Li Qi, why did you pick me? Why did you pick me? I'm not smart. My logical thinking skills and professional knowledge aren't top-notch. Why did you pick me to take on this responsibility? Why didn't you pick someone with superior intelligence to do this? Have you ever thought that you will let many people die in vain by doing this? They could have stayed alive." Zhao Huaxing seemed to be holding a breath in his chest, but he could never let it out. Just at this time, Mengzhu's cold voice entered Zhao Huaxing's ears. "Zhao Huaxing, if you don't want more people to die innocently and tragically, you'll pull yourself together and don't make me look down on you. You can certainly cry and break down, but after you break down, who will be left to carry the responsibility that should have been carried by you? This is a riddle that only you can solve. No one but you. Even if you want to break down, it has to be after solving the puzzle. Zhao Huaxing, if you're still a man, you'll stand up for me." Chapter 16. The Neutrino Hypothesis. Zhao Watson thought of many people, many things. He thought of the couple he saw that day, the old man who was the chef in the middle of the small restaurant, and every ordinary person he encountered on the streets. Zhao Watson's head began to throb vaguely again. Zhao Huaxing stood up and tried to wipe away the tears on his face, but found that those tears had frozen on his face. And as soon as he wiped them away, the tears turned into ice slush and spilled down his face. "I'm sorry. I understand." Zhao Watson's voice became very hoarse. "Watson, it's not your fault," Li Wei softly comforted. "No one would want something like this to happen." Zhao Huaxing glanced at Li Wei with grateful eyes and nodded at her. The old man in the middle of the town sighed and commanded a few people to move Freya's family onto the top of the sled. And the group of people slowly traveled towards the town in order to prevent the sled dogs from consuming a large amount of heat and then freezing to death. They didn't dare to let the sled dogs go too fast. At the same time, they also took off their own clothes and put them on the sled dogs to help keep them warm. The snow and wind in the sky did not know when it had become smaller. And the townspeople finally returned to the town. The only priest in the church put on his divine robes and started praying for Freya's family. And the original welcome party for Zhao Watson and his party turned into a funeral. The atmosphere in the town began to become heavy and depressing. Zhao Watson locked himself inside his room and didn't come out for 3 consecutive days except to eat and solve his physical needs. Zhao Watson seemed to still be able to smell the Freya family's scent from inside the house, hearing their voices and laughter. But he could not see them anymore. Never. The subsequent supplies arrived one after another during these 3 days, and it was finally time to depart. Zhao Watson left his room and rejoined the crowd. Several helicopters were already parked in front of the town church. And at this parting time, the townspeople had all come here. To the crowd that was bidding him farewell, Zhao Watson said, "Don't stay in this town anymore. Head towards Equator City. Contact the government now. The government will send people to pick you up. Don't stay here anymore. Don't you know it yet? The weather has changed. This place is no longer suitable for human survival." Zhao Watson couldn't break the secrecy regulations. These words were already all Zhao Watson could say. The old man sighed shakily and said, "The weather is indeed getting colder. Alas, we all know that. But how can we leave this place? We've lived here all our lives. Spent 70 or 80 long years. All we want is to grow old and die quietly here. And we don't know where to go when we leave. The young people love to run around and venture out. They can go to Equator City if they want to. We're all old and can't walk anymore. So we'll stay here and not go anywhere." Zhao Huaxing seemed to have heard what that same dying restaurant owner had said to himself. "We don't have many years left to live anyway. So let's stay here." Zhao Huaxing couldn't understand the words and choices of these old people. But Zhao Huaxing knew what kind of deep feeling it was. Under the threat of death, this deep feeling made them choose to remain in their homeland and refuse to leave. And Zhao Huaxing was certain that there must be many old people around the world who had the same idea. Even if they died, they would not leave. If they didn't leave, they would die. And Zhao Watson didn't want them to die. Zhao Watson felt a hot stream brewing inside his eyes. But Zhao Watson finally held back. Zhao Huaxing turned his head and said slightly hoarsely, "All right. Then you guys will stay here. Hopefully, I can have the ability to change all of this before the weather gets unacceptably cold." The old people were a little puzzled. They didn't really understand what Zhao Watson meant by this statement. However, they still expressed their gratitude and blessings to Zhao Watson. Zhao Watson turned around and boarded the helicopter, never daring to look at the place again. The helicopter took off amidst a loud roar, and the sky of snowflakes being swept up by the propellers, leaving the place and quickly flying towards the North Pole. There, the staff of the Arctic Long Hill Station would stay for another 3 days. The North Pole was very dangerous, especially now after the level of solar radiation had been drastically lowered. The danger and harsh environment of the North Pole was even beyond the limits of what people could imagine. However, Zhao Huaxing still chose the North Pole as his goal. No one asked Zhao Huaxing the reason for doing so as long as Zhao Huaxing thought it was necessary. Even if Zhao Huaxing wanted to go to the moon, they would find a way to satisfy him. In fact, even Zhao Watson himself wasn't quite sure of the reason why he wanted to go to the North Pole. It was just that there was a voice in his mind that kept ringing out. "Take a look at these views. Soon they will disappear, never to be seen again." The effects of the reduced levels of solar radiation were global. Zhao Huaxing knew that from now on, the scenery of flourishing flowers, birdsong, and babbling brooks would disappear one by one, and the cold ice and wind and snow would be eternal. Zhao Huaxing was remembering all of this. Zhao Huaxing wanted to keep all of these sceneries in his heart before they finally disappeared. Perhaps only in this way, in the balance of Zhao Huaxing's heart, the side of perseverance and struggle and never give up can overcome the side of sinking and collapse. After all, Zhao Huaxing was just an ordinary person. Zhao Huaxing and Li Wei sat side by side in their seats without speaking. The loud roar of the helicopter sounded unusually monotonous at this moment, just like the view of the earth beneath the helicopter. It was an endless white ice field. Sometimes one could still see living creatures on top of this ice field, such as polar bears, Arctic foxes, or wolves or deer. As the helicopter flew by, they would raise their heads and observe the strange object, as if pondering why the thing was flying. In the past, we've been worried that global warming caused by the greenhouse effect would melt the Arctic glaciers and bring about an impact on the ecosystem here. Well now, we no longer have to worry about that. Li Wei spread her hands and said, "If I remember correctly, at this time last year, there was no ice here." "That's not funny." Zhao Watson shook his head. "Don't always be so heavy," Li Wei said softly. "My brother has faith in you, that's why he gave this task to you. Likewise, I have faith in my brother. I believe my brother's choice won't be wrong. You can definitely do it." Zhao Huaxing sighed and turned his gaze to Mengzhou. "During these few days, has the research department made any new discoveries?" "There is," Mengzhou said. "Further observations show that the suspected Dyson sphere substance that appeared in the middle of the sun's photosphere is not a solid body, but rather a darker and blacker color due to the lowering of the temperature. At the same time, some observations suggest that it appears to be above the solar troposphere and not in the photosphere as previously speculated. Of course, more observational evidence is needed to confirm this. The sun is divided into a core, a radiation layer, and a troposphere, and then an atmosphere, with the photosphere being the layer of the sun's atmosphere closest to the surface. Does this imply that the decrease in solar radiation levels is due to some physical mechanism within the sun?" Zhao Huaxing asked. "The assessment data from the Ministry of Scientific Research indicates that this possibility has risen to 80%. The possibility of intentional interference by some external force, namely an unknown civilization, has decreased to less than 20%. The Ministry of Scientific Research had also suspected that the solar changes were due to some unknown advanced civilization. But it doesn't look like that now. It's more like the sun is changing on its own. You're a scientist in stellar physics. Perhaps you can develop your own speculations on this matter as well. I can't imagine any physical mechanism that might cause this phenomenon." Zhao Watson shook his head. "Has anyone in the research department ever proposed a physical model? There are two kinds. One is the neutrino escape theory, and the other is the runaway thermonuclear fusion in extreme environments theory. Of course, these are just hypotheses, and the Ministry of Scientific Research is currently unable to find enough evidence to support either of these claims." "Oh!" Zhao Watson had a bit of interest in his heart. "Bring me the relevant information." Mengzhou nodded and brought a stack of documents 5 minutes later, handing them to Zhao Watson. "Neutrino escape said, due to some unknown reasons, a large number of neutrinos were generated in the fusion process of the solar core. Due to the density of the solar core is too large. Even if it is extremely difficult to react with the matter of neutrinos cannot successfully escape. A large number of neutrinos took on the support of the solar structure of the task of supporting the structure of the sun. And then after breaking away from the core of the sunflower, the neutrinos began to escape freely and carry away a lot of energy. And this is what led to the reduction of the level of solar radiation. The neutrino is an amazing particle that doesn't react with almost any matter. It is also very small. So small that it is even free to pass through the entire Earth without colliding with any of the particles that make up the Earth. This hypothesis, that is, uses the neutrino as the key to explaining all changes. But there is also a rather large hole in this explanation. That is the density of matter in the core of the sun really so great that even neutrinos cannot escape? At least with the knowledge that Zhao Watson possessed at the moment. The material density of the solar core was far from being reached. Moreover, if the hypothesis was true, then neutrino telescopes deployed deep underground on Earth should be able to capture neutrinos far beyond previous levels. A new model of nuclear fusion has been proposed that predicts a new and different kind of neutrino particle to explain the contradictions in the hypothesis. The Ministry of Science and Research is working hard to verify the hypothesis, and the results will be out soon," Mengzhou said. Chapter 17. The Vanishing Northern Lights. As for the second hypothesis, the hypothesis believes that because of some accidental reasons, a large number of heavy elements gathered inside the sun's core, reducing the sun's radiant power. And because of the extreme environment, the heavy elements and light elements intersected together to participate in the fusion, as well as the participation of some unknown reasons, leading to the sun's core a more intense fusion reaction has occurred, leaving the sun in a dangerous equilibrium stage, in which the sun is not shrinking in size because of the lower internal radiation pressure, nor expanding in size because of the runaway fusion, but merely lowering in temperature. This is ridiculous. Zhao Watson shook his head. It's impossible. With the mass of the sun, the temperature and pressure of the sun's core can't reach that high a level to allow heavy elements to participate in fusion. There are just as many people within the Ministry of Scientific Research who oppose these two hypotheses. But at this moment, we don't have a clue. There are no tested hypotheses being brought up. even if these two hypotheses are very ridiculous. The Ministry of Scientific Research has decided to send out relevant forces to test these two hypotheses. It's better than us looking like headless flies, Mengjue said. The truth is that, faced with this strange change that is far beyond our level of science and technology, we can only be like this, not letting go of any idea that may produce a breakthrough. Any more ridiculous ideas we have to try and validate. It's precisely because of this that I'm being taken so seriously. Zhao Watson smiled bitterly. Yes. Mengjue nodded. That's why the Führer said that a large portion of the fate of Earth's humanity is in your hands. Zhao Watson nodded and relapsed into silence. Outside the window was still the same scenery. Ice, snow, cold wind, and a gloomy sky. Even within the fully sealed cabin, Zhao Watson seemed to be able to feel the bitter cold of the outside world. It was an icy cold that could even make polar bears known for their resistance to cold shiver. Li Wei was also staring blankly out of the window, her thoughts seeming to have long drifted to who knows where. Any progress on the psychology expert group? Zhao Huaxing asked. There hasn't been any major progress, Mengjue said. By analyzing Li Qi's psyche, as well as the traces that Li Qi left behind, the psychology expert group judged that Li Qi had noticed you a long time ago. Li Qi had once accessed your data and personally interfered with your work arrangement. This is something very unusual, bearing in mind that you were merely an intern at that time, while Li Qi was the director of the entire Stellar Physics Institute. Upon hearing Li Qi, the name brought Livy back from her reverie. Yes, that I can confirm, Li Wei said. My brother has mentioned you at least 10 times in front of me. And in general, when it comes to work, my brother never talks to me. It's a pity that even the expert panel of psychologists couldn't tell exactly what Richie was paying attention to you for. Otherwise, the puzzle Richie left us with would have been much easier to solve, Mengjue said. Zhao Huaxing smiled bitterly. Even I myself couldn't figure out what aspects of me were worthy of Director Li Qi's attention. Indeed, I was merely an intern at that time. I didn't have any reason to deserve attention. That said, can the psychology expert group tell when Director Li Qi started to pay attention to me? If I know the exact point in time, I might be able to make some guesses. Before about 2 years' time. This time pretty much coincides with the point in time when Leech started to change and became unlike himself. I just don't know if Director Leech noticed you first before the changes came about, or if the changes came about first and then noticed you. Well, there is one thing that has an exact point in time, and this thing is recorded within the education system. 1 year, 10 months and 9 days ago, Director Li Qi retrieved your school records from within the education system. Probably because Director Li Qi did not have the authority to do so. This record of the retrieval was not deleted. 1 year, 10 months and 9 days ago. Zhao Watson fell into deep thought. 1 year and 3 years ago. On the 5th of September. At 10:08 p.m. Mengjue added. Through restoring the surveillance data in the Institute, as well as restoring your computer, phone records, and the surveillance records around your place of residence, the psychology expert group confirmed that that day was just a normal day for you. You left home at 8 a.m. to go to work, went to lunch at 12:21 p.m., took a nap at your desk, came home at 6:13 p.m., cooked your own dinner, played a game for 1 hour and 39 minutes, browsed some websites, and then went to sleep. There was nothing noteworthy about the day. The panel of psychologists is looking for records about you in the midst of the previous time. Of course, because so much time has passed, the recorded information sought cannot be too complete. It would be nice if this point in time could bring back any memories for you, Mengjue said. I can't think of anything I've done. Zhao Watson pondered for a while, and finally shook his head. Give me all the records you've gathered about me, starting from the earliest possible time that Director Ricci and I knew each other, all the way up to the period of time until Director Ricci retrieved my file records. Okay, Montrose said faintly. This is the information that has been collected so far, and the rest of the information is continuing to be collected by the psychology expert group. This time period is up to a year long, and there will be a lot of information, so you can take your time to look at it and recall it. Zhao Watson nodded silently, and took the notebook handed over by Mengjue, looking at a line of text, audio, and video recordings on it. Zhao Watson fell into long memories until the helicopter began to land. Zhao Watson put the notebook away, put on the special cold-proof suit, and walked out of the cabin. Not far from the helicopter's landing point, dozens of low bungalows formed a residential compound, and a few staff members, also wearing heavy cold-proof clothing, were already waiting there. The Arctic Chanshan Station was built on top of the ice cap near the North Pole. Because of its proximity to the North Pole, this place was frozen all year round and had a cold climate. The lowest temperature on Earth measured some time ago was measured by the staff of the Chanshan Station. The solid ice cap underfoot is like land. Although there is no land here, the thickness of this ice cap can exceed 30 meters, and they are as tough as the land. There was snow on top of the ice cap, and under the blowing of the cold wind, the snow would be rolled up, making the entire sky look a little gray. Even with his thick hat on, Zhao Huashan could still hear the whimpering of the cold wind. It was the time of the polar day here, and even though the time had already reached evening, the sun was still hanging in the sky and refusing to set. Only there seemed to be very little difference between having the sun and not having it. Its little bit of heat could not bring any change here at all. Standing on top of the ice cap of the North Pole, facing this sky full of wind, snow and pallor, a feeling of ancient barbarism and cold desolation filled Zhao Huashan's chest. Along with this feeling, there was also a sense of powerlessness when facing the nature of heaven and earth as a small human being. This weather is really getting colder and colder. A welcoming staff member sighed, smoothly taking the supply box handed over from the medical and safety and security team personnel, while asking, "We're evacuating in these guys?" "Yes." Monjo nodded. "We were also tasked with helping you capture specimens of polar bears, wolves, Arctic foxes, and caribou, among other creatures. Really can't understand. Retreat is retreat. What's the point of catching those animals?" The staff member grumbled, then turned around and waved to the back. "What are you waiting for? Come and move things." Under the busy hands and feet of the crowd, the supplies were quickly moved from the helicopter to the living area. The helicopters were properly placed to prevent them from freezing. While Zhao Watson, Meng Zhue, Li Wei, and the others entered the houses with special cold-resistant arrangements. The special double-glass structure blocked the cold outside while retaining excellent light transmission. Zhao Watson took off his heavy cold-proof clothes and sat in front of the table in front of the window, looking out of the window in a daze. After a long time, Zhao Watson took out the information that Meng Zhue had handed over to him and examined it in detail. This time, he saw that it was 12 o'clock at night. The sun was still hanging in the sky and refusing to set. But Zhao Huashan felt a wave of fatigue spreading out from the depths of his heart. Zhao Huashan rubbed his forehead and pulled the curtains down before lying down on the bed. In the past, I always wanted to come to the North Pole to see the Aurora Borealis with my own eyes. But now that I'm actually at the North Pole, the Aurora Borealis is gone. Zhao Huashan laughed slightly bitterly in his heart. The Aurora Borealis arose because of the collision between the high-energy charged particle stream from the sun and the Earth's magnetic field. At this moment, the level of solar radiation had decreased so much that the aurora was naturally no longer visible. This could probably be considered the first thing that was lost on Earth because of the cooling of the sun. However, Zhao Watson did not feel much sadness or loss, because Zhao Watson knew that in the coming period of time, the Earth would lose more, so much that it exceeded everyone's imagination, exceeding everyone's tolerance limit. Under this slightly anxious state of mind, listening to the cold wind whistling outside the window, accompanied by this somewhat pale world, Zhao Watson entered into his first dream after coming to the North Pole. When he woke up, the sun was still hanging in the sky without setting. After eating breakfast with the staff of the Chanshan Station and cleaning up his body, Zhao Huashan once again put on his heavy cold-proof clothes and left the base with Li Wei, Meng Zhue and the others, as well as the staff of the Chanshan Station. Our mission today is to capture at least 3 polar bears, and it would be even better if we can catch 2 more reindeer along the way, the staff member said. Chapter 18: The Weight of Life. While the staff at Chanshan Station didn't know what the purpose of capturing these animals was, Zhao Watson knew it clearly in his heart. This was in preparation for the City of Life. If the level of solar radiation remained inexorably lowered, all the way down to the point where humans could not withstand it, the City of Life would be activated. These taxidermy animals would follow the lucky 2 million humans into the City of Life, gaining the chance to survive in this cold post-apocalyptic world. People climbed onto the rumbling snowmobiles in heavy winter suits. And after all the ropes, nets, cages, and anesthetic guns were prepared, the convoy set off. Because of the colder weather and the extension of the Arctic ice cap, big guys like polar bears are heading south, where the ice is only thinner and where they can get food. So we have to go south to catch them too. A Chanshan Station staff member explained to Zhao Watson. Zhao Huasheng nodded and didn't say anything. The snowmobile's forward speed wasn't very fast. Sitting in the middle of the car, through the windows, Zhao Huasheng took in all the scenery of the desolate Arctic. Cold, dead and desolate. This was the true portrayal of the North Pole. Zhao Huasheng felt that the icy cold of the North Pole seemed to be eroding his mind, making the irritable mind that was always running at high speed without rest gradually cool down. This made Zhao Huasheng feel a sense of relaxation from the inside out. Perhaps traveling is really of some use. Zhao Huasheng thought silently. The staff of the Chanshan Station first went to check out some of the traps that were set up yesterday. Most of these traps were rewarding. The Arctic was just too desolate, so the lure of food was unstoppable for the animals. And because of the no trapping and no hunting policy implemented by humans in the Arctic, most of the animals here were not wary of traps or humans. Catching prey through traps is easy, before the polar bears could be found. For Arctic foxes, 2 deer and 3 wolves had already been anesthetized and then thrown into the carriage. They would be temporarily kept in captivity and then transported to the City of Life through an airplane. In comparison, polar bears were the most difficult animal to handle. They were too big and too fierce. Zhao Watson estimated that only Mengzhuo's appearance would be able to fight against a polar bear, relying on these staff members alone. I'm afraid that 4 or 5 of them together wouldn't be a match for a polar bear. But it didn't matter. The human technological system would only reveal its irresistible power at such a moment. Even the weakest Li Wei, after getting the anesthesia gun, can independently put down a polar bear. Therefore, this time when they went out to hunt, it was not like they were on a mission, but more like they were hunting and playing. The convoy stopped, and an Arctic biology expert got out of the car, and after probing around on the ground for a while, he said in an affirmative tone, "Look around. There's definitely a group of polar bears present in this neighborhood. A large one and 3 small ones. The larger being a female bear. No need to go to that trouble." Mengzhuo jumped out of the car. Using only one hand, he pulled down a deer that probably weighed more than 100 pounds from the back carriage. And with his other hand, he fished out a sharp black dagger from somewhere and directly stabbed it into the caribou's neck. The unconscious caribou merely let out a blurry moan before dying from excessive blood loss. Polar bears have a very sensitive sense of smell, and now that the weather is too cold, it's difficult for them to obtain food. So they will definitely not let go of these prey, Mengzhuo said blandly, dragging the caribou by hand, and walked to the back of an ice mound roughly 200 meters away from the caravan, where he threw the caribou carcass. Mengzhuo's action stunned everyone. That Arctic biology expert first stared at Mengzhuo incredulously, and only when Mengzhuo walked back from behind the ice mound did he shout out, "Who gave you the authorization to kill an Arctic creature? Did you read the Arctic regulations before you came to the Arctic? I'm charging you with poaching Arctic animals. You despicable bastard." Zhao Watson and Li Wei also jumped out of the car at this time. Mengzhuo's coldness and ruthlessness in treating life like grass made Zhao Watson quite uncomfortable in his heart as well, even to the point that Li Wei was a bit unable to bear to watch this scene. However, Zhao Huasheng and Li Wei both knew more, so they also knew that there was actually nothing wrong with what Mengzhuo did. Preserving the genes of a creature only required a limited number of them to be enough. Too many would be a waste. Maintaining their survival required the consumption of additional resources, and if those resources were saved, a human would most likely be able to gain hope for survival. Mengzhuo turned his head away with a faint glance at the biologist, wiping the blood off the top of the sharp dagger with his own gloved left hand. The biologist shouted for a while, and then shut his mouth resentfully. The crowd waited in silence for a few moments before the creaking of snow and ice was heard in the distance. Mengzhuo beckoned, and the staff followed him over. The biologist called out, "You executioner. You go to the back. We'll take care of this bear. We don't need you to interfere." Mengzhuo blandly walked to the back of the group and followed at the back unhurriedly. Li Wei pulled Zhao Huasheng's hand and called out, "Go. Let's go and take a look together." A hiking and trapping activity carried out in this distant and desolate Arctic seemed to drive away all the gloom in Li Wei's heart, allowing this already youthful girl to regain her lively nature. A long-lost smile reappeared on her face as she bounced around, looking like a jumping elf even in her heavy cold suit. A few staff members hid behind the ice mound, aimed their tranquilizer guns at the largest polar bear, and pulled the trigger. The mother bear let out a growl and tried to stand upright. The rapid loss of her strength didn't allow her to do so, and she eventually fell heavily to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. The 3 cubs that had followed her were also thrown into a panic. Abandoning the food at their mouths, they all gathered around the body of their fallen mother, wailing. The cubs are not aggressive for the moment, so don't shoot the tranquilizer gun. They won't run away with the mother here, the biologist called out. The tranquilizer gun could cause damage to their nervous system. A few of the staff nodded and walked over with the nets. Behind them, someone drove the lifting machinery over as well. Li Wei's excitement was high, pulling Zhao Huaxing's hand as she kept moving forward, until she was only less than 10 meters away from the mother bear. Those 3 little bears had already been caught by the net, struggling desperately there. Li Wei even walked over and touched the bears' heads, and softly comforted them. Be good. Don't make a fuss. We are saving you. There was a maternal glow emanating from Li Wei, causing some ripples to rise slightly in Zhao Watson's heart. Zhao Huaxing turned his head and looked at Li Wei in a daze. At this moment, Zhao Huaxing realized that Li Wei was very beautiful. To be more beautiful than ever. But the mother bear that fell on the ground didn't know when she opened her eyes. After realizing that Li Wei was petting her cubs, the mother bear didn't know where the strength came from, and stood up fiercely, roared furiously, and swiftly pounced towards Li Wei. The mother bear was only less than 10 meters away from Li Wei and Zhao Huaxing, and the running speed of a polar bear under full outburst was faster than a human sprinting world champion. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that people were unable to react at all. The biological expert had just shouted out the words anesthetic gun, and another staff member had just said anesthetic gun, before the other staff member had even grabbed the anesthesia gun and had the chance to aim it. Zhao Watson had hugged Li Wei over, facing the mother bear with his back, and protecting Li Wei in his arms. This all came too quickly and too suddenly. Zhao Huaxing only had time to protect Li Wei, and Li Wei only had time to let out a cry of alarm. Before this cry of surprise could fall, a crisp gunshot sounded into everyone's ears. Zhao Huaxing held Li Wei tightly, waiting for the expected death and pain to come. But it never did. Zhao Huaxing let go of Li Wei, turned around, and saw the she-bear collapsed on the ground, with a bloody hole in her head that was continuously oozing blood. At the back, Mengzhuo was still standing there calmly, his complexion not fluctuating at all. Obviously, at that critical moment in the nick of time just now, Mengzhuo pulled out his gun, killed the mother bear with one shot, and then put the gun away again. No one saw how Mengzhuo pulled out his gun, how he shot, and how he put it away afterwards. Everyone fell into silence, except for the 3 polar bear cubs, who let out a little more mournful cries after realizing their mother was dead. That biology expert started to tremble all over. He pointed his finger at Mengzhuo and said shakily, You killed a polar bear. Why didn't you use an anesthetic gun? Mengzhuo looked at him lightly and said, The lives of these 2 people are more important than a polar bear. Saying this, Mengzhuo walked past the biology expert and walked to the mother bear's corpse. Still speaking blandly, I'm sorry. The hope of mankind and the earth cannot be destroyed in your hands. After saying this, Mengzhuo snapped his fingers. Let's go. 3 cubs are already enough. Mengzhuo had already become the leader of the group in an invisible way. After Mengzhuo gave the command, the group of people each got into their own vehicles and set off on their return journey. Thank you, Zhao Watson. In the middle of the vehicle, Li Wei's expression changed, and only after a long time did she whisper her thanks to Zhao Huaxing. Zhao Huaxing's eyes were very distant, as if he had heard it and as if he hadn't. We killed a mother who attacked the invaders to protect her cubs. Zhao Watson spoke grimly. But this is the end times. The end times are this cruel. Chapter 19, Siberia. The death of that mother bear made people's hearts sink a little. On top of the road back, apart from the roar of the vehicles, this one caravan basically did not make any other sounds. People were silent until they got back to Long Hill Station. The captured deer, wolves, bears, foxes and other animals were kept in cages and left in the care of the Arctic biologist, while the others went back to their rooms for a short rest. The cooks had already started preparing dinner, which meant that Zhao Watson's first day in the Arctic was about to pass. The sun that never refused to set made Zhao Watson feel a little irritated in his heart. The presence of light could easily disrupt one's biological clock, bringing about a series of bad effects on the human body. Zhao Huaxing pulled the curtains back and then switched on the lights before he felt a little better in his heart. Li Wei came to Zhao Huaxing's room right at this time. Seeing the tightly closed curtains and looking at the electric light on the roof, Li Wei looked at Zhao Watson with some surprise. Zhao Watson spread his hands. This will make you feel more comfortable. Well, that's also true. Li Wei smiled. People are always chasing after the light brought by the sun. But when that light never refuses to disappear, people get bored of it again. Zhao Huashan gathered the scattered materials on the desk and passed over a chair in his hand. Sit down. Li Wei took the chair but didn't sit down. She looked at Zhao Watson, who was still gathering the information for a while. And there seemed to be some sort of luster shining in her eyes. Li Wei also walked next to the desk and softly said, "The information can't be tidied up like this. It looks neat, but it's actually very cluttered. It's hard to find the information when you need it," Li Wei said, naturally picking up those materials that had been gathered up by Zhao Watson as well as those that were still in Zhao Watson's hands, rearranging them, and then completely organizing them according to the date. There was a lot of information, and it was very messy. But Li Wei's hands seemed to have eyes. The messy information was soon neatly organized by Li Wei. After placing the last piece of information into the folder, Li Wei smiled at Zhao Huasheng. "Thank you for the daytime." "Oh, no need to thank you. That's what I should have done. In fact, I didn't play any role. If it wasn't for Mengxue, I'm afraid we would have all been injured," Zhao Watson said. "You and my brother are very similar." Li Wei's eyes curved into a crescent moon, as if she had thought of something beautiful. "Both are that uncharitable. Look cold, but have a sense of responsibility in their hearts. Whenever I was in danger, my brother would always rush out like that, and protect me behind him as well." Zhao Huasheng didn't know what to say, and could only say, "It's nothing. Let's go. It's time to eat." Seemingly seeing Zhao Huasheng's dilemma, Li Wei smiled sweetly, pulled Zhao Huasheng's arm, and walked out of the room with Zhao Huasheng. After dinner, what greeted Zhao Huasheng was still the Arctic quiet night. In the early morning hours, the staff of the Changshan station once again set out to round up prey. There were still many Arctic creatures on the list that had not been caught. Mengxue had planned to go along, but the Arctic biology expert strongly objected to Mengxue's following. So Mengxue had no choice but to stay within the Changshan station. If Mengxue could not go, Zhao Huasheng could not go either. Mengxue's reason was simple: without me, what if you are in danger? So Zhao Watson had to stay here as well. The departure of a large number of staff plunged Changshan station into silence. Zhao Huasheng put on his heavy cold-proof clothing and came to a place near the courtyard of the Changshan station. Then casually sat on the ground and began to look at the distant scenery in a daze. Today's weather seemed to be a bit better, although the sun was still half dead. The wind was much lighter. Zhao Huasheng sat here until noon, ate his meal, and still came out to sit here in the afternoon. No one knew what Zhao Huasheng was thinking. Even Zhao Huasheng himself didn't know. Zhao Huasheng's head was very ethereal and silent, just like this pale and lonesome Arctic earth. Zhao Watson seemed to be asleep. But then again, he didn't seem to be. Zhao Huasheng spent his 3 days in the North Pole in this state. Zhao Huasheng watched the staff of the Changshan station capture all kinds of Arctic creatures, watched those animals being put into cages, and sometimes heard their restless howls. It was not until 3 days later that the cages were tied under the helicopter. The helicopter would take them away from the North Pole and lead them into a whole new world to start their new lives. During these 3 days, Zhao Watson's spirit improved day by day, and when he left the North Pole, he no longer had the feeling of being lost in thought, as if he might collapse at any time. Zhao Watson's eyes began to possess a luster. His speech began to sound strong, and even his thoughts were much sharper. "Where do you plan to go next?" Mengxue asked. Zhao Huasheng thought for a moment and replied, "Let's go to Siberia. I've always wanted to see Lake Baikal before, but I never had the chance. Now that I finally have the time, then I'll go and take a look." Mengxue nodded and said yes. Thus, Zhao Watson and his group separated from the staff of the Arctic Changshan station. One part of the helicopter led those staff and the various animals they had captured to the City of Life, while the other part of the helicopter took Zhao Watson, Mengxue, Li Wei, and the personnel of the medical and safety and security team to the vast Siberia, next to Lake Baikal. The personnel of the medical and security team quickly set up more than a dozen tents here, and there was even a helicopter that directly brought in a food truck as well as a large amount of precious ingredients, as well as many hunting tools. With all these things, a small gathering tribe had been formed in less than a day. The conditions of this garrison camp chosen by the staff were very favorable. Not only is it close to Lake Baikal, but it is also leeward. And there is even a hot spring nearby. Hot springs rely on geothermal heat, so they are not affected by lower levels of solar radiation. Siberia is also at a high latitude, and although it is also cold, it is much better than the North Pole. It wasn't as desolate as the North Pole, and if one looked carefully, Zhao Watson could even find sprouting green grass, or traces of certain small animals. But unfortunately, the newly sprouted green shoots of those vegetation had already been frozen to death, and in order to withstand the cold, those small animals usually didn't appear outside easily either. Zhao Huaxing seemed to have completely let go of his mind, and gave up thinking about those difficult and obscure things. During the day, Zhao Watson, Li Wei, Meng Zhua and the others would go fishing in the lakes, or follow the others to hunt. And at lunch or dinner, the professional chef, who came along with the food trucks, would use the ingredients to process food that Zhao Watson had never dared to imagine before. Sometimes Zhao Watson would also do it himself, using the barbecue grill or oven to make the food himself, and then gather around with the staff, singing, dancing, and drinking together. In the face of Li Wei's affection, Zhao Watson also seemed to have let go of his chest. The relationship between the two developed in the kind of tacit understanding that no one would explicitly say, as if they were lovers, but also as if they were old friends, who had known each other for many years. Zhao Watson didn't mention Li Qi's matter, so the staff, including Meng Zhua and Li Wei, didn't mention it. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about it. When Zhao Huaxing said fishing, then fishing. When Zhao Huaxing said hunting, then hunting. When Zhao Huaxing said barbecuing, then barbecuing. Even Meng Zhua also transferred a few motorboats. And the weather is not bad. Zhao Huaxing and Li Wei, Meng Zhua together with the motorboats in the vastness of Lake Baikal above the surface of the charge across. All of Zhao Watson's requests would be fulfilled. Zhao Watson could do whatever he wanted. And whatever Zhao Watson wanted, a plane would immediately fly in from thousands of kilometers away, bringing whatever Zhao Watson asked for. Among these things, there was even a huge caravan. A huge high-definition display screen was installed in this caravan, as well as the most top-notch audio equipment. However, Zhao Watson had only used it once for karaoke, and then never used it again. This was because Zhao Watson found out that his difficulty in singing in the past wasn't because of the bad equipment. The camp was always covered in laughter, as if these people were merely on holiday. Time passed quietly in this silence. Zhao Huaxing couldn't even remember how many days had passed since he came here. 7 days? Or 15 days? It didn't matter. Zhao Watson didn't care about that. However, the heaviness in Zhao Huaxing's heart was increasing with each passing day. The happier Zhao Watson played, the more cheerful he laughed, the softer Li Wei's words were, and the gentler and more loving the gaze he looked at himself with. The heavier Zhao Watson's heart became. That heaviness is like a shadow behind a person, always lingering, and with the passage of time, it is getting bigger and bigger. On a certain evening, after dinner was already over, Zhao Huaxing came next to Li Wei and asked, "Can you accompany me out to sit for a while?" Li Wei nodded. So the two of them held hands and went to the side of the lake. There was a flat stone there, so the two sat shoulder to shoulder. Zhao Watson's afterglow seemed to see Meng Zhua's figure, but Zhao Watson didn't pay any attention to it. Zhao Watson had long been accustomed to Meng Zhua's presence, and at the same time, Zhao Watson knew that it was Meng Zhua's duty to ensure his own safety, and he should not interfere with Meng Zhua's duty. The air was fresh. The clean air of Siberia brought with it almost the most beautiful night sky above the world. Dots of stars dotted the dark sky above, and some way to the east, the magnificent Milky Way spanned the sky like a ribbon of color. Listening to the faint sound of waves churning and looking at the mysterious and deep night sky, Zhao Huaxing's mind was extraordinarily peaceful. Chapter 20 Son of the Sun. It felt as if he had transformed into a swimming fish. And this night sky was the boundless ocean, with his thoughts as his fins. Zhao Huaxing kept swimming in this sea of stars, under this quiet night sky, beside the quiet and deep Lake Baikal. Zhao Huaxing's thoughts drifted far, far away. "Watson, is there something wrong with you?" After a moment of silence, Li Wei asked. "Oh," Zhao Huaxing answered and once again fell into silence. Li Wei then didn't say anything else, but just quietly took Zhao Watson's arm into her embrace, then turned her body sideways and leaned her head on top of Zhao Watson's shoulder. People who are not majoring in astronomy or physics may find it hard to appreciate the vastness of the cosmic sky as well as their own insignificance. Zhao Watson gently opened his mouth, They may have heard many words such as vastness, smallness and so on from books, films, and the internet. But they will never have a practical experience of the vastness of the universe and the insignificance of human beings. They will never be able to appreciate the vastness of the universe and the insignificance of human beings. Li Wei didn't say anything and only listened quietly. Our human civilization started from the ancient times and developed a glorious civilization on top of this nothing earth. You may not be able to appreciate that when the first primitive human began to use stone knives or stone axes polished out of stone, he pushed the entire human civilization forward by such a huge step. Then came fire, the bow and arrow, the fishing net, bronze, and later the Industrial Revolution, the invention of the steam engine, the discovery and use of electricity, the invention of the computer, and atomic energy, and so on and so forth. The discovery of each tool or principle has brought about sweeping changes in human society. We have created art. We have created medicine. We have created many things that have never existed on Earth, and probably never existed in the universe. We certainly have reason to be proud of our own greatness. But the truth is, we are too small. Too small. Zhao Huaxing sighed. The universe is like an endless sea, and we are now merely scooping a dipper of water in the middle of the sea. The distance between any star in the night sky and us is enough to exhaust our entire lives in pursuit. And every dark spot in the night sky hides a mystery that we may not be able to find out until the end of human civilization. We are too small. Really too small. Your brother said something to me before he died. And even though I also belong to the category of astronomers, I still haven't fully appreciated the meaning of those words until now. Just like now. It's only very unusual for stars to be born and die in the universe. For stars to be born, spend their entire lives, and then explode? Things like that go on every moment of every day in the universe. And now, with our solar radiation levels reduced by just under 15%, our human civilization is almost in the middle of Armageddon. Astronomers and physicists are two of the most crisis-prone people on this planet. Because we know how small and insignificant we are. We are willing to spend our entire lives in pursuit of the endless mysteries. Your brother is like that. And so am I. There are many, many more people in our civilization who are like this. There seem to be a lot of emotions in Zhao Huaxing's heart. Or perhaps, during this period of time, Zhao Huaxing had too many words pent up in his heart that he needed to find someone to talk to. But sometimes I feel powerless. Very powerless. Because we are too small. And this universe is too vast. Zhao Huaxing sighed. What is the life course of a person? Or a civilization? Compared to the entire universe? Even geniuses such as Newton and Einstein. Their work only solved some problems. And then incidentally brought more unknowns to mankind. Our human civilization has been developing for hundreds of thousands of years. All the way up to now. And we still can't even identify the cause of the sun's dimming. Li Wei snuggled into Zhao Huaxing's arms and said softly, our human civilization is only moving forward thanks to one genius, like you after another. Zhao Huaxing was silent. Then shook his head. No. I'm not a genius. Your brother is the genius. Your brother is a complete genius. Without Director Li Qi, we wouldn't have the level of understanding of the sun that we have today until at least 10 years later. Some people in the scientific community refer to your brother as the son of the sun. Do you know why? Zhao Watson asked. There's such a title? I didn't know that, Li Wei said. Because, if you weren't born above the sun, how could you know the sun like that? Your brother is like a person who survived above the sun. The solar fusion model, the solar atmosphere model, convection, radiation, corona, magnetic field. Your brother is like he personally saw it all above the sun, and easily answered all these puzzles. All the researchers in our institute, including me, could not imagine what kind of brain existed in Director Li Qi's skull. Without any hesitation. In the field of stellar physics, your brother's position is equivalent to Einstein's position in the physics world. I've also vaguely heard of something. But it seems that all these research results of my brother's have only appeared in the last 2 years. Before 2 years ago, although my brother was also the topmost stellar physicist, he was not yet as outstanding as you say. Who knows why? Maybe an alien really exists beside your brother isn't a certainty, Zhao Watson said. But I prefer to believe that this is all your brother's contribution. What Li Wei said was true. It was indeed true that 2 years ago, Li Qi was not this outstanding. It was because of the contributions he made within these 2 years that Li Qi was given the brilliant title of Son of the Sun. It was because of all the contributions he made within these 2 years that Li Qi was given the brilliant title of Son of the Sun. I adore your brother. And when I was still in college, I had already made your brother my idol, Zhao Watson said. Then, at this moment, you and your idol sister are sitting together under this quiet night to chat. How do you feel? Perhaps because the chat was too dull and obscure, Li Wei made a rare joke. However, Zhao Watson was a dull person, so Zhao Watson directly ignored Li Wei's joke. I'm under a lot of pressure, Zhao Watson said. A lot of pressure. Li Wei's tone was slightly dull. Being with me is stressful? No, I'm not talking about you. Zhao Huaxing didn't have any emotional fluctuations in his words, still maintaining a smoothness. It's your brother. Your brother is too outstanding. Compared to your brother, I'm merely an ordinary person. And now, your brother is asking me to solve the puzzle he laid out and complete this task of saving human civilization. I'm under a lot of pressure. I have used all my insights, learnings, thought about all my past, and even had the help of the government machinery. But I still haven't made the slightest progress until now. I wonder if your brother made a mistake when he gave me this task. I did my best to calm my thoughts. I viewed the most beautiful sights I could imagine. I enjoyed the best life I could imagine, with the best people. I did my best to try and leave this mystery behind for a while. But I couldn't. I really couldn't. Your brother's last words were like a hawk, always haunting me, keeping me from getting rid of it for a moment. I want to solve it, but I can't. I want to leave it behind, but it's always with me. Zhao Huaxing's tone was a little downcast. Li Wei's grip on Zhao Huaxing's arm was a little more forceful, as if she was transferring some unseen energy to Zhao Huaxing. You have me by your side, Li Wei said softly. I'll bear it with you. Thanks. Without you, I really can't bear it, Zhao Huaxing said. The night was still quiet. The faint sound of waves was still passing by uninterruptedly. The sky was like a pure black curtain, and the dotted stars were like jewels. The night was beautiful, and Zhao Huaxing and Li Wei both remained silent. Beneath the night sky, Zhao Huaxing's thoughts drifted once again into the distance. The enjoyment should be over. After a long time, Zhao Watson said. Starting tomorrow, I'll be resuming my work. I have the unique key to unlocking the puzzle on me, and you are the one who is most familiar with your brother. So let the two of us work together to unlock the puzzle your brother left behind. Good, Li Wei said. Mingjue stood motionless at a distance of at most 20 meters from here. This distance ensured that he could reach Zhao Watson's side within a second after the accident without interfering with Zhao Watson's thoughts because of his presence. A passage of words was coming out into Mingjue's mind amongst his earphones. Based on the assessment of our psychology expert group, we believe that things like falling in love will not only not have an impact on Zhao Huaxing's work efficiency, but will instead produce a lot of beneficial help. It can make Zhao Huaxing more mentally tough, and his ability to withstand it will greatly increase. Being under positive emotions, Zhao Watson's thinking would be sharper, which would help Zhao Watson a lot in solving puzzles. In particular, Li Wei was Li Qi's sister. She was the person who was most familiar with Li Qi, and her being by Zhao Watson's side would bring a lot of convenience to Zhao Watson's work. So this is a good thing. Not only should you not interfere with them, on the contrary, you have to create as many opportunities for them as possible. I understand. Mingjue spoke indifferently, maintaining his voice at just the right level where it wouldn't be heard by Zhao Watson, and just enough to be sensed by the headset microphone. The latest development. Zhao Watson has decided that he wants to resume his work starting from tomorrow under Li Wei's encouragement. See, this is the benefit of being in love. A certain psychologist's voice came out from within the headphones. Chapter 21, Reverse Fusion. The cold Siberian night had finally passed. Today's weather was clear. The sky was a turquoise blue color, and it seemed that the fragrant lake water scent of Lake Baikal could be smelled in the slightly blown air. The downside was that it was just too cold here. After eating breakfast, Zhao Huaxing sat in his tent, casually flipping through some information. After a long time, Zhao Watson called out, Mingjue? Mingjue lifted the curtain and walked in. I'm here. Let's go, Zhao Watson said. It's time to go back. Where are you planning to go? Zhao Huaxing pondered for a moment and said, just go to Equator City. Equator City wasn't actually a city. It was even larger than a country. In the latest division of geographical areas, the government had divided all the oceans, mountains, and land that belonged to the tropical region within Equator City. It is a vast area centered on the equator, extending 2,500 kilometers from the equator to the south and north, with a total width of 5,000 kilometers. The total area of this region is as much as 200 million square kilometers. Of course, this is the total area including mountains, deserts, oceans, and many other uninhabitable terrain. After removing these places, there is less than 40 million square kilometers of habitable area left. All of mankind's resources and construction capabilities were then tilted towards these 40 million square kilometers of land. Alright, I'll go make the arrangements. Mengjue nodded and turned around to leave. Let someone else arrange the trip. Mengjue, I have something to ask you, Zhao Watson said. Mengjue then issued instructions to the rest of the staff before re-entering Zhao Watson's tent. During this period of time, how far has our human society progressed in its research on the sun? What are the things that I need to be made aware of? A lot of things have happened during this period of more than a month. Mengjue nodded and spoke. Let's start with the solar detection side of things. Thanks to the efforts of many telescopes, detectors, and researchers, we have initially analyzed the physical process of the cryogenic material belts in the surface layer of the sun, and have even reproduced the process in a physics laboratory. Oh, such a huge breakthrough? Hurry up and bring me the relevant information. Mengjue nodded. It seemed like he had anticipated Zhao Watson would have such a question, so he had prepared the relevant information early in the morning. After Zhao Watson made his request, Mengjue took out a stack of information and handed it to Zhao Watson after feeling around in his arms. Zhao Huaxing spent about half an hour reading through the information. The information listed the reaction process, the physical equations, and the reaction model in detail. And with Zhao Watson's scientific knowledge, it was still not difficult to understand this information. To put it simply, the physical process was like this. Under the extreme environment on the surface of the sun, it was possible for fusion reactions to occur in thin substances. Only this kind of fusion is different from the core fusion that supports the burning heat of the sun. Instead of using hydrogen or helium as the raw material for fusion, it uses elements that are somewhat heavier than those two. In the fusion reaction chain, the fusion of elements lighter than iron releases energy, and the fusion of elements heavier than iron, including iron, absorbs energy. Of course, this is in the normal state, and the fusion process that is taking place on the surface of the sun right now is different from this. The raw materials involved in fusion are lighter than iron, but they also absorb energy instead of releasing it. This mode of fusion has been named reverse fusion by physicists. As to why such a thing as reverse fusion occurs, it involves difficult and obscure microcosmic physical mechanisms that physicists do not yet understand. What they do know is that it does happen, and it is happening right now on the surface of the sun. The triggers for reverse fusion may be related to the movement of certain materials on the surface of the sun, strong magnetic fields, and possibly many other very demanding conditions. Physicists don't yet know exactly what those conditions are. But one thing is for sure, this kind of reverse fusion is extremely rare. So rare that out of the tens of millions of stars astronomers have looked at so far, it's only happened on the sun. Then there is a reasonable explanation for what is happening to the sun today. The mass of the sun has not decreased. The volume has not changed, and the pressure has not changed, simply because the solar surface of the reverse fusion event, the sun's radiation of energy, is reverse fusion layer. It is only because a reverse fusion event occurred on the surface of the sun, and the energy radiated by the sun was absorbed by the reverse fusion layer, that the level of solar radiation was reduced. But this brings up three new problems. The first of these three questions is, what is the first driving force? What's driving this reverse fusion phenomenon at the surface of the sun? According to the physicist's assessment, the conditions of the reverse fusion reaction are so harsh that physicists have spent endless efforts to reproduce this phenomenon only 3 times in the laboratory, which means that the chances of generating this phenomenon spontaneously in the natural environment are really too low. In Zhao Watson read the information above. There is a physicist's very image of the reverse fusion describe the chances of natural emergence. This is like we walked into it tens of millions of years without human involvement in the primitive jungle, but accidentally found that there happens to be a tree into a family brand wardrobe look. And we pulled open the wardrobe door, and even found that even the partitions and hanging rods had grown out of that wardrobe. That's a chance so low as to be almost negligible. The question then becomes, why did it appear on the sun when humans have never found it on any other star in the universe? Is it a coincidence? Or is there some kind of force behind it? The second question is, What is the force that has been maintaining the existence of inverse fusion? Based on the limited understanding of the phenomenon of reverse fusion, physicists have been able to confirm that many conditions are required to maintain reverse fusion. Even if it did occur on the Sun, it could not be sustained for long. It's like a house. If no one cleans it, it can't stay looking as good as new. So what is the force that allows the inverse fusion layer to not only stay in place, but to expand to encompass almost the entire Sun? One other physicist left a comment on top of this information. This seems to imply the presence of aliens. I'd rather believe that it's aliens doing these things than that this is something that naturally appeared above the Sun and then naturally evolved to be this big. The third question is, where does the energy absorbed by reverse fusion go? Reverse fusion also forms new elements. But these elements are so unstable that they can only exist in their natural environment for a very short period of time before bursting into flames, releasing all the absorbed energy and reverting back to the original elements. That is to say, in general, reverse fusion does not absorb energy, nor does it release energy. It simply stores energy in itself for a period of time and then releases it. But why has mankind never observed the energy release phenomenon above the Sun? Where did all the disappearing energy go? Zhao Watson closed the folder and said thoughtfully, "This is a very ideal Dyson sphere model. Think about it. If we can artificially create such an inverse fusion layer, and then have a way to collect and preserve that inverse matter, the stars will become an inexhaustible source of energy for us. Perhaps in the future, our spaceships will no longer need any chemical or nuclear fuel. And by merely stockpiling some inverse matter, we will be able to accomplish interstellar voyages that we can't even think of now. So, what do you think?" Montrose asked. "I don't have an opinion." Zhao Watson put the folder down and stood up. The existence of the inverse fusion layer hints at the existence of an alien supercivilization in many ways. This alien supercivilization has at least reached the K2 level, and they have their eye on the Sun. So they have set up the Dyson sphere outside of the Sun to charge away the Sun's energy for their own use. As for why the Sun was chosen, who knows? Maybe there really is something special about the Sun. That argument has little value. Mengzhu shook his head. After determining the existence of the inverse fusion layer and the related physical mechanism, there are many scientists in the Crisis Management Center's Scientific Research Department who believe that this is the work of an alien supercivilization, to the point where a portion of the optical and radio telescopes have already been divided up for searching for the possible existence of alien civilization spaceships, as well as their signals. But humanity doesn't care about these things. Humanity only cares about how to solve the current problem. A group of physicists, social psychologists, sci-fi writers and others have been formed. And this group is discussing why, if this K2 class civilization really exists, they are simply ignoring us and not contacting us, and discussing whether or not we should take the initiative to contact them, and what kind of attitude we should have to use to contact them. Scientists are also speculating about the social model of the possible K2 class civilization, its culture, and which approach to take to convince them to leave the Sun alone, how to make contact with them, and whether or not contacting them would anger them and lead to the destruction of the planet, among other issues. There are more experts evaluating that information that Leach left behind and the role you will have in this event. Combined with the previous information, the experts believe that Li Qi had contact with this K2 class civilization a long time ago, then secretly found the weaknesses of this K2 class civilization, and then told you the method to defeat this K2 class civilization through hints. That's right. That's what they're doing right now. Mengzhu spread his hands at Zhao Watson. Chapter 22. The possibility of defeating a K2 class civilization. After listening to Mengzhu's words, Zhao Watson was silent for a moment before saying, "Assuming that this K2 class civilization really exists, do you think that we can really defeat them?" "That depends on you," Mengzhu said bluntly. Zhao Watson fell silent once again, then shook his head with a bitter smile. "We might as well assume two conditions first. 1. This K2 class civilization really exists, and they really did arrange the inverse fusion layer as a Dyson sphere there in the Sun. 2. Director Li Qi really found a way to defeat this K2 class civilization and then hinted this way to me. No, it doesn't have to be defeat. Peaceful coexistence is also possible," Mengzhu added. "No, the possibility of living in peace can be ruled out," Zhao Watson said. "The thing is obvious. Our human civilization needs the Sun. That's our bottom line. And I don't think that a K2 class civilization that has finally chosen the Sun as its energy source after 1,000 choices will give in on this aspect. Simply put, there are so many stars in this universe, but they prefer to use the sun as their energy source. This meant that the sun was irreplaceable and unique to them. Therefore, if this K2 class civilization really exists, it is impossible for us to live in peace with them. Either we defeat them and win the sun, allowing it to return to normal radiation levels, or they defeat us, our civilization collapses, and they acquire the sun's energy, Monjo said. Perhaps that is also possible. There is a limit to the amount of solar energy the Earth needs. And perhaps the way Leech left it was for this K2 class civilization to make a crack above the Dyson sphere that encapsulates the entire sun, retaining all of the sunlight that shines towards the Earth and only intercepting the sunlight that shines in the other directions. The sun is, after all, a sphere, and the sun is radiating so much energy in all directions that the Earth doesn't receive even 1 part in 10 million of the sun's energy. Or perhaps, Chief Li Chi's approach was to make this K2 level civilization make concessions and provide humanity with a guarantee of survival through their technological means. After all, at a level like a K2 class civilization, guaranteeing the survival of a K0.7 class civilization probably wouldn't be a difficult task. This possibility can also be ruled out. Xiao Huaxing shook his head. Because right now, they aren't doing that. Because right now, Earth's civilization has been greatly affected and many people have already died. This means that no matter if it's opening a crack in the Dyson sphere or relying on their technological power to guarantee the survival of Earth's human population, it would mean payment and loss of benefits for them. Which is why they won't do it. And if the approach left behind by Director Ricci is indeed the case, it would likewise mean resistance. Obviously, only if we show enough cards and qualifications for negotiation will this K2 class civilization make concessions to guarantee our survival. And there is no difference between forcing them to make concessions and defeating them. Montrose was silent and stopped talking. Then let's discuss the possibility of forcing yet or defeating a K2 class civilization with the strength of our human civilization. Xiao Watson spoke indifferently. Unfortunately, I don't think this possibility exists. Artists and directors amongst our human society have made many film and television works in the past about human civilizations dealing with the invasion of extraterrestrial civilizations. In these films, there were those that relied on some kind of sound waves to repel the enemy, those that relied on computer viruses to defeat the enemy, and those that relied on stratagems to defeat the enemy. All in all, in the process of repelling these extraterrestrial civilizations, human beings used all tricky methods. It seems that even ordinary people know that it is impossible to rely on true strength to repel an enemy. So let's explore the possibility of relying on trickery to repel a K2 class civilization. Unfortunately, this possibility still does not exist. Xiao Watson still shook his head indifferently, his words cold as ice. If you think it's possible, then please help me think of a way for slash and burn primitive humans to repel a modernized regular military regiment armed to the teeth. What you said is too absolute. Monjo voiced his opposition. It's too absolute for two civilizations with a limited gap. But it's not absolute for us. Even a slash and burn primitive human can beat a modern human to death with a stone. But there is absolutely no way that we, a K0.7 level civilization, can defeat a K2 level civilization. Perhaps there really exists some sort of method, such as the dark forest theory that was once circulated. A tricky method that threatens to make a K2 level civilization back off by exposing coordinates and such. But with our level of technology, I don't think we can find that method. The difference in technological level is reflected in every aspect. It is the most cruel and ruthless crushing. Just like we know that if a rabbit can step on a certain button, it can kill the human in front of it who is trying to eat itself. But in the rabbit's position, can it possibly know about this? So, my conclusion is that maybe there really is some kind of way to do it. But it's unlikely that we'll ever find it. No, that's not right. Mengjue shook his head. It's true according to common sense. But don't forget about Li Qi. Perhaps Leech has already found the way and hinted it to you. Then, what is Li Qi capable of? Even if he's outstanding, he's always in the realm of an ordinary human. Where did he find the way to repel a K2 level civilization? Oh, of course. It is possible that Li Qi has already been in contact with this K2 class civilization. So he would have this tricky way. But please note that this is only possible if we assume that this matter is true. Then we need to modify the premise as follows. A certain K2 class civilization has first been in contact with Li Qi for a long period of time. And then Li Qi found a way to repel this K2 class civilization. And then this K2 class civilization has placed Dyson spheres around the sun to draw out the sun, placed Dyson spheres to draw energy from the sun. But Occam's razor rate suggests that if you don't have to, don't add entities. Which in turn means that the more preconditions a hypothesis has, the less plausible it is. Monjo opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but not knowing what to say. In the middle of the day, Mengzhou rubbed his forehead. I'm just a roughneck. I can't speak to you scientists. Then let me say it. Just at this time, a sound came out from Mengzhuo's arms. Mengzhou pulled out the thing that looked like a mobile phone and said, "The conversation between us has been recorded. And the content of the conversation will be transmitted in real time to the Crisis Management Center for the scientists to analyze. Now, you speak to your counterparts." Zhao Watson. Hello. I'm Wang Tang. We had a meeting in the middle of Director Li Qi's office. A voice came out from amongst that machine. Zhao Huaxing said, Hello. We heard all of your previous discussion with Mengzhou. Undeniably, what you said is very reasonable. With our human civilization's K0.7 level of technology to repel a K2 level civilization is indeed near impossible. Its probability is indeed very low. But you can't pretend that it doesn't exist just because the probability is low. Do you have 100% certainty that Director Li Qi will not be able to find such a tricky way? I'm not 100% sure. Zhao Huaxing shook his head. I'm just saying that its probability is extremely low. But this is the only hope for our human civilization to survive at this moment. Even if the probability is low, we still have to keep pursuing it. To invest a large amount of resources, manpower and material resources into this? Zhao Watson revealed a slightly sarcastic smile. That's right. Wang Tang's words were very certain. You've all drilled into the bullseye and taken the wrong path. Zhao Huaxing said bluntly. You've been blinded by appearances. Then what is your opinion? Wang Tang inquired. Let's go back to the two assumptions we started with. 1. A K2 class civilization really exists and has arranged the Dyson sphere. And 2. Director Li Qi has a way to defeat this K2 class civilization. But I've already argued that the likelihood of our human civilization finding a way to repel this K2 class civilization is slim to none. So why do you still insist that these two assumptions are correct? The two assumptions that serve as the initial conditions for the discussion are contradictory. And the likelihood of them coexisting is very low. In that case, why don't we change the initial condition to the K2 class civilization in the scenario doesn't exist. And Director Li Qi doesn't have a way to repel the K2 class civilization. In the middle of the instrument, Wang Tang let out a sound of unknown significance. And then, there was a sound of whispering, as if Wang Tang was discussing something with some people. After a moment, Wang Tang's voice came over. But, these many phenomena all imply the existence of a super-extraterrestrial civilization. That's why you've all been blinded by falsehoods. Zhao Watson said softly. If the K2 class civilization really exists, then there is only a minuscule possibility that Director Li Qi has a way to repel them. And if Director Li Qi really has the ability to solve the problem, then there is only a very tiny probability that the K2 class civilization exists. These two conditions cannot coexist. So, are you guys willing to believe Director Li Qi? Or are you willing to believe that there really is a K2 class civilization? Of course we are willing to believe Li Qi. Wang Tang's words were somewhat feeble. But other than the words of a super-extraterrestrial civilization, how can we explain the Dyson sphere-like phenomenon that is occurring above the sun at this moment? Zhao Huaxing was silent for a long time. Then sighed. This still requires us to keep exploring and pursuing. My suggestion is not to put too much effort into the so-called super-extraterrestrial civilization. Let's continue to go back to the path of physical mechanisms and data collection, as well as psychoanalysis of Director Li Qi. If we can take fewer detours, there will be a little more hope for human civilization. Chapter 23 Conspiracy Theory. In one way or another, Li Qi possesses the solution to the existing predicament. This assumption was the premise of all discussions. If the assumption was true, then there was still hope for everything. If the assumption was false, then there was no point in discussing it further. The entire human society would simply give up the fight and put all hopes of preserving civilization into the city of life. There was no point in discussing the second scenario. So the entire human society, including Zhao Watson, could only discuss and explore under the premise that the hypothesis was true. And K2 class civilizations have placed Dyson spheres around the sun. This assumption is obviously contradictory to the assumption that Li Qi possesses a solution to the existing dilemma is contradictory to the assumption of Li Qi has the solution to the existing dilemma, which is the focus of Zhao Watson's argument. Zhao Watson didn't want human society to put too much energy and resources into the wrong direction, because in a way, doing so would mean suicide. Of course, I don't have much certainty about this little thing, Zhao Watson sighed. But under the current circumstances, we can only pin our hopes on this matter. The Ministry of Scientific Research will hold a plenary meeting to discuss your claim. And when the meeting is over, I will let you know the results of the discussion, Wang Tang said. All right. I'll be waiting for you, Zhao Huaxing said. Wang Tang was silent for a moment, but did not cut the call off. A moment later, Wang Tang said, Well, Zhao Watson, I heard that you've recently fallen in love with Li Qi's sister, Li Wei. Yes, Zhao Watson said indifferently. Psychologists tell me that positive emotions help me in my work. They can help me expand the breadth of my thinking and make my thoughts more sensitive. And it just so happens that Li Wei is a very nice girl, and I'd be happy to have something with her. You won't please a girl with this kind of argument, Wang Tang sighed. But it seems that this matter does have some use for your work. At least in the past. You've never made such an enlightening statement. Well, goodbye. I'll go and report this matter to my superiors in the Ministry of Scientific Research first, and we'll convene a meeting later. Bye. The call was cut off, and Zhao Watson once again placed his gaze on Meng Zhuo. Give me another update on how far the current group of psychologists under the Ministry of Scientific Research have progressed in their psychological research on Li Qi. There's not much progress on that front, Meng Zhuo said. They are still unable to determine the exact time when Li Qi changed. Nor do they know exactly what specific reason Li Qi had for his interest in you. But psychologists have come up with a new theory after referencing and analyzing a lot more information. As you know, because of his almost unimaginable contributions and talent in stellar physics, Li Qi holds the title of Son of the Sun. However, almost all of Li Qi's many major discoveries that shook the world were published within the last 2 years. And the time frame of this event is similar to that of several other events, such as Li Qi talking to a mysterious person, Li Qi having a change in personality, Li Qi paying secret attention to you, and other things whose time frame overlapped. So the psychologists surmised that the reason why Li Qi had made so many contributions might not be because Li Qi himself was outstanding. In other words, the psychologists suspected that these contributions of Li Qi were related to that mysterious existence hidden behind him. This point in turn deepens the credibility of the matter of the extraterrestrial super-civilization having had contact with Li Qi. But you think that that extraterrestrial super-civilization doesn't exist? Then I don't know how to explain this matter, Montrose said. There will be an explanation. Zhao Watson nodded. Trust me. I can solve all this mystery. What are the views and analyses of the Ministry of Scientific Research on that mysterious existence hidden behind Li Qi? There is so little information available that they really can't analyze much, Meng Zhuo said. Currently, there are 2 main types of views. The first type of view believes that the existence is an extraterrestrial civilization, while the second type believes that the existence is some mysterious Earth human. In the second category, there is also a part of the people who believe that we are the ones who have complicated this matter. That the person who talked to Li Qi was just an ordinary person. And that conversation was just an ordinary daily exchange. Only that we have overinterpreted the record of the conversation after losing the first and last words, as well as under the influence of the existing mysterious atmosphere. In short, in order to have any more specific analysis, we have to obtain more information before we can do so. Meng Zhuo aggravated his tone. Zhao Watson said. I see. Tell me more about the current situation of human society. The situation is not very good. The recent weather anomalies have finally attracted the attention of ordinary people, and the crowd with knowledge represented by astronomy enthusiasts, peripheral astronomers, and so on have gradually spread the news close to the truth to the entire society. And the current human society is very chaotic. All kinds of conspiracy theories are rampant. We counted. So far there have been at least 300 different conspiracy theories out of the world. Among these conspiracy theories, there is the claim that the government conducted secret weapon tests before causing the sun to darken. There is the claim of an alien invasion. And there is even the claim that the government is carrying out a human scavenging plan by lowering the radiation from the sun. As well as such absurd rumors as the government and the aliens secretly colluding to sell out the Earth and the Earth's humans in exchange for their own interests. In addition to the rumors, all kinds of cults have also risen with the wind. Doomsday theories are once again resurfacing. Many guys claiming to be saviors, godly receivers, and so on are developing believers in a big way. The crime rate has risen by a factor of 5. Hedonism has started to prevail. And there is a danger that the social order is collapsing. I'm not interested in those details, Zhao Watson said. Good. Meng Zhuo agreed. Of the total 5 billion people that need to be evacuated, 2.5 billion have already been evacuated to Equator City and are living in temporary resettlement sites. Huge amounts of supplies, manpower and material resources are being tilted towards Equator City. And the largest construction operation in the history of mankind is underway. Of the remaining 2.3 billion people, more than 600 million have clearly expressed their refusal to evacuate. Follow-up mobilization is underway. Due to capacity constraints, the remaining 1.7 billion people are being evacuated in batches according to plan. The agricultural sector is developing low-temperature cultivation techniques and ocean and mountain cultivation techniques. And food reserves have been shipped. But because it is not known when technological breakthroughs will occur or how long the disaster will last, strict food rationing has been implemented in Equatoria. And people need to participate in Equatoria in exchange for supplies to sustain themselves. Their own survival. The army has been expanded. The police force, the reserves, the militia, and the United Front have been organized on a large scale. And the government is doing its best to maintain order in Equator City. According to incomplete statistics, there have been at least 10 million unnatural deaths since the outbreak of the solar crisis due to the successive extreme low temperatures, as well as due to large-scale migration, various kinds of turmoil, and illegal crimes. This number is still increasing rapidly. The initial construction of the City of Life has been completed, and the first to obtain the qualifications to move in are scientists in various fields. In the City of Life, they can conduct their own research without interference or threat. The originally planned large-scale solar exploration program, including at least 30 solar probes, as well as a manned solar observation spacecraft, has been thwarted due to the presence of the presumed K2 class civilization, and the program has been put on hold for the time being. Meng Zhuo maintained his tone that did not fluctuate in the slightest, as if he was reading from a book, and spoke out one piece of news after another. The more Zhao Huaxing listened, the heavier his heart became. This was something that had never been seen before in the history of mankind. A migration of such a huge scale, a construction of such a huge scale, as well as all the other aspects of the complicated affairs, truly involving every single individual in the entire human society deeply. This is like a powerful vortex that attracts everyone, and no one can stay out of it. What exactly will happen to the future of our human civilization? A question popped up in Zhao Huaxing's mind. But unfortunately, there was no one who could come and answer this question. All preparations have been made. We can depart. Just at this time, a report came from outside the tent. Zhao Watson nodded and walked out with Meng Zhuo. Still with Meng Zhuo and Li Wei, sitting on top of the plane traveling to Equator City. Zhao Watson's thoughts were still somewhat scattered. The earth of Siberia was still flat, still white and flawless, and the scenery was still beautiful. But at this moment, Zhao Huaxing was no longer in the mood to look at those things. I don't know how long had passed on top of the plane, but the communication device in front of Zhao Huaxing suddenly received a communication request. Zhao Huaxing pressed the answer button, and Wang Tang's voice came out. The meeting has ended, Wang Tang said. A total of 137 scientists from various fields participated in the discussion of your claim. Oh! What was the result of the discussion? The final result is that the scientists expressed a limited acceptance of your claim. Well, by the way, the likelihood of the existence of a K2 class civilization has been lowered from 90% to 50%. This means that a large amount of manpower and scientific resources will be redirected from dealing with K2 class civilizations to other scientific research. Also, after requesting the Führer's approval, the Ministry of Scientific Research has decided to restart the solar exploration program. When will it start? Zhao Watson asked. Starting from now, Wang Tang said without the slightest hesitation. We don't have any time to waste. But before the solar exploration program restarts, we intend to send a message to the vicinity of the Sun first. Chapter 24 The Galaxy Radio Telescope. Send a message? Zhao Watson was slightly surprised at the statement. Send what message? Why send a message? Things have come to this point. We must confirm if that speculated K2 class civilization really exists. If they have indeed placed Dyson spheres above the Sun, Then they must be able to pick up the radio signals that we are transmitting to the sun. That's right. We are trying to take the initiative to contact them. And no matter what kind of thoughts and intentions they actually hold towards us, we can't go on like this anymore. There was something feeble in Wang Tang's words. Has the Führer made up his mind? After a moment of silence, Zhao Watson asked. It was the Ministry of Scientific Research that suggested that the Führer do so. Wang Tang said. After sending the message, we will be faced with two outcomes. 1. That K2 class civilization has sent us a message back. If that is the case, we can arrange and set up our next move based on the content of the message back. And 2. There is no one who has sent us a message back. This situation also represents two possibilities. First, this K2 class civilization chooses to ignore us. Since it ignores us, of course we can't just sit back and wait for death. We must take the next step, whether it's active detection or other methods. Second, this K2 class civilization doesn't exist at all. If they don't exist, it is even more important for us to seize the time to take the next step as a way to save our civilization. So, logically, we should restart our solar exploration program if we don't receive a response to the signals we send. I agree with this statement as well. Zhao Watson nodded. So, which observatory served as the transmitter of this signal? The Star River radio telescope in the Star River Observatory that had received the WOW signal. The Star River radio telescope was the largest radio telescope on Earth, with a diameter of up to 500 meters. A radio telescope of such a huge diameter certainly does not consist of a pedestal and a huge pot-bellied antenna, as is usually the case with radio telescopes, because with the level of human technology, it would not be possible to support such a huge piece of equipment above the ground. In fact, it was built in a valley on the ground. It was a basin-shaped, 500 meters in diameter and tens of meters deep valley. When the Star River Observatory was being built, the engineers trimmed the basin, flattened the valley according to a certain angle and curvature, and then installed more than 400,000 pieces of aluminium in the walls and bottom of the basin according to a certain pattern, and also built a support for the signal receivers on top of the basin. In this way, all radio signals within a diameter of 500 meters would be reflected by these aluminium pieces into the signal receiver above, giving it the most sensitive signal reception on Earth. According to the theoretical strength, the Star River radio telescope can even receive radio signals equivalent to the strength of mobile phone communications on Mars. The most famous WOW signal in the history of extraterrestrial life exploration was also picked up by the telescope. The most famous WOW signal in the history of extraterrestrial life exploration was also picked up by it. The WOW. The WOW signal is a radio signal from the direction of the constellation Sagittarius with very suspicious characteristics. The signal has a degree of logical alignment that makes it unlikely that it was emitted by a natural phenomenon. After receiving the signal, the crew of the Galaxy Radio Telescope was shocked and wrote the word WOW on the signal paper to express their surprise. The signal got the name WOW to show their surprise. So the signal got the name WOW and was called the WOW signal by subsequent researchers. The WOW signal appeared only once, and for more than 10 years after that, the Star River Radio Telescope would listen again every month in its original direction. But it never received another message like the WOW signal. Other research organizations on Earth have also been listening in the direction of Sagittarius, but again without any luck. The WOW signal was just a glimpse, just a moment in front of the human face, and then disappeared, never to appear again. And what the WOW signals actually represent, so far no one can decipher it. It was this most powerful and famous radio telescope that was tasked with sending a message to the sun. Very well, Mengjue. Let's skip Equator City for now and go to the Star River Observatory, Zhao Watson said. Let's witness this event together. Okay, Mengjue agreed. I'm not amongst the Star River Observatory, but it doesn't matter. I'll report this matter to the higher-ups. You guys go straight there. There will be someone to receive you when you arrive, Wang Tang said. That's it. Goodbye. Feel free to get in touch if anything happens. Okay. Bye, Zhao Huaxing said. The helicopter turned in the sky, and after some resupply in a military base that hadn't been evacuated yet, it resumed its journey. After about 8 hours, Zhao Watson and his group arrived at the Star River Observatory. The Star River Astronomical Observatory covered a very large area, and even within a radius of 20 kilometers was classified as a restricted area by the government, forbidding any unrelated personnel from approaching. However, The building area of the observatory was much smaller. Only a single small building 2 kilometers away from the Star River radio telescope. All of the observatory's researchers and maintenance staff lived here. The 5 helicopters that Zhao Huaxing and his group were traveling in landed right in front of the small building. There was already a group of people waiting there. Hello. I'm the head of the Star River Observatory. And these are the relevant scientists from the research department. A bald middle-aged man walked up and shook Zhao Watson's hand before introducing himself to him. Hello. I'm Zhao Huaxing. Zhao Watson nodded. The Star River Observatory now had many more people than before. In addition to the original staff and the scientific researchers from the Solar Crisis Coordination and Handling Center, there were also many more security personnel around the observatory. They were all physically strong young men, wearing slate military uniforms, with unsmiling faces, looking very imposing. The personnel from the Ministry of Science and Research were aware of Zhao Huaxing's identity, but they didn't say much here, nor did they talk to Zhao Huaxing. They just nodded at him, as if they had met him. When the group walked into the control hall, Zhao Watson saw many screens, which were filled with flashing data and various charts, as well as red, green, black and white lines of various colors. Zhao Watson wasn't an expert in radio astronomy and couldn't understand these things, but he didn't ask many questions. At what time was the signal sent? Zhao Huaxing inquired. Not until noon. The person in charge of the observatory introduced. The signal is emitted pointing towards the sun, and the telescope will only be facing the sun at noon. You can take a break first. No, Zhao Huaxing said. Can I go to the telescope to take a look? Yes, the head of the observatory said. It's just transmitting a signal. It's just a very simple routine task for us. We don't need so many people all standing guard here. There's an observation deck next to the telescope. Let's go there. So Zhao Watson and his group, as well as a few staff members from the observatory, and the scientists from the research department, a total of more than 30 people arrived here at the observation deck next to the telescope. The observation deck was a bit higher than the valley next to it, and standing on top of it, both the lush jungle in the distance and the huge telescope reflecting the sun's rays 1,000 meters away were all visible. But the leaves of the lush jungle had already shown a little yellow color because of the lowering temperature. Although it was a hot summer day, standing on top of the observation deck, the wind blowing from the mountain also brought some coolness. This is probably the last time we will use this observation deck. The head of the observatory sighed. The weather will get colder and colder in the future. And apart from the necessary telescope repair and maintenance work, we will all stay in the base and never come out again. What? You guys aren't evacuating to Equator City? Zhao Huaxing asked. Of course not going. The head of the observatory shook his head. If we evacuate, what about the telescope? You know, the current human government doesn't have the funds or ability to rebuild a big guy like this anymore. We are the ears of humanity to listen to the sounds of the universe. We must stay here. In addition to this observatory, there will be at least 30,000 other institutions above the earth, and over 5 million staff members will not be evacuated to Equator City, Mengzhua said indifferently. Among these institutions, there are energy factories, coal mines, oil fields, nuclear power plants, scientific research institutions, and so on. All of these things cannot be relocated. Zhao Huaxing nodded slightly. This was a necessary institution in order to maintain the continuation of human civilization, and there had to be someone to step up and hold on to these positions. There are still 15 minutes until the signal is launched. The head of the observatory raised his wrist and looked at his watch, then said. Zhao Watson didn't seem to have heard the words. Zhao Watson's gaze crossed the 1,000-meter distance and placed it in a huge valley in the distance. Hundreds of thousands of fast aluminum pieces melted together under this distance. They reflected the sun's rays and illuminated Zhao Watson's eyes as he squinted slightly. There wasn't any vegetation or any traces of animals within 300 meters around the valley, while 300 meters away was full of vegetation, with the occasional howl of a wild beast coming out. Under the slightly weak sunlight, the entire gigantic Star River radio telescope revealed an ancient and desolate flavor. Time's up, the head of the observatory said. At the same time, Zhao Huaxing seemed to have heard a buzzing sound of anything, slightly low but very powerful. It traveled into one's ears, making even one's head feel a little dizzy. The head of the observatory didn't seem to feel this. He suddenly opened his mouth and said loudly, Greetings, esteemed unknown civilization. These are some sounds from the human civilization above the third planet of this tiny solar system. Chapter 25 Vulcan Solar Telescope. That buzzing sound got louder and louder. While feeling a bit dizzy in his head, Zhao Watson also felt that his exposed skin seemed to have become a bit wooden, like a layer of plastic film covering it. And it was like that feeling of being filled with static electricity. When Zhao Huaxin raised his head, he saw countless birds flying out from the mountains and forests, like headless flies in the sky, and some of them even hit the ground directly. Zhao Huaxin knew that it was due to the birds' navigation organs being disturbed. I'm witnessing what is probably the first exchange between a human civilization and an extraterrestrial civilization above history, alone on top of this tiny blue planet that has developed for millions of years, starting from the ancient apes, all the way up to the present. Our human civilization's technological level has finally reached this point. This endless starry sky is like a black curtain that wraps us all up. And behind this curtain are hidden endless mysteries, and at this moment, there is a mysterious civilization that may be from this mysterious world that has come into the solar system. And at this moment, we are trying to establish contact with them. Some hot blood was surging in Zhao Huaxin's heart. If they really exist, if they really receive this message, what will be in their hearts? Is it to laugh at the self-importance of this backward civilization? Or to simply ignore it and treat this as the chirping of ants? But we humans have finally come this far. Our current technological backwardness is simply because we haven't had long enough to develop. It doesn't mean that our civilization is inferior. If we can get through this calamity, in the not-too-distant future, our footprints will also spread throughout the stars. And we will also enter this mysterious world. Zhao Huaxin's mood at the moment was like waves rolling over, refusing to stop for a moment. Amidst the slight sense of dizziness and the discomfort of his skin, the roar of the head of the observatory was still coming into Zhao Watson's ears. Zhao Watson knew that the words spoken by the head of the observatory were the contents of the signal that the radio telescope was transmitting to the sun this time. It is very fortunate that our two civilizations are able to gather here with you across a distant distance that may be as high as tens of millions of light years. As the owners of this tiny galaxy, we welcome your arrival. Allow us to extend our sincere greetings to you. Our technology is backward, but we still observe that you seem to be doing something in the middle of our galaxy. May we ask if you are trying to get something out of our galaxy? Or are you conducting some scientific research in an attempt to obtain some scientific information? Can you tell us about these things? We would like to have your answer. We believe that the morality of a civilization and the technology of that civilization go hand in hand. And that you, who possess technology so advanced that we dare not imagine it, must have a morality that matches your technology. You must have a moral level that matches your technology. And with such a high moral level, you will not come to make things difficult for a backward civilization whose footprint is still restricted to its home planet. We regret to inform you that some of your actions towards our galactic sun have seriously affected our lives, resulting in the deaths of tens of millions of our civilization, and possibly billions more of our kind to follow. We are greatly saddened and grieved by this. We believe that you are well-intentioned, and that this may be due to some failure on your part that we cannot understand. We fervently look forward to the time when you can rectify these blunders in order to eliminate the suffering that has been inflicted upon our civilization. We would love to live in peace with your civilization, and we are equally confident that this would be your wish as well. Earth, human civilization to you. We await your answer. The hissing of the head of the observatory stopped, and the feeling of vertigo, as well as the discomfort in his skin that Zhao Watson had felt, disappeared at the same time. The buzzing sound was gone, and the birds of prey in the mountains and forests returned to silence. Zhao Huaxin then knew that the signal transmission was over. The entire message was presented in a gesture so full of sincerity that it was slightly humble to the K2 class civilization that may or may not exist. The deaths of tens of millions of humans, as well as more human suffering hidden in the background, were covered up by the glib phrase, "Some of your mistakes are beyond our comprehension." It was covered up. At this moment, Zhao Watson remembered the Freya family who died in the cold wind and snow in the town of Corvus, the old people who refused to evacuate even if they were dead, and the mother bear who was killed by a shot by Ming Zhua in order to protect her cubs in the North Pole. There was a surge of hot blood in Zhao Watson's heart. However, Zhao Huaxin still maintained his calm expression and did not speak. Next to him, Li Wei grabbed Zhao Watson's arm, and Zhao Watson heard the low sobbing sound that Li Wei let out and felt the warmth of his sleeve that was wet with tears. Shit! Shit! The head of the observatory didn't know when his eyes had reddened. He walked to the railing and grabbed it with both hands, so hard that even the veins on his arms popped out, and his entire body began to tremble. Those were tens of millions of people. To say that they died? Bandits came to our home and took away the sunlight that was originally ours. And yet, we have to be here whispering and praying for them to spare us on the grounds of noble morality. Just shit. Shit, Montrose said indifferently. This is politics. Politics is not influenced by emotions. Politics is only guided by the pursuit of the highest good. If whispering can save the sun and prevent more people from dying, then I don't mind kneeling in front of these sons of bitches alien scum and kowtowing to them 17 or 18 times. Shal Watson walked over and patted the head of the observatory on the shoulder, whispering, "Don't forget that we're not sure if this K2 class civilization exists or not. The change of events above the sun could also simply be a result of the natural physical mechanism." The head of the observatory took a few deep breaths and turned his head to Shal Watson. "I'm sorry. I lost my temper." "No matter." Shal Watson sighed and turned to the research department staff and asked, "How long is the scheduled time?" 3 days. The scientific research department personnel replied. "If we don't hear back from the extraterrestrial civilization within 3 days, then we will default to the fact that this extraterrestrial civilization doesn't exist, and we will launch a large-scale solar exploration program." "All right. Let's wait for 3 days then." Shal Watson nodded. "If I remember correctly, the Vulcan Solar Telescope is not far from here, right?" Director Leachy had led the construction project of this telescope before he died, and had kept the Stellar Physics Institute and the Vulcan Solar Telescope sharing data? "Yes." The science officer nodded. "The Vulcan Solar Telescope is less than 500 kilometers from here. You can get there in just over an hour by helicopter. The Vulcan is a solar telescope, specializing in observing the sun, and Director Leachy is the director of the Institute of Stellar Physics. So it's quite normal for him to preside over the manufacture of this telescope and maintain the subsequent sharing of data." "Good." Shal Watson nodded. 3 days later. "I'm going to take a look there," Mengzhua said. "That's fine." The signal transmission had ended, and the Star River radio telescope regained its silence, switching from signal transmission mode to signal reception mode. Shal Watson knew that not only the Star River radio telescope, but from the time the signal was launched, all the radio telescopes, optical telescopes, observatories orbiting the Earth, satellites, and numerous devices in space around the globe would be aimed at the sun. The Earth and the sun are 8 light minutes apart, and it takes 8 minutes for the signal we transmit to reach the sun. It will take the same 8 minutes for the signal to return to Earth from the sun. So, if that K2 class civilization really exists and does respond to us immediately, we will receive the signal after 16 minutes at the earliest. Zhao Huaxing's group used 15 minutes to return to the small building of the Star River Observatory and arrived at the control hall. There were many more unfamiliar faces in the control hall, and Zhao Huaxing knew that they were probably also personnel under the Ministry of Scientific Research. The Star River radio telescope had already been tuned to its highest sensitivity, and presumably the other radio telescopes on Earth had also been tuned to their highest sensitivity. At this very moment, at least 600 eyes were watching the sun, following every move from its direction, and the hearts of at least a few thousand people in the know were in their throats, ready to pick up some signal that would rock the world. The atmosphere in the control hall was as heavy as a lump of lead, and there was no sound in the control hall of more than 100 people, except for the faint sound from the instruments. Even their breathing was softened, as if they were afraid of disturbing something hidden in the shadows. The sun was also a huge source of radiation, with powerful radiations emitted from it every moment. At the moment, these radiations were perfectly displayed above the gauges in the control hall. But these signals are meaningless. The signal filtering equipment of the instruments can completely filter out these interferences, leaving only those signals with unusual logical characteristics. And if the signal had logical characteristics, it was most likely sent out by intelligent beings. The hour hand was turning little by little. 16 minutes had already arrived. Theoretically, this is enough time for the radio signal to make a round trip between the sun and the Earth. However, above the instrument display, the signal from the direction of the sun was still smooth, and there was nothing other than the radiation from the sun itself. Perhaps that K2 class civilization also needs time to discuss what words to use to respond to us. People thought this, and then continued to wait. 18 minutes, 25 minutes, 1 hour, 3 hours. The direction of the sun remained quiet as usual. Okay, the head of the observatory said. It seems that either that K2 class civilization doesn't exist, or they're ignoring us. Chapter 26, 1 in a Million Changes. 5 hours had already passed. It was already nearly 6 o'clock in the afternoon. But the direction of the sun was always quiet. Neither the satellites nor the observatory, the radio telescope, had picked up any signals from the direction of the sun, with logical characteristics. Perhaps it really was as the head of the observatory had said. Either that K2 class civilization doesn't exist, or they've ignored us. And now, after 5 hours, because of the problem of the difference in angle caused by the rotation of the Earth, even if a signal did come through from the direction of the sun, the Star River radio telescope could not receive it. Obviously, because it was built in the middle of a valley. The Star River radio telescope was not free to rotate in order to align itself in different directions. It could only follow the Earth, scanning a certain range of the celestial sphere along a fixed orbit. But it doesn't matter if the telescope can't monitor the sun anymore. At this very moment, freely rotating radio telescopes built elsewhere above the Earth are still chasing the sun until it sets. The maximum intensity monitoring operation would continue for 3 days. If no information is returned after 3 days, the monitoring of the direction of the sun will not stop. There would still be at least 2 large radio telescopes tasked with this mission. Then let's wait for 3 days, Zhao Watson said. Perhaps some people think that communicating with extraterrestrial civilizations in order to change the current predicament is easier than relying on our own power to change the sun. But I don't think so. I think we still have some chance if the sun is changing because of its own physical mechanism. If a K2 class civilization does exist, we don't stand a chance. That's why. I hope that no reply will ever come back from the direction of the sun. Anyway, let's wait for these 3 days first, the head of the observatory said. Zhao Washington stayed in the Star River Observatory with Li Wei, Mengzhua and the others. After the Star River radio telescope pointed in the other direction, because of the Earth's rotation, and was no longer able to observe the sun, the Star River Observatory reverted back to its daily work rhythm. This was the most sensitive ear ever built by human civilization. It can even listen to the radiation emitted from distant river systems 7 billion light-years away. Since the Star River radio telescope had been built, it had discovered at least over 500 neutron stars and white dwarfs. And through its gamma-ray aspect of monitoring, it had identified at least 300 new suspected black holes. There have been many important discoveries of close binaries, parent variable stars, supernova outbursts, binary neutron star or white dwarf systems, and dense star main sequence star models. There are huge amounts of radiation and signals in the universe all the time. And the role of the Star River radio telescope is to listen to these signals, eliminate useless interference, and filter out the signals that are valuable for astronomical research. Zhao Watson was also an astronomer. And although the direction of his research was different from these people at the Star River Observatory, this did not prevent Zhao Watson from getting involved. Zhao Washington stayed at the Star River Observatory for 3 days, until the 3rd day at noon. 72 hours had passed, and the direction of the sun was still silent. Still silent. Not a single receiving device in the world had picked up even a mere suspected signal. It was also at this time that Zhao Watson received a notification from Wang Tang, with the Führer's consent. We have decided to restart the solar exploration program. There will be at least 30 probes, as well as a manned spacecraft leaving Earth for the sun. Very well, Zhao Watson said. When will the launch take place? The astronauts will depart from Earth tomorrow. Good. I will be there to see them off. Welcome, Wang Tang said. The communication was cut off and Zhao Watson said to Mengzhua, there is still some time before the rocket launch. Let's go to the Vulcan solar telescope to take a look first. Maybe we can find some clues left behind by Director Li Qi there. Good. Mengzhua agreed. And after an hour of preparations, the 5 helicopters carrying Zhao Watson and his group left the Star River Observatory and began to head towards the Vulcan solar telescope. The Vulcan solar telescope was an optical telescope, so it had to be built in a place with clean air to reduce the influence of the atmosphere on the light. And only in this way could the observation accuracy be improved. In fact, the Vulcan telescope was built in a mountain range that is more than 5,000 meters above sea level and is dry all year round, with little rainfall. It was at a low latitude, and although the solar radiation was much lower, the temperature of the plains here still remained above zero. But it was different on the mountains. At an altitude of more than 5,000 meters, The temperature had dropped to around 30 degrees below zero. Right in the middle of such bitter cold, the helicopter that Zhao Watson was traveling in arrived above the open space in front of the Vulcan telescope. The person in charge of the Vulcan telescope base received Zhao Watson and his party. After bringing Zhao Watson from the freezing cold outside to the base, he left alone and replaced him with another person to accompany Zhao Watson and the others. This was a middle-aged man who was a bit thin and mute and wore glasses, with a fountain pen stuck in his jacket pocket, looking very much like the intellectuals of the last century. That's right. The telescope we have here was indeed built under the auspices of Director Li Qi, the middle-aged man said. After Director Li Qi's unfortunate death, the Ministry of Scientific Research has already had at least 7 sets of people come here to inspect it, and all of them found nothing of value. What? Are you also from the Ministry of Scientific Research? Come here to line up Director Li Qi's things? Zhao Watson nodded. Yes. We were hoping that we could find a little clue left behind by Director Li Qi here. No. None of it law. The middle-aged man shook his head full of regret. Director Li Qi also possesses the authority of this telescope. But after it was built and put into use, other than receiving the observation data from this place, he never bothered with this place again. How could anything of Director Li Qi's be left here? Zhao Huaxing asked. Director Li Qi also has the authority to operate this telescope? Then is it possible for this to happen? That is, for Li Qi to operate this telescope directly with his own authority for certain observations without going through you. Theoretically, this possibility exists. The dry, thin middle-aged man said. But the first 7 sets of Ministry of Scientific Research investigators have already investigated this matter, and they didn't seem to find anything. Yes, the Ministry of Scientific Research personnel have investigated this matter, Mengzhua said. The investigators did not find any traces left behind by Li Qi. There are 2 possibilities for this situation. 1. Li Qi really didn't do any operation. And 2. Li Qi did do an operation, but very perfectly removed those traces. Exactly which possibility we don't know yet, because this piece of information doesn't have much value for its own sake. I didn't report it to you. Zhao Watson nodded, and after thinking for a while, he turned to Li Wei and asked, since it's an optical telescope, did anyone from your Optical Research Institute participate in the construction process of this telescope? Involved, Li Wei said. The investigators also investigated the construction drawings of the telescope as well as the technical parameters, and did not find anything odd. So, Zhao Huaxing pondered once more and said to the dry, thin middle-aged man, can we go take a look at this telescope? Of course, the middle-aged man said. We can take a car there. The group then rode in the car to the huge plant where the telescope was located. Optical telescopes, unlike radio telescopes, were not curved like pots and pans, but were traditionally constructed as mirror tubes, except that they were much larger. When it was time to use it, the baffle above the plant would move away, and the light from the distance would enter its mirror, although the same mirror structure. But it is different from other telescopes, because other telescopes are mainly used for observing extremely distant objects, whereas it observes the sun. The sun is so big and so close that if left untreated, the sun's rays gathered by the mirrors are enough to melt steel plates. So on the outside of the telescope, there are several light filtering panels, so that the staff at the base can easily adjust the intensity of the light entering the telescope according to their observation needs. Many staff members are busy here, on top of the huge screen in the plant. Zhao Watson also saw the real-time image of the sun. It was a large, fiery ball of fire with a dark red color, and even after a great deal of extinction, it still looked full of shocking power. Because of the outbreak of the solar crisis, the amount of observation tasks for this telescope had steeply increased, and even the staff here was 3 or 4 times more than before. Zhao Watson didn't say anything, but just casually strolled around the busy researchers, surveying the layout of the place, looking at the data set back, and occasionally placing his eyes on the huge telescope's mirror. After a while, Zhao Watson asked thoughtfully, how much precision can this telescope achieve in resolving the sun's rays? Resolution accuracy? You mean? The dry and thin middle-aged man asked with a slight doubt. Light intensity. To draw an analogy, Zhao Huaxing said, if its precision is adjusted to the highest, is it possible for it to discover a specific area of the sun? This area may be very small. Let's take 10 square kilometers as an example. Can it discover the change in the intensity of light in these 10 square kilometers? Of course it could discover it, The dry and thin middle-aged man said. This telescope is very powerful. It is one of the most advanced ground-based telescopes that we humans have ever built. What kind of precision can it achieve? Can a change in luminosity of 1/1,000,000th be detected? Zhao Huaxing asked immediately after. Chapter 27: A Vague Discovery. Hearing Zhao Huaxing ask this, the dry, thin middle-aged man froze for a moment before replying. Theoretically, it should be possible. I guess. We haven't made any attempts in this regard. And I'm not too sure about these things. But you have to know one thing. And that is the interference of light. The Earth has a very thick atmosphere. Clouds, the flow of air, and even the unevenness of the water content in a certain place in the atmosphere may have an effect on the light. In space, there is also sunspot activity, and even space dust, comets, etc., all of which can make the sun's rays vary. 1 part in a million is too high in accuracy, which I'm not sure about. The real cosmic environment is not the same as the laboratory environment. It is very complex. Zhao Watson nodded thoughtfully. Theoretically it can be done? But you guys haven't really tried it? Right. The dry and thin middle-aged man nodded. Zhao Huaxing walked out of the plant and onto the leveled mountainous terrain outside. This was the tallest mountain within a 100-mile radius. But human power had its ultimate expression here. As the mountain was flattened and all sorts of massive buildings rose up here. All the supplies here need to be sent over by airplanes from the outside world. And even communication with the outside world needs to rely on satellites to be realized. In such an almost isolated place. The huge Vulcan solar telescope, which represented the eyes of mankind, was gazing at the sun. Amidst the bleak cold air, Zhao Watson raised his head and placed his gaze on top of the massive telescope that was more than 20 meters tall. There were many machines supporting its operation. The rotation of the Earth would cause changes to its pointing. As the Earth rotated a little, its pointing would be adjusted a little. And as long as it was in the daytime, it would keep pointing at the sun until the sun went down. The air in the sky was very pure. So pure that one felt as if one's eyes had been washed over again. There weren't any clouds in the sky either. There had never been a moment like this where Zhao Huaxing felt like he was seeing the world with such clarity. Even at this very moment. Just in the afternoon, Zhao Huaxing could already see a few bright stars in the sky. The light from the sun had traveled over a distance of 150 million kilometers, passing through the pure air of this place, while bringing light and warmth. They also brought certain information about the sun that was hidden in the shadows. But Zhao Watson knew that these rays were very old. Even older than the entire history of mankind. Photons are produced in the fusion core of the sun, which has a diameter of about 1,400,000 kilometers, and a radius that is 700,000 kilometers. That is to say, photons need to travel a distance of up to 700,000 kilometers to reach the surface of the sun from its core. And the speed at which a photon travels in a vacuum is 300,000 kilometers per second. Common sense would suggest that it would only take a little over 2 seconds to travel this distance. But this is not the case. Because the environment inside the sun is very special. The density of matter there is so high. The temperature is so high that the photons, after being created, are constantly reflected and collided with inside the sun, slowly approaching the surface of the sun in the process. This time scale is usually 15 million years. Even from the time of the ancient apes, the history of mankind is only a few million years. That means that the sunlight that we're seeing at the moment was actually created inside the sun long before hominids even existed. It took 15 million years to reach the surface of the sun, and then another 8 minutes to reach the earth, enter our eyes, and be perceived by us. It was a magnificent epic. A great journey. Zhao Watson looked at this huge telescope and fell into deep thought. After seeing this telescope and knowing that Li Qi had the permission to use this telescope, in Zhao Watson's heart, something seemed to be connected. But it was a very vague feeling. Vague and unclear. Do I have permission to use this telescope? Zhao Watson turned to Mengzhua and inquired. Yes. Mengzhua nodded. But I have to ask the head of the research department for instructions on this matter first. The order to give you the permission to use the telescope will be sent here from the research department. Okay. Let's get on with this matter now, Zhao Watson said. Mengzhua then took out that mobile phone-like instrument and spoke a few words into a low voice. After only a few moments, Mengzhua said, "All right. The permission to use this telescope is now yours. You are free to use it without restriction. And if you deem it necessary, I will do so even if you have to destroy it." "What would I destroy it for?" Zhao Watson laughed bitterly, and turned around to return within the plant. The dry, thin middle-aged man wearing glasses came to Zhao Watson's side. His deep color slightly odd. All right. From now on, this telescope belongs to you. All of the original observation missions were suspended, so those researchers were left temporarily free. They exchanged words and whispered in their respective positions, seemingly guessing what Zhao Watson's origin was. Zhao Watson ignored these murmurs and walked straight to the side of the operator. Hello. Please help me set the telescope's resulting accuracy to the highest. And aim it at... well, just aim it here. Zhao Watson casually pointed a spot on top of the solar model with his hand. The operator agreed and tapped a few times on the keyboard in front of him, adjusting the telescope's observation parameters. Zhao Watson then heard a low mechanical rotation sound coming from the telescope. The sound was very soft and only lasted for a few moments before stopping. And then the picture of the sun on the big screen expanded rapidly, as if it was approaching the place at a rapid speed. Zhao Watson saw the waves of plasma rushing above the sun, saw the heliopause bound by a strong magnetic field, like a stargate, and saw many things on the surface of the sun. But all of these things were macroscopic. They didn't look big, but they were actually bigger than a dozen Earths put together. The telescope's view was still going rapidly deeper, so the rushing waves of plasma were gone, as were the huge heliostats. And what presented itself before them was a dark red blur. This is actually a picture of the photosphere, the operator said. The photosphere is the innermost layer of the sun's atmosphere. We can only see here. We can't see anything further inside. Zhao Watson nodded, and without explaining his identity as a stellar physicist to the other party, he inquired, is this the highest precision at this moment? What is the resolution of the image? 3 kilometers per pixel. This entire image is roughly 3,000 times 3,000, or a total of 9 million square kilometers of sun surface, the operator said. Well, from this moment onwards record the change in luminosity of the pixel points at the coordinates 926, 1453, Zhao Watson said. This coordinate point was randomly chosen by Zhao Watson. Zhao Watson only wanted to test the performance of this telescope. He didn't want to actually observe anything from here. Okay. The operator agreed and operated on top of the keyboard some more. A minute later, Zhao Watson said, print the results for me. A piece of paper quickly arrived in Zhao Watson's hands. On top of this piece of paper, the operator used a graph to represent a schematic of how the luminosity of this pixel point changed over time. The surface of the sun was very unstable, so the luminosity of a certain place would naturally change at any time. This was an almost random change, so it was naturally impossible for Zhao Watson to see anything from this chart. Zhao Watson didn't hope to see any information from it either. Zhao Watson merely wanted to confirm his conception. What is the precision? Zhao Watson asked. Well, the operator paused for a moment and quickly tapped a few times on top of the computer before replying. It's about 1 in 930,000 precision. Very well. There's nothing more for me to do. You guys can start working. Zhao Watson casually stuffed the piece of paper into his pocket before saying. The operator gave Zhao Watson a slightly puzzled look, but didn't ask what exactly Zhao Watson wanted to do. Under the arrangement of that dry, thin middle-aged man, the researchers within the plant also re-entered their work. The Vulcan solar telescope readjusted its stance, and the fiery sun image reappeared within the large screen. Have you come to any conclusions? Monjo asked. Perhaps the scientists in the research department can help you sort it out. I don't have any conclusions. Zhao Watson shook his head. I don't even have any concepts. Merely this telescope reminds me of the high-precision light intensity detector that Li Qi once installed on top of the solar environment simulator. I'd like to see if there's any connection between the two items. There might be some connection. Hearing Zhao Watson say so, Meng Zhuo lost interest in continuing his inquiry. Let's go. There's nothing more to do here, Zhao Huaxing said. We'll rest here for the night, and tomorrow we'll set off for the rocket launching site to bid farewell to those warriors who will be traveling to the sun. We have already prepared a place for you to rest, the dry and thin middle-aged man said, leading Zhao Huaxing and his group back into the building next to the factory. At night, Zhao Huaxing lay on his bed, but he was never able to sleep. There seemed to be a certain 2 points in his mind that were vaguely connected. But what exactly this connection was, Zhao Huaxing was never able to make it clear. I don't know when Zhao Watson fell asleep, but perhaps because the air here was too good. Zhao Watson, who woke up early in the morning, didn't feel tired. As the sun rose as promised, The Vulcan Solar Telescope followed the sun and started its work for the day again. Zhao Watson then stepped onto the helicopter at this time and began his journey to the launch site. Chapter 28: The Crimson Heart. There were more than 30 launch sites on Earth, and after the outbreak of the solar crisis, all kinds of commercial, meteorological, surveillance, and civilian satellite launch programs were stopped and replaced by scientific research satellite launch missions. In the past period of time, at least 3 rockets were launched every day, transporting huge quantities of materials and a large number of scientific and technological equipment into space. But the discovery of an inverse fusion layer on the surface of the Sun. After the discovery of the inverse fusion layer on the surface of the Sun, and the possible existence of a K2 class civilization was deduced, all launch plans were stopped. The reason for this was simple. The top management of the human government was worried that too many space launches would cause misunderstandings among the super extraterrestrial civilizations, which would bring about a catastrophe for the Earth. However, after Zhao Watson proposed the existence of a paradox between the two preconditions, and the signals from the Star River radio telescope did not receive a response for 3 days, the possibility of the existence of super extraterrestrial civilizations was reduced, and the large-scale space launch program was immediately resumed. This first space launch mission was the largest of the many launch sites. It took Zhao Watson several hours to arrive at this launch site from the Vulcan Solar Telescope base. Launch Site 1 was located in the subtropics of the former Earth period, and it was summertime now, so it should be quite hot here. However, because of the effects of the solar crisis, the average temperature here had dropped to about 15 degrees Celsius, and at night the temperature would even drop to 0 degrees. Today's weather wasn't very good, although there were no clouds in the sky, and there was no sign of rain or snow. The wind was very strong, to the point that the helicopter was blowing a little unstable. After the helicopter landed, Zhao Watson put his collar up and left the cabin with Ming Zhua and the others. Outside, Wang Tang and the others were already waiting there. After a short exchange of pleasantries, all of them walked together towards the launch control room. On the way, Wang Tang gave a short introduction for this launch mission. This launch is the most important part of the entire solar exploration program. Wang Tang said, "We have made some improvements to the Mars exploration spacecraft that was previously deployed in the Earth's orbit. Installed heat insulation, radiation protection nets, increased fuel reserves, increased the power of the engines and communication equipment, replaced the relevant scientific instruments, and made many other modifications, finally transforming it into a manned spacecraft that can serve as a solar exploration mission." Manned spacecraft. Before the outbreak of the solar crisis, the human government had led an ambitious manned Mars exploration program. But at the critical moment when the spacecraft was finally assembled and was only waiting for the arrival of the astronauts, the solar crisis broke out and the program was put on hold. Now, its purpose has also been changed, and it is no longer aimed at Mars, but at the Sun. There are many differences between the Mars exploration mission and the solar exploration mission. The closest distance between Mars and the Earth is only 55 million kilometers, of course. This is only the theoretical minimum distance, and it is basically impossible for mankind to get such a good chance in an actual Mars exploration mission. In the original Mars exploration mission orbit planning, the length of this orbit is 80 million kilometers. Red Heart. The spacecraft Red Heart will take 50 days to arrive at Mars and enter the orbit around Mars, then release the lander to carry astronauts to the surface of Mars, and after a 3-month investigation, it will take about 80 days to return to Earth. The distance between the Sun and the Earth is much greater. This average distance is 150 million kilometers, a little more than twice the distance of the Mars exploration mission. This would necessarily require more supplies and fuel reserves. And the space environment after approaching the Sun was much harsher than that of Mars. The Crimson Heart could reach Mars, but it could not approach the Sun. Therefore, under the leadership of the human government, the Ministry of Scientific Research made many improvements to the Crimson Heart, finally allowing it to take on the task of getting close to the Sun. If there was enough time, rebuilding a solar exploration spacecraft would undoubtedly be a better choice. But unfortunately, the solar crisis erupted too violently and too quickly, and it would take at least 5 years to build a spacecraft that could navigate interstellar voyages, a period of time that included the very first mission planning, which means that the scientific research department would make requirements for the performance and functionality of the spacecraft. And then the engineering department would make requirements for the performance and functionality of the spacecraft. This time includes the initial mission planning, i.e. the scientific research department will put forward the requirements on the performance and functions of the spaceship. And then the engineering department will combine with the scientific research department to research on how to realize these functions, draw drawings and submit them for review and approval. And only after the review and approval will it proceed to the final construction stage. The construction tasks would be dispersed to tens of thousands of factories around the world. And after acceptance, the parts would be assembled, then subjected to extensive debugging and testing, and then launched by rocket into orbit around the Earth. A temporary space station will also be set up to take care of the subsequent docking and assembly of these modules, as well as maintenance tasks. Each rocket launch can only take one part of the spacecraft into space. The assembly of the entire spacecraft would take many launches. The Red Heart spacecraft had been launched more than 100 times one after another before it was finally assembled in space. In this process, the launch, return, life safety, material security, coordination and command of the astronauts responsible for the assembly of the spacecraft are all a huge project. In the more than 100 rocket launching missions also failed 3 times. Because of these 3 failures, 4 excellent astronauts thus perished. 3 batches of valuable precision instruments were destroyed. A total of more than 1 million outstanding scientists, engineers, workers, managers, logistics support personnel involved in this huge project. The human civilization spent 5 years with their sweat and blood to finally pour out this great spaceship. But at this last minute, its target was changed from Mars to the Sun, which had to be somewhat dramatic. The late modification missions totaled 37 rocket launches. The Red Heart spacecraft is excellent, and converting it into a solar probe will save a lot of time and resources rather than building a new one. Now that all matters have been prepared, the Crimson Heart is ready to travel to the Sun and launch an on-site observation of the Sun. Wang Tang said. Of course. Before that, we need to send these 5 outstanding astronauts into the spaceship first before we can say anything. Zhao Huasheng stopped in his tracks and cast his gaze towards the huge rocket that towered straight up in the distance, like a sharp arrow pointing to the sky. This was the Hercules heavy launch vehicle. Its height was 70 meters. Its total weight was as high as 3,500 tons. And every time it was launched, it could send 130 tons of payload into space. This was a miracle in the history of human engineering. And it was the largest rocket ever built by mankind. The Hercules rocket was more than 2,000 meters away from Zhao Huasheng. At such a distance, the magnificence of the Hercules rocket was still overwhelming. Anyone who saw this rocket would marvel at its enormity and power. Zhao Huasheng looked at it out of breath, not knowing what was going through his mind. Wang Tang walked behind Zhao Huasheng and said in a low voice, among the 130 tons of payload for this launch, apart from the 3 men, 2 women, and 5 astronauts, there is also a reserve bin for supplies, as well as supply materials stored in the reserve bin. It has some power, and after the Hercules rocket sends them into space, the astronauts will operate the reserve bin and dock with the Crimson Heart spacecraft and become part of it. The astronauts would then get into the operations bay and pilot the Red Heart spacecraft to break free of Earth's orbit and head for the Sun. Robots are ultimately no match for humans, and there are many operations that only humans can perform. Therefore, the scientists have designated this exploration mission as a manned spaceflight, and they hope that the instruments loaded on top of the Red Heart spacecraft, as well as these 5 astronauts, can figure out what exactly is going on with the inverse fusion layer, and whether or not there is any possibility of breaking the inverse fusion layer. Zhao Huasheng nodded and removed his gaze from above the Hercules heavy launch vehicle and followed Wang Tang into the operation room. There were more than 100 staff members who were busy in the operation room, monitoring all aspects of the data of the Hercules carrier vehicle, as well as the material reserve warehouse at all times. I'm the chief commander of this Red Heart spacecraft launch mission, Wang Tang said to Zhao Huasheng. It's the final stage of preparation now. The astronauts have completed their final medical checkups and are traveling here by car. The launch window period is between 2 and 4 in the afternoon, and based on the weather data, the Hercules rocket will be launched at the right time. Zhao Huasheng nodded and sat down before the viewing gallery along with Li Wei and Ming Zhuo. Perhaps the heavy atmosphere in the operation hall had infected Li Wei, and after sitting down, Li Wei held Zhao Huasheng's hand and whispered, "Huasheng, I'm a little nervous in my heart." Zhao Huaxing squeezed Li Wei's hand and said in a low voice, "There is no need to be nervous. The Hercules launch vehicle is known for its high safety. This launch will be fine." After settling Zhao Huaxing and the others down, Wang Tang re-entered into his intense work. A large amount of data needed to be analyzed by Wang Tang, and a large amount of decisions needed to be made by Wang Tang. So Wang Tang couldn't be delayed for too long here at Zhao Huaxing's place. After waiting in the operation hall for about an hour or so, the doorway of the operation hall opened once again, and 5 astronauts wearing sky blue cabin spacesuits walked in line. Seeing these 3 men, 2 women and 5 astronauts come in, all the staff in the operation hall put down their hands and stood up, and a warm applause rang out in the operation hall. Wang Tang walked forward and hugged these 5 astronauts one by one, then stood to the side and scanned the entire operation hall, his expression unusually serious. "These are the 5 astronauts who will undertake our solar exploration mission this time," Wang Tang said. Chapter 29 Oath of Allegiance. The moment Wang Tang uttered his first sentence, all the voices in the operation hall disappeared, leaving only Wang Tang's powerful voice echoing in the place. Each and every one of the 5 of them possesses the toughest mental qualities, the strongest body, as well as the most outstanding ability to resist pressure, as well as the ability to make decisions, as well as the deepest love for our human civilization. They will take the eyes and ears of all our scientists who remain on Earth into space to the sun and lead us to find out what is happening there. In a way, they hold our hope, Wang Tang said. In fact, in a sense, we humans are still moving a little too fast. As of now, we humans have only landed on the moon, and we haven't even been to Mars. Our technological level is still not developed enough. Our ability is still not strong enough. Our understanding of the near-solar cosmic space is still not deep enough. And we can't be too precise in predicting the possible risks. And our technological level is just barely up to par. But we have no other choice. This solar crisis is the first serious test for human civilization. We don't have the time, energy or resources to take our time to prepare for it. And the first manned solar exploration mission has been rushed off the ground. This solar exploration mission is dangerous. Extremely dangerous. It is a distant journey of nearly 400 million kilometers both ways. And these 5 heroes will spend 6 to 8 long months aboard the Red Heart spacecraft. No one can predict what kind of dangers and challenges they will encounter during this time. It can be said that from the moment these 5 heroes set foot on the Hercules launch vehicle, they gave their lives to their destiny and dedicated themselves to the whole of mankind. Frankly speaking, I do not have such courage, and I cannot do that. I also believe that most of us here cannot do that either. But these 5 heroes did it. And with boldness and determination. Without the slightest hesitation. The tallest of the 5 astronauts said, "There are always things that need to be done. And if none of us do it, what about human civilization? We live in the system of human civilization. And each of us is contributing to civilization, and at the same time accepting the shelter of civilization. Every one of us has the natural obligation to make sacrifices for civilization. So we are not afraid. We only seek to complete the mission. We only seek to obtain enough technological information. As for our lives and deaths, it's not a big deal." "That's right." A female astronaut smiled very easily and said, "I have left a suicide note in advance and placed it at home. But I hope that, unless it is confirmed that we are dead, the suicide note will not be opened." Wang Tang said, "I am the commander-in-chief of this manned solar observation program. And I promise that I will use all my strength to ensure your safety and the smooth execution of the mission. If an accident occurs on the Red Heart spacecraft that causes you to meet an untimely end, then I will take full responsibility for it, and I will use my life to atone for your sins." Another astronaut smiled and said, "The mission will definitely succeed. We are very optimistic about completing this mission. Prior to this mission, we received 5 long years of training in space navigation. And we believe that we are capable of solving any unexpected problems we encounter during our journey." "Very well." Wang Tang nodded. At this time, a staff member walked up to Wang Tang and whispered something to Wang Tang, who then added, "The Führer has received our report, and he wants to speak to you personally." Wang Tang pressed a button, and the figure of the old man appeared above the large screen in the operation hall. Zhao Huaxing couldn't help but have his pupils shrink a little when he turned his gaze towards the screen. The last time Zhao Huaxing had seen this old man was about a month or so ago. In just this time of just over a month, this old man seemed to have aged a dozen years. The wrinkles on his face were even deeper, one after another, as if they were grooves. Although his hair was dyed, it still showed a bit of pallor at the roots. His eyes were a little cloudy, looking as if he hadn't rested for 10 days. Even through the screen, Xiao Huaxing could still feel the aura of fatigue that was transmitted from this old man. The migration plan of up to billions of people. The huge construction plan that had never been seen before in the history of mankind. All kinds of rumors, conspiracies, turmoil, cults, food problems, energy problems, traffic problems, and so on. All matters needed this old man to make a final decision. If Xiao Huaxing held half of the human destiny in his hands, the old man held all of it in his hands. Although the old man looked exceptionally tired, his voice was still loud and full of power. After slightly adjusting the video equipment, the old man's loud voice resounded throughout the operation hall. Hello, heroes. The 5 astronauts bowed to the screen together. Good day, Führer. I don't need to say more about the importance of this mission. You all know it very well in your hearts. I only have one thing to tell you. No matter where you are, even in the distant stars, the entire planet Earth, the entire human civilization will be, and has always been, your strong backing. No matter what kind of crisis you encounter, no matter how desperate you are, no matter how scared you are, don't forget this little blue planet behind you. On top of this planet lives 7 billion of your kind. Your relatives, friends, lovers, children, parents, all of them are here, always looking at you and blessing you. Please rest assured, my Führer, we will definitely complete our mission, the 5 astronauts said together. The old man rubbed his forehead somewhat tiredly, and after a moment of silence, he finally sighed and said, Be sure to come back safely. I, and all of us humans will be here waiting for you. Perhaps infected by the sadness of the moment, Li Wei's eyes had already filled with tears at some unknown time. Li Wei's grip on Xiao Huaxing's hand also became harder and harder. Xiao Huaxing's heart was also a little heavy. This was indeed an extremely dangerous mission. From the time the Hercules rocket was launched, every step of this mission was accompanied by a crisis. And any small omission could cause an irreparable disaster. For example, the rocket may explode during launch, and the explosion may be caused only by the failure of a gasket when docking in the air. The impact of a rice-sized piece of space junk may take a life, not to mention the months-long journey afterwards. But Zhao's heart wasn't just heavy. In addition to heaviness, Xiao Huaxing also possessed a certain other emotion. This emotion did not know where it came from, nor did it have any reason or cause. It just made Xiao Huaxing feel panicky and irritable for no reason, as if there was something that Xiao Huaxing had forgotten. And this forgotten thing was extremely important to this man's solar observation program. This feeling was very unpleasant. Xiao Huaxing all tried to calm his thoughts, trying to think out the cause of this little bit. And it also seemed to be on the verge of coming out. And it was even just a thin layer of paper away from appearing in Xiao Huaxing's mind. But Xiao Huaxing ultimately failed. Xiao Huaxing achieved nothing, and still did not think this point out. Xiao Huaxing eventually gave up thinking about it. Xiao Huaxing lowered his head and said to Li Wei, I'll go up and say a few words to them. Li Wei nodded and let go of Xiao Huaxing's hand. Xiao Huaxing walked up to the podium and nodded to Wang Tang before saying to the screen, Good day, Führer. Huaxing, you're here too. The old man smiled very happily. Why? Do you have something to say to me? No. I want to say a few words to these 5 heroes, Xiao Huaxing said, placing his gaze on the 5 astronauts, who also looked at Xiao Huaxing together. Xiao Huaxing's mouth moved, but his words ended up choking in his throat and did not come out. Xiao Huaxing suddenly didn't know what to say. Xiao Huaxing had a strange irritation in his heart, and this irritation vaguely made Xiao Huaxing feel that this man's solar observation program was very improper. But he didn't know exactly why. Since he didn't know the reason, how could he let Xiao Huaxing say it? Reason told Xiao Huaxing that if there was no concrete evidence, then this man's solar observation program was inevitable. And he had no reason to block the program. Was he going to let the hard work of so many staff members go down the drain, just because of his own ominous premonition? Silence fell in the operating hall. The 5 astronauts' gazes toward Xiao Huaxing also turned questionable. Even Wang Tang, the many staff members, and the old man on top of the screen also looked at Xiao Huaxing with doubtful gazes. A burst of whispers resounded in the operation hall. Aside from Wang Tang and the old man, as well as a limited number of people, the others didn't know about Xiao Huaxing's special identity. They couldn't help but feel very confused about the matter of Zhao Huaxing suddenly coming here, and not speaking when he reached the podium. Zhao Huaxing's mouth moved and said, as if he was somewhat disheveled. I wish you all good luck. You guys will definitely be able to return to Earth without any problems. And when you come back, I would like to invite you guys to have a drink together. Thanks. The astronaut with the tallest figure thanked him very politely. We'll be looking forward to that day. Zhao Huaxing fled and rejoined the viewing gallery. Wang Tang reported a few more words to the old man. And the old man's gaze sharpened. And his voice began to become serious and strong. Now, I order that the Solar Manned Observation Program officially begins. Astronauts enter the rocket and prepare for launch. Chapter 30, Rocket Launch. The Red Heart spacecraft's material reserve silo had already been installed in the Hercules rocket. The Hercules rocket at this moment then stood next to the launch tower. The huge aero body that was 70 meters tall was pointing straight up at the sky. And a magnificent aura that pierced through the heavens was constantly emanating from it. After the old man gave the order, the 5 astronauts simultaneously stood upright and gave a standard military salute to the screen and to all the operators in the middle of the control hall, before turning around and leaving the control hall in a neat formation. Through the surveillance screen, Zhao Huaxing saw the 5 astronauts board the ferry, which drove directly to the launch tower, where the 5 astronauts got off, and then ascended through the lift to a height level with the tip of the Hercules rocket. The crew had already been evacuated from the tower. The 5 astronauts entered the rocket and turned via the air bridge. Then the exit from the reserve bin was closed, and the rocket's access was closed. Cameras in the storage silo transmitted real-time footage of the astronauts, while the suits inside the capsule monitored their heart rates, respiration rates, blood pressures, body temperatures, and other data at all times. Anemometers reported surface and overhead wind speeds, and weather satellites reported weather conditions. Rocket sensors report on the operation of each part of the rocket's instruments. The staff was working intensely, and an extremely heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire control hall. The image of the old man was always above the big screen, and it was obvious that the old man had been watching the place. About 40 minutes after the astronauts entered the rocket, Wang Tang once again came before the big screen and reported to the old man. Reporting to the Führer. Everything is ready. The rocket's modules are normal. The meteorological conditions are good. Please instruct. The old man nodded. Launch. Wang Tang turned around and roared. Enter the 30-second countdown. 2 large Arabic numerals appeared above the other screen. One was 3, and the other was 0. A few moments later, the numbers produced a change and became 29. The huge steel frame around the rocket and connected to the launch tower roared apart at this time, severing the connection between the Hercules rocket and the launch tower. There were constant reports from the rocket's various module test signals, and after these reports, all of them had the words "all normal" added to them. This meant that the Hercules rocket was in good condition. When the countdown reached 4, on top of another large screen broadcasting the real-time view of the Hercules rocket, Zhao Huaxing saw a crimson flame appear at the rear of the Hercules rocket. The flame wasn't strong, but it looked full of power. This mass of rockets rapidly strengthened in just 4 seconds, eventually turning into a vertical jet appearance. At the same time as the flame intensified, the 4 boosters installed on top of the Hercules rocket also ignited at the same time. The flames of the boosters and the flames of the rocket's main engine mingled together, eventually becoming abnormally bright, making it almost impossible to see straight. 0. Launch. Wang Tang roared out the word launch with vigor. Right at this moment, the flames jetting from the tail of the Hercules rocket strengthened once again. These flames had unexpectedly turned into a colorless and transparent appearance when they had just left the rocket, and only the air around them, that was twisted and distorted due to the high temperature, was illustrating their power. Only a few meters after leaving the tail of the rocket did they reveal an intense crimson color, rolling in a ball. A large amount of white fog steamed out from the tail of the rocket, almost covering a space of tens of meters in a circle. Zhao Huaxing knew that it was formed when the flames ejected by the rocket were guided out by the deflector chute, and then the liquid used to cool it down rapidly evaporated. It was also at this time that even Zhao Huaxing, who was sitting at a distance of at least 1,000 meters from the Hercules rocket, felt the trembling of the earth. It was a very slight, yet very dull trembling, like an earthquake, yet not quite the same as an earthquake. Zhao Huaxing raised his head, and from the real-time external display, he saw the 70-meter high, 4,000-ton Hercules heavy launch vehicle slowly lifting off into the air. At the beginning, its speed was very slow, as if a rope was slowly lifting it up. But after only 10 seconds or so, its speed increased to a height that made people feel somewhat shocked. Amidst the extremely fast acceleration, the gravity inside the rocket could even be as high as a dozen times the Earth's gravity. This could be seen from the somewhat distorted faces of the 5 astronauts lying flat on their backs in the reserve compartment. Under such enormous gravity, the astronauts could not even raise their arms. They could only lie quietly in the reserve warehouse, using all their strength to fight against this huge gravity that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. There was a large amount of what appeared to be debris peeled off the top of the rocket's aero body, clattering and spilling onto the ground as if it were raining. Zhao Watson knew that those fragments were the insulation layer of the rocket. They were actually some foam, when the rocket was still on the surface. In order to prevent the low temperature of the ground from affecting the material structure of the rocket body, the engineers had put these things on top of the rocket body shell. When the rocket lifted off, the violent friction with the atmosphere would strip off these plastic foams, which formed the fragments seen at this moment. Constant reports rang out in the control hall. Listening to the normal, Zhao Watson's slightly nervous mood also calmed down. More than 20 seconds after the rocket lifted off, the rocket's rising direction changed. It was no longer pointing vertically to the sky, but slightly began to shift to the east. Because the Earth's rotation is from west to east, deflecting to the east can use the Earth's rotation to increase its speed. After more than a minute, the 4 boosters mounted on top of the Hercules rocket's body left the rocket at the same time. They had done their part, so it was time for them to leave. At this moment, the rocket's speed was not yet up to the Earth's first cosmic speed, so those detached boosters would fall down to the Earth at a very high speed, and then be destroyed in the violent friction with the atmosphere. If the combustion is not sufficient, some debris may fall to the ground. After the booster separation, it was soon time for the first stage engine to separate. In order to ensure strong propulsion, the Hercules rocket had a 3-stage structure. Among the 3-stage structure, the first stage engine was the most important and the most difficult task. That's why its volume is also the largest. The total length of the Hercules rocket is 70 meters, and the length of the first stage engine has reached nearly 30 meters. The Hercules rocket was still flying at a high speed, but at this moment the flames at its tail suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the 30-meter-long first stage engine left the rocket with a bang. It also fell to Earth like the booster that had separated out before, and then disappeared in the violent friction with the atmosphere. With the first stage engine detached, the second stage engine ignited, and it would take on the burden of keeping the rocket in orbit. The second stage engine fires in less than a minute and follows in the footsteps of the first stage engine. It too was detached from the rocket and fell into the atmosphere. And the third stage engine began to fire. At this moment, the Hercules rocket was already more than 300 kilometers above the Earth's surface, and had already reached the altitude of a low Earth orbit. But this altitude is not enough. It will continue to rise. The air here was already extremely thin, so the fairing at the tip of the rocket's arrow was no longer useful, and it too was thrown away by the rocket, falling into the atmosphere. The storage silo was then completely exposed to the space environment. However, there was a perfect life support system inside the storage silo, so it would not affect the astronauts inside the silo. The third stage engine had completed its mission after more than half a minute of operation, but it will not be thrown off the rocket. At this point, it's the reserve silo that will be leading the rocket. This step is the separation of the ship and rocket, accelerated by the 3 stages of the rocket engines. The storage silo has gained enough speed that it is ready to enter orbit around the Earth. In the future, it will travel alone. The launch was basically a success at this point. In the control hall, the staff had also recovered from their nervousness. The real-time images of the astronauts were still being broadcast on the display screens. Zhao Watson saw that the astronauts were already free from the massive gravity, and at the moment, they were in a weightless environment, and Zhao Watson saw them spontaneously floating in the capsule, as if they were in water. Finally, nothing has gone wrong. Zhao Huashan let out a sigh of relief, and threw out the little bit of foreboding in his mind. The material reserve silo also had its own propulsion engines, and these would be used for the module's orbit and speed adjustment. In the next few hours, the storage warehouse would orbit the Earth for a fortnight at a speed of 87 minutes per revolution, adjusting its attitude, angle, and speed during this period of time, and ultimately docking with the Crimson Heart rocket. Zhao Watson had been waiting here. The sun rose and set, rose and set. Twice. The figure of the Red Heart solar probe ship finally appeared in the field of view. The speed of both the storage silo and the Red Heart spacecraft was 9.3 kilometers per second. This was incredibly high speed. But because both were maintaining the same speed, they looked like they were standing still to each other. In this near stasis, the two were slowly approaching each other. Eventually, with the assistance of the ground crew, the docking ports docked smoothly, and the steel claws used to hold them together extended. Holding them together, the 5 astronauts then passed through the docking port and arrived at the control room of the Crimson Heart from the storage silo. Chapter 31: The Busy City of Equator. The launch process came to an end here. In the following, the Red Heart spacecraft would orbit the Earth about 70 times in 3 days. And during this process, the Red Heart spacecraft's orbit would become flatter and flatter, with its orbital apogee getting further and further away, and its perigee getting closer and closer. In the end, the Red Heart will break free from the Earth's orbit at its apogee and step into the vastness of space, spending 6 months to 8 months of its own long time. In these 3 days, 5 astronauts will be assisted by the ground staff to carry out the final inspection and debugging of the Red Heart spacecraft. After all, the Red Heart spacecraft is still in Earth orbit. If there are accidents, it can also be repaired through the launching of rockets. But if an accident occurs after stepping into the vast expanse of space, there is no way out. The Red Heart spaceship uses both conventional and ion engine drives as its power source. Wang Tang introduced to Zhao Huaxing. When it needs to accelerate and decelerate within a short period of time as well as adjust its orbit and attitude, the spaceship adopts the conventional engine. And when it doesn't need to make too many orbital adjustments on its journey towards the sun, it adopts the ion engine. Conventional engines use the high-temperature gases produced by burning chemical fuels and ejecting them backwards as a source of power, which is powerful enough to exert a very large force on the ship in a short period of time, but consumes a lot of fuel as well. The ion engine, on the other hand, was different. It first ionizes the propellant mass, then uses a strong electric field to accelerate the ions, allowing them to be ejected from the rear to gain propulsion. Ion engines also gained acceleration through counter-thrust, but their efficiency in utilizing the mass was more than 15 times that of conventional engines. This means that the ship can save a lot of fuel. And with the same amount of fuel, the ion engine can propel the ship farther and faster if it lasts long enough. But the ion engines had one fatal drawback, and that was that the thrust was too small, just like the ion engine equipped on the Red Heart spacecraft. Under full power, it could only increase the ship's speed by 0.5 centimeters per second. But cumulatively, 0.5 centimeters per second could accelerate the spaceship by more than 400 meters per second in a day's time. So compared to that, the ion engine was still a highly efficient method of propulsion. Zhao Huaxing was aware of all these things. So after hearing Wang Tang's words, Zhao Huaxing just nodded. In the midst of spaceflight, the ship will also be accelerated by the gravitational pull of Venus. And after more than 2 months of flight, it will enter an orbit that is only 30 million kilometers away from the surface of the sun, and then orbit around the sun for a period of 2 to 4 months, exhaustively collecting data from the sun as a means of determining what is really going on with the inverse fusion layer. In the solar system, the closest planet to the sun was Mercury. But even the distance between Mercury and the sun was nearly 60 million kilometers, while the Red Heart's distance was only 30 million kilometers, almost half the distance of Mercury. Actually, personally, I have little confidence in relying on our human technological power to change the sun, Wang Tang said quietly. I only hope that the data collected by the Red Heart spacecraft, as well as the subsequent upcoming launch of nearly 30 solar exploration satellites, can provide you with some clues and inspiration for solving the mystery. Zhao Huaxing nodded silently. No one has said these words explicitly, but I know that all those in the know, including the Führer, think the same way. It is true that we have had a breakthrough in the middle of this period of time, to the point that we have known about the existence of the inverse fusion layer. But the more we know, the more desperate we become. Wang Tang's hands began to tremble slightly. That is the inverse fusion layer that wraps around the entire sun. How can we humans have the power to break them? I'm sorry, I'm a little out of line, Wang Tang said. What are you going to do next? I'm going to go into the equatorial city, Zhao Huaxing said. I already have some vague ideas at the moment. Trust me, I'll soon be able to figure out what's going on. Very good. Very good. Wang Tang nodded his head. Are you going to the City of Life? Order and smoothness are still maintained there. Equatorial City is already a bit chaotic now. No. It's better to go to Equatorial City first, Zhao Watson said. Alright then. Have a safe journey. Wang Tang patted Zhao Watson's shoulder. I also wish the Crimson Heart a good journey. Goodbye. After leaving the launch base, Zhao Watson took a flight to Equator City. During the journey all the way south, the surface of the earth that Zhao Watson saw also gradually changed from pale and withered yellow to other colors. And green also began to appear on the surface. After all, this was the tropics. And even if the level of solar radiation was reduced by 15%, this place still maintained its warmth. Only how long this warmth could be maintained was unknown. In addition to the natural landscape, Zhao Watson also saw many man-made objects. There were heavy lorries arranged in long dragons, and each heavy lorry meant at least 50 tons of supplies. And just by glancing through the air, Zhao Watson saw at least 10,000 lorries densely packed there. This was only one road in a small area. How many other lorries were transporting goods to Equator City on other roads? Zhao Watson didn't know. Zhao Watson also saw a railway. On top of that railway, almost every 3 minutes, a train over 1,000 meters long whistled past, loaded with coal, oil, salt, grain, cement, steel and other materials. And there were also a large number of trains passing by on the opposite carriageway. But those trains were all empty, with no goods loaded on them. The amount of goods transported daily to Equator City by this railway alone was a horrifyingly astronomical amount. And according to Monjo, the number of railways leading to Equator City at this moment is up to more than 300. And that's just the freight railways, not counting the passenger corridors. On top of the sea route were countless numbers of cargo ships. Most of those freighters had a flat and wide A-band, which was densely packed with stacked containers. And countless huge ships were spread out on the sea surface, almost covering the entire sea surface when viewed from high altitude. In addition to the roads, railways and ships, the sky was also busy. The height of the helicopter was only a few hundred meters, but thousands of meters and tens of thousands of meters above it. There were jets shuttling around all the time. And even Zhao Watson, who was riding in the helicopter, could hear the roar of the huge engines. Before even arriving at Equator City, Zhao Watson felt the busy atmosphere that came over him. The massive execution power of human civilization was revealed here, and it was even so massive that it would inspire awe. Zhao Huaxing knew that at least tens of millions of people were busy on this front. Train drivers, bus drivers, sailors, aircraft pilots, docks, airports, cargo terminals, dispatchers, loading and unloading crews, and so on. All of these people collectively constituted a lifeline, transporting huge amounts of blood from all over the world to Equator City in a steady stream, so that the people in the middle of Equator City could live on. According to statistics, recently, the daily delivery of all kinds of materials to Equator City has reached 1.57 billion tons. And that doesn't even include the local output of Equator City's 40 million square kilometers of land. Mengjua said. In order to expand their shipping routes, they have even removed the railway tracks laid elsewhere and installed them here. They have even modified the river cargo ships and put them into ocean shipping. Almost all of the world's lorries have been conscripted to the government's disposal, in order to salvage the wealth that we had previously created and scattered around the world before the earth was frozen over. Human civilization has used all of its power. Zhao Watson nodded and remained silent. The helicopter, on the other hand, continued to advance. The closer they got to Equator City, the thicker the busy atmosphere became. Zhao Watson had already seen countless to the point of almost continuous construction sites begin to appear underneath the ground, saw endless stretches of greenhouses used to grow food, and saw busy and crowded streams of people. In order to speed up the construction progress, we have adopted a modular construction method. A large amount of construction materials will be produced at the time of leaving the factory, and after being delivered to the construction site, they only need to undergo simple processing and then build them up like building blocks. The workers worked around the clock, and it only took half a month to construct a 50-story building. And a 50-story building could provide a living for at least 5,000 people. Of course, comfort could not be talked about. In this post-apocalyptic world, it's good enough to survive. The government doesn't have the energy or resources to think about comfort. The currency system has been reformed. The previous currency was converted into contribution points at a very low percentage. A worker can acquire roughly 30 contribution points for a day's work. These contribution points can maintain the minimum living security for 5 people. There is also the limitation of rationing, which means that there is a limited amount of supplies that each person can buy every day. Even if a person has a large amount of contribution points, he won't be able to buy too many supplies. The entertainment and leisure industry is strictly limited. Luxury goods are banned, and the production of alcoholic beverages is restricted. Meng Zhuo kept explaining the situation in Equatorial City at the moment to Zhao Watson in a low voice, while Zhao Watson listened quietly. The helicopter eventually crossed over the forest of tall buildings and busy construction sites, eventually landing in a neighborhood that was a bit cleaner and wider in comparison. This is Equator City's District C, Area 337. You will be living here for the time being, and if you have any other requests, I can always fulfill them, Meng Zhuo said. Chapter 32: A Bag of Chips. Zhao Watson took up residence in this place arranged by Meng Zhuo. Although the living environment here was much worse than his previous life in the capital city. For example, there were no convenient supermarkets, no shopping malls, not even cheap and tasty and convenient restaurants, and no entertainment venues. Zhao Huaxing was still content with his current life. Zhao Huaxing was not a person who was picky about living conditions, especially after learning about the living conditions of the people in the rest of Equator City through the news programs. Zhao Watson even felt guilty about his current living environment. The people of Equator City usually lived in crowded polytunnels where the air was filthy. Food was in limited supply. There was a lack of entertainment, heavy labor during the day, and at night, there was no way to rely on entertainment to relax. But this is the best that human society can offer. It was better to live like this than to freeze to death. Zhao Watson had been maintaining close contact with the various departments under the Sun Crisis Coordination and Handling Center, and any latest findings would be presented to Zhao Watson at the first opportunity. However, Zhao Watson's work still hadn't gained a breakthrough. There was already a vague idea that had appeared in Zhao Watson's mind, but the idea was still missing certain key evidence, which caused Zhao Watson to be unable to link them together effectively. To solve the riddle left behind by Director Li Qi was not something that could be done by patting his head and putting forward an idea. Putting forward an idea could be done, but you had to have evidence. Otherwise the idea would be meaningless and worthless. For example, Zhao Watson can put forward the sun above the existence of living things. The idea. But the evidence? But what about the evidence? Without evidence, what kind of change can this idea bring to mankind? Zhao Watson had been perfecting his ideas, trying to link the existing evidence together, but certain key parts were still missing, which led to Zhao Huaxing's work never being complete. The weather was getting colder and colder. Although this was Area C, although this was one of the areas closest to the equator, even during the daytime hours, Zhao Watson would need to wear a coat when he went out. Zhao Watson had a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart. This feeling didn't come from news reports about how many people had died somewhere, nor did it come from worrying about the fate of mankind. This uneasiness came from real life, even when walking in the still very quiet environment of this area. Zhao Watson seemed to be able to sense the smell of gunpowder in the air. It seemed to be a powder keg that was filled with gunpowder, and the fuse had already begun to burn. So this powder keg could detonate at any time. At this moment, for months had passed since the outbreak of the solar crisis, and 2 months had passed since the launch of the Red Heart spacecraft. According to the latest report from the Ministry of Scientific Research, Zhao Watson knew that the Red Heart spacecraft had already crossed the Venusian orbit and was approaching the Mercury orbit. During this period of time, Zhao Watson had been paying attention to the movements of the Crimson Heart spacecraft every day. Facts proved that human-made spaceships were still quite reliable, and the Crimson Heart did not have any accidents during this period of time, except for some minor faults that could be manually eliminated. Today was still a normal day. Zhao Huaxing remembered that he hadn't gone out to see the city's landscape since he came to Equator City. So he temporarily put down those materials in his hands and walked out with Meng Zhuo. Li Wei did not follow because her body was slightly uncomfortable. Even though the weather was cold, the streets were still crowded with people. Only this was not the same as in the capital city in the past. The flow of people in the capital city was full of laughter and relaxation, where the streets were lined with colorful neon lights, shops everywhere, and people dressed in fashion with smiles on their faces. The pedestrians here, though equally numerous, seemed to be shrouded in a depressing hue. Zhao Huaxing felt heavy and numb from here. The sky was gray, and so were the sides of the street. There were no flashing neon signs, no shops. There weren't even any people with brightly colored clothes on this long street. People were dressed in dark, heavy clothes, in a hurry, without the slightest smile on their faces. The heavy workload and depressing life had deprived them of the ability to laugh. Xiao Watson and Meng Zhuo strolled along the long street, feeling the many individual human beings struggling to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. While passing by a small street square, Xiao Watson saw many people sitting in neat formation on the cold ground, each holding something that seemed to be a doll in their hands, while the other hand was making odd gestures. Their eyes tightly closed and their faces filled with piety. In front of the queue there were also several people wearing blue robes who were walking around, and their mouths seemed to be muttering something. The entire square was filled with a grave, serious, and even slightly bizarre aura. "What are they doing?" Zhao Huaxing asked. "A group of cultists are gathering," Meng Zhuo said indifferently. "This is the Church of the Sky God. They believe in the God of the Sky, and firmly believe that the coldness at this moment was sent down by the God of the Sky in order to punish humans for their disrespect. And they believe that offering belongings to the Church, as well as pious repentance, will allow the God of the Sky to forgive one's sins, and one can ascend to heaven after the end of time. Such a doctrine would even be believed?" Zhao Huaxing felt a bit shocked. Why do the cultists dare to gather in public? Why hasn't anyone come to deal with it? At the time of the end times, even the most obvious lies will have people treating them as lifesavers. And, once you're caught up in them, it's hard to get out. As for why no one comes to take care of, Meng Zhuo's expression was a bit gloomy. There are too many to manage. Zhao Huaxing then fell into silence as well. The two of them continued to walk forward, and after walking for a while, Zhao Huaxing again saw a large crowd gathered at a certain street corner. And before the crowd, an agitated man with a face full of excitement was standing on top of a high platform, hissing at the microphone in front of him as he yelled something. "Don't you understand? The end has come. Has come. The government can't be relied on anymore. That bunch of rice buckets and idiots will only think about their own interests, and they won't hesitate to abandon us. The only ones who can save us are us. Only us." This looks like a street speech, except that the words spoken by the speaker are full of emotional words and wild speculations, with no logic at all. But there is no denying that the more outlandish and sensational the speech, the more likely it is to attract people's attention. In an atmosphere of frenzy, one loses one's rational judgment. At least that's what happened here. Every time that person roared out a sentence, the crowd of onlookers would let out deafening shouts and applause. In stark contrast to the frenzy here were the pedestrians on the side of the street who remained oblivious. They seemed to have been used to this phenomenon for a long time, and they didn't stay here for even a second, not even bothering to look over. Zhao Huaxing felt that the world seemed different. In just a few short months, the world above the earth had undergone changes that made Zhao Watson feel somewhat unable to adapt. Madness, ignorance, heaviness and depression intertwined with each other here, as if the air had turned into mercury, so heavy that one could barely breathe. On top of this long street, amongst these at least a few thousand people, Zhao Huaxing felt that only himself and Meng Zhuo were alive. Zhao Huaxing shook his head with some disbelief, then left the place and continued onwards, finally coming across a shop that was still open for business. Zhao Huaxing felt a little thirsty, so he walked in and took a bottle of water from on top of the sparse shelves. Next to him, another man came over. He carefully blew the dust off the crisp bag, and then took it in his hands. This person took a total of 2 bags. Zhao Watson didn't shower too much attention on this person. After Meng Zhuo paid, Zhao Watson walked out of the shop, and the man walked out as well. Zhao Watson saw the man who had bought the chips trying to tear the bag of chips open, but by accident, the man dropped the other bag of chips on the floor. There was a crisp clatter as the chips fell to the ground. The man then bent down and tried to pick up the bag of chips, but just as his fingers had touched the bag, before he could pinch it, the bag of chips suddenly disappeared. A hand that was slender, but with uneven nails that hadn't been trimmed in a while, and with some black stains and roughness on the inside, grabbed the bag of chips before the man did. The man raised his head slightly puzzled, and saw the face of a young woman who was indifferent and calm, but whose eyes seemed to have some flames burning in them. "This is mine," the young woman said. The man then said, "You're hungry? Then you can just take it." The young woman nodded and took the chips and turned to leave. Right at this moment, with that person as the center of the circle, within a 10-meter radius around them, At least a dozen people stopped their steps at the same time, after determining that that person had gifted the bag of chips to the woman. A man walked over to the woman. "Give me some of it." The woman cradled the chips in her arms and shook her head full of caution. The man then suddenly reached out and grabbed the bag of chips and pulled hard. So with a clatter, the bag of chips was torn. The contents clattered to the ground and fell all over the place. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. And it seemed that within this short period of time, something was ignited. Zhao Huaxing saw a scene that was indescribable and absurd to the extreme. A dozen people around him simultaneously rushed towards this place at this moment. A young man rushed the fastest. He pounced here at once, and then directly knelt down on the ground, grabbing those crisps that fell on the ground with his hands, and desperately stuffing them into his mouth. Chapter 33 Riot. The remaining few people rushed a little slower, but also came here before those chips were picked up. Every single one of them moved in the same way. Every single one of them crouched there, desperately picking up those chips that had fallen to the ground. The young woman screamed and pushed the people around her as desperately as if she had gone mad, while at the same time picking up the chips on the ground as quickly as she could. There was only one bag of chips on the ground, a very small number. So a clash broke out between the dozen or so people picking up the chips. The young woman grabbed a small handful of chips in her hand, and before she could put them in her mouth, she was dispersed by a burly man, while another skinny man took the opportunity to grab a handful and stuffed it in his mouth. And the burly man kicked him. Zhao Huaxing stood by the side, dumbfounded. The man also stood there, motionless, not even reacting at all, when another bag of chips was snatched from his arms. At this point in time, I don't know who shouted, "There's more in the shop!" Thus, a group of people swarmed towards the shop as if they had agreed to do so. Mengzhuo's brows had tightly furrowed, as if he had seen some kind of unsettling omen. With a single movement of his body, Mengzhuo arrived before the shop's entrance and yelled, "What are you doing?" If placed in normal times, this roar of Mengzhuo's was already enough to make a hall that could hold 100 people completely quiet. However, at this moment, these people that Mengzhuo was facing seemed to have lost their minds. Mengzhuo's roar did not have any effect. The dozen or so people were still surging over like a tidal wave. Mengzhuo opened his arms like an iron tower, blocking these dozen of people. None of them could break through Mengzhuo's block. But the chaos here had already attracted the attention of the others. I don't know who roared out again. "Get out of the way! There's food inside!" At least 100 more people swarmed in. Mengzhuo frowned and looked at Zhao Huaxing, who was standing next to him, finally shaking his head and giving up on blocking the way. Mengzhuo had already lost the ability to put the chaos to rest, and Mengzhuo couldn't put Zhao Huaxing in danger anymore. The dozen or so people and the hundreds of people that followed rushed in like a tidal wave into the tiny shop. The cabinets and tables inside the shop were pushed over, and the goods were swept away in an instant. Those who grabbed the goods were desperately trying to protect them, while those who didn't grab the goods aimed their fists at their comrades. Those who didn't grab anything were the majority. Obviously, they were not willing to be empty-handed. So the chaotic procession swept towards other places like locusts. And on both sides of the street, shops with closed doors were smashed open, and people rushed in and swept through, then rushed to the next one. A chaos had formed. More and more people rolled in. Some of them didn't even know what the hell it was for. They were just following the hordes under the auspices of a frenzy of blood. And in the midst of their advance, they happened to get into a physical altercation with the people next to them, and began to beat each other up. And when their fists weren't enough, they grabbed bricks and picked up wooden sticks. The crowd next to them grew larger and larger. Mengzhuo grabbed Zhao Huaxing just at this time and said, "Quickly get out of here. It's dangerous here." Mengzhuo grabbed Zhao Huaxing's arm and began to swim against the current amongst the crowded and chaotic crowd. In the midst of advancing all the way, Zhao Huaxing saw many distorted faces, heard the cries of countless people, and saw images that he had previously only seen on television. A woman accidentally fell to the ground, but no one cared about her. Countless feet were still stepping up. The woman had some movement and cries at first, but after a few moments there was no sound. Zhao Huaxing saw that blood started to flow out of her face, eyes, ears, nose and mouth. Zhao Huaxing saw a young man dressed in a strong Confucian atmosphere, did not know where to find a sharp knife. And then full of grimace will be the sharp knife stabbed to the side of a very obese man. Zhao Huaxing saw a tall young woman hand holding a brick. It will be ruthlessly slapped to a middle-aged woman's head. The chaos had been uncontrollable. But until this moment, Zhao Watson still had some doubts in his mind. But, that was merely a bag of crisps, just a bag of crisps. A bag of crisps that in the past, even if it was still on the ground, no one would even give it a second glance. They're all crazy, Mengzhua whispered. Zhao Watson was dragged by Mengzhua into a building, and then reached the roof of the building after a few minutes' time. Standing on the roof of the building and being blown by the cold wind that came his way, Zhao Watson gradually calmed down. Zhao Huashan looked downwards, and saw that the chaos had already spread from the street at this moment to other streets. And it was still spreading rapidly. And as far as the eye could see, there was chaos and crying everywhere. People didn't know what this chaos was really for, nor did they know what they were really trying to do. And people were just attacking all the people around them that they could see with their weapons or their bare hands, wantonly venting out their long-time repression and fear of the future. Reporting to command, a riot has broken out in Area C, street number 186-7, and it is spreading rapidly. It will soon be uncontrollable. Requesting support. Requesting support. After the report was completed, Mengzhua shook his head at Zhao Watson. This is not something we can deal with. It's out of our hands. Just because of a bag of chips? Zhao Watson asked. Mengzhua continued to shake his head. People have been repressed and fearful for too long. The solar crisis erupted too quickly. Too suddenly. Suddenly falling from paradise into the middle of hell. People will not be able to stand it. The gang of fools at the Academy of Social Sciences. I have long proposed to them to do a good job of psychological assessment and channeling, to prevent the occurrence of mass violence. They are always full of care and say that there is no matter. And now I'm going to see how they can explain to the Führer account. Zhao Watson then learnt that it wasn't just a matter of a bag of crisps. In the midst of this post-apocalyptic world, everyone had accumulated too much pressure and fear in their hearts, but were unable to vent it out. As long as there was a slight spark, Equatorial City would explode like a dynamite barrel. And that person happened to act as nothing more than a fuse. Don't worry. The army will soon take control of the situation, Mengzhua said. Zhao Huashan nodded grimly. But after a few moments, Mengzhua suddenly slammed his hand heavily on the stone steps and cursed through gritted teeth. Bastard. In Zhao Watson's mind, Mengzhua had always been the image of indifference and calmness. Zhao Watson had never seen a time when Mengzhua would also be emotional. Zhao Watson looked at Mengzhua. So Mengzhua pointed downwards and said to Zhao Watson, "Do you see those people, those uniformly dressed in black, who are creating a state of affairs and inciting a riot? Cultists, conspirators, fanatics, anarchists, anti-humans, doomsayers." With each term uttered, Mancho's face grew grim. All these demons and devils have appeared. These scum, the dregs of society. Mengzhua slapped hard on the stone steps, veins rippling in his hands. Has our society reached this point? Zhao Huashan thought silently in his heart, and turned to look in the other direction. And from amongst that direction, Zhao Huashan also heard a faint clamor. The two of them then kept standing on top of the roof of this building looking at the scene below. After an hour or two, from at least 1,000 meters away from here, Zhao Watson saw a fierce fire suddenly emanate from there. And after 3 or 4 seconds, Zhao Watson heard a dull explosion from there. Zhao Huashan then knew that the chaos had escalated. At this moment, there was no one left standing on the long street beneath his feet. The rioting crowd was like locusts that had swept to other places. Only on this long street were left many people strewn about, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. But no ambulance came, and no soldiers or police appeared. There was a lot of rubble and blood, glass residue and so on falling here, making it look like a rubbish dump. It was as if the entire city of Equator was boiling at this moment. Ever since the first flames appeared, very quickly, like a chain reaction, more flames appeared in more places. The sky seemed to begin to be covered in smoke and dust. And standing on the roof of the building, Zhao Watson smelled an aura of death and madness. Helicopters began to appear in the sky, and ear-piercing sirens began to emanate from the city. But the sirens only lasted for a while before disappearing. And the helicopters always only hovered in the sky without ever landing. It's already calmed down here. I'm going down to save people, Zhao Watson said as he pointed downwards. Mengzhua waved his hand somewhat feebly. It's useless. The chaos has already spread out. How many people can you save by yourself? It counts as a few if I can save a few, Zhao Huashan said firmly. I've learned some first aid knowledge. Even without medicine and equipment, my first aid knowledge will be of some use. And as long as we can save one more person, our civilization will have a little more hope. Good. I'll go with you. Seemingly infected by Zhao Watson, Meng Zhuo finally nodded. The two of them descended from the roof again and returned to the top of the long street. Zhao Huaxing squatted on the ground and put his fingers on the neck of a person with closed eyes. Sensing that the person no longer had a heartbeat, he quickly left and walked next to the next person. This person seemed to still have a little heartbeat, so Zhao Huaxing quickly carried out a simple check on him, and then began to do artificial respiration, and then tore off his clothes, with a wooden stick for him to do the broken bone fixed. Zhao Huaxing seems to not see in this long street above the existence of sin and blood and horror. Zhao Huaxing only want to save people. The more the better. Meng Zhuo's ears seemed to ring again with the words that Zhao Watson had just said. As long as we can save one more person, our civilization will have one more hope. Then this thought popped up in Meng Zhuo's mind. Perhaps he can really save our civilization. Chapter 34 Celebrities. Zhao Watson only wanted to save more people. The more the better. Many people had fallen on top of this long street. Some dead, some not yet. There were no ambulances, no medicine, no instruments. Zhao Huaxing merely used his previously learnt first aid knowledge to busy himself here. A wounded man who had passed out was saved by Zhao Watson. He came to his senses but still didn't move. Instead he remained lying here, slightly lost in thought as he looked at the sky. A little girl was saved by Zhao Huaxing, and her first reaction to waking up was to cry. Zhao Watson held her in his arms, and after softly comforting her for a few moments, he ran towards the next injured person. Zhao Huaxing's expression was always calm. Not anxious, not grumpy, not lost or sad. Zhao Huaxing was merely saving people. Merely saving people. There were many people who had merely passed out. Even if there were some minor injuries they weren't a big deal. After these people came to their senses, they seemed to have been infected by Zhao Huaxing. And after stabilizing themselves for a little while, they climbed up and followed behind Zhao Huaxing, also participating in the rescue operation. At first, there were very few people following Zhao Huaxing. Only one or two. But this number was rapidly increasing. And after less than an hour, it had increased to over 100 people. The people seemed to have a tacit understanding between their actions. They were very methodical in collecting the injured, doing simple first aid to prevent their injuries from worsening, tidying up the rubble, eliminating the fires to prevent secondary disasters. Among these people there were also some people with professional medical knowledge who participated. They took medicines from the smashed open pharmacies to provide emergency treatment to some critically injured people. Chaos was spreading rapidly. And so was calm. The injured were crying just as much. And there were just as many people here. But this place was different from the rest. The madness that had spread here was quickly transformed into peace and quiet. And the virtues of love, strength, and mutual assistance that had been spread in human civilization for a long time were quietly growing here. Without realizing it, Zhao Watson had become the leader of the group. Under Zhao Huaxing's command, everything was handled in an orderly manner. Whenever Zhao Watson walked by, the wounded who were placed on both sides of the street would smile and express their gratitude to Zhao Watson. Whenever Zhao Watson approached, the wounded who were constantly crying due to their painful ordeal would miraculously calm down. And whenever Zhao Watson arrived, the chaotic situation would quickly calm down. It was as if Zhao Watson possessed a magical power in him. Meng Zhuo knew where this power in Zhao Watson came from. And this power came from one sentence. I just want to save people. The more the better. At this moment, even Meng Zhuo developed a kind of admiration for Zhao Huaxing. This kind of mind had never existed before. The government's rescue forces never came here. And Zhao Huaxing organized people to collect food again, distributing this food and water to the injured. Meng Zhuo clearly saw that after the last piece of bread was given to a little boy, Zhao Watson's hands were empty. And Meng Zhuo also remembered very clearly that Zhao Watson had not eaten for at least 14 or 15 hours from the start of the riot until now. Zhao Watson had been busy and hadn't rested. In this post-apocalyptic world after the outbreak of the solar crisis, even in the equatorial zone, it was still very cold at night. So Zhao Watson organized the people to collect many more quilts and clothes and cover them over the injured. And Meng Zhuo clearly saw that after dedicating his own coat as well, Zhao Watson was left with just a single thin jumper. But even this could not keep the cold out. So Zhao Huaxing organized the people to gather fuel again and started a bonfire on top of the long street. After giving away all the spots near the bonfire, Zhao Huaxing and Meng Zhuo huddled together in the dark and gloomy corner of the wall. At least the corner could help shield themselves from the cold wind. Meng Zhuo seemed to see a whole new Zhao Huaxing. Or maybe this was the real Zhao Huaxing. I could always call for a helicopter to come and get us out of here, Meng Zhuo said. No. The people here need me. Zhao Huaxing refused Manzhou's offer. Meng Zhuo said. There will be at least thousands of casualties in this riot. And even if you've been busy until now, you could only save less than 200 lives at most. 200 lives is 200 hopes. Zhao Huaxing laughed. Because of the cold wind, Zhao Huaxing never fell asleep. And Zhao Huaxing couldn't sleep either. In this cold wind, if one fell asleep, they could really freeze to death. Zhao Huaxing would go out for a walk every time he rested for a while. And while observing the placement of the injured, he could also use these exercises to slow down the encroachment of the cold on himself. There were constantly greetings and thanks coming into Zhao Huaxing's ears, to which Zhao Huaxing returned smiles. Zhao Huaxing was very pleased to see that the strong people were giving up their clothes to the thin and weak, while the less injured people were giving up their clothes and food to the seriously injured. Zhao Huaxing also saw a bald strong man take off his jacket and force it over the other man despite his refusal. When that person kept refusing, the bald strong man roared with impatience. Take it if it's given to you, and I'll beat you up if you keep talking nonsense. An unusually lewd-looking young man broke off a large portion of the bread he was holding and handed it to the eager-faced young boy next to him, while muttering under his breath, "You better eat all of this before I regret it." Zhao Huaxing suddenly felt that the ubiquitous oppressive and gunpowdery aura that had been surrounding him since he arrived in Equator City had disappeared. In this moment, it was as if Zhao Huaxing had removed a heavy armor from above his body. Although he was tired, although he was hungry, although he was cold, at this moment, Zhao Huaxing felt a relaxation that he had never felt before. It was as if he was still in the capital city before the Sun Crisis broke out. As if he had just returned from a night of friends partying. Humanity cannot be extinguished, even if it is temporarily suppressed by madness and cruelty. As long as there is a chance, it will come back and reoccupy people's hearts. There will definitely be hope for our human civilization. Ah! Zhao Huaxing sighed. There were still uninterrupted explosions coming from the distance. And when Zhao Huaxing raised his head, he saw that the western sky was all red with flames. But it had been quiet here, and it had been reassuring. I hope that after this night passes, we will welcome a new life. Zhao Huaxing thought silently in his heart. The long night finally passed, and when the early morning sunlight reflected on this land again, Zhao Huaxing finally waited for the long-awaited army and police, as well as ambulances with flashing red lights. This meant that chaos had passed and order had returned to the land. The injured were carried into the ambulances and pulled away, while the uninjured or those with lesser injuries left individually. Before leaving, each person would come to Zhao Huaxing and sincerely say thank you to him, to which Zhao Huaxing replied back. Zhao Huaxing smiled back. The police and military personnel, as well as the first responders, looked at this scene with some astonishment. Obviously, they had been running around for a long time last night, but this was the first time they had seen a place as peaceful as this one. At the same time, they were curious about Zhao Huaxing. Why did this unassuming and ordinary young man receive so much gratitude from so many people? Man, you're good. Meng Zhuo patted Zhao Huaxing's shoulder and said something before welcoming the group of police officers. After showing his credentials, Meng Zhuo smoothly obtained a police car and then drove it to Zhao Huaxing's side. Let's go. You can go rest now. Zhao Huaxing nodded, then sat in the passenger seat. Zhao Huaxing was too tired, and before the car had driven 100 meters away, Zhao Huaxing closed his eyes and entered into dreamland. At the moment Zhao Huaxing fell asleep, Meng Zhuo slowed down the speed of the car a little. So the car, which was already extremely smooth, became even smoother. Zhao Huaxing slept until the next day. When Zhao Huaxing opened his eyes, he saw that Meng Zhuo was standing next to the window, smoking a cigarette to the rising sun, only leaving himself with a broad back. Before Zhao Huaxing could make any movement, Meng Zhuo's words came over. You're awake? Zhao Huaxing said. How's the riot going? Initial statistics show that a total of over 400,000 people have died in this riot, and the injured are countless. Meng Zhuo shook his head and flicked his cigarette out of the window in one smooth motion. Equator City is too densely populated, and this riot has spread to almost the entire Equator City. It will be difficult to quell the riot as well as mount a rescue. 400,000 people. Zhao Watson was shocked by this number. Although it had been expected that many people would die, Zhao Watson still hadn't anticipated that so many people would die. Originally, there wouldn't have been such large casualties, Mengjue said. But some people with ulterior motives got involved. Not only did they announce about the City of Life, they also incited the crowd in many ways, led the way in using hot weapons, and stormed the government offices. Of course, all of these people have to die, Mengjue said coldly. After removing these black sheep, our human civilization can hope to survive this solar crisis. Zhao Watson nodded and didn't say anything. There is one more thing, Mengjue said. You become a celebrity. Someone posted your incident on top of the internet. And the government side also wanted to set a positive example after the riots. So not only did they not block it, but they pushed it behind the scenes. So, you now have a high profile and many supporters and admirers. Chapter 35 Speech. I've actually become a celebrity? Zhao Watson was stunned, then smiled bitterly. I was just doing something that I should have done, and that any qualified human should do. But in that situation, it's hard to still maintain your humanity and not get lost. Mengjue took out another cigarette and lit it, then said, this matter is not important. If you are interested, you can go to the Voice of Humanity website to take a look. This website was created to honor the 400,000 people who died in the midst of the riots. Oh, I see, Zhao Watson said. It's just, given my identity. Is it appropriate for me to appear before the public? Mengjue shook his head. I don't know. But since the higher-ups have made such a decision, then I'm sure they will have their reasons. They made a mistake once. They probably won't make it a second time. Alright. You can rest first. Just call me if there's anything. Mengjue walked out, and Zhao Watson stretched, then climbed up from the bed. Sufficient sleep after extreme exhaustion allowed Zhao Watson to regain his energy, and the cold air blowing in from outside struck Zhao Watson's face, surprisingly giving Zhao Watson a sense of refreshment. Zhao Huaxing cleaned himself up and then stepped out of the room, and an aroma of food came into Zhao Huaxing's nose. Li Wei walked out with a plate right at this time. Seeing Zhao Huaxing come out, Li Wei smiled sweetly. You've slept for so long. You're hungry, aren't you? I just made it. Come and eat. During this period of time, Li Wei had been living with Zhao Huaxing, but the two lived in two different rooms. Zhao Huaxing is a dull person. For Li Wei's all kinds of hints have never been blind. Since the relationship has been established until now, the two most intimate action is just holding hands. And never is Li Wei initiative to hold Zhao Huaxing. But at the moment, Li Wei looked a little different to Zhao Watson than she did in the past. Perhaps it was because he had just experienced blood and chaos. There had never been such a moment when Zhao Watson had such a longing and desire for something beautiful. And in front of Zhao Watson at this moment, what could be the most beautiful thing other than Li Wei's smile? Zhao Huaxing took the plate and put it on top of the table, then turned around and hugged Li Wei tightly. Thank you. Li Wei's body tightened, then relaxed, then seemingly at a loss for words. She also stretched out her arms and hugged Zhao Huaxing tightly as well. This time, Zhao Huaxing took the initiative to hug himself, which even gave Li Wei the illusion that the sun was coming out from the west. Li Wei's eyes reddened without her realizing it. After knowing that there was a riot, and you never came back. I was so worried about you. I wanted to go out to look for you, but I was stopped by the police, who wouldn't let anyone leave the area. Oh! Zhao Watson didn't know what to say, so he could only let out an oh, seeming to have long been used to Zhao Watson's dullness and lack of words. Li Wei wiped her tears and snorted out a laugh. Hurry up and eat, or you'll starve. Good. Zhao Huaxing then let go of Li Wei and sat on top of the chair. Li Wei, on the other hand, turned around and left, not knowing what she was busy with. After finishing breakfast, Zhao Huaxing and Li Wei sat on the sofa together and turned on the TV. In a few moments, there would be a public speech from the Führer, and it was clear that this speech was related to this riot. The old man's face appeared on top of the TV a few moments later, and there wasn't much of a change in his face, except that the wrinkles on his face were a little more wrinkled, and the color of fatigue in his eyes was a little more intense. My fellow countrymen, the old man's words came out. In the past 3 days, We have experienced the darkest period of time above our human history. During this period of time, a total of more than 400,000 people have died, and at least 10 million people have been injured. Here, I'm not going to explain to you the cause of this event and the handling mechanism of our human civilization's government. I know that you all have a lot of doubts in your mind, including why the weather has turned cold, why we've all gathered at the equator to carry out such heavy labor, and why we have to suffer all these pains. It doesn't matter. I'll tell you what we know all about it. Yes, it is true that the sun has grown colder. For some time now there has been some sort of physical process taking place over the sun that we do not yet understand. And our scientists have not been able to fully describe the change as well as find a solution to it for a while now. And quite frankly, we don't know exactly how much the sun will cool down. And we don't know exactly how long it will take for this catastrophe to pass. That's why our government led the Great Migration effort some time ago, gathering everyone from all over the world to Equator City in order to smooth this out and reduce the damage we might experience. Some lives were taken during the migration, and I think you can understand that. As for the living environment getting worse, I'm sorry, our civilization isn't strong enough yet, and we don't have the means to still guarantee everyone a privileged life in the middle of such a post-apocalyptic world. The outbreak of the crisis was too hasty, and we simply didn't have time to make preparations in advance to deal with it. That's why our work is so heavy at the moment, because we have to build a shelter in Equator City, the place with the highest temperature in the world. That is enough to guarantee the survival of most of our people. All the efforts we make are for ourselves. The houses we build will be given to us to live in. The food we produce will be consumed by us. The pipelines we lay will provide us with clean water. All this we do is for ourselves. The world has changed. And in order to keep our civilization going, and to ensure the survival of most of us, we have to put up with all this now. We have tried to make our lives better. And quite frankly, the current standard of living is as far as our human civilization can go. At least, right now, we have enough food to sustain us, enough clothing to keep us warm, and a warm shelter where we can rest in peace. We won't starve to death. We won't freeze to death. And we won't be homeless at night. We have managed to guarantee a smooth life for at least 80% of the population. And we have minimized the impact of disasters on our human civilization. Perhaps everyone is dissatisfied with the current life. But do you know that, at this moment, there are still tens of thousands of researchers sticking around the world? Even if the lowest temperature there has been lowered to minus 120 degrees Celsius have not left, where it is even so cold that breathing a mouthful of wild air will cause respiratory tract frostbite. There are still millions of people working in the ruins of former cities to salvage the riches we once created. Thousands of people frozen to death every day, killed by the harsh environment, and many more working in the field to ensure that Equatoria is connected to the rest of the world, to make sure that our lifeline isn't cut off. It's the sacrifices of these countless people that make it possible for the conditions of our existence at this moment to be maintained. Conditions for our survival at this moment can be guaranteed. Our food reserves can still support us for at least 3 more years. So there's no need to worry about food supply for at least 3 years. Agricultural scientists are also grasping at straws to develop various new types of grain cultivation methods. And I believe that the first glimmers of light will soon appear. Therefore, I beg everyone, for the sake of the continuation of our civilization and our own survival, never listen to the compulsion of conspiracy theorists and eschatologists as well as cultists. On this earth, no gods or legendary alien civilizations will be able to save us. And the only ones who can save us are ourselves. We must rely on our own hands and our own efforts to build a city that can be used for our survival, and cling to it, waiting for the dawn to come. Next, I'll explain a little more about the City of Life to everyone. Our researchers have done a great deal of work during this time, and this work includes the launch of a manned solar exploration spacecraft, as well as over 30 exploration satellites. There are over 300,000 top scientists working hard trying to find a solution to this crisis. It's not clear when their work will pay off, but they are still the hope of all of us, of our human civilization. That's why we built the City of Life for the scientists to live in peace as well as to study science. I think it's very logical. The scientists are responsible for saving our civilization, and our civilization tries to give them the best conditions for their research. The City of Life isn't for the powerful to escape the end times, as the conspirators claim. It's actually a research base for the scientists. Please remember that science and scientific researchers are the only place where our civilization's only hope for continued continuity lies. until the scientists find a solution to the problem. I will accompany you all to reside in the middle of Equator City, and together we will wait for the dawn to come. Finally, on behalf of our human civilization, please allow me to extend my deepest condolences to the 400,000 people who died in this incident. I hope that each and every one of us can learn a lesson from this incident. And I believe that each and every one of us does not wish for such an incident to happen to our human civilization again. I hope that after the crisis is past, each of us will still be living well on this beautiful planet. The speech finally finished. The old man left the microphone before bowing deeply to the camera. The scene switched and the old man disappeared. This speech means that this matter of the solar crisis has truly been announced to the society, and all the speculations of the people before have been verified. I wonder what kind of impact this will bring to our human civilization. Zhao Huaxing sighed. Chapter 36 The Savior. After the old man's speech, there were other news broadcasts, such as, the military announced that Equator City will enter a state of control from now on, or the Solar Crisis website has been completed, and any latest news will be announced here, and a monument to the victims of the solar crisis has been built. Such news entered Zhao Huaxing's mind. But Zhao Huaxing wasn't interested in these things. So Zhao Huaxing switched off the TV. At least 95% of the information in the old man's words was true. Zhao Huaxing could understand the deliberate concealment of certain information. After all, the public was blind, and there were some things that were not appropriate for the public to know. For example, his own affairs, such as the truth about the City of Life. Zhao Huaxing felt some faint sadness in his heart. If those people had died in the midst of the solar crisis, then it would have been fine. After all, it was something that human beings couldn't resist. But if so many people had died because of the internal depletion and turmoil of the human civilization, I believe that any individual human being with the existence of reason and feelings would feel sad. Zhao Huaxing left the sofa and came before the desk. There was a computer on top of the desk. So Zhao Huaxing switched it on and entered the Voice of Humanity website that Meng Zhuo had mentioned. Website. The main color of the website was black, and the background was a towering monument with the words Memorial to the Victims of the Riots in big letters, and 2 lines of small letters next to it, which were thinking about the present and waking up to the future. And wake up to the future. There were already a lot of messages from netizens on the website. Zhao Huaxing randomly clicked on a post and read it. Has our human civilization really reached such a critical moment? It seems like yesterday that we were living in the capital city, and now we've fallen into hell. I can't believe that I actually did something like that before. I personally smashed open the door of the shop, then destroyed everything inside. I don't know what was wrong with me at that time. After I came to my senses, I felt the horror of what I did at that time. I'm sorry. I repent to you all. If there is a next time, I will definitely not do anything that will hurt our compatriots again. Damn cultists. Damn conspiracy theorists. I wonder when we'll be able to solve this solar crisis. What will we do if the sun keeps getting colder? Will we die? Will our civilization become extinct? My deepest condolences to the victims of this riot. Think about the present and be alert for the future. May our human civilization get through this one. No matter how hard it is, it's still for our own sake. I don't know how many other people are sticking to positions that are even harsher than ours in terms of environment and work even harder. Compared to them, our living environment is already pretty good. At least we don't have to worry about being frozen to death and starving to death. In addition to these posts, Zhao Huaxing also saw many posts with his own name. When he clicked on a random post, Zhao Huaxing saw a large number of words of praise, and the reply posts were all filled with such words. Zhao Huaxing did a little counting and realized that in one set of pages, at least a third of the posts were talking about himself. When seeing these words with his own eyes, Zhao Huaxing realized just how huge of an influence he had amongst the public. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Zhao Huaxing thought for a moment and lost interest in continuing to scroll on. But just at this time, Zhao Huaxing saw a headline with a slightly sensationalist connotation. That bunch of scientists are all losers. Zhao Huaxing is the only one who can save human civilization. Zhao Huaxing's expression quickly stared. Zhao Huaxing quickly moved his mouse pointer over and clicked on the post. Everyone may not know that Li Qi, the former director of the Institute of Stellar Physics, predicted this solar crisis a few years ago. But Li Qi didn't announce anything to the public. Do you all know about Li Qi? Li Qi is one of the most outstanding stellar physicists in our civilization. And he is also nicknamed Son of the Sun to describe his outstanding achievements in stellar physics. Then Li Qi committed suicide an hour before the outbreak of the solar crisis. And before he died, he left his last words saying that only Zhao Watson, a researcher who also worked at the Institute of Stellar Physics, could solve these problems. As for why he chose Zhao Watson, and how exactly Li Qi knew about these things, Li Qi did not say anything about all of them. Li Qi just left these last words and then died. Not only does Zhao Watson possess a perfect personality, Zhao Watson also shoulders the hope of our human civilization. Attachments, a list of Li Qi's achievements, relevant scientists' evaluations of Li Qi, the beginning and end of Li Qi's incident, a list of Zhao Huaxing's relevant information. Although I don't know what kind of hidden agenda is behind these events, I fully trust Director Li Qi's judgment. Zhao Watson. Only Zhao Huaxing can save our human civilization. This poster had written almost everything about Li Qi and Zhao Huaxing. At the end of this post were two large photos. One of Li Qi, and the other of Zhao Huaxing. Zhao Huaxing in the middle of the photos was still slightly youthful. That was Zhao Huaxing's university graduation photo. This piece of information complied with all the laws of information dissemination. It was powerful enough, relevant enough to public opinion, attractive enough, hunted enough, and at the same time authentic enough. Among the responders below, most of them expressed a skeptical attitude. But there were also some people who clearly had relevant knowledge backgrounds, who came forward to confirm a certain part of the post. Such as some people confirming Li Qi's identity and Li Qi's imminence. Some people confirming that Li Qi had indeed died and that the time was rather strange. And some people confirming some of Zhao Watson's information. Zhao Watson looked at the website records and realized that this thread had been forwarded over 30,000 times so far. Zhao Watson didn't know how this information was leaked out without many scientists knowing about it. He didn't know how this poster knew about this information. He didn't know why he chose to publish it on such a public occasion. Zhao Watson also didn't know what kind of impact this incident would bring. Zhao Watson just had a vague feeling that exposing everything about himself in front of the public seemed very inappropriate. Mengzhua, we're in trouble. Zhao Huaxing muttered. What do the Public Opinion Monitoring Department and the Information Secrecy Department do? Why is this matter exposed here, and has such a huge amount of views? I will immediately report this matter to my superiors. Mengzhua immediately took out his communication instrument, asked them to immediately assess the possible impact of this incident, as well as study the subsequent means of response. Zhao Huaxing muttered. Mengzhua returned about 5 minutes later, with an expression on his face that Zhao Watson couldn't quite grasp. They already know about this. Mengzhua spread his hands. They didn't leak out this information. And the specific leaker is under investigation. The people from the Crisis Coordination and Handling Center have already assessed this matter. Their conclusion is that it's best to ignore this incident and let it unfold. And when necessary, even secretly push the envelope. Why? Zhao Watson was stunned. Because, Mengzhua sighed, the previous riots exposed many problems. The government has been focusing on livelihood issues, but has not paid much attention to social psychology. Of course, after this riot, a specialized psychosocial intervention department has been set up. They said that heavy labor and poor living conditions were only the triggers of the riots. And the lack of hope for the future was the main reason for the riots. The news that was leaked out can bring the people hope to get rid of this kind of life. As long as there is hope, everything is under control. As it happens, you have won a great reputation in the previous riots. And it is most appropriate for you to act as the messenger of hope. Even if you don't do anything. As long as you still exist, you are a great favorable factor for social stability. So, don't interfere with this message. Let it spread freely. Mengzhua said. So what do I become? A savior? Zhao Watson asked. Mengzhua said. In the eyes of the people, you are the savior. The only savior. As a matter of fact, you are indeed the savior. A savior who, in the eyes of the populace, not only possesses a noble personality, but also possesses the ability to save this post-apocalyptic world. Even more so, because of your existence, cults, conspirators, eschatology, and the like will all lose the ground for their own development. Zhao Watson was speechless for a long time. After a long time, Zhao Watson rubbed his forehead. It seems that I don't have the ability to refuse. Yes. Mengzhua nodded. Then let me act as a savior. Zhao Watson said. I will take all these responsibilities. Mingjue patted Zhao Watson's shoulder and left. Zhao Watson, on the other hand, sat down in front of his desk and continued to look through the information about his past records. However, this didn't seem to help Zhao Watson much. Zhao Watson never knew why Li Qi had started to pay attention to him, and the ideas that had been swirling around in his mind were never able to connect together and form a complete idea due to the lack of certain key parts. The day passed. As the sun was about to set, Mingjue walked over to Zhao Huaxing's side. The researchers at the Computing Institute have newly restored 4 segments of dialogue suspected to be between Li Qi and that mysterious being from within that hard drive. You can take a look at them, Mingjue said, handing a thin stack of information to Zhao Watson. Chapter 37 Oasis Transformation Plan. What? A newly restored 4 segments? Hearing Mingjue say so, Zhao Watson also became slightly excited. Yes, Mingjue nodded. At the same time, the researchers from the Computing Institute also said that all of the data on top of this hard disk that can be restored out has already been restored out, and it is no longer possible for them to restore even a single word of data from the hard disk. In other words, this hard drive is no longer valuable to human civilization. So, Zhao Watson muttered, facing the fiery red evening sunlight outside the window, and picking up this report before the window. Zhao Watson began to watch it carefully. There were a total of 4 segments of information, and the time of the information could not be determined, while the order of these segments before and after could not be determined either. The first paragraph of the message was very short. Only a few short sentences of dialogue. I want to go home. I want to visit my hometown. This is your hometown. No, this is not my hometown. Well, I'll find a way to get you home. The first message ended. The second message was even shorter. Just 2 sentences. Who is this little guy? Oh, don't do that again. I can't afford to support it. The third message was a little longer. Thank you. I'm already home. I'm sorry it took so long to contact you. It's because I've been searching for the oasis, and after finding it, there was no way to talk to you on my own. Oh, you found the oasis? Did you encounter any danger? Yes. It's dangerous here. There's usually a barrier around the oasis, and crossing it would take most of my strength. But luckily, I finally made it inside the oasis alive. I'm living well inside the oasis. The environment here makes me feel comfortable. I feel blessed for you. Bless you, my child. Thank you for your wishes. It may be some time before I can begin to work, though I am too small on my own, and I need help. Please be assured that I will give you what I promised. Okay. Thank you all the same. The fourth message was also a bit longer. I received everything you handed me. How have you been doing this time? I've had an okay time. I've had many helpers, and together we searched for the oasis, and together we broke through the barrier next to it. Because I am the leader, my helpers are doing their best to protect me. I'm relieved to hear that you're okay. I have something to tell you. I remember you telling me something about life being about survival. Yes. What's the problem? My helpers and I intend to practice that rule. We're going to embark on an oasis renovation program. We don't want to spend every day exhausted looking for an oasis. And we don't want to have our companions dying in large numbers at every turn. No, you can't do that. You know what that means. Also, do you have the technology and capability to carry out an oasis modification program? I'm sorry to say that life is first and foremost about survival. And we have to do this for me and my companions. I have already handed back enough to you, which I think is enough in exchange for what I have learned from my previous time at your side. As for the technology and capabilities needed for the Oasis transformation program, that is our business. Thank you for your concern. This is our last call. So that's it. Goodbye. There were these 4 messages in total. And these 4 messages all ended here. In addition to these 4 messages, Zhao Watson also saw some other observation data on the surface of the sun. In these observations, it was said that from a recent period of time, scientists had noticed some abnormal energy outbursts occurring in certain parts of the sun's surface. These bursts of energy are not the same as flare bursts. The description is accompanied by data from the scientists' studies of these bursts. These outbursts are very violent and release more energy than we can imagine. We speculate that this is the result of the energy stored in the inverse fusion layer above the sun finally bursting forth. However, according to our statistics, perhaps because the inverse fusion layer has certain physical properties that we don't know, this kind of energy eruption phenomenon only seems to appear at the poles of the sun, so we don't have to worry about the impact it will have on us. It only took Zhao Watson less than 2 minutes to read this information. After 2 minutes, Zhao Watson put down the information in his hands, stroked the glasses on his nose, and put his sight outside the window. The cold wind was still whistling outside the window, and the sunlight reflected by the opposite building was still soft to the point of being even a little weak. The roar of machines still came from the distance, and there were still planes shuttling past in the sky. The vast construction project of mankind was still going on, and Equator City was still maintaining its own operation. It was also at this time that the chain of evidence that Zhao Watson had been trying to construct out, but had never been able to, was filled in with 80% of the pieces at this time. I think I already know roughly what happened. There are just still a few key points that I can't connect. If I can find these few key points as well, I'll be able to report my speculations to the Ministry of Scientific Research in one piece. Zhao Huaxing thought silently. These few key points were: 1. What was Li Qi's motivation for choosing himself as the puzzle solver? 2. What was the function of that piece of white paper? And what message was it actually conveying to him, because up until now, until Zhao Watson had almost solved this puzzle, Zhao Watson had not even used that piece of white paper. 3. What method did Li Qi use to send that mysterious person home? And 4. After sending that mysterious person home, why did Li Qi kill himself? And why didn't he tell what happened plainly? Just because of guilt? This does not seem to explain. 5. After knowing what happened, what was the solution to this incident? This was the key question that still existed in Zhao Watson's mind. But these were no longer important, because Zhao Watson believed that he had already solved the toughest puzzle. And in the following, these remaining questions would be answered by himself one by one. Zhao Huaxing stood up and pushed the window before his desk open, letting the cold wind blow against his body. While feeling a sense of coolness, Zhao Huaxing also felt a sense of relaxation from his heart to all parts of his body. It was as if he had been carrying a heavy armor, and at this moment, he had finally removed the armor. Zhao Huaxing had a feeling of seeing the sun through the clouds. Mengzhu had disappeared at some point, and Li Wei happened to bring Zhao Watson a cup of coffee at this exact moment. Zhao Watson took the coffee and placed it on the table before turning around and hugging Li Wei. I think I've almost solved the mystery your brother left behind. Have you finally cracked the puzzle my brother left behind? You're awesome. So, what's going on with my brother? Why did my brother die? Li Wei's body stiffened for a moment, and her voice began to tremble a little. Zhao Huaxing knew that Li Wei had always had a deep bond with Li Qi, and that Li Wei had never been able to let go of her brother's death. This was an eternal scar hidden in Li Wei's heart. I'm sorry. I can't tell you right now for the time being because my conception isn't complete yet, and I still need to confirm some things, Zhao Watson said. Only after these things are confirmed can my speculation be correct. I know. You can definitely do it. Li Wei let go of Zhao Watson, and Zhao Watson looked at each other, and the gaze she looked at Zhao Watson with was filled with trust and determination. Mengzhu, Zhao Watson called out, and Mengzhu walked in and said indifferently, Have you finished reading the information? Any thoughts? Yes. Zhao Huaxing nodded and said to Mengzhu, I need you to help me to confirm a few things. First, within the last 2 years, has Li Qi ever presided over, or participated in, any scientific research exploration mission that required the launch of a probe into the sun? If so, give me all the details of the mission, as well as the current status of the detector. Secondly, if I remember correctly, it seems that a light intensity detector has been installed on the Red Heart spacecraft, which is carrying out the solar exploration mission. Right? Because of its close proximity to the sun, it must be able to achieve higher clarity and resolution than the Vulcan solar telescope. Then, I want the Crimson Heart to immediately aim the light intensity detector at the sun and randomly select an area to start recording the changes in the sun's light intensity, with a recording period of, let's set it at 3 minutes. And every time 3 minutes passes, change the area and redetect it. And keep on doing so until I issue the next command. Okay, I'll get on with it. As if sensing Zhao Watson's excitement and eagerness, Mengzhu didn't dare to slack off and immediately took out the mobile phone-like instrument and reported this matter. After only a minute's time, Mengzhu said, The matter you explained has already been taken care of. The information about Li Qi will come soon, and it will take some time on the Crimson Heart side. Zhao Watson nodded. If my speculation is correct, Li Qi should have presided over the launch of at least 2 solar probes within the last 2 years. Of these two probes, one should have crashed into the sun due to an accident just before it reached the sun, and the other should have existed for a while longer, but should have also been destroyed within a few months to 2 years before the outbreak of the solar crisis. Why would you speculate that? Li Wei asked. Zhao Watson shook his head. You will know soon. For now, I can't tell you these things yet. Chapter 38, Observation Mission. After Zhao Watson made this prediction, the three of them waited here for a while before the information about Li Qi was faxed over. Meng Zhuo picked up the stack of information, scanned it, gave Zhao Watson a slightly surprised look, and then read, Solar Twin Exploration Program. This program launched 2 exploration satellites to the sun a year and a half ago. Of these 2 exploration satellites, one satellite orbits around the sun's equator, and the other orbits around the sun's north and south poles. Who presided over the program was not Li Qi, but Li Qi served as the general scientific advisor for this exploration program. Among them, Satellite A, the one orbiting around the sun's equator, lost contact with the Earth due to a technical malfunction before arriving at the sun. And based on the forward trajectory calculations at the time, scientists expected that the satellite would fall directly into the sun, while Satellite B successfully arrived at the sun, but was unable to reach the sun before it was launched. Satellite B successfully reached the sun, but after a 3-month mission, about 8 months ago, it also lost contact with Earth due to an unknown malfunction. After Meng Zhuo spoke this information, Li Wei let out a low cry. This was because Li Wei found that these things were completely consistent with what Zhao Watson had said, with no deviation at all. However, it seemed like Zhao Watson had already anticipated this, so Zhao Watson didn't show a hint of surprise. Zhao Watson's suspicions were initially confirmed, but just these words weren't enough. Zhao Huaxing still needed evidence. Evidence that was so solid that no one could refute it, and that didn't have the slightest crack in it to perfect his deduction. Very well. Then let's start waiting now, Zhao Watson said. Have the Red Heart transmit the luminosity change data they observed back to Earth at any time. And at the same time, go and contact some experts in linguistics and logic, as well as cryptography. And I want them to judge whether or not there's a logical structure included in the luminosity change data transmitted back by the Red Heart ship. If there is a logical structure present in the luminosity change data of a certain area above the sun, then order the Crimson Heart to continuously observe this part. And I want the logic experts and linguistics and cryptography experts to decipher the logical meanings present behind these data. Meng Zhuo did not understand what kind of deduction Zhao Watson had made, but Meng Zhuo still faithfully carried out Zhao Watson's orders. Meng Zhuo hurriedly left, while Zhao Watson once again stood in front of the window, looking through the glass at the dimming sun in the distance. The first stage of deduction is over, Zhao Watson muttered. From now on, I should proceed to the second stage of inference. The first stage was to explore what exactly happened above the sun, how Li Qi was related to this matter, and what role he played in this event. Now, Zhao Watson thought he had found this answer. The second stage of the work was how to put this incident to rest. I didn't use those hints left for me by Director Li Qi in the middle of the first stage. The white paper that was purposely left for me, and the words that Director Leach told me before he died were not useful in the midst of my previous work. Then I have reason to think that these hints should play a role in the middle of the second stage of work. These hints are telling me what to do to solve this solar crisis. Zhao Watson was once again in deep thought. Wang Tang and Zhao Watson established a real-time connection. The search for linguists, logicians, and cryptography experts to decipher the signal of the Crimson Heart was done by Wang Tang. And as soon as there was any progress, Wang Tang would tell Zhao Watson. At this very moment, the radio signal from Earth crossed a distance of 90 million kilometers to the Red Heart ship. The Red Heart spaceship was quietly suspended in the boundless cosmic space, like a lone boat floating on the ocean. This place was already close to Mercury's orbit, although the radiation level of the sun had been reduced by 15%. The sun was still incredibly powerful. Above this distance, without the protection of an insulating umbrella, the Red Heart ship would be instantly roasted away. Rugiel fixed his body on the seat with a seat belt and looked at the sun image in front of him in a daze. It was a real-time image taken by the Red Heart's airship, which, of course, had been dramatically extinguished. If the luminosity wasn't reduced, Rugiel's retinas would be instantly burned out by the intense light, and he would be blinded forever. During this long journey, the astronauts spent the most time waiting, because the destination had not yet been reached. The work was not onerous. After work, quietly looking at the sun and feeling its warmth and power had become a habit of life for Rigel, the captain of the Red Heart spacecraft. The interference from the sun was very strong, but the high-gain antennae on the spaceship still received signals from Earth clearly. After the electronic assistant reported the content of the message to Captain Rigel, he unbuckled the seatbelt fastened to his body and used the auxiliary propulsion device to float through the ship to the operations room. Yes, the Red Heart ship did not have artificial gravity equipment, so the astronauts were in a state of weightlessness. Prolonged weightlessness would cause a massive loss of calcium in the bones, and the strength of the bones would be drastically reduced. Even if the astronauts ran on the treadmill for 2 hours every day with the elastic rope tied on, it could only temporarily slow down the process. It is foreseeable that after returning to Earth, the astronauts will be like chondromalacia patients who cannot stand up at all. But the astronauts had already made up their minds to dedicate their lives to this journey, so a little calcium loss didn't seem like a big deal. Under the leadership of Captain Laguerre, 3 men and 2 women, 5 astronauts, began to work together. The orders sent from above Earth were a bit odd, but they didn't question them. On the side of the Red Heart facing the sun was a thick layer of sunshade-like material. It was made of a ceramic material that was highly heat-resistant and insulated, and it was this layer of sunshade that blocked the high heat and radiation that shone towards the hull of the ship, allowing the instruments within the ship to function normally, and also allowing the astronauts to continue their lives. Under the astronauts' maneuvers, an opening slowly opened at the edge of the sunshade. A specially treated optical lens poked out from this opening. The heat-resistant material allowed it to work even at a distance of less than 60 million kilometers from the sun, and its considerable aperture compared to the sun, as well as its distance from the sun at the moment, made it the most powerful solar telescope ever made in the history of mankind, bar none. Its resolution can even reach 1 square kilometer. The Vulcan solar telescope on Earth has a maximum accuracy of 9 square kilometers. This optical telescope will take 100 images every second, and then other related instruments will record the luminosity of each image and make a table to present the astronauts in the form of data. In 3 minutes, that's 18,000 images. 18,000 pieces of data. But the data was jumbled. The astronauts, including Captain Laguerre, did not perceive any useful information in this data. The astronauts sent the data back to Earth after a 5-minute run. The data would be picked up by a network of deep space antennas mounted above Earth and presented on the crew's desk. The telescope adjusted a tiny angle and then aimed at another spot above the sun. Here again it took 18,000 pictures, and then turned to a third place. The filming continued for 15 days. During this half-month, the astronauts had been repeating this boring work, although a high degree of automation had been realized in the Red Heart spacecraft. The task still required direct human involvement, so the astronauts had to be divided into 5 shifts to take turns in this task. During the 15 days, the Red Heart spacecraft crossed the orbit of Mercury, and because the distance to the sun had been approaching, the resolution of the picture had been increased from 1 square kilometer to 40,000 square meters. That is, an area 200 meters long and wide. But no order to terminate the mission had ever come from the Earth side, nor any other order for that matter. The astronauts just kept shooting, kept sending signals, and so on and so forth. 15 days of filming and nothing. Logicians, linguists, cryptographers had not parsed anything useful from the data. It seemed to be just some garbled code, just some meaningless data about the movement of the sun's surface plasma. Wang Tang then found Zhao Watson now, 15 days after the start of this mission. The Crisis Coordination and Handling Center is preparing to hold a joint meeting, and wants you to go and speak on top of the conference, expounding on your reasons and justifications for doing so. Wang Tang said, "You have to know that the Red Heart spaceship is getting closer to the sun. It is about to enter into orbit around the sun, and many of the originally scheduled observation missions were already on the schedule. But because the demand for the observation missions you proposed occupied the telescope, all of these observation missions were put on hold. The spacecraft has less than 4 months of observing time, and we, the human society, still hope to obtain some useful data from the sun with the help of the Red Heart spacecraft. So, if you can't make a strong convincing case, the Crisis Coordination Center is ready to put a stop to your observation request." Chapter 39, Confused. Hearing Wang Tang say those words, Zhao Watson had absolutely no reaction. Wang Tang paused for a moment to observe Zhao Watson's reaction, then continued, "As you know, The red hard ship carries the hope of our human civilization to a certain extent. And every second of its observation time is very precious. So we don't have the capital to waste them. I won't go. And I won't say why I'm doing this. Zhao Watson shook his head. But I will go to meet the Führer and tell him the reason why I am doing this to know. Let the Führer make the decision on how to choose after that. Zhao Watson's deduction was too astonishing. And before obtaining the most important evidence, Zhao Watson would not make it public. This was because announcing it in advance would bring about a lot of unforeseen troubles, and might even cause panic. If you insist on it, Wang Tang shrugged his shoulders. But you'd better hurry. Your observation mission is seriously draining the astronauts' energy and time. And while they have no complaints, the people in the medical department have already warned and protested about it. They think it will have a very serious effect on the health of the astronauts. I know. Zhao Watson nodded. I have already booked an appointment for tomorrow morning, in which I will go to meet the Führer and tell him all my reasons and justifications without any reservations. While I am curious as to what exactly your reasons and deductions are, I think you probably won't tell me them. That's it then. Good luck, young man. Wang Tang patted Zhao Huaxing's shoulder and turned to leave. Wang Tang, who pushed the door to leave, let a cold air invade Zhao Watson's house as he left his residence. Zhao Huaxing couldn't help but shiver. The weather was getting colder and colder. Even if he stayed indoors, Zhao Huaxing had to turn up the heating and air conditioning to the maximum. Even more so, people had already measured the latest low temperature record at the equator, which was 57 degrees Celsius below zero. The research robots left behind at the North and South Poles had also reported the lowest temperature record at the poles. And that number was minus 203 degrees Celsius. The oceans have been wrapped in thick ice caps. So shipping has come to a complete halt. Obviously, no ship can break through an ice cap of this thickness. And for human society nowadays, maritime transport carries at least 40% of the material shipments. If the supply lines were cut off, many people in the equatorial city would die due to the lack of energy. Without energy, there would be no power. There would be no warmth. The factories that produce the materials necessary for human survival would shut down. And hundreds of millions of people would die of cold and starvation. But this did not happen. Although shipping was forced to stop altogether, another form of transport sprang up. Because the ice cover was so thick and so strong, large lorries weighing more than 100 tons could safely travel over it. And the ice was so smooth that it could be compared to a road. As a result, many observatories and supply stations were built on the surface of the sea. And countless routes were determined for the safe traveling of large trucks on the ice. The oil, coal, steel, and other materials produced in various places on Earth came to Equator City through such routes. Its transport efficiency was even higher than the original sea transport. Even if it wasn't for the fact that the ice surface wasn't suitable for the construction of a railway. The people in the engineering department even intended to lay the railway on top of the ice cover. But after all, ice is not a road. The intrusion of the sea, the movement of the Earth's crust, and even the pull of the moon's gravity could cause the ice to break up. It's also too slippery for lorries traveling at high speeds to get into accidents. According to the Department of Crisis Prevention, every day at least 1,000 people die on this artery of nutrition that feeds the entire human community. The causes of death are as varied as runaway lorries, drowning in cracked ice, or freezing to death in freezing temperatures. But human society is still repeatedly increasing the volume of goods transported on the ice highway. Because apart from taking human lives to fill them up, human governments don't have any other way. So much so that by now, lorry drivers have surpassed the non-equatorial zone left behind personnel, becoming the highest paid ordinary jobs in human society. They supported more than 30% of the energy and material consumption of Equatorial City. Zhao Watson knew this very well. Zhao Watson knew that a large portion of the clothes he wore, the food he ate, the electrical appliances he used, and the heating, were supported by these people with their lives. So Zhao Watson always had a sense of urgency in his heart. But this sense of urgency did not spread amongst the human society. On the morning of the second day, on top of the road to the Führer's office, looking at the empty streets, Zhao Watson felt as if there was a layer of dark clouds covering the equatorial city above. The name of that cloud was called despair, as well as numbness. Zhao Watson felt this clearly. Ever since the last large-scale riot, there hadn't been any major unrest in human society. People just lived numbly, worked numbly, and rested numbly. Although unrest was cruel, It also meant that people had an urgent desire for a better life and for their own interests. Now, there is not even turmoil in human society. It was dead. Like a pool of stagnant water. More than half a year has passed since the outbreak of the solar crisis. During this half year, the temperature of the sun's surface has dropped from 6,000 Kelvin to 4,500 Kelvin. A full 25% reduction. And no one knows if the sun's temperature will continue to decrease. Under this icy cold, people are desperate, Mengjue said. They don't see any hope for the future. And they don't know what they are still living for. The only reason the order amongst human society hasn't collapsed is probably because the government and violent institutions still exist. As well as the minimum standard of living can still be guaranteed. I'd wager that as long as the convoys traveling over the Pacific and Atlantic disappear for a day, order amongst the equatorial cities will collapse in an instant. This is already the worst-case scenario, Zhao Watson said softly. However, Mengjue clearly didn't hear the strings attached to Zhao Watson's words, and he was still driving quietly, pulling Zhao Watson all the way to the location of the Führer's office. The car drove directly into the car park, and then Zhao Watson took the lift to an office. Mengjue was waiting outside the door, while Zhao Watson pushed open the door and walked in. In the office, the old man was already waiting there. Zhao Watson gently closed the door behind him, so any sound within the office would no longer be transmitted outside the door. What Zhao Watson had said to the old man, only these two knew. When Zhao Watson pulled open the door to the Führer's office and walked out, Mengjue looked at his watch and realized that only a mere 20 minutes had passed. And through the temporarily pulled open doorway, Mengjue saw the old man's face. Above that wrinkled, withered old face was a slightly strange expression that seemed to be sadness and anger. But not quite. After searching hard in his mind for a while, Mengjue found the most suitable word to describe this expression. Confused. That was the leader of the entire human civilization. A full 7 billion, of course. Now that number had been reduced to 6.5 billion, and was still rapidly decreasing human beings. Mengjue couldn't deny the old man's ability. And it was under his strong leadership that even though human civilization was in such a crisis, it was still able to maintain the basic security of life without collapsing. Without him, the number of deaths in human society would not have been as low as 800 million. Mengjue and the old man stayed together for a long time. In fact, before he came to Zhao Huaxing's side, Mengjue had served as the old man's personal guard for 4 consecutive years. And Mengjue thought that he knew the old man very well. And Mengjue had seen the process of the old man's decisions. And every word in those decisions could affect the lives of hundreds of millions of people. But the old man was always lighthearted. And he was very confident in his decision. But the old man is always calm and confident. It seemed that no danger, no hardship would affect him. He was always able to find the optimal solution to any problem in the shortest possible time. And an expression like confusion should not appear on his face. But right now, the old man was confused. And it was the deepest confusion. That kind of confusion was even greater than the confusion of the most numb, ignorant, and hopeless people at the bottom of society that Mengjue had ever seen. Zhao Watson's expression, however, remained calm. After walking out of the old man's office and taking the door with him, Zhao Watson said softly to Mengjue, "Let's go. Let's go back." Even with Mengjue's professionalism, he could not hold back his inner curiosity. In an unprecedented move, Mengjue asked, "What did you say to the Führer?" What was the Führer's reply? The Führer promised that the observation operation on top of the Red Heart ship would continue. Zhao Watson said softly, "As for what exactly happened, if I'm not wrong in my speculation, you will soon know. Not only you, but the entire human civilization will know." At the time that question was first asked, Mengjue sensed his slip of the tongue. However, Zhao Watson's answer at this moment made Mengjue unable to resist asking a second question. "The Führer has decided to release the truth about the solar crisis to the entire society?" Zhao Watson replied indifferently. "Yes. The Führer has decided to publish the results of my speculation if it is truly verified." "Why? Isn't the Führer worried about causing chaos?" Mengjue asked again, although he did not know exactly what Zhao Watson's speculation result was. Mengjue could still tell that it had to be an answer that was shocking to the extreme and amazing to the extreme. And is it really appropriate to publish such an answer into the society? Chapter 40, The Valley of the Trough. No. The Führer isn't worried about causing chaos. Zhao Watson's tone was still light. Have you noticed that amongst the current Equator city, The suicide rate has increased from 1 in 10,000 to 29 per thousand. A full 290 times. There are 29 suicides for every 1,000 people. The total number of suicides has exceeded 150 million. Do you know what that means? It means that our human society has lost its vitality. And people are having their hearts consumed by despair. I am even looking forward to another riot in our human society at this moment. Because riots mean resistance at the same time. But right now, there isn't even a riot amongst our human society. Zhao Huaxing said somewhat feebly. People have already lost the courage to resist. If it continues like this, before the solar crisis extinguishes our human race itself will extinguish itself. That's why the human society needs this news that is so powerful that it is extreme. I hope that this news can stir up that hope for the future deep in people's hearts, so that this sky of despair breaks open and allows the light of hope to shine down again. So, the Führer agreed to my proposal to make this message public. Of course, this is after my speculation has been verified. Whenever the Red Heart ship obtains what I want, I will make this message public. Are you confident that you are certain that your speculation must be correct? Meng Zhuo asked. Zhao Huaxing nodded. This time, I won't be wrong. I have enough confidence. Meng Zhuo nodded and stopped talking. The car was rapidly approaching Zhao Huaxing's residence. But when it was still a few kilometers away from its destination, Meng Zhuo found that the car could no longer move forward. This was because there were a lot of people in front of them. Even so many that the road was completely blocked. Behind the car there were also many people who were rapidly converging here, blending into that gathered crowd. The crowd was getting bigger and bigger. What are they doing here? A riot? But it doesn't look like it. Zhao Huaxing had some doubts in his heart. This place is dangerous. Let's leave here immediately. Meng Zhuo made a snap decision and immediately wanted to turn the car around and leave the place. But Zhao Huaxing stopped Meng Zhuo. This was because Zhao Huaxing sensed that the air was still quiet at this moment. And the crowd was quiet as well. No one was shouting loudly. No one was attacking anyone else. There was no riot. There was no bloodshed. People seemed to simply be gathered here, waiting for something. People were quiet. This couldn't possibly be a riot. So Zhao Huaxing pushed open the car door and stepped down. Meng Zhuo also came down right after him, protecting Zhao Huaxing's side tightly. What are you guys doing here? Zhao Huaxing casually inquired to a person next to him. That person turned around, and after seeing Zhao Huaxing, an agitated luster violently erupted in his eyes. He quickly suppressed his emotions, and then said in a voice that was still a little shaky despite his efforts to control it. We're waiting for you. Waiting for me? Waiting for me to do what? Zhao Huaxing asked. Waiting for you to save us. The man replied. As he spoke, his eyes seemed to have more piety in them besides excitement. Just like a believer would do when facing the God he believed in. Between this question and answer, the crowd beside him had already noticed what was going on here. Many people turned their heads to look here. And in those eyes, there were hopes and prayers. The muscles of Meng Zhuo's entire body had tensed. At this moment, Meng Zhuo had already made up his mind. If an uncontrollable congestion occurred in a moment, even if he killed these civilians, even if he let his hands be stained with blood, even if he died, he must protect Zhao Huaxing and leave here safely. Just like in the North Pole when Meng Zhuo killed that polar bear. The hope of mankind cannot be destroyed in your hands. Sensing Meng Zhuo's nervousness, Zhao Huaxing gently patted Meng Zhuo's shoulder, signaling for Meng Zhuo to relax. Zhao Huaxing already knew what was happening here. People in despair have pinned the last bit of hope deep within their hearts on me. Although I'm not a savior. At this moment, I have to take on the responsibility of being a savior. Zhao Huaxing thought silently. Fortunately, I have a piece of good news that isn't really good news to tell them now. Notify all the major media reporters and have them immediately go to my residence to prepare for an interview with me. And at the same time, have them prepared to start broadcasting the footage of the interview with me. It's going to be all of them. All of the media. I want everyone in the world to be able to hear my voice. Zhao Huaxing said. Meng Zhuo nodded. So a few moments later, Zhao Huaxing saw a full dozen helicopters bearing the markings of all the major media outlets flying through the sky. Flying in the direction of Zhao Huaxing's home in Equator City. Zhao Huaxing turned around and said to the man he had just conversed with. Don't worry. I'm coming. I'll save our entire civilization. Thank you. You are the only hope for our human civilization right now. You are the savior. That person bent down full of devotion and bowed deeply to Zhao Huaxing. Zhao Watson nodded, then led Meng Zhuo forward together. In the midst of this quiet crowd, wherever Zhao Watson walked, a passage would automatically give way. Countless people were bowing to Zhao Watson, and countless people were putting their palms together at Zhao Watson. However, the crowd had been quiet, without anyone making any noise. This place was still several kilometers away from his residence. Zhao Huasheng just kept advancing through the crowd until he reached the front of his residence. The security personnel were nervously maintaining order here, and had drawn a cordon 20 meters before this community, prohibiting any unrelated people from approaching. The people were also very cooperative with the security personnel's command, and there was no crowding. Zhao Huasheng saw that a dozen helicopters had been parked in front of his residence, and there were many staff members with filming equipment in hand who were nervously debugging there. In front, a simple podium had already been set up, and a set of sound equipment had also been prepared. At this moment, all of the television stations, broadcasting stations, and public screens in the entire equatorial city appeared on top of the images here. The host was nervously narrating the situation here. More than 200,000 people have gathered before Zhao Watson's residence today, praying for Zhao Watson to save our civilization. And it seems that Zhao Watson's research work has also seen progress, and he is preparing to announce some news to us today. As for whether these news are good or bad, let's wait and see. If there truly exists a savior above this world that can save our entire human civilization, that savior is undoubtedly Zhao Huasheng. Only Zhao Watson can take on this responsibility. Now, let's start praying together. The fate of our human civilization is about to be pronounced by Zhao Watson. Zhao Watson walked to the front of the podium that had already been set up. Countless magnesium lights were aimed at Zhao Watson at the same moment. From this moment onwards, every word that Zhao Watson said and every action he made would be transmitted to the entire world through these cameras, to the eyes of every person who was standing in front of a television set or other communication tools. I have some news to announce to everyone today. Zhao Watson spoke calmly, and his voice was not only transmitted through the cameras to all the media, but also through the sound equipment installed at the scene, to the ears of all the people gathered here. Zhao Watson's voice was like rolling heavenly thunder, and with the help of the sound equipment, it reached several kilometers away. However, before I announce this news, I need to make an apology to everyone. Yes, an apology, because I didn't quite finish my work. My work is divided into two phases, the first of which is to explore what exactly is happening at this moment. What exactly is causing the sun to become colder? And the second of which is to find a solution to this factor. Up to now, I have only completed the first stage. I have only identified the cause of the sun's cooling. But I am sorry to say that I do not have a clue as to how to solve this problem. And what's even more sorry is that at this moment, even the reason why the sun is getting colder I can't tell you. This is because there is still one last point that needs to be verified in my speculation. And until the result of the verification comes out, I can't just irresponsibly make it public. What I can tell you about this matter is that I am very confident and sure about my speculation. I can feel that I have solved the mystery left by Director Leach. Other than that, I have good news to tell everyone. As he spoke, Zhao Watson paused. The entire world, whether it was people who were working on top of a cold construction site, people who were hiding in their homes wearing thick clothes, or people who had stayed behind across the globe, etc., everyone's hearts lifted at the same time. Our human civilization has endured too much suffering during this period of time, and too much bad news has been made known to us. And it seems that there is no hope for our human civilization. And it seems that we can only keep on sliding downwards like we are now, never stopping, until we finally fall into the bottomless abyss. Things do keep getting worse. Our survival environment does keep getting worse. The days get colder and colder. Food gets scarcer and scarcer. And hope gets dimmer and dimmer. But now it's already the worst case scenario. Zhao Huasheng said quietly. That's right. It's impossible for our future to get any worse than now. We're already at the bottom of the valley now. Which means that even if the future won't be better than now, it definitely won't be worse than now. Chapter 41: The Decision That Couldn't Be Made. Zhao Watson's words caused many people to feel a little confused. What did it mean to say that it was already at the bottom now? What did it mean to say that it was already at the worst now? Zhao Huasheng paused slightly before continuing. In saying these words, I feel a little sad. Since when could the matter of the situation won't continue to be bad be good news? Probably. It can only be called a good news if the situation keeps getting continuously worse now. Zhao Watson raised his head. placing his sight on top of the sun that had already dimmed, but was still hanging in the sky. Zhao Watson raised his arm and pointed at the sun. Under normal circumstances, the surface temperature of the sun is 6,000 degrees Kelvin. Now, the surface temperature of the sun is 4,500 degrees Kelvin. The surface temperature of the sun has decreased by a whole 25%. But as I said, 4,500 Kelvin is the lowest point of the sun's surface temperature, and it is not going to go down any further. From now on, the possibility of things being worse than they are now has been eliminated from our future. And there are only two possibilities for our future. 1. Things being the same as they are now. And 2. Things being better than they are now. That's right. There are only these two possibilities. Mr. Zhao Watson, may I ask, what is your basis for this judgment? Can you tell us? A reporter asked. I'm sorry. My arguments for making this judgment can't be told for now. But my judgment can be easily confirmed. From this moment on, astronomers who have simple solar observing instruments in their hands can start monitoring the temperature data on the surface of the sun to verify whether the things I have said are true or not. Since the outbreak of the solar crisis, the surface temperature of the sun has been decreasing every single day. But on tomorrow, this number will not go down any further. Zhao Watson didn't have the power of precognition and wouldn't know what would happen tomorrow. But Zhao Watson had this certainty. Aside from the fact that the sun's temperature won't decrease any further, if there are no accidents, my speculation about the reason why the sun is getting colder will be verified within the nearest period of time. When that time comes, I will tell everyone about my speculation in its entirety and in its original form, so that everyone will know who our enemy really is and who really took away the sun that belongs to us. I am not a savior, but I am confident enough to lead everyone out of the current predicament, Zhao Watson said, taking a step back away from the microphone before bowing deeply to the front. Zhao Watson! Zhao Watson! Zhao Watson! At this moment, after Zhao Watson's figure disappeared from this place, boundless cheers resounded throughout the entire world, throughout the entire planet, with countless people shouting this one name. Amidst the boundless cheers, Zhao Watson waved his hand at the crowd, as well as the uncountable number of cameras piled up together, before returning to his home. The soundproofing of the home was very good, so as long as the windows were closed and the door was shut, then no sound from the outside world would reach Zhao Watson's ears. However, Zhao Watson seemed to have heard the cheering that resounded throughout Equator City. In Zhao Watson's feeling, it was as if a stone had been thrown into a pool of stagnant water, and while making the pool of stagnant water ripple, it also made the pool of stagnant water possess a little vitality again. This is Zhao Watson's purpose. This matter had also gained the approval of the Führer. Human society had been silent for too long. It was like a person who was about to freeze to death in the middle of an icy sky. Only by walking around could he live. And if he stopped there and chose to rest, he would truly freeze to death. Zhao Watson didn't want human society to die. So he chose to first reveal this good news that couldn't be considered good news to stimulate the behemoth that was human society. And now, it seemed that Zhao Watson's purpose had been achieved. The fact that the situation will not continue to get worse means that most of the people in the human society's life safety can be guaranteed. The food and energy supply, although it will not be raised for the time being, will not be lowered any further. And as long as they can maintain the current living standard, people will already feel satisfied. After all, only by stabilizing first, and only after stabilizing, can human society seek a way out of the predicament. Zhao Huaxing sat in front of his desk, looking out of the window in silence. Li Wei came behind Zhao Huaxing right at this time. She put her hands on Zhao Watson's shoulders and gently massaged him. Zhao Huaxing didn't move, nor did he turn around without speaking. Zhao Huaxing just rubbed his forehead before relaxing and enjoying Li Wei's service. I have one thing to ask of you, Li Wei said. What is it? Zhao Watson asked. About my brother. Li Wei's tone was a bit lost. I want to know what kind of role my brother played in this sun crisis. Is he a positive or negative character? Does he need to be responsible for this solar crisis? Zhao Watson was equally silent. After a moment, Zhao Huaxing replied, Your brother didn't anticipate something like this to happen in the first place. His thoughts were good. He was also hoping to contribute to humanity. But he ended up making a big mistake, causing the entire human civilization to suffer a major loss? Yes, Zhao Watson said. My brother is dead. After a long moment of silence, Li Wei said in a trembling voice. He gave all he had to atone for his crimes. And he left hints of hope that the human civilization could finally resolve this crisis. He was already doing his best to make amends. He's already dead. So I'm begging you, don't nail him to the pillar of shame in history anymore. Can you? Zhao Huaxing finally sighed. Yes. He's already dead. It's all happened. Even if we dig his bones out of the grave, it won't be of any use to the reality of the situation. Moreover, we are now precisely relying on your brother's residual shade in order to achieve what we have now. And the ultimate solution to this solar crisis also needs to be unearthed from your brother's hints. Li Wei, you know what? I have always greatly revered your brother. And since the time I was in college, your brother has been my idol of worship. When I first speculated that your brother had committed such a major crime against human civilization, I had my doubts. And I couldn't believe myself. But as my speculations continued to be verified, I could only accept this in the end. Believe me, my pain is no less than yours. Li Wei ended up crying. Her tears kept sliding down from within her eyes, dropping drop by drop on top of Zhao Huaxing's shoulders. Li Wei's voice trembled a little. I have long felt that my brother will definitely be responsible for this solar crisis. Whenever I think of the Freya family who froze to death in the snow, the polar bear that was killed by Mingjue, the millions of people who committed suicide out of despair in this equatorial city, and the countless numbers of our compatriots who died because of the freezing cold, my heart felt like pins and needles. I couldn't sleep all night. I always dreamt that my brother was still alive, that he had been guillotined and killed by the angry people, and that the angry people had bitten off the flesh of his body piece by piece. I thought to myself, my brother must have died in the midst of extreme guilt and self-blame and pain. Can you spare him? Don't let him still suffer after death. Even if he dies, he can't have peace. Okay? Zhao Huaxing covered his face in some pain. I can't make this decision. Even if your brother's starting point was good, and in the aftermath, your brother used his best efforts to make amends, but he still made a big mistake. This is a fact that cannot be denied. I wish beyond hope that I could bear this sin down in place of your brother. And I also wish that I could hide your brother's role in this incident from the public. But I can't do it. I'm sorry, Libby. I can't do it. In the midst of this solar crisis, you, our friends, our relatives, were not directly threatened by the solar crisis. Because of our position and status, we were all properly accommodated. We will still have enough to keep us warm, enough to eat, and unthreatened living conditions. Frankly, we are all living in the upper echelons of society. So, whether it's you or me, none of us are qualified to speak on behalf of the public to forgive your brother. Those who are qualified to forgive your brother are those who risked their lives on top of the Pacific Ocean ice cap to secure the lifeline of Equatoria. Those who still work in factories, construction sites, and in the field in the freezing cold of minus dozens of degrees Celsius. Those who stayed in the non-equatorial areas because of their work duties. And those who lost their parents, loved ones, relatives, and children during the catastrophe. Only they are qualified to say whether to forgive or not. And only if they say they forgive your brother. Your brother is truly forgiven. Zhao Huaxing stood up, then turned around and held Li Wei, who was constantly dripping large teardrops, tightly in his arms. We shouldn't hide all of this, even if we don't tell the public the truth of the matter. But will the torment inside you and me become lighter? Your brother in the 9 Springs will really get peace. No, it won't. Therefore, I choose to publish the truth. And then, by you and me, the two of us to make up for the mistakes your brother made. The two of us work together, with our contribution to human society, together to seek public understanding of your brother. Only in this way will your brother be able to gain true peace in the 9 Springs. And you and I will be able to have true peace in our hearts. Li Wei knew that Zhao Huaxing had always been a dull person. So Li Wei also stopped talking. And she also hugged Zhao Huaxing tightly, letting her tears slide down in big drops, wetting Zhao Huaxing's clothes. Chapter 42. A day that belonged to Zhao Huaxing. Zhao Huaxing was still hugging Li Wei tightly. In this moment, Zhao Huaxing and Li Wei were equally sad. I do love you. No matter what happens, my love for you will never change. If the people refuse to forgive Director Li Qi and take it out on you because of the mistakes your brother made, I would rather stand trial with you. Even if I die with you, I won't hesitate. Li Wei, I love you. The two of them hugged each other tightly, as if there was no more power between heaven and earth that could separate the two of them. At this very moment, No matter whether it was the scientists of the Ministry of Scientific Research or the astronomical enthusiasts in the society. All the people who had solar observing equipment aimed their observing equipment at the sun, paying close attention to the temperature changes on the surface of the sun. Even in the Western Hemisphere, where it was still nighttime, people who could not see the sun were following these events in real time through various communication tools and the internet. Even all of the television stations in Equator City had stopped broadcasting their programs and switched to real-time live broadcasts of solar temperature measurements. Zhao Watson's prophecy had gathered the attention of the entire world. One after another, data was released, and each published data caused a great deal of discussion and tugged at people's emotions. According to real-time measurements from the Vulcan Observatory, the average temperature of the sun's surface at this moment is 4,493 degrees Kelvin, which is a drop of 1.5 degrees Kelvin compared to the last measurement cycle. It appears that the sun's surface temperature is still decreasing down. However, according to the observatory staff, the solar surface temperature was already changing constantly, and it is possible that such a small magnitude of change is a normal fluctuation brought about by the movement of material on the surface of the sun. At the same time, the time scale limited by the prediction made by Zhao Watson is 24 hours. And so far, only 3 hours have passed. So we still have hope. At the same time, the researchers at the observatory also said that according to the previous rate of decline of the solar surface temperature, as long as within 24 hours, the decline of the solar surface temperature does not exceed 50 degrees Kelvin, it is enough to prove that the rate of cooling of the solar surface is slowing down. At the same time, even if in the 24 hours, the solar surface temperature really reduced more than 50 degrees Kelvin, does not mean that Zhao Watson's prediction is wrong, because predictions are based on scientific observations. Although we do not know the basis of Zhao's prediction, but it is still unlikely that the prediction will be accurate to the time of day. Researchers at the observatory say they believe that Zhao's prediction is very likely to be a long-term development trend. That is to say, in the long term, the surface temperature of the sun will be maintained at the existing level of fluctuations near a certain amount of time, rather than predicting a specific change in the surface temperature of the sun on a particular day. Zhao Watson took that statement, probably for the sake of easy to understand the reasons. Everyone above the earth was paying attention to the temperature data of the sun's surface, including the Fuhrer. He sat behind his own desk, facing the computer placed in front of him, staring at the charts on it in a daze. Above his withered old face was an expression that was very hard to figure out. And although it was uncertain what exactly this expression meant, it could not be excitement in any case. At this moment, the old man even hoped that Zhao Watson's prediction was wrong, hoping that the temperature of the sun's surface would still decrease. The reason for this was obvious. If the solar surface temperature really stopped decreasing like Zhao Watson had predicted, then although Zhao Watson's other speculations could not be said to have received direct evidence, their credibility would be greatly increased. And this, without a doubt, meant that the entire human society was a little closer to that most frightening prediction. The old man's mood was very contradictory. In contrast, Zhao Watson's mood was calm. Zhao Watson didn't pay attention to the temperature data on the surface of the sun, because Zhao Watson knew that he would be correct. Zhao Watson also did not show too much worry being heavy. In this rare moment of leisure, Zhao Watson chose to stay with Li Wei. Even if they didn't speak, just leaning together was a great enjoyment. The sun gradually fell into the ground. The night came. After eating, the two of them said goodnight to each other, and then went to different rooms to get ready for bed, as if it was because he had finally made up his mind. Zhao Huaxing's sleep this night was very peaceful, neither having nightmares nor waking up in the middle of the night. When the night finally passed, Zhao Huaxing woke up, then cleaned himself up, and after eating the breakfast prepared by Li Wei, Zhao Huaxing went to the window, facing the rising sun as well as the biting cold wind between heaven and earth, and took a deep breath. When Zhao Watson was about to look into the distance, Zhao Watson found that many people had gathered underneath the building below his window. These people were all looking upwards with their heads raised. After seeing Zhao Watson finally open his window, a loud cheer came from below. Zhao Watson! Zhao Watson! In this instant, the three words Zhao Huaxing resounded through the heavens and earth. Zhao Huaxing didn't feel any surprise. After waving his hand at the bottom and summoning Mengzhua to find someone to evacuate the crowd that had converged below, Zhao Watson closed the window off and then shrugged his shoulders at Li Wei. It seems that my prophecy has been verified. Zhao Watson turned on the TV and saw that the announcer was saying something in an unusually excited tone. This is simply amazing. The temperature lowering trend that occurred on the surface of the sun and lasted for more than half a year has magically stopped just today, according to the major observatories, as well as various space telescopes, infrared telescopes, and the Red Heart spacecraft's measurements. Yesterday night, the temperature of the sun's surface had been maintained at around 4,500 degrees Kelvin, and although there were occasional fluctuations, the magnitude of the fluctuations had never exceeded 20 degrees Kelvin. This means that the lowering of the temperature above the Earth will also stop. And although we don't know what will happen in the future, at least, the situation won't be any worse than it is now. Although we don't know exactly how Zhao Watson made this prophecy that is so accurate that it's almost shocking. We have reason to believe that Zhao Watson has been like the former director Li Qi, and has already grasped certain information that we don't know yet. We have reason to believe that Zhao Watson, a person who possesses both a perfect personality and extremely profound scientific attainments, has the ability to lead us out of our current predicament. Today is a day that belongs to Zhao Watson. So let's start cheering for Zhao Watson together, even with the extreme soundproofing of the house that Zhao Watson lived in. Zhao Watson still vaguely heard the cheers coming from outside the window, from various places around him. The name Zhao Watson resounded throughout Equatorial City at this moment. Now, we're just waiting for news from the Crimson Heart spacecraft side, Zhao Watson said. Captain Ragel's mood was also unusually high at this moment. After the final measurement conclusion was reached, he even violated the rules of work and rest regulations, and forcibly woke up all the other 4 astronauts, who were in slumber to tell them the news. Did you guys know? Zhao Watson's prediction has been verified. The temperature of the sun's surface has indeed stopped falling today. The astronauts, who were still a bit tired, immediately woke up after hearing this news. A burst of uncontrollable cheers resounded in the small working cabin. Even a female astronaut couldn't control her excitement and turned several times in a row in the middle of the gravity-less spacecraft. There is still hope for our human society. The cloud and despair that has been hanging over our human civilization has finally been torn open. And we have finally seen a little ray of hope, Captain Ragel said. I still remember Zhao Watson saying to us before we set off that he would invite us for a drink. And now, I'm very much looking forward to that. If I remember correctly, it seems that our filming mission for the sun was also ordered by Zhao Watson to Space Command. And then Space Command gave it to us to carry out. Right? At first, I was still very confused about this mission. But now it seems that Zhao Watson must have his deeper meaning in insisting on doing this. We're just ordinary people who can't contribute much to human civilization. So let's do our job and carry out the mission well as a way to help Zhao Watson's plan a little. One of the astronauts said. This is, of course, maybe in the next moment. The pictures we take and the data we collect will play an important role, Captain Laguerre said, full of joy. Right, Captain. One of the astronauts reported. We have a distance of 33 million kilometers from the sun at the moment, and we will be at our intended location in less than a day. In terms of time, we're almost due for orbital braking now, under the continuous acceleration maneuvers for several months. The speed of the Crimson Heart ship was already quite fast, a speed that even the sun could not attract it to the sun. And if it continued to advance at this speed, the Crimson Heart ship would directly skim over the sun, unable to enter into the sun's encircling orbit. Therefore, the Crimson Heart ship had to slow down and then adjust its direction before it could successfully orbit the sun. The assistant has already prompted me about this, and I've already set both the speed and orbital parameters, so there's no need to worry, Ragel said. It's the matter of the moth impactor that needs more attention. If the calculations are correct, the moth impactor will hit the surface of the sun in 3 days' time. At that time, there will be a large number of observation missions that we need to carry out. Chapter 43. This ship is yours. The moth impactor takes its name from the idiom of moth to flame. Idiom. The sun is a big ball of fire, and the moth impactor is the moth that flames out. More than half a month earlier, it had broken away from the Red Heart spacecraft, accelerated on its own, and crashed into the sun. Scientists were trying to create a small artificial helioseismic shock on the surface of the sun, and then use this helioseismic shock to observe the mechanism of certain physical phenomena under the sun's photosphere. It would be ideal if the impact could allow scientists to capture something about the inverse fusion layer. If this impact allows scientists to capture something about the inverse fusion layer, that would be ideal. A helioseismic event is the counterpart of an earthquake, which is a vibration of the earth. And a helioseismic event is a vibration of the sun. Under certain physical mechanisms, The surface material of the Sun can vibrate at an amplitude of nearly 10 kilometers. During a helioseismic event, a great deal of detail of the Sun's interior is exposed. But it's not easy to find the ideal location for a helioseismic shock, because it's not under human control. That's why the Moth Impactor is on a mission to hit the Sun and create an artificial helioseismic shock. The Moth's outer shell is made of the strongest heat and radiation-resistant material that mankind can produce. And inside the shell are the best heat dissipation structures and the most reliable observation instruments. These instruments will observe the solar corona as it passes through it, and are expected to burn up when it reaches the chromosphere. But its remains will still be able to pass through the chromosphere and photosphere to reach the true surface of the Sun and initiate an impact. In order to improve the quality of the Moth Impactor and to increase the impact strength. In addition to the already prepared ballast, the non-recyclable rubbish produced by the astronauts during this period of time was also loaded into the Moth Impactor. But even so, the Moth Impactor's mass was still only about 10 tons. However, thanks to its extremely high speed, the impact of the Moth Impactor was still expected to achieve a helioseismic effect that could be observed by the Red Heart ship. Kayla, go back and determine the position of the Moth Impactor and calculate the Moth's impact site on the Sun again. We'll use that as a basis for speed and orbital adjustments to make sure that the ship is just above the impact site when it occurs. Raghel instructed, whereupon the astronaut named Kayla immediately went about her task as ordered. At the same time, after entering the circumsolar orbit, our distance from the Sun will reach its closest point, and the resolution accuracy of the optical telescope will be raised to its highest. Let's hope that under this highest precision, our telescopes can discover something, Raghel said. Our human civilization can definitely get through this crisis. Even if our telescopes end up finding nothing. I still believe in that, another astronaut said. I have faith in our human civilization. And at the same time, I also have faith in Zhao Watson. Ever since Zhao Watson had announced that he wanted the Red Heart spacecraft to start measuring the luminosity changes in a random region of the Sun, and wanted a large number of experts to interpret these signals, the gazes of all those in the know had gathered on top of this most advanced spacecraft that mankind had ever created. Although people did not know exactly what Zhao Watson wanted to get from this, they knew very clearly that this must be very important. So important that even Zhao Watson personally came to the information deciphering department and directly participated in the information deciphering work from the Red Heart spacecraft. Although Zhao Watson was not a linguist, nor a cryptographer, nor a logician, and there was no way for Zhao Watson to promote their work here, Zhao Watson still came here. Perhaps this would be helpful for Zhao Huaxing's subsequent work to unfold. But it wasn't certain. Wang Tang's phone call reached Zhao Watson's mobile phone the day after Zhao Watson came here. Zhao Watson pressed the answer button, and Wang Tang's familiar voice came over. Watson, there's something I need to tell you. Between 3 and 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the telescopes on the Red Heart spacecraft won't be able to photometrically measure the surface area of the Sun anymore. Oh, what's this about? Did something unexpected happen? Zhao Watson asked with a frown. No, there were no accidents, Wang Tang said. There is another very important observation mission that requires the use of that telescope. This observation mission will take up 3 hours of its time. It will not conduct photometry of the Sun's surface again until 3 hours later. In order to prevent any disruption to your program, I need to give you a heads up. If you need us to make a time adjustment, then please let me know. We can move the observation up or down by up to 1 hour. If you require us to cancel this observation mission, then please explain why. No, there is no need to cancel the observation mission. Being occupied for 3 hours is no hindrance to my plans, Zhao Watson replied. I'm just curious. What kind of observation mission was that? Oh, it's an observation project about helioseismic tremors. The scientists want to create an artificial helioseismon on the surface of the Sun in order to obtain some data about the Sun's interior. The Moth Impactor will be the one to hit the Sun and create the helioseismon. This mission is very important. That's why we have drawn the telescope for observation, Wang Tang replied. An ominous premonition was born in Zhao Huaxing's mind, which caused the tone of Zhao Huaxing's next words to be serious. Why didn't I know that there was going to be such a mission to be carried out? There was some helplessness in Wang Tang's words. Firstly, you didn't ask about the detailed list of exploration missions for our Red Heart ship this time. And then, as we don't think there's any relationship between this observation mission and the mission you're carrying out, we didn't think it was necessary to report this matter to you. Tell me, Is it possible to stop this probing mission? Zhao Watson asked gruffly. As I said, if you think it is necessary for us to abandon this mission, please state your reasons. Then the Ministry of Science and Research will evaluate this. And if your reasons are indeed sufficient, we can abandon this observation mission. Or you can report to the Führer. And the Führer will give the order directly. Wang Tang said. No. You've misunderstood me, Zhao Watson said. I don't mean to take up that telescope on top of the ship. I mean, can you keep the moth impactor from hitting the sun? Note, I'm just asking you. Is there any technical means left to stop the impact? Yes. Or no? Perhaps Zhao Watson's serious words infected Wang Tang. After hearing Zhao Watson ask this question, Wang Tang hesitated for a moment. Then said, wait a moment. I need to do some calculations before I can tell you the answer. Through the phone, Zhao Huashan heard Wang Tang give a few instructions to someone else in a low voice, then went silent. Obviously, Wang Tang was also waiting for the results of the calculations to come out. It was only after a minute or two that Wang Tang's words came back to Zhao Watson's ears. Watson, I'm sorry, but the moth impactor is only a day or so away from the sun at the moment. Its speed is too fast. And during its previous acceleration, it also used up its own fuel even if it hadn't run out of fuel. With the distance between it and the sun at the moment, it couldn't possibly have enough power to break free from the sun's gravitational field. Therefore, there's no way for us to stop the impact from happening at this moment. Zhao Watson was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. Only after a long time did Zhao Watson mutter, Is there no way out? Is there really no way out? Yes. I'm sorry, Watson. There's nothing we can do to stop the collision from happening, Wang Tang said. Can you tell me what's going on? Why can't we impact the sun? At this moment, I can't tell you why, Zhao Huashing said quickly as if he had finally recovered from the shock. Wang Tang, I want to obtain all command authority of the Red Heart ship. I demand that from this moment onwards, I take over the control of the Crimson Heart ship. Wang Tang was silent for a moment, then replied, I need an order from the Ministry of Scientific Research, or perhaps the Führer, before I can hand over the authority to you. All right. I'll ask the Führer for instructions, Zhao Watson said and quickly hung up the phone. Then walked to a secluded and unoccupied place and dialed the Führer's office. Within these few seconds of waiting for the call to be answered, Zhao Watson remembered many things. Zhao Watson remembered the scene when the 5 astronauts held their oath of allegiance at Base 1 before they entered space. Zhao Huashing recalled the words spoken by that tall astronaut named Rigel, if none of us do it. What about our human civilization? We only seek to complete the mission. We only seek to obtain enough technological information. As for our lives and deaths, it's not a big deal. I have already left a suicide note at home in advance. These 5 astronauts were all heroes without a doubt. Without the slightest hesitation, they righteously embarked on this journey where they could lose their lives at any time. Their purpose was simply to contribute a little to human civilization. Precisely because they were all heroes, Zhao Watson absolutely could not let them die for nothing. Which was why Zhao Watson was so anxious. The phone finally connected. Zhao Huashing quickly reported something to the Führer. Thus, after only 3 minutes, Wang Tang received a direct order from the Führer. I order that from this moment onwards, Zhao Watson will take over the control authority of the Crimson Heart ship in its entirety. Okay, Führer. Wang Tang agreed, then dialed Zhao Watson's number again. Watson, from now on, this airship is yours. Chapter 44 returned to the ship immediately. There were no emotional fluctuations in Wang Tang's words. But Zhao Huashing still detected some dissatisfaction from Wang Tang's words. Zhao Huashing could understand this emotion after all. The Crimson Heart spacecraft had been functioning well under my command. And now, with a single word, you've taken the control of the spacecraft away from me. What's more, you're not an expert in spacecraft. And you don't understand the beginnings and endings of this exploration mission. So what if something goes wrong when you're in command of this ship? Zhao Watson could detect the sentiment. But Zhao Watson didn't have the time to pay attention to these things. For the sake of the safety of the Crimson Heart ship, Zhao Watson could no longer care about these minutiae. Zhao Watson quickly responded. I will be at Base 1 in an hour. Good. I'll wait for you, Wang Tang said, although there was some dissatisfaction in his heart. This would not hinder Wang Tang's obedience to orders and his seriousness about his work. Wang Tang himself was also a very good scientist, which could be seen from the fact that he could serve as the chief commander of this solar exploration mission. Mengjue. We're in trouble. I want you to immediately make arrangements for me and bring me to launch base 1 within an hour. Zhao Huaxing hurriedly hung up the phone and directly called Mengjue before giving this seemingly somewhat headless order. Even by helicopter, it would take 3 hours to reach the number 1 base from here. However, Zhao Huaxing believed that Mengjue would be able to get this done according to his request. Zhao Huaxing's request was somewhat unreasonable, but Mengjue still only nodded lightly, his face still without any expression fluctuation. Mengjue touched out the mobile phone-like instrument, and then after briefly giving a few commands, he led Zhao Huaxing to the roof of the Information Decipherment Department building by taking the lift. At the same time that Zhao Huaxing had just stepped onto the roof, a helicopter had already landed here with a roar. Without any hesitation, Zhao Huaxing pulled open the door and sat on it. The pilot didn't say anything either. After both Mengjue and Zhao Huaxing sat up, he maneuvered the helicopter directly into the sky. This was undoubtedly an extremely outstanding helicopter pilot. The helicopter he was traveling in was also undoubtedly the crystallization of the highest human technology. However, at this moment, Zhao Huaxing felt that his ride was trembling slightly, as if it was the kind of trembling that occurred when driving a car to a high speed that it couldn't withstand. Zhao Huaxing then knew that the helicopter was moving at the highest speed it could possibly reach. In the end, Zhao Huaxing arrived in the middle of launch base 1 after only 52 minutes. Before the helicopter even stopped, Zhao Huaxing jumped down from the helicopter and then rushed into the control hall. Wang Tang, immediately connect me to the Crimson Heart ship. I want to speak directly with the astronauts. At the same time, I want you to immediately prepare to control the ship to return. Zhao Huaxing said eagerly. What? Zhao Huaxing's words immediately caused an uproar in the control hall, and even Wang Tang couldn't help but frown. We have spent endless manpower and material resources, hundreds of rocket launches, and more than half a year's worth of time before finally sending the spaceship to the sun's orbit. And now, all the scientists are ready to take control of the spaceship. Now, all the scientists and the public are looking forward to what the Red Heart spacecraft will discover. And the Red Heart spacecraft has just entered the scheduled orbit, and has just begun its official observation mission. And you're telling us to prepare for the return of the spacecraft? Do you realize what this means? It means that the hard work of millions of crew members will be wasted. And it means that an important route for us to obtain information about the sun has been cut off. Zhao Huaxing, are you out of your mind? I absolutely will not accept this order. Absolutely not, Wang Tang said flatly. If the ship will be destroyed if it doesn't move away from the sun at this moment, then, will you choose to let the ship stay in near-sun orbit or choose to return? For the matter of millions of staff's hard work being wasted. I also feel heartbroken. But don't you understand? It's a foregone conclusion that these efforts have been wasted. And as such, we must take responsibility for the lives of the 5 astronauts. Don't forget what the Führer said in the Pledge of Allegiance, which I believe is also the common voice of all humans on Earth, no matter where you are in the solar system. All humans on this little blue planet will be your strong support. Now, you're telling me that even if these 5 astronauts are sacrificed, you won't let the spacecraft return? Refuse to let the spaceship return? Zhao Huaxing had always been a very gentle person. In the present, Zhao Huaxing's tone was very harsh. Wang Tang was abruptly stunned. What did you say? Why was the airship destroyed? You will soon find out, Zhao Huaxing said, his tone becoming stern once again. Execute the order. Otherwise, I have the right to arrest you now and reappoint a new mission commander. Mengjue took an expressionless step forward and said indifferently, please execute the order immediately. Wang Tang seemed to have aged a lot in this instant, to the point that some tears flowed out of Wang Tang's cloudy eyes. This solar exploration mission has exhausted Wang Tang's heart and blood, and has placed the expectations of countless scientists. But now, is it going to return to the ship with nothing to show for it? Wang Tang powerlessly waved his hand and said to the people in the control hall, execute Huaxing's order. The ground staff immediately began to obtain the position, orbit and speed of the Crimson Heart airship at this moment, and began to calculate the return orbit and carry out some of the necessary preparations for the return voyage. It was also at this time that the direct communication channel with the ship was opened. Zhao Huaxing stood in front of the audio and video equipment and said in an undeniable tone, greetings to the astronauts aboard the Red Heart. I am Zhao Huaxing, and from now on, I am in full control of this ship. Now I order you to immediately prepare the ship for the return voyage. After the ground crew sends you the return orbit parameters and speed parameters, I ask you to immediately start the ship's conventional power engines to escape from the sun at maximum power. The speed at which you leave the sun will determine the survival of the ship and yourselves. I repeat, after receiving the relevant parameters, immediately escape the sun at maximum power. After finishing his sentence, Zhao Watson pressed his hands on top of the table and closed his eyes, as if he was adjusting those anxious emotions within himself. Zhao Watson knew that his words had already been converted into electrical wave signals. These radio signals had already left the Earth at the speed of light through the deep space communication network composed of 3 large antennas located on different continents above the Earth, and were launched into the depths of the vast universe. But even if they traveled at the speed of light, from the time they left Earth to the time they were received by the Red Heart ship, it would still take nearly 8 minutes. This was because the Red Heart ship was too far away from Earth, a distance of 140 million kilometers. Although the distance between the Earth and the Sun was 150 million kilometers, and the distance between the Red Heart spaceship and the Sun was 30 million kilometers. The distance between the Earth and the Red Heart spaceship could not be calculated by simple subtraction. This is because both are orbiting the Sun and not at the same rate. So the two, as well as the Sun, are not in a straight line. A one-way signal takes 8 minutes, and a round trip takes 16 minutes. In other words, it would take 16 minutes at the earliest for Zhao Watson to receive a reply from the Red Heart ship. Zhao Watson began to wait silently. At 16.5 minutes, the Earth Control Base received a reply from the spaceship. In the middle of the reply was Captain Ragel's voice that was full of shock. Tell us why. We've only just entered orbit around the Sun. We've only just officially begun our work. And now you're telling us to prepare for a return voyage? Please tell us why. We refuse to carry out this order if there isn't a good enough reason. Zhao Watson took a deep breath, then said, because of the Moth Impactor. I am almost 100% certain that I can be certain that at the time the Moth Impactor impacts the Sun, an extremely strong burst of solar energy will occur near the impact site. This burst of solar energy will destroy the entire ship and take your lives at the same time. In the meantime, dodging doesn't help, because time is running out. Even if you make evasive maneuvers at the maximum speed limit to maintain orbit, there is no way for you to escape the area covered by the energy burst. Therefore, if you don't want the Red Heart spacecraft to be destroyed, if you still want to live, listen to my orders and prepare to return immediately. If the astronauts refused to carry out the order, there was no way for Zhao Watson to get the ship to return home based on the ground control base's maneuvering authority over the ship alone. It had to be under the cooperation of the ground control base and the astronauts before the ship could return. From the beginning, the design of the Crimson Heart had never considered the situation where the ground control base and the astronauts' wishes conflicted. 16 minutes later, a message from the Red Heart arrived at the control base. We don't want to ask you how you determined that the Sun was going to explode. We just want to ask you if there is any way to determine the intensity of the solar eruption? Approximately at what magnitude? There is no way for me to determine that. The only thing I can determine is that it must be very strong. Strong enough to destroy the entire ship. Strong enough to take your lives. Zhao Watson replied. What responded to Zhao Watson was a long silence. 16 minutes passed, and Zhao Watson did not receive a reply from the Crimson Heart ship. It was only after 18 minutes that Zhao Watson received a message. Please help us calculate if we have enough fuel to sustain us after we have moved away from the Sun to escape this energy burst, and then turn back to re-enter the Sun's orbit around the Sun? Chapter 45. No. I refuse. If there was enough fuel. The option Captain Ragel described was not a bad one. This solution was to say that since the Sun would experience an energy burst, it would be better for us to avoid it for the time being. We would first maneuver the Red Heart ship away from the Sun, and then when the energy burst had passed, we would return and continue to enter into the solar encircling orbit to carry out the probing mission. Wang Tang replied to the question in Zhao Watson's place. Unfortunately, this method is not feasible. It's because the energy reserve above the ship is not enough. If you take emergency acceleration to escape from the Sun at this moment, the energy reserves of the spaceship will not even be enough to support you to return to the orbit around the Sun again. When we launched the ship, we prepared all the energy needed for the round trip and the life support systems, and we calculated the energy consumption of all the exploration missions, and then we added an extra 20% of fuel to that total. So originally, the fuel reserves were very generous, but emergency acceleration or deceleration was not in our plans. This meant that this compromise was also rejected. The situation now was very simple. If one chose to escape from the sun, then it would be impossible to return to the sun's orbit, which meant that the mission had failed. It was no different than returning directly to Earth. If one stayed in orbit around the sun and held on to the job, it would mean death and destruction. Execute the order. Prepare to return to Earth. Zhao Watson spoke somewhat feebly. Don't make a sacrifice for nothing. Zhao Watson's words were sent out along with Wang Tang's reply. After 16.5 minutes, the ground control base once again received a reply from the Red Heart ship. The message was only a short sentence. No. We still refuse to carry out the order. The instant he heard this sentence, Zhao Watson's pupils shrunk violently. Zhao Watson had not anticipated this situation, and had not thought that after the ground control base had issued the order, the astronauts within the spaceship had chosen to disobey the order. At the same time, Zhao Watson did not have any way to force them to obey the order. If it was Wang Tang who refused to follow orders, Zhao Watson could have Meng Zhuo arrest Wang Tang and then reappoint a new mission commander. But what if the astronauts of the Red Heart spaceship disobeyed orders? Right now, they were 140 million kilometers away from Earth. And even if they traveled at the speed of light to get there, it would take nearly 8 minutes. This meant that, apart from the power of leadership above morality, Zhao Watson didn't have any way to restrain those astronauts. No, you can't do this. You must follow my orders. Return immediately. Hurry up. If you're late, you'll be too late. None of you know what's happening. But I know that you're in danger. You could be killed at any time, instead of staying there and sacrificing your lives for nothing. We should return to the ship and come back right now. This solar exploration mission is already doomed to failure. If that's the case, why would you all choose to take your lives for nothing? Zhao Huasheng pressed his hands onto the table, veins rippling above his arms. Zhao Huasheng almost hissed out these words, and it seemed as if he had used all of his strength. So much so that his body began to shake a little. The passage likewise began to depart for the Red Heart ship at the speed of light. However, less than 2 minutes after Zhao Watson had finished speaking these words, a reply from the Crimson Heart ship arrived. Zhao Huasheng then knew that they had already sent out this response at this moment before he made that response just now. We have crossed over 100 million kilometers to come here, not to travel. Ragel's voice was filled with composure and perseverance. Watson, I appreciate your concern for our lives, but you don't realize that long before we left Earth, we already had the awareness to dedicate our lives to this mission. We would rather die in the arms of the sun than just return without any success. Millions of scientists, engineers, and workers have dedicated their lives to this mission, and we can't afford to let it go to waste. The whole planet is watching us. We can't do something like that, and we can't pass our own conscience. We must stay above our work, even if the price we pay is death. Since even you, Watson, can't determine the intensity of the energy outburst, let's take a gamble. If we can carry through the impact of the energy outburst, we will continue to carry out our mission. And if we end up dying under the impact of the energy outburst, we won't blame anyone. Consider our sacrifice as nutrients that water the growth of human civilization. In addition to composure and perseverance, there was an additional calmness in Ragel's words. With that, Ragel calmly stated his final decision. There wasn't a hint of fear of death in those words. Zhao Huasheng didn't know what had happened on top of the Red Heart in this short period of time. What the 5 astronauts had gone through in this period of time. And what kind of heavenly battle they had gone through between the two choices of death and sticking to the mission. All Zhao Huasheng knew was that they had finally decided to ignore life and death and stay there. The atmosphere of the control hall fell into silence at this instant. From these brief words, people felt many things. Zhao Huasheng was silent for a moment, then asked again, "Tell me, was this your own decision? Or was it the joint decision of the 5 astronauts? Is there any disagreement?" 18 minutes later, the reply arrived. "This is our joint decision. We have jointly decided to remain above our posts. So, if you want to save us, please help us find a way to defend ourselves against the sun's energy bursts over a distance of 30 million kilometers." Captain Ragel sent this message back to Earth, then turned and looked with a smile at his own 4 crew members who were suspended in the air due to weightlessness, and laughed. "So it's decided then?" "Yes, we have decided. We are willing to do whatever it takes to complete the mission, even if death is ultimately what greets us," Kyra said. "I'm sure everyone, like me, was ready to leave their lives behind in the vastness of space long before we left Earth. Of course, everyone knew it would be a treacherous journey. A female astronaut laughed. To be the big hero who saves the world. How can you not pay a price? Even if I end up dying, my little daughter can proudly tell others that my mother sacrificed her life for our human civilization. Back when I was a child, my wish was that when I died one day, my ashes could be buried in space, with thousands of stars as my companions. Now it seems that this wish of mine is likely to come true soon, the other astronaut said with a relaxed face. To be able to fight side by side with you guys is the luckiest thing in my life. My mates, thank you. Captain Rigel opened his strong arms and embraced all four of his companions into a hug. Captain, it has also been the luckiest thing in my life to work with you. If we can escape this time and be lucky enough to return to Earth without incident sometime in the future, we must have a nice drink together, Kayla said. Yes, we must have a good drink. And call Zhao Watson. Let's get drunk together. Captain Rigel laughed loudly. Amidst this loud laughter, the heavy atmosphere in the airship was swept away. At this moment, the message had already arrived in the ground control base. Zhao Huashan turned around and said to Wang Tang that it can only be like this. Now, help the astronauts find a way to defend themselves against the sun's energy eruption above close range. Wang Tang nodded. This is what we should do. Before looking for a way, I first need to ascertain some things from you. Watson, do you know the type of solar energy eruption? Is it simply light and heat radiation? Or is it X-rays, gamma rays, beta rays, or maybe solar wind? Zhao Watson said. I can't be sure about that, but judging from my personal speculation, I think it's more likely to be gamma rays and solar wind. Okay, I understand, Wang Tang said. Wang Tang commanded the staff to perform some calculations and simulations, and then called a short meeting with the material experts, medical experts, radiation experts, and so on, before walking over to Zhao Watson's previous position, and said into the intercom, This is the ground control center. Rigel, I want you to accelerate the ship's speed by 50 meters from this moment onwards, and abandon the observation plan for the impact area. And at the same time, I want you to turn off all non-essential instruments on top of the ship, and keep only the life support system and the communication system, as well as the operation of certain essential equipment. At the same time, adjust the parasol to the following angle. All of you take cover at the very end of the ship. That is, the material reserve warehouse. And also, pile up a lot of items between you and the sun, whether it is instruments, furniture, or all kinds of material reserves. All of them are piled up there. As advised by the medical experts, from now on you are to take the anti-radiation drugs stocked on top of the ship in the following dosages, at intervals of every 4 hours, until the medical experts give the next command. You are to be equipped with all vital sign monitoring equipment, and keep the base informed of any discomfort you feel. We are working on more ways to defend against the sun's energy bursts. In the meantime, you are to keep in touch with us, and information will be sent to you as soon as we have results here at the base. Finally, wishes you all the best of luck, as well as our human civilization. Chapter 46, What is a Hero? For the rest, everything depends on luck. After speaking, Wang Tang turned back to Zhao Huashan and spread his hands. This was indeed a very helpless thing. People had expended such enormous energy and resources to finally send this tiny ship into solar orbit, originally expecting it to obtain some scientific data that would be somewhat useful in solving the crisis. But now, it was uncertain if even this ship could survive in the end. Zhao Watson said, What is the exact time of impact of the Moth Impactor? Tomorrow at 3:30 in the afternoon. Wang Tang replied. Good. Zhao Watson nodded. Zhao Watson and Meng Zhuo both stayed in the middle of Base 1, silently waiting for the fate to be pronounced. Ever since the riots and the Führer's speech, many of the affairs of the Sun Crisis Coordination Center had been made public in society. Anyone who logs onto the Voice of Humanity website will be able to get information on the latest developments in the solar crisis. Likewise, the itinerary and exploration history of the Red Heart spacecraft would also be published on this website. That's why this event was quickly made known to the public through various communication channels. This news took the Voice of Humanity website as its starting point, spreading to all aspects of society at a speed so fast that it was almost unbelievable. and quickly became the biggest hotspot in society in the recent past. At this time, allow us to join together in prayer for the 5 greatest astronauts of all time. At the critical moment, when they faced a life and death crisis, they proved their deepest feelings for human civilization with their actions. They are not afraid of death. They are not afraid of being buried in the vastness of the universe. They are only afraid that the efforts of civilization will be wasted. And they are afraid that this costly exploration mission will not be successful. If this exploration mission fails, at least within 5 years, our human civilization will not have the ability to carry out a second solar exploration mission of such a huge scale. That's why they chose to stick to their posts and gamble with their lives for that ray of hope in the underworld. Laguerre, Kayla, Wang Xiao, Zhou Mingyu, and Viveka. All 5 of you are good people. Please allow me to pay my deepest respect to you. It is precisely because of the existence of such heroes amongst our human civilization that our civilization will always have hope. Whether or not a person can become a hero does not really lie in how much money he has, how much power he has, or how much ability he has. If a person has enough commitment and sense of responsibility and is willing to contribute to our civilization, then he is a hero. A hero without a doubt. The legendary screen characters who fly through the sky and disappear, who can do anything, and who can even destroy a planet with a wave of their hands are not heroes. They can at most be considered ordinary people who possess some special abilities. Red Heart ship in the middle of these 5 people look very weak. Frankly speaking, with the training I have received, if we face to face, I can in a minute's time to kill all 5 people. But I am still an ordinary person, and they are the greatest heroes. A hero is not a physical annihilation, but a spiritual folding. I can easily eliminate them physically, but my spirit has already been bent by them. It makes me prefer to give my life to protect them. When Captain Raquel uttered the words, "This is our joint decision," and we refused to carry out the order, I felt that I was completely hit by a powerful shockwave. In that moment, I couldn't even think. I don't know what kind of feelings and how tough their hearts were to support them to say these words and make this decision. And I don't know how much courage it really took to make this decision. All I know is that they are heroes. In this split second, the 5 of them have become idols that I am willing to spend my entire life following. Almost instantly, messages from people from all walks of life filled up all the pages of the Voice of Humanity website. All the pages of the website were filled with messages from people from all walks of life. Any information from that tiny ship in the distant space touched the hearts of all humans on the entire planet. Many people organized themselves, braving the freezing temperatures to come to squares, churches, temples, and other places to start a large-scale blessing activity. The leaders of the world's major religions also came out at this time to personally participate in the blessing activities. All of them were waiting for the judgment of fate, waiting for the next day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That is, the time when the moth impactor would finally hit the sun. During this process, no one doubted Xiao Watson's prophecy that there would be an extremely high-intensity solar energy outburst at the moth's impact point. At the moth's impact point, ever since Xiao Watson's prophecy about the sun's temperature stopping to decrease was verified, Xiao Watson became a true savior, and had a very high reputation in the entire world. No one would question the correctness of Xiao Watson's words. Unlike the heavy atmosphere on Earth, the Red Heart ship still maintained a light atmosphere. The ground control base had just set over some more countermeasures against the sun's energy eruption. And at this moment, those countermeasures had been completely implemented. In other words, everything that could be done had been done, and it was time to wait quietly for the final moment to come. As usual, the astronauts gathered together, ate their dinner amidst laughter and conversation, and then went through the routine of checking the ship again. Usually, it was time for Captain Laguerre to announce the duty roster, and then it was time to work and rest. But today was a little different compared to the past. The astronauts had gathered once again, but no one was talking. This probably might be the last night we spend. The youngest astronaut, Wang Xiao, said. There was naturally no night on top of the Red Heart spaceship. As long as people needed it, they could be maintained above the spaceship all the time, or all the time at night. However, the astronauts had been maintaining the work and rest habits of the Earth, and they used to call the time after 8 p.m. on the clock as night. Wang Xiao was a woman in her early 30s. Because of her busy schedule, Wang Xiao had never married until now. However, she already had a fiancé, and they planned to return to Earth to organize a wedding after Wang Xiao finished this mission. Or it could be an ordinary one among the tens of thousands of nights we have to spend in the future, Captain Rigel said with a smile. Captain Rigel's joke did not get a response. After the difficult choices made during the day, the astronauts' moods were a little heavy by the time the quiet of the day came around. Captain, I'm sorry. I'm not hesitant about our decision. I'm just a little sad in my heart, Wang Xiao murmured. I'd like to say something to my fiancée if I can. Of course, Captain Rigel said. Wang Xiao then entered the communication room alone. After switching on the video recording device and audio recording device, Wang Xiao said, Dear Jessie, hello. This may be the last time I speak to you. I love you. Even if I end up buried in space. I love you. Always. Wang Xiao spoke for less than 5 minutes before ending his words, with the words love you all the time. These 4 words ended his words. After pressing the send button and sending the message back to Earth, Wang Xiao's eyes were filled with tears in an instant. However, because this was a weightless environment, those tears were not able to flow out of his eyes. So Wang Xiao squeezed his eyes with his hands and squeezed those tears out. Those teardrops were then suspended in the air one by one, crystal clear, like a pearl. However, when Wang Xiao left the communication room and returned to the middle of the conference room, Wang Xiao had completely returned to normal, even to the point that Wang Xiao could still wear a smile and say in a relaxed tone, I've finished. Who else has something to say? I want to say something to my wife, Zhou Mingyu said in a muffled voice. Before leaving Earth, Zhou Mingyu's wife was already 2 months pregnant. Originally, she had planned to return to Earth to see her son or daughter after the 6-month to 8-month-long mission. The astronauts had even made a bet on whether Zhou Mingyu's offspring would be a son or a daughter, with 2 betting that it would be a son and 2 betting that it would be a daughter. However, Zhou Mingyu himself gave up participating in this bet, but who would have thought that after coming to the solar orbit, they encountered such a thing? Zhou Mingyu similarly said less than 5 minutes then came out. Then the next one to go in was Vivica. Vivica was a single mother, and her 5-year-old daughter had been taken care of by her grandparents. Because of her busy schedule, Vivica hadn't had much time to take care of her daughter. And even since her daughter was born, Vivica hadn't seen her daughter many times. But Rigel had seen Vivica looking at her daughter's photo and giggling countless times. After Vivica came Kayla. And after Kayla came out, Rigel was the last to enter the communication room. Rigel was a bachelor in the true sense of the word. His wife, son, and parents were all killed in an accident, leaving him alone. And he has never started a family until he is now in his 40s. Upon entering the comms room, Rigel felt a little bewildered. The teammates all had someone to talk to, or their loved ones, or their children, their parents. But to whom should they speak? This could be the last piece of audio-visual footage of himself left on this earth. In the end, Rigel decides to leave what could be his last words to Angelina, a female colleague who also works at NASA. Chapter 47 Energy Burst. Angelina. Hello. I'm Rigel. After tidying up his hair and beard here, Rigel began to speak into the camera and recorder. Perhaps you already know about the news of the Red Heart spacecraft. Yes. According to Watson Chiu's prophecy, we are about to encounter a misfortune. And whether or not we can escape from this misfortune is something that only God can know. So, this passage may be my last words. You are probably aware of the misfortunes that have befallen me. My parents, wife, and son were all killed in an accident 10 years ago. I am equally aware of the misfortunes that have happened to you. And if you hadn't chosen to divorce that alcoholic husband of yours, I think you would have gone mad with torment sooner or later. Well, how can I put this? I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. Rigel smiled a little to himself. I can detect that there has always been a feeling of affection between us. And I think that you probably like me as well. I know you broke the water pipe on purpose that time, and then got me to fix it. And if I'm not mistaken, you broke the lamp in your house on purpose. Didn't you? Yes. I know everything. But I never said anything. Because I am also very happy to come to your house. And I actually hurt my hand on purpose that time. Because then I had a reason to ask for your help so that you could come to my house and help me clean it up. And yes, I would love for you to come to my house. I've been having conflicting feelings. On the one hand, I've been immersed in an inability to let go of my self-blame for the deaths of my loved ones. And on the other hand, I've been very much looking forward to being with you and starting a family again. I've been so caught up in these two emotions that I've never confessed or promised anything to you. But on this, Probably the last night of my life. I figured everything out. I guess one can't just live in the past after all. I suppose even my dead parents and wife and son would like very much for me to start a new life and make it happy and enjoyable for myself and also for my loved ones. So, I will confess my heart to you at this moment. Because if I don't, I will probably not have the chance to do so in the future. Angelina, if I can still return to Earth, I will definitely propose to you. In the meantime, there's no need to worry about Jamie's presence being a hindrance to the relationship between the two of us. Jamie is a wonderful young man. He is your son. And if the two of us can be united, I will treat him as if he were my son. I will shoulder the burden of the family, take good care of you and Jamie, and never let you go again. With that, it's time for me to go rest and prepare for the next day's challenges. Dear Angelina, goodbye. With those words, Rigel hit the send button and sent the message back to Earth. After doing so, Rigel fumed in the communications room for a while before leaving the area. The astronauts knew that there would be no reply back about these messages they had sent. This was because when they had sent these messages, they had already asserted their attitude to the base that they would not be receiving any more non-work related messages during this time. Alright, everyone, it's time to go rest. Rigel spoke to the astronauts. I've already set up the ship to work automatically, so there's no need for anyone to be on duty tonight. Everyone get a good night's sleep and prepare for the next day. The astronauts dispersed individually and entered a quiet and calm dreamland. They all possess fairly strong mental qualities, so the upcoming challenge would not cause them sleep disorders. In the vastness of space, with a huge sun as the backdrop, the tiny spaceship was running quietly. In contrast, the Earth was far from quiet. There were still countless staff members working around the clock, trying to find new ways to increase the chances of the Red Heart's chances of surviving the sun's energy burst. All of the properly positioned ground-based telescopes, as well as all of the space-based optical telescopes that could competently observe the sun, had their lenses trained on the sun. They were prepared to record all that might happen after the Moth impactor struck the sun, even if the Crimson Heart ship was eventually destroyed. People were going to find out exactly what it was that had destroyed the ship. Almost all of humanity was silently waiting for the moment of 3:30 p.m. to arrive. Zhao Watson was also waiting for this moment. The time now was 11 o'clock in the morning, and there were still 4.5 hours to go before 3:30 in the afternoon. The Moth impactor was less than 1 million kilometers away from the surface of the sun, and had already entered the corona. The corona was the outermost layer of the sun's atmosphere. Its temperature was extremely high, but its density was extremely low, just like the ionosphere of the Earth's atmosphere. Given the construction of the Moth impactor, it was far from being destroyed by the sun right here. However, the sun's strong magnetic field and signal interference had caused some malfunctions in the Moth impactor's communication equipment, which led to the Crimson Heart spacecraft only intermittently receiving bits and pieces of information about the sun's atmosphere from it. Immediately after receiving these messages, the astronauts relayed them back to Earth. This was the first time that a spacecraft built by mankind had ever been so close to the sun, and it was also the first time that first-hand information had been obtained directly from the surface of the sun. There is no doubt about the preciousness of this information, because of the distance, the small size of the Moth impactor, and the background interference. The optical telescopes on top of the spacecraft were no longer able to catch a glimpse of the impactor. However, the friction between the impactor and the corona of the sun's atmosphere, which was traveling at a very high speed, would release extremely strong light and radiation, through which the spacecraft was still able to locate the position of the impactor and track it. The images of the impactor were thus transmitted to the Earth base. On top of the large screen, Zhao Watson saw the vast and boundless sun as the background, and above it was a thin, blazing white line. And this thin line was constantly extending, constantly approaching the sun. This thin line was caused by the friction between the Moth impactor and the corona. Time passed little by little, and there were only 2 hours and 40 minutes left before the expected time of the impact. It was also at this time that the image of the impactor and the signals transmitted back from it disappeared completely. However, Zhao Watson knew that matter could not disappear without a reason. Although humans were now unable to capture any information about the Moth impactor, its wreckage must be heading towards the sun according to its previous orbit. Start waiting, Zhao Watson said. After more than 2 hours of time, the fate of the Crimson Heart spacecraft, and whether the most important part of the solar exploration plan that human civilization had spent countless efforts to make possible would go down the drain. and whether human civilization's efforts would be wasted, would be finally revealed. Above the Earth, countless people were paying attention to the movements of the Red Heart spacecraft and the progress of this event. One of the largest prayer events amongst human society began, with tens of millions of people participating in it. All churches, squares, and temples were overcrowded. The astronauts had all taken refuge in the storage silo at the rear of the ship, and they even put on their spacesuits, which they needed to wear only for extravehicular activities. All the non-essential instruments had been switched off, and even the life support systems in the rest of the ship had been switched off, except for the storage compartment. All the preparations had been done, and now, it was just waiting for the final moment to come. At this time, Captain Laguerre asked the remaining 4 astronauts, "Do you regret choosing this path?" "No, we don't regret it. If I were given another chance to choose, I would still make that choice," the remaining 4 said together. Rigel then smiled back. "Yes, I don't regret it either." Time was passing by minute, and it was getting closer and closer to the time of impact in the middle of the measurement. Eventually, after glancing at the precision clock, Zhao Watson said, "The impact should have already happened. But the impact of the collision hasn't been transmitted to us yet." In the distant 150 million kilometers away, the surface of the sun was struck by a tiny man-made object. The Red Heart spacecraft was 30 million kilometers away from the point of impact, and the speed of light needed to be transmitted for 100 seconds before it could affect it, whereas a full 8 minutes needed to pass before the Earth base could observe the impact process. After Zhao Watson said the words of the party, another 100 seconds had passed. Then Zhao Watson said again, "If the way the sun's energy erupted was electromagnetic waves, then at this moment, this energy has already reached the spaceship. The signal carrying the impact process was traveling towards the Earth at the speed of light, and all the observational equipment available above the Earth was being aimed in the direction of the sun at this moment. If I'm not wrong in my prediction, in 10 seconds we will receive the impact signal," Zhao Watson said. The second hand of the clock was beating continuously. It kept going after what seemed like a century long. And finally, it pointed from 3 to 5. 10 seconds passed. Zhao Watson raised his head to look at the sun. I don't know if it was an illusion or what, but Zhao Watson seemed to feel that the luminosity of the sun seemed to be that much brighter than before at this moment. We've detected extremely high-intensity X-rays and gamma rays, and in the visible light band, the level of solar radiation has also increased by 3%. Everything was just as Zhao Watson had predicted. Because of the impact of the Moth impactor, the sun at this moment erupted with unprecedentedly powerful energy. Chapter 48, Solar Storm. The X-rays and gamma rays detected from the Earth at this moment, as well as the enhancement of visible radiation, is not compatible with the scale of this impact. In other words, that small man-made object, even if it hit the sun at a very high speed, it is far from enough to burst out such a powerful energy. And so Zhao Watson's prediction was once again confirmed. That's an area of roughly 1 million square kilometers. Oh my god! Come look! A researcher's exclamation of astonishment came out from within the communication instrument connected to the Vulcan solar telescope. If I'm not mistaken, the Moth impactor has knocked a large hole in the inverse fusion layer that wraps around the sun. And this large hole has an area of 1 million square kilometers. Yes, the inverse fusion layer has been smashed through. The real surface of the sun, previously encased in it, with its normal temperature and luminosity, was exposed. The temperature is 5860 degrees Kelvin. What? At this moment, even Zhao Watson was shocked for a moment. Before this, Zhao Watson had also completely failed to anticipate something like this. The inverse fusion layer has actually been smashed through? Don't carry out physical analyses first. Now collect the information first. Collect the information with all your might. Zhao Huaxing decisively gave the order. The physical analysis will be done later. For now, collect as much information as you can. These things are likely to be of great use to us. Under Zhao Huaxing's order, even some of the telescopes that were originally incapable of performing the task of solar observation risked being damaged and turned their sights towards the sun. This one discovery was simply too amazing. Not only does it completely prove the existence of the inverse fusion layer, it also proves that the inverse fusion layer can be broken. And the most crucial point is that people had previously surmised that the sun was only wrapped by the inverse fusion layer, and that underneath the inverse fusion layer, the sun still maintains a normal temperature and radiation. And now, this surmise has also been confirmed. This is without a doubt the most important breakthrough made by mankind since the outbreak of the solar crisis. It is this 1 million square kilometers of normal solar region that has brought about an increase in brightness, as well as an increase in the average temperature of the entire sun. In the instant this cavity appeared, there was no telling how many people above the Earth turned their gaze towards the sun. It was a change so strong that it could be detected through physical perception alone. The sun had warmed and brightened. No good. The inverse fusion layer cavity is rapidly shrinking. It seems that the inverse fusion layer has the ability to grow itself. It has already shrunk by 0.7%. And it's still in the process of continuing to shrink. If we calculate at the current rate of shrinkage, it will completely disappear in 5 hours. There at the Vulcan Solar Telescope, that researcher reported in another piece of information. After noticing that the inverse fusion layer cavity was shrinking, the operators of all the telescopes with solar observation capabilities above the Earth were thrown into a frenzy. The reason for this was obvious. The time was just 5 short hours only, and it was up to them how much information they could gather in those 5 hours. Zhao Watson's breathing was also a little short at this moment. Zhao Watson's mood was also being tugged by this unexpected event. However, Zhao Watson knew that there was another important matter that needed his attention. The extremely high-intensity X-ray and gamma-ray bursts disappeared after lasting just half a minute, with only light and heat radiation still continuing. Zhao Watson knocked on the table and said, "There are major astronomical observatories to do the gathering of information. There is no need for us to get involved. For now, I order that an immediate assessment be made of the damage that the X-rays of that intensity, as well as the gamma-ray bursts, may have caused to the Crimson Heart ship. At the same time, the communications department to immediately start trying to call the ship, and the information receiving department to pay attention to receiving information, and to report to me at the first opportunity if they receive a signal from the Red Heart ship." Zhao Watson's orders were swiftly carried out. A few moments later, the ship damage assessment report was submitted to Zhao Watson. According to our comprehensive assessment, the X-ray as well as gamma-ray bursts of that intensity did not manage to destroy the Crimson Heart ship. It may have brought some damage to the ship, such as causing the ship's circuits to malfunction and electronic components to be damaged. But these are all reparable faults, and will not affect the ship as a whole. Zhao Watson nodded gently. The assessment report seemed to be saying good news. But Zhao Watson knew that it was far from time to be happy at this moment. This was just electromagnetic wave radiation. Perhaps this was just an appetizer, because the most powerful subsequent energy burst had yet to come. That is the solar wind. A stream of high-energy charged particles blown out by the sun. The auroras above the Earth are produced by the interaction of the solar wind and the Earth's magnetic field. When the solar wind is extremely strong, even the power grid above the Earth, satellite communications, and other equipment can be affected. The solar wind travels much slower than electromagnetic waves. While electromagnetic waves travel at the speed of light, the solar wind travels between 300 and 800 kilometers per second. It takes 3 days for the solar wind to travel from the sun to the Earth. In other words, it would take 3 days before the equipment above the Earth could measure the strength of the solar wind and assess the possible effects of the solar wind on the Red Heart spacecraft. However, because of the existence of the major solar observation satellites, people can shorten the 3-day period to a little more than a day, because those solar observation satellites had been launched less than 60 million kilometers away from the sun. It took only that much time for the solar wind to reach those satellites. After the satellites have measured the strength of the solar wind, they will disseminate the relevant information to the Earth at the speed of light. So, before the solar wind even reaches the Earth, one can know what the strength of the coming solar wind is. Therefore, even after carrying through the test of the first solar energy burst, the fate of the Red Heart ship was still uncertain. At this moment, 3 hours had passed since the reception of X-rays as well as gamma-ray radiation. The huge inverse fusion hole that had appeared above the sun had shrunk to less than 400,000 square kilometers. The data collection mission continued. And here at Base 1, the call attempts to the Crimson Heart spacecraft continued. But Base 1 never received a response from the Crimson Heart spacecraft. The Red Heart spaceship is 30 million kilometers away from the sun, and it will take nearly 12 hours for the solar wind to reach the spaceship. In other words, at this moment, the ship has not been affected by the solar wind. And according to our assessment, the X-ray and gamma-ray radiation of the intensity of the party is not enough to fatally affect the ship. But we never received a response from the ship, a staff member reported to Zhao Watson. Zhao Watson nodded silently. Not receiving a response meant two possibilities. 1. Because of some unknown accident, the spaceship had been destroyed. And 2. Because of the solar energy eruption and excessive signal interference. The signals sent by Earth were not received by the spaceship. Or perhaps the signals sent by the ship facing the Earth were not picked up by the Earth. These two reasons were very obvious. And I'm afraid that all of the staff present, with the exception of Monjo, knew this. Let's hope it's the second possibility, Zhao Watson said. Let's hope that they've only temporarily lost contact with Earth. Time was still passing bit by bit. And 5 hours later, just as predicted, the hollow in the inverse fusion layer that had appeared on the surface of the sun eventually disappeared completely. And the sun's luminosity and radiation levels were once again reduced to what they had been before. But the researchers on Earth had already collected a lot of information, which was enough for them to study for a period of time. All the people in Base 1 were still waiting, until Zhao Watson felt sleepy and couldn't support himself any longer. Zhao Watson left the place to take a short rest. After a short sleep, Zhao Watson once again came into the control hall. 24 hours had passed since the sun's energy eruption. And during this time, the staff of Base 1 had been trying to contact the Crimson Heart ship, but had been unsuccessful. And according to previous calculations, at this moment, the solar wind had probably reached the orbits of those detection satellites. And they should have been detected by the satellites. But one never received a report from the satellites. This also means that there are two possibilities. 1. The predicted solar wind outburst did not happen. And 2. The previous estimation of the speed of the solar wind was wrong. So the solar wind is still on its way, and has not yet reached the observation satellites. The forward speed of the solar wind is variable. If the outburst is violent, its forward speed may be faster. And if the outburst is weak, its forward speed will be slower. In addition to this factor, the different types of outbreaks can also have an effect on the advancing speed of the solar wind. Zhao Watson certainly hoped that it was the first possibility. Not only Zhao Watson, but everyone in the base, and even above the Earth, hoped it was the first possibility. Everyone hoped that because of the impact of the Moth impactor, the sun had only experienced some electromagnetic wave eruptions, and that no solar wind had appeared. But Zhao Watson knew that this was impossible. His own deduction would not be wrong. The solar wind would definitely come. The difference only lay in the morning and evening. At the 25th hour, Base 1 finally received some intelligence information about the solar wind. But the staff's faces were a bit strange, as if they had seen something extraordinary. What in the world is happening? Report back to me immediately. What is the strength of the solar wind? We've lost contact with the satellite. The staff member muttered. Yes. We can't contact our satellite anymore. Chapter 49 Survival Chances. Previously, we had always maintained contact with our satellite. But just now, it had already passed the scheduled time, and we never received a return message from our satellite. We are still unable to determine what exactly happened for the time being. And we are trying to launch a communication request to the satellite for the second time. The staff member muttered. Launching a spacecraft was a risky affair, because in the middle of that vast space, you couldn't know exactly what kind of things would happen there. Not only were there threats from the external environment, but a small malfunction within the instrument could wipe out an entire expensive satellite. And because it's space, there's no way you can fix it like you can fix your home computer. It's not uncommon for spacecraft to malfunction and temporarily lose contact. And there have been many such incidents throughout the history of mankind's journey into space. But this time, the loss of satellite contact had some unusual implications, because of its timing is too coincidental. Coincidentally in people's predictions of the imminent arrival of the solar wind, people and it lost contact. This can't help Zhao Huaxing's heart gave birth to some terrible associations. For example, the strength of the solar wind had exceeded the upper limit of the satellite's tolerable design. So it was instantly reimbursed by the solar wind when it came into contact with it. But the nearest satellite is still 60 million kilometers away from the sun. If the strength of the solar wind is strong enough to instantly destroy a satellite at such a distance, then, only 30 million kilometers away from the sun, the Crimson Heart, the Red Heart spaceship, which is only 30 million kilometers from the sun, will be subjected to how powerful an attack? Continue trying to contact the satellite. And at the same time, pay close attention to the status of the second satellite. Zhao Huaxing suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and gave instructions to that researcher. The second solar detection satellite was 67 million kilometers away from the sun. a distance that was 7 million kilometers more than the first satellite. If the first satellite was indeed destroyed by the solar wind, then according to the estimation of the advancing speed of the solar wind, the second satellite would be affected by the solar wind as well between 3 to 5 hours. Time was still passing quietly while waiting. The first satellite seemed to have disappeared, and no matter how hard ground crews tried to contact it, they never received a response. The second satellite kept working normally. 3 hours and 50 minutes later, the second satellite also mysteriously disappeared. The ground crew never received any more messages from the satellite. The time period of 3 hours and 50 minutes was exactly within the range of 3 to 5 hours. Then we basically made sure of it, Xiao Huaxing muttered. Even if it's as far away as 67 million kilometers, the strength of this solar wind eruption is still strong enough to destroy a satellite. In this direction of the sun, we still have a third satellite with a distance of 69 million kilometers from the sun, a researcher said. According to previous projections about the solar wind, this satellite will be affected by the solar wind in about an hour. The other satellites are on the side or back of the sun, so they can't observe this solar wind eruption, nor will they be affected by it. Xiao Huaxing rubbed his forehead somewhat tiredly and said, "Continue to try to contact the first and second satellites, and at the same time, keep a close eye on the third satellite. And I want you to immediately go and inquire about the upper limit of the strength of the solar wind that the second satellite can withstand. And at the same time, use this upper limit as the basis for the strength of the solar wind, as a way of calculating the impact it might have on the Red Heart ship." Okay. The other researcher agreed, and then immediately launched the relevant calculations. The strength of the solar wind that a satellite could withstand was limited, meaning that when the strength of the solar wind reached a certain limit, then the satellite would inevitably be destroyed. And now this satellite has been destroyed by the solar wind. Then it might as well be assumed that the strength of the solar wind is exactly at this upper limit position. And now, with the parameters of the strength of the solar wind as well as the distance parameter, the staff can already begin to make calculations. The results of the calculations came out very quickly. The researcher reported to Xiao Huaxing, "If we calculate the strength of the solar wind during this solar eruption based on the upper limit of the solar wind that the second satellite can withstand, the chances of the Red Heart spacecraft surviving this event are 26%. The solar storm may or may not have destroyed the ship. Its intensity is somewhere between a serious threat and outright destruction. The exact situation may also be affected by many other factors." "Is it only 26%? Xiao Huaxing said silently, his mood once again heavy. Don't forget that the solar wind strength value used by this researcher was only the upper limit of what that satellite could withstand. Assuming that the satellite's tolerable intensity for solar storms was 1, and that it would be destroyed if it exceeded 1, then the possible range of the true solar wind's intensity was too great, and it could be any intensity between 1 and infinity. This also meant that the researcher had most likely underestimated the true strength of the solar wind. So in reality, the chances of the Red Heart ship surviving were lower than 26%. As for how much lower, it was impossible to estimate now. Another hour passed while waiting. The researcher who was responsible for monitoring the status of the third satellite suddenly exclaimed, "The third satellite has monitored an extremely strong solar storm, and its circuit boards, computing modules, and some other parts of the components have been seriously affected. Not good. The communication module has also been affected. We can't maintain normal contact with it. I'm activating the backup communication system." Okay. The backup communication system was successfully activated, but the signal quality is very poor. We still can't communicate properly, Xiao Huaxing immediately asked. The third satellite monitored the solar wind? Did it measure out the intensity? The intensity was not measured out. Its relevant components seemed to have been damaged. I'm still further confirming the specifics, but it wasn't completely destroyed. It still barely maintains the ability to work. This is good? Xiao Huaxing nodded. Then let's use the upper limit of the third satellite's tolerable limit as the upper limit of the solar storm's intensity, and the upper limit of the second satellite's tolerable limit as the lower limit of the solar storm, and recalculate the possible impacts of the Crimson Heart spaceship using this intensity range. With the second figure, the calculation regarding the chances of the Red Heart ship surviving was much more precise. Soon that researcher calculated this data out. Under a solar storm infestation within that range, the chances of the Red Heart ship surviving are between 17 and 26%. Xiao Huaxing exhaled softly. This figure was already quite accurate. Even if the solar storm came to Earth, and the relevant instruments on Earth accurately measured the strength of the solar wind, the final result of the calculation of the chance of survival of the red-hard ship would inevitably fall within this range. This figure was too precise to have much meaning, and the current accuracy was already enough. In about a day or so, the solar storm will reach Earth and is expected to last for more than a few hours. Until the solar storm is over, it is unlikely that we will be able to make contact with the red-hard ship. Even if it survives, the interference is simply too great. Then, everything will wait until the solar storm passes. Whether the crimson-hard ship is dead or alive will be revealed at that time. Zhao Watson rubbed his forehead and left the control hall. Standing outside the hall, letting the cool wind blow against him, Zhao Watson felt that his brain was also much cooler. Zhao Huashan raised his head to look in the direction of the sun. The sun had already regained its dimness, and was generally the same as before. However, only Zhao Huashan and a limited number of people knew what kind of thrilling stories had happened above the sun, as well as near the sun, during those short days in the past. There should be an aurora tomorrow, Zhao Huashan muttered. Ever since the sun's radiation was lowered, there hasn't been an aurora above the Earth. Now, because of the incoming solar storm, this beauty will once again appear above the Earth. The aurora borealis was undoubtedly beautiful and spectacular. Zhao Watson had always wanted to take a look at it, and he hadn't seen it the last time he traveled to the North Pole. But now, after confirming that there would be an aurora tomorrow, Zhao Watson was no longer in the mood to go and see it. The Crimson Heart, and the astronauts. I hope you're all well. I'm still waiting above the Earth for you to come back and drink with me. Zhao Huashan silently finished these words in his heart, then turned around and returned within his own rest room. After a long period of high mental tension, Zhao Watson was too tired. He needed to take a rest. The strong solar storm would affect many instruments and equipment on Earth. But the good thing was that it could be predicted. As early as yesterday, the government had already received a warning to prepare for the storm. So although the solar storm was strong, it probably wouldn't have any impact on the Earth's mainland. Even if it did, it would be within acceptable limits. The solar storm eventually came to Earth. It disappeared after bringing the Earth a burst of extremely gorgeous, almost beautiful to the point of shocking aurora displays, and incidentally damaging a few satellites, some power grid equipment, and a few other miscellaneous things. The sun regained its composure, and it was at this time that Control Base 1 began trying to call the Crimson Heart ship for the first time. This is Ground Control Base. Red Heart ship. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, please respond. Please respond. Chapter 50 Call and Reply. This incident had developed to the most critical moment. The riddle of the answer to all the efforts made by Zhao Watson and the ground staff before this. The 5 years of hard work of those millions of scientific research, engineering, logistics and other personnel, as well as the lives of the astronauts who had sacrificed their lives due to accidents in the midst of assembling the Crimson Heart spacecraft. And whether or not all of it would have been wasted, would be answered within this time now. The call from the ground control base to the Crimson Heart was recorded on screen. The media gallery in the wide control hall was crowded with reporters from major TV stations, who were carrying cameras to record all the images in the control hall, not daring to miss a single point. As a result, Zhao Watson's voice was transmitted through these cameras to all the occupied places on Earth. This is the ground control base. Red Heart, please answer when you hear me. Please answer when you hear me. At least 700 to 800 people had already gathered in the control hall. However, it was very quiet within the hall, and only Zhao Watson's slightly anxious voice echoed continuously here. Up until now, Zhao Watson had already called 3 times, and 20 minutes had passed since the first call. This time was already enough for the radio signals to make a round trip between Earth and the ship. However, the ground control base never received a reply from space. At this moment, it was also unknown just how many people were converging in front of the TV, in front of the computer watching this scene. In the call of Zhao Huashan repeated over and over again, I do not know how many people's hearts were lifted up. The relatives and friends of the 5 astronauts were also invited to witness the whole process of calling the spacecraft from the ground base. Angelina was a woman in her 40s, full of sensuality and maturity. She was a colleague of Captain Laguerre's during his time at NASA. Because Captain Regel's last message was sent to her, she was also invited here. Next to Angelina was a young boy of about 12 or 13 years old. At this moment, this little boy turned to Angelina and asked, Mom, Has Uncle Rigel lost contact with Earth? No, Jamie. Uncle Rigel hasn't lost contact with Earth. He's just being busy, so he can't reply to calls here for the time being. Angelina tenderly stroked the little boy's head and whispered, Jamie, if Uncle Rigel can return to Earth safely, would you like to make him your father? Uncle Rigel is a very powerful man. My classmates all admire him. Will he really be my dad? That's great. I want him to teach me how to play rugby, Jamie said, full of excitement. Okay. He'll be your daddy when he gets back to Earth from space. Angelina held Jamie gently in her arms. But those emotions of worry and anxiety in her eyes could never be erased. Zhou Mingyu's wife, Yang Fei, also arrived. She was a young woman who looked full of valor and capable poise. However, because she was carrying a large belly at the moment, she had a bit more of a maternal air on top of her valor and competence. Zhao Watson's voice calling for the Red Heart airship constantly reached her ears, but she always kept her head down and looked at her stomach, as if she was communicating something with the unborn little life in her womb. The Deep Space Communication Network, consisting of 3 huge antennas arranged on 3 different continents, was aiming at the location of the Crimson Heart ship in its calculations, and any signals coming from there would be captured by them, and then reduced into sound messages to be transmitted to the control base here. But apart from some background interference, they never received any useful information. The performance in the control base here is that continuous uninterrupted sound of tingling and clattering, just like the sound of a TV without a signal. Only when there were certain different fluctuations in this stabbing and clattering sound, Yang Fei would raise his head and look towards the receiver with anticipation. But every time Yang Fei was greeted with disappointment. Every time those so-called different fluctuations were actually just fluctuations in the background signals. They were still just meaningless, messy signals. An elderly woman tightly held onto one of Yang Fei's hands, which was still gently trembling, revealing the tension and panic in her heart. This elderly woman was Yang Fei's mother, who had accompanied him here. On top of that, there were also Wang Zhao's fiancé, Wang Zhao's parents, relatives, Kayla's relatives, Viveka's daughter, her parents, and others who had come here, together with Zhao Watson. They were anxiously waiting for news of the Red Heart ship. It had been 5 hours since the solar wind had passed. So Zhao Watson stood here at the communication instrument for 5 hours. During these 5 hours, Zhao Watson didn't know how many times he had already repeated the call, to the point where Zhao Watson's voice had now become a little hoarse. But the ground control base had never received a signal from space. Everyone's hearts were slowly sinking. It was obvious. The longer the delay, the lower the chances of the Red Heart ship surviving. Low sobs were already resounding in the control hall. But people were desperately trying to suppress their voices, as if they were afraid that their loud voices would drown out the Red Heart ship's reply. For a full 5 hours, no one left the stage, and everyone remained steadfast. The television station was still broadcasting the live program here. The host spoke in a sorrowful tone. 5 hours have passed, but we still haven't received any news from the spaceship. We have interviewed the relevant experts, who said that a strong solar storm will cause extremely serious damage to the ship. It will damage the electronic components of the ship, causing short circuits, malfunctions, and other consequences, and may even completely destroy the instruments. If severe, the solar storm may also affect the astronauts' bodies, and even kill them through the thick protection. Based on the scientists' assessment of the Crimson Heart spacecraft and the strength of this solar storm, coupled with the fact that 5 hours have passed and we still haven't received a response, the chances of the Crimson Heart spacecraft surviving have been lowered to 8%. If the Red Heart is destroyed, it will be the worst disaster in the history of human space exploration. The costly spacecraft will be destroyed. The efforts of millions of personnel will go down the drain. And most crucially, 5 of the most outstanding astronauts will die along with the ship. Our human civilization is no longer capable of launching another solar exploration campaign of this magnitude in a short period of time. So now we can only pray. Pray for the 5 astronauts. Pray for the Red Heart spacecraft. And pray for the fate of our civilization. Another 2 hours had passed. Zhao Watson's voice had become hoarse to the point where it hurt when he spoke. So Zhao Watson stepped down, and Wang Tang took Zhao Watson's place. The calls went on and on, never stopping. Mom, what if Uncle Rigel can't come back? Jamie asked to Angelina. Uncle Rigel will definitely come back. Have you forgotten what Uncle Rigel said to you before he left? He said that he would definitely come back before your graduation ceremony, and go with Mom to cheer for your show. You know, Uncle Rigel has always been a man of his word, so he will definitely not break his promise, Angelina said. I'm sure Uncle Rigel can come back. Jamie nodded very seriously. Uncle Rigel has never lied to me. With every bit of time that passed, the chances of the Red Heart ship surviving decreased a little bit. At this moment, when the future was slim and the outcome was unknown, countless people once again walked out of their homes and went to temples or churches or squares, where they tried to pray to any deity they knew the name of, in the hope that some deity in the underworld could hear their wishes and could save the 5 astronauts who were trapped in a life and death crisis. 2 more hours passed. So far, a total of 9 hours had passed. The sun had moved from the eastern sky to the west, and its luster was getting dimmer and dimmer. Darkness was coming. Wang Tang's words also began to become hoarse, but Wang Tang was still repeating the frequency of calling every 20 minutes. The people who held on in the middle of the control hall would only leave the place briefly as a last resort, and after hastily solving their physical problems, they quickly returned to the place, fearing that they would miss any bit of information. People were almost desperate, but the belief in fighting against fate that emerged from the bottom of their hearts still supported them here. This was not just a question of whether a ship had crashed or not. It was a question of whether the power of human civilization would win or lose in the fight against the forces of nature. Wang Tang once again uttered the words that he had already repeated for an unknown number of times. This is the ground control base. The Red Heart ship. Please answer if you hear me. Please answer if you hear me. Just at this time, a short signal entered the huge antenna of the Deep Space Communication Network, and then it was quickly converted into a sound signal and transmitted to the control base, and then played out through the sound equipment, spreading throughout the entire control hall in an instant, and through those countless camcorders to every corner of the Earth, and entering the minds of every person who was waiting anxiously. Control base. This is the Red Heart ship. Please instruct. In this instant, everyone in the control hall stood up with a huff. Chapter 51, Repair and Healing. It was Rigel's voice, although the signal was still very unclear at this moment, and there was always a stabbing and piercing sound accompanying the words between them. The meaning within those words was still perceived by everyone present. After the audio equipment played out these words, a short silence appeared within the control hall. Everyone was dumbstruck as if they had seen a deity appear. It was an instantaneous and drastic change in mood. A moment ago, people were still immersed in endless worry and anxiety. And now, with just this one sentence, it instantly lifted people's moods from the abyss of 10,000 feet to 10,000 meters in the air. After a short period of silence, huge cheers erupted. People were jumping and shouting wildly in the control hall. They didn't even know what they were shouting. They could only give vent to the endless ecstasy in their hearts in this way. Even the staff, who had been seated in front of the computer, also participated in the ranks of the revelry. People cheered and embraced together, and the previous dull and depressing atmosphere was almost swept away in this instant. After hearing the familiar voice of Rigel, Angelina could no longer support her body. As if half of her strength had been drained in this instant, she hugged her son tightly, even to the point that she could barely stand with the support of her own son. In addition to Angelina, Wang Zhao's fiancée, Viveka's daughter, her parents, Zhou Mingyu's wife, and Kayla's relatives, were also in tears at this instant. This kind of ecstasy of losing and regaining is the easiest to move people's hearts. Originally, in the midst of endless despair, they almost thought that they were already going to lose these loved ones. But now, knowing that the Red Heart ship still exists, and that their loved ones still have an extremely high chance of still being alive, how can this make people not rejoice? After Rigel's voice came over, Zhao Huaxing's body seemed to explode with an unimaginable strength. He instantly rushed to the microphone, squeezed Wang Tang away, and almost roared out this sentence with a voice that was already painfully hoarse to the extreme. Rigel, this is Zhao Huaxing. Tell me, how is the spaceship doing now? How are you guys doing? Because of the distance between the spaceship and the Earth, Zhao Watson's sentence still could not be answered until 16 minutes later. During this 16 minutes of waiting time, the fact that the Crimson Heart spaceship had finally responded spread extremely quickly throughout the entire planet. Countless people began to cheer and celebrate. Cheers, like a storm, swept through the entire Equatorial City almost instantly. The clouds that had been hanging over Equator City for days were swept away. 16 minutes later, the people in the control hall finally waited for the second response from the Red Heart ship, reporting to the base. The situation of the Red Heart ship is not very good. Under the strong attack of the solar storm, The ship's control system, propulsion system, life support system, and other key parts of the ship have all malfunctioned. And even the communication system has been completely damaged. It took more than 30 emergency extravehicular repair missions over the past few days to get the communication system fixed so that we could communicate with Earth. The astronauts are all fine. None of them died in the disaster. But we were all exposed to different doses of solar radiation. After taking the anti-radiation medication stocked in the ship, the 4 of us are fine for the time being. Except for Vivica, who is already showing some of the characteristics of radiation sickness. And our medical knowledge is not enough to cope with it. So we need the help of the base. There are still many key parts of the ship that need urgent repairs. Later we will send the list of the ship's damages to the base and ask the base's experts to help us formulate a repair plan. At the same time, all the physiological indicators of our bodies will also be sent over and ask the medical experts to help us formulate a treatment plan as soon as possible. There was a slight hint of anxiety in Ragel's words. This was very unusual. Almost everyone on Earth knew what kind of person Ragel was. That was a tall, calm, quiet man. No matter what situation he encountered, he had never panicked. But now, it seemed that the situation of the Red Heart ship was really not very good. The quality of the call was still not very good. While Ragel was speaking, people heard the interference of many stray voices, to the point that certain words and phrases required people to associate them with the context in order to know what exactly that was. However, Zhao Watson still quickly understood the meaning within the words. Zhao Huaxi immediately responded. Please send over the damage status of the spaceship and the astronauts, physiological indicators. And the medical experts and spacecraft experts will immediately begin to formulate a repair and treatment plan. Ragel, you have to tell your teammates. Please don't worry. Don't be anxious. The entire Earth and everyone above it will be your strong backing, no matter what the cost. We will do our best and never give up. Ragel, you must come back. Jamie and I are waiting for you. You must come back. Before Zhao Watson could finish his words, Angelina's shouts came over. Her voice was loud, and Zhao Watson heard the words very clearly. This also meant that Angelina's voice would accompany Zhao Watson's command. And together, it would cross the vastness of space to reach above the Red Heart ship and be picked up by Ragel. Together with her, the voices of the other 4 astronauts' relatives and loved ones were also transmitted to the ship. At this moment, the Red Heart situation must be very bad, and the crew's state was definitely not good. So Zhao Watson did not stop these things. At this time, the encouragement and care of their loved ones would definitely have a great effect on boosting the morale of the astronauts and improving their psychological resistance to pressure. But there is also a degree of problem. So after a short emotional outburst, the staff began to calm these people. The control hall soon returned to quiet. These people also knew very well that apart from the necessary encouragement and care, they shouldn't show too much emotion themselves, as it might affect the astronauts' working condition. The medical experts and spacecraft experts, who had long been waiting on the sidelines, quickly gathered together. After obtaining the damage assessment form of the Red Heart and the physiological indicators of the astronauts, the experts quickly began their work. The spacecraft experts were divided into 6 groups, each group corresponding to a key damaged part of the ship. And after arriving at a repair plan for that part, they would submit the plan to the General Command Group. The General Command Group consisted of 7 of the most outstanding and reputable spacecraft experts within the scope of all mankind, who would evaluate the proposal submitted by each group, and then make overall arrangements from the overall situation, deciding on the order of repairing the various parts of the Red Heart, as well as making specific guidelines for the repairing work. The medical expert group was also divided into 5 groups, each corresponding to one of the 5 astronauts. Each astronaut's physical indicators would be analyzed in detail, and then the experts would come up with the most suitable treatment plan as quickly as possible, taking into account the medical equipment and medicine reserves on board the spacecraft. This work was completed within half an hour, and then sent to space through the Deep Space Communication Network. Within this half hour, the control base once again received a message from the Red Heart ship. The message was still sent by Ragel. Angelina, thank you. Please don't worry. I will return to Earth safely. Also, my teammates are in the middle of their busy work right now. They don't have time to respond to the calls of their loved ones. They have asked me to tell you that please don't worry too much about our situation. We will definitely be able to fix the ship, complete the mission successfully, and then return to Earth. A cheer erupted within the control hall once more. Zhao Huashan left the communication console at this very moment and waved at Wang Teng. "There's nothing for me now," Zhao Huashan hissed. But his face wore a smile full of relaxation. "I'll leave the rest to the experts and you." Wang Teng stretched out his hand and clasped Zhao Watson's hand tightly. "Watson, thank you. If you hadn't made an early warning so that we could prepare in advance to deal with the solar eruption, the ship would have been destroyed and the astronauts would have died. It was you who saved the Red Heart spacecraft and the astronauts. It was you who made sure that our several years of hard work and the efforts of millions of staff around the world were not in vain. Watson, you are our hero. And I apologize to you for all those emotions I had against you earlier." "I'm sorry." Zhao Watson smiled and waved his hand. "I only raised the early warning. The specific work still needs to be done by you guys. This little thing I did really doesn't deserve such praise from you. What's more, I am also a part of the human civilization. And I am merely doing my part by doing these things. That's all. You quickly go to work. This solar exploration mission still needs you to command. Mengjue. Let's go. There's no more business for us here," Zhao Huashan said. Zhao Watson then walked out of the control hall with Mengjue. Outside the control hall, Zhao Huashan stopped and looked up at the sky. At this moment, even the icy cold wind, as well as the sky that had become dark and gloomy, seemed to become a bit more lovely to Zhao Watson. "Where are we going?" Mengjue asked. "Still going to the information deciphering department," Zhao Watson replied. "After the Red Heart ship is repaired, it will soon be able to resume observation of the sun. There will still be a lot of information for the experts to parse and analyze. Let's just wait there for the final results to come out." Chapter 52, Signal Cracking. The matter of the Red Heart ship had been tugging at the hearts of all mankind. Since the ship had restored contact with Earth, there were more details about the ship that had been revealed. The physical state of the astronauts, the degree of damage to the ship, the progress of repair, etc. Every piece of news would get people's attention. Under the guidance of many experts at the ground control base, the damaged parts of the Red Heart were properly repaired, and the astronauts' health was improving day by day. Only on the 6th day after contact was restored, at least 70% of the ship's functions were restored. This means that the solar mission is finally on track again. As a TV host said, in this Red Heart incident, whether it was Zhao Watson's decisive warning, or the efforts of the many specialists at the ground control base, as well as the astronauts' spirit of staying on the job even at the risk of death, all of them were the inevitable factors that made it possible for this solar exploration mission to continue. This is not just a victory for one spacecraft. It is a victory for all of humanity. For the first time, our civilization has achieved something so significant in the face of this solar crisis. These 5 astronauts had already been awarded numerous titles of honor before they had even returned to Earth, becoming veritable heroes amongst human society. And Zhao Watson had also gained an even more distinguished reputation because of this successful early warning. Everyone was speculating about what Zhao Watson had discovered, what he had deciphered from those bits and pieces of information, such as some trivial messages from Director Li Qi, or some data obtained from the solar probe. What these things meant to the human society, and why Zhao Watson had to hide these things from the human society. No, it's not that I'm not willing to announce my speculations to the human society. It's really that it's not the right time to announce these speculations. It is because one of the most important arguments among my speculations has not yet been confirmed by realistic observations. It would be irresponsible to publish them now. As soon as it is confirmed that they are correct, I will immediately publish them. As a matter of fact, the Red Heart ship is doing just that right now. The results of whether my speculations are correct or not will soon be available, Zhao Watson said as such. And so the human society slowly moved forward amidst expectations and speculations. Watson, there is good news today. In today's day, Zhao Watson received a call from Wang Teng. Up until now, the Red Heart ship has been repaired almost to the point where the mission of observing the sun can be executed even though some of the functions are still unusable. After about another hour, a new batch of data on the changing luminosity of the sun's surface will be transmitted back to Earth. Very well, Zhao Watson replied. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I have also waited for a long time, Wang Teng said with a smile. Have all the luminosity change data previously transmitted back been analyzed? Is there any discovery? No findings, Zhao Huashan said. It seemed to be just some garbled code. and the experts didn't find anything of practical significance from it. But I believe in my judgment. It will only take a month at the most. And we can definitely find what we want out of this. Wang Tang said. Let's hope so. You have to know that this solar storm event has severely reduced the supplies reserve on top of the Red Heart ship. And the originally calculated 4-month stay has now been shortened to 3 months. And after 3 months, no matter whether we have found anything or not, the Red Heart ship will have to return to the ship. By then, away from the sun, the telescopes on top of the Red Heart ship will also lose their current resulting accuracy. We'll find something soon. Zhao Huashan comforted Wang Tang, then hung up the phone. An hour later, a new batch of information sent back to Earth from the Red Heart ship arrived in the Deciphering Department building. The linguists, logicians, and cryptographers were once again busy at work. 5 days passed quietly like this. On a normal afternoon, in a large office in the Deciphering Department building, a cry of alarm suddenly came out. Bill, take a quick look at these data. There seems to be something odd about these data. You quickly import these data into the program and analyze them to see if there is any correlation between them. Almost all of the world's top logicians, linguists, and cryptography experts had been gathered here to participate in the work of analyzing these data. And now, one of these experts seemed to have discovered something. His face turned red from overexcitement, to the point that his hand holding the pen was trembling a little. He stood up from his seat with a flourish. Oblivious of the papers he had accidentally dropped on the floor, and the chairs that had been brought down by his movements. And he just shouted in excitement until the other expert in logic jogged all the way to him. It was too late to be polite. This expert pointed to the several data on the paper in his hand, and shouted with excitement, "Look!" After describing the brightness of the sun's surface as a mathematical value. This value appeared 17 times consecutively in different locations. And each time it appeared, it was followed by another value. And in addition to that, this value repeated itself many times. And it was linked to another value. And the other value also appeared several times. Many times. And there is always an interval of no more than 50 values between it and the other value. If this is a natural formation, then one can only say that this is too coincidental. So coincidental that it is unbelievable. On top of that document were just some messy, dense numbers that would make ordinary people feel dizzy at a glance. But these numbers seem to represent something magical in the eyes of this expert. How many regions did you get the data from? The expert named Bill was able to see the hidden mysteries between these numbers after only looking at them for a moment. He also immediately became excited. Well, the area number is 36472, and so on. And the same logical distribution pattern appears in the data collected among the 36473 data. Good. Assistant, you immediately go and inform the ground command center of the Crimson Heart and ask them to send a command to the ship to direct the telescopes equipped on top of the ship to start probing the area of 36472 and 36473 immediately. And not to stop until they receive the next command. Bill immediately gave the order. At the same time, report this matter to Watson. Immediately. Region 36472 was an area roughly 130,000 kilometers from the sun's equator. The length and width of this region was 142 meters, which was the highest resolution accuracy that could be achieved by the telescope equipped on top of the Crimson Heart ship at the current distance. The signal carrying the ground command raced through space for nearly 8 minutes before it was finally picked up by the antennae on the Red Heart. After being transcoded, the message was broadcast to the ears of the astronauts in the form of a voice. Guys, it looks like the ground command center is achieving something. Captain Laguerre said. It seems that something unusual is happening in areas 36472 and 473. Okay. Come on. Let's tweak the telescope a bit and see what's really out there. The data about the photometric changes in these two regions was collected in a steady stream, and then transmitted back into the middle of the ground command center, which in turn was transferred to the Information Deciphering Department under the Ministry of Scientific Research. The news of the discovery of a logical connection between the photometric signals collected from these two regions spread throughout the entire Deciphering Department in an instant. And almost all the experts were temporarily recruited to participate in the deciphering of this information. After more information about the luminosity changes in the region was converted into numerical information, the experts discovered more unusual things from these values. At this point, they were almost certain that there was some kind of logical connection between the values, and since there was a logical connection, it meant that the values meant something. It was just that, because the number of samples was too small. They were still unable to decipher these implied messages for the time being. Damn it. Are you guys sure that these data are still obtained from those two regions? Why has the logical connection between the values disappeared and they've become garbled again? What? Are you sure? Are you sure? There's nothing wrong with the instruments. Alright. Then switch to the next target for observation. For some reason, the signals obtained from these two regions, which originally had a logical structure, turned back into gibberish. The experts had no choice but to start waiting. After restarting their observations, the experts waited for another day before they were able to wait for the third area that had logical signals sent out. This region was numbered 59380. The message from area 59380 disappeared again after maintaining a logical connection for a period of time. But it was at this time that the next area with similar characteristics was discovered. 59380, 61145, 632189. One area after another was discovered. And all of this information was collected by the telescope that was equipped on top of the Red Heart ship and sent back to Earth. All the experts, on the other hand, stayed up all night making generalizations and summaries as well as logical analyses. With the help of the powerful electronic computing system, and thanks to the huge number of samples, the experts finally made a breakthrough in their research. As a result, a stack of not-so-thick documents were eventually handed over to Zhao Watson. This is the signal that the experts deciphered from above the sun, Mengshua said. Chapter 53, Solar Love Story. Note 1. All of the information on this file was obtained from the following regions. Region 36472. Region 36473. Region 59380. And so on. For a more detailed list of the regions, as well as the location of the region and details of recent solar activity, please refer to the attachment at the end of the document. Note 2. Only about 95% of this information was deciphered by our experts, and then embellished by scribes to create this document. To access the original document, please consult the attachment at the end of the document. Note 3. The exact meaning of some suspected terms or unit words could not be determined. We have replaced them with words used on Earth above to the greatest extent possible to ensure correctness. Note 4. Experts from the Information Decipherment Department and the Scientific Research Department have conducted a preliminary interpretation and analysis of the message, which has been added to the document. The following is the body of the message. Number 1. Are you sure you want to take out a part of your own life information to breed with number 2? Note, number 1. In the original message, the term is suspected to be a term of endearment, the exact meaning of which cannot be confirmed. Some experts believe that the term refers to happiness, survival, feeding, etc. But combined with the context of the message, we believe that the term should be a name, used to refer to a certain individual, as in the case of Su Ming. This term refers to a human individual named Su Ming, where it should not be interpreted as slow, bright. In this case, it should not be interpreted as slow, bright. So we replace it with the term number 1. So we'll replace it with the word number 1. Note, vital information. This term may refer to genetic information of organisms such as DNA. Note, number 2. In the original document, this term is considered by some experts to represent hope, beauty, etc. But we think it should be treated in the same way as number 1, which is also considered to be a term of endearment. Note, in the original document, the term seems to mean new life form. In the original document, which we have replaced with the term next generation in the Earth language. Why not? I have spent time with the second in the Dark Ages, searching for an oasis, struggling and fighting for the continuation of life. And I have spent time with it. Time. And these experiences have convinced me that number 2's life message is excellent. And that although it is now crippled, its life essence will not change. Note, the Dark Ages, in the original document, seem to refer to some time when the environment was very harsh and very unsuitable for survival. For ease of understanding, we have replaced the term with Dark Ages. Note, oasis. Among the original documents, this term seems to refer to a certain environment that is relatively friendly to life forms, and is sufficient for them to survive without fear. Combined with the Oasis transformation program mentioned in the data restored from Director Li Qi's hard drive, we have replaced this term with oasis. Note, disabled seems to refer to some physical defects of living beings, and its meaning is similar to the term disability in the human language on Earth. It is similar to disability in the human language of Earth. We surmise that this number 2 may have been disabled during the Dark Ages, when he and number 1 were struggling together. And because of some changes, he was disabled. He's disabled. Note: the symbols refer to the fact that we are unable to determine how long the original documents refer to, as we have no information on the time division of the living group. Number 1. Do you really have to do this? Number 2 has been crippled, which means that the next generation you reproduce may also inherit number 2's crippled life information, which is unfair to the strong and healthy you. Note: inheritance, in the original document, is a term that also has some hereditary connotations. The paragraph seems to say that because number 2 became a disabled life form, the next generation that number 1 and it reproduced with may also be disabled. Yes. Number 3. I have determined that it is our instinctive quest to pass on information about our lives, and even in order to repay the friendship between number 2 and me in the midst of the dark ages, I am obligated to make this sacrifice. Note: number 3. The term seems to mean fiery, bright, etc. But here again, we treat it as a personal noun. Number 1. I recognize that what you say is right, and it is indeed our instinctive quest to pass on our life information. However, even without you, number 2 can choose to reproduce itself, and its life information will still not be lost. Note: self-propagation. The term seems to refer to the act of reproduction that does not require the participation of other individuals, and experts believe that this type of reproduction is similar to cell division above the Earth, i.e. asexual reproduction. Number 3. The intermingling of life information between different individuals is what makes it possible to give birth to a stronger and healthier next generation. And self-reproduction means that the life information will not be optimized in any way. And number 2 is now crippled. If it reproduces itself, its next generation is bound to be crippled as well. Number 2 needs my life information to help it optimize its next generation. Note: the intermingling of life information between different individuals seems to refer to mutation and evolution. Geneticists believe that this type of behavior has similar implications to genetic evolution among human societies, in the same way that hybrids in our society tend to be prettier and taller, which occurs because the more geographically distant two individuals are, the more likely they are to have a more differentiated genome. And it is this more differentiated genome that allows for a greater optimization of the genetic sequences of their offspring. The words of lifeform number 1 in the document could very well be referring to the use of such a mechanism to optimize the vital information of lifeform 2 to help it produce a more superior offspring, help it reproduce a more excellent next generation. No. Number 1. You can't do that. You were born from the mingling of 17 parents with excellent life information, and your life information is also very excellent. You can't waste your life information like this. It's an irresponsible act for our civilization. This means that for at least time you will not be able to reproduce another generation. And that means I will pay the price of wasting a reproduction cycle waiting for you. Note: paternal generation, a term that experts believe refers to one's previous generation. So we have used the term paternal generation instead of the obscure word in the original document. Note: you were born from the intermingling of 17 parent generations with excellent life information. This sentence seems to indicate that the reproduction mechanism of this kind of life form is very different from that of human beings on Earth. Combined with the above, we can know that this kind of life form can choose the self-reproduction similar to cell division, or can choose the multi-person reproduction with the participation of many life forms. The words in the document seem to imply that the greater the number of participants, the more likely it is that excellent offspring will be born. Note again, we are still unsure of what the time scale is in this statement, so we have used the symbol instead. Note: this statement seems to imply that the act of reproducing offspring is a very prudent thing for such a life form to do, and that if it chooses to give up its life information and intermingle with other such life forms, it will come at a great cost to the life form itself. At the same time, the life form seems to pursue and value the reproduction of offspring. Note: regarding the contradiction between this speculation, i.e., why do such life forms continue to pursue reproduction so much when it is so costly? Life forms choose to perpetuate their genes. This criterion applies to the whole group of beings, not to a single one. But some experts believe that it may be due to social value tendencies, as well as individual feelings. Just as on Earth, reproduction implies a significant cost. The mother is not able to participate in productive activities for at least a year, and after the birth of the offspring, both the father and the mother have to expend great effort to care for the next generation, so that it grows up safely. But we Earth humans still choose to reproduce. 3. You also have a similarly large number of parent generations. And your life information is just as good. Which is why both of our families chose to unite the two of us. But I don't want our union to be just about bringing more excellent offspring to our civilization at the expense of our own feelings. If possible, I ask that you give a portion of your own life information to breed offspring with two as I did. And that after this breeding cycle has passed, we come back to breed our own offspring. Note family. A term which in the original document appears to refer to a community of interest with some blood ties, has been replaced with the term family for ease of understanding. Note, from this paragraph of information, we can see that number 1 and number 2 can reproduce offspring together, and number 1 and number 3 can likewise reproduce offspring together. And at the same time, the three lifeforms, number 1, number 2 and number 3, can also choose to reproduce offspring together in a common manner with all three of them. From this we surmise that there is no gender distinction in this lifeform type. All such lifeforms are of one gender, and any two individuals or multiple individuals can freely choose to give their life information to reproduce the next generation. Note, it is doubtful here, since the more lifeforms in the father's generation, the better the next generation of lifeforms will be. Then why did the family of two lifeforms, number 1 and number 3, choose to involve only two lifeforms in the reproduction? Some experts speculate that this may be because there is no third lifeform in the region that is good enough to match these two, in order to maintain the excellence of the life information to make such a choice. However, this cannot be confirmed for the time being. Note, this information was taken from Area 36278, where the subsequent light signals turned garbled and could not be deciphered again. Chapter 54, A New Civilization. This first piece of information ended there. Shal Watson didn't read further immediately after, but rather closed the document for the time being and fell into thought. This piece of information was obtained only when the light signals obtained by the red hard ship from above the sun through the telescope were transformed into human language. Undoubtedly, this meant that there was also a life group above the sun. And although the life form of this life group was very different from that of the human beings on Earth, they also possessed their own social structure, with social relations such as fathers, friends, lovers, and so on. What kind of a society is that? Shao Huashing muttered. They would likewise have their own culture, their own technological system, and their own values. They would similarly struggle for survival, upgrading themselves in order to strive for more favorable conditions for reproduction. They would also have rich and poor people. And there was no doubt that the two protagonists of the dialogue in this message, namely number 1 and number 3, both of them were the best in that society, which could be seen from their huge families and excellent life information. On the other hand, number 2 mentioned in the dialogue could be an originally excellent person, but because of the change became crippled. It then also lost its value and landed from the rich class to the poor class. However, number 1, who is the protagonist, seems to have a deep bond with number 2, so it doesn't care about the difference in class, but insists on giving information about its own life, which will be used to enhance number 2. Number 3, on the other hand, objects to this and lays out its reasons for wanting number 1 to bond with itself. Of course, the final ending of this story, whether number 1 was persuaded by number 3, whether number 3 agreed to go with number 1 to pay for his own life information, whether number 1 finally united with number 2 or not, no one will know these questions, because there is only one telescope. It has to observe more places to get more clues. What's more, the light signals above the area of 3-6-2-7-8 had already changed into a garbled code. So even if the telescope on the red hard ship observed again, it would not be able to obtain information from there. This is a love story that happened above the sun, and then, by chance, was detected and witnessed by Earth humans. According to the values of Earthlings, number 1, this life form is undoubtedly sentient and righteous, and if what it has done is made public on Earth, it may win a high reputation among Earth humans and gain many supporters and admirers. But that is the enemy of mankind. All life forms that survive above the sun are enemies of humanity. This is a very natural division. A division that is not shifted by the will and feelings of individuals, or even by the will and feelings of civilizations, because there is the most profound and insoluble contradiction between the solar civilization and the Earth civilization. And this contradiction involves the foundation of the two civilizations. Life takes survival as its first priority. And this is the same for both the Earth civilization and the Sun civilization. But what should be done when the survival requirements of two different life forms conflict. Earthlings need a normal sun, with a surface temperature of 6,000 Kelvin. Solar civilizations need a cooler sun, with a surface temperature of 4,500 Kelvin. The surface temperature of the sun is lowered, and humans on Earth die. The solar surface temperature stays normal, and solar civilization life will die. And the contradiction between life and death is irreconcilable. Zhao Watson is a member of the human race. So Zhao Watson has his own position naturally. Zhao Watson will inevitably be on the side of Earth humans. Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3 were solar lifeforms, and they would also naturally have their own stance. This will be a conflict between two civilizations, and it will be immortal, with no possibility of reconciliation. Zhao Watson raised his head, and his line of sight seemed to cross over the walls of the Deciphering department building, extending to a faraway place. Zhao Watson seemed to once again see the frozen bodies of Freya's family, the residents of the small town of Corvus who preferred to die but refused to leave their homeland, the polar bear that died under the muzzle of Mengzhu's gun, and also the millions of staff members who stood fast in places where the lowest temperature could even be as low as -100°C, and the lorries that shuttled around day and night in and out of the Pacific Ocean, the Indian Ocean, and the Atlantic Ocean on top of the ice caps. Drivers, and I, who will be the vanguard of the human camp, will be the one to find a way to destroy another civilization. Zhao Huaxing said this to himself. I will commit heinous crimes against another civilization that are so tragic that they cannot be described in words. But at the same time, I will also make great feats for the human civilization that all humans will preach about. Zhao Watson silently contemplated for a long time before he withdrew his sight, and once again saw the top of the information in his hand. Number 4. Do you really want to work at the equator? The working environment there is too harsh. Note, Number 4. The term is likewise considered a term of endearment. Note, equator. The term in the original document is a geographic descriptive term. By analyzing the sun, we confirm that the location is near the solar equator. So we replace the original term with the word equator, for the sake of our future, and to be able to find better people to improve the information about life for our next generation. I have to do this. The environment there at the equator engine is harsh. But as long as I work there, it will be possible to acquire enough money to find a tertiary life form to participate in reproducing our offspring. Note, engine. The original document here seems to refer to some machine that drives some mechanism, which we have translated into the word engine. Note, money, where the original document seems to refer to some general equivalent of a tradable nature, which we have translated into the word money, as described in the human language of Earth. Note, tertiary lifeforms. Such lifeforms appear to be divided into different classes according to the superiority of their life information. Tertiary lifeforms being presumed to be a type with superior life information. Number 4. I don't agree with you on this. The Oasis transformation program under the Führer's leadership has already succeeded in improving our living environment. And even if our next generation's life information is still imperfect, it can still live here with us in peace. So if that's the case, why do you have to risk dying to work there? Note, Führer, in the original document, refers to the supreme leader of that life group. Note, the Oasis renovation plan, in the original document, refers to a certain plan to improve the living environment, combined with the information restored from Director Li Qi's hard drive. We have reason to confirm that this is the Oasis renovation plan that mysterious being once mentioned. Obviously, the Oasis transformation plan has been successful, and the temperature of the sun's surface has been lowered to a point suitable for their survival. Note, from this we can make the assumption that the inverse fusion layer was born from the Oasis modification program, and that it is powered by some machine unknown to us, and that those engines are located at the equator of the sun, and that the conditions in which they work there are so harsh that they may even cause the death of life forms of that type. Number 5. This is all we have in this life. The imperfection of life information destined us to go no further. But we should try to create a more favorable living environment for our offspring, and get more survival resources for it. What's more, the equatorial engine there is the key that drives the Oasis to be able to survive on the entire surface of the planet. And for the sake of our civilization, someone has to hold on there. Note, this paragraph can confirm that the equatorial part of the sun is the key part, and it is certain equipment there that is maintaining the existence of the inverse fusion layer, depriving the sun of its heat and light. Seeing this, Zhao Watson's heart was a little heavy. In the past, Zhao Watson had once had such a vision. Namely, since the solar radiation received by the Earth only occupied only one of the billions of the total solar radiation, then, by retaining the sunlight that shone towards the Earth and shielding the sun's heat from the other directions, wouldn't the Earth civilization and the Sun civilization be able to coexist in this way? But Zhao Watson now knew that this was not feasible. Although Zhao Watson himself had long denied the possibility of peaceful coexistence between the Earth civilization and the solar civilization. But now that it was once again confirmed by solid evidence, Zhao Watson was still a little disappointed in his heart. The Earth's orbit was located in the ecliptic plane, while the solar equator was very close to the ecliptic plane. If the solar civilization is relying on the key equipment located at the solar equator to maintain the survival of the oasis, then, how can they sacrifice their own interests to retain the sunlight that shines towards the Earth? If they are not of my kind, their hearts will be different. If it was Zhao Watson standing above the position of the solar civilization, Zhao Watson wouldn't choose to sacrifice the interests of his own civilization to bring benefits to other civilizations that already had a grudge against him. Alright. Number 4. I've decided to go with you. The two of us will be working? Time later. We'll be able to earn more money, which will be enough for us to find 2 tertiary lifeforms to participate in our reproduction. This paragraph of information likewise ends here. Below it was still labeled with the note. This segment of information comes from Area 95113. After collecting this information, the light signals in the region turned garbled. Zhao Huaxin continued to scroll down again. Similar to the first 2 pieces of information, the following information was just the usual conversations that took place above the sun. Some of those conversations could be parsed out to provide some intelligence, while others were completely trivial and had no significance other than describing the daily lives of the lifeforms in this civilization, the social structure, and other information. But this was not important. The most important thing was that Zhao Watson's prophecy had once again been confirmed. It turned out that, above the sun, there really was a civilization. Chapter 55 Confirmation. Zhao Watson spent roughly half an hour reading through all of this information, then gathered them into a pile and put them aside. Zhao Huaxing stood up from his seat, pushed open the window, and quietly looked at the faintly dim sun hanging in the sky. Zhao Huaxing looked out of his mind, as if he could see another world that existed above the sun. In that world, there was also joy, anger, sadness and happiness. And there was also life and death. It was a complete society, a complete civilization. After a long time, Zhao Huaxing withdrew his sight and asked Mengzhua, "Has the Fuhrer read this information?" "The Fuhrer has already read it," Mengzhua nodded. "While presenting this information to you, the people from the Decipherment department also made a copy and submitted it to the Fuhrer's office." "Did the Fuhrer order any instructions down?" "No." Manzhou shook his head. "Well then, let's go back," Zhao Watson said. "There's no point in us continuing to stay here anymore." Zhao Watson originally didn't value the specifics of this information. There was only one thing that Zhao Watson wanted to do, and that was to confirm the speculation that it was indeed possible to obtain information from above the sun through light signals. And now, Zhao Watson's point had been confirmed. Mengzhua nodded silently, then led Zhao Watson out of the Decipherment department building. Still with Mengzhua driving the car, Zhao Watson sat in the back of the car, quietly thinking about something. After returning home, Mengzhua once again quietly disappeared, not knowing where he had gone. Zhao Watson, on the other hand, came to Li Wei's room and said to Li Wei, "I will tell you everything that happened, including what kind of role your brother played in this incident, what kind of things your brother actually did, and what kind of consequences those things led to." "Has your speculation finally been confirmed?" Livy asked. "Yes," Zhao Watson nodded. "Just now, the Deciphering department obtained the information I wanted from above the sun." "Okay, please tell me all about it," Li Wei said. Zhao Watson first fell silent, then let out a long sigh and said, "First of all, there are a few key points in the midst of this incident. 1. The solar environment simulation device. 2. The high-precision light intensity detector installed in the solar environment simulation device. 3. Your brother has become exceptionally outstanding in the last 2 years, to the point that he has been awarded the title of the Son of the Sun. 4. The solar twin detection project that your brother participated in. And 5. The Vulcan solar telescope that can distinguish 1/1,000,000% change in luminosity within a 9 square kilometer area of the sun. Those are the 5 key points. Secondly, combined with those data restored from amongst that hard drive your brother left behind, and the gains we've made in recent times. From that, I drew an inference, and it was verified. This allows me to confirm that my deduction is correct. Zhao Watson looked aside out the window, and his eyes began to become distant. Zhao Watson's gaze seemed to have passed through the distance of time and space to about 2 years ago, to the Stellar Physics Research Institute's building, where the solar environment simulation device was installed, and to Li Qi, who was busy in the building. We can't confirm where that mysterious lifeform came from, but I deduced that it should have been created by your brother unintentionally. Zhao Huaxing said quietly. Yes, your brother created a life out of thin air, right in the middle of that solar environment simulation device. Zhao Huaxing said quietly. His voice was very distant, and in the midst of these distant words, it seemed as if Li Wei had also been brought to that era that changed the fate of human civilization. It was perhaps just an unusual day, when your brother activated the solar environment simulation device to simulate the surface environment of the sun. A life form very different from us humans was born from it, for a variety of reasons, perhaps coincidental or otherwise. It survived within the solar environment simulator. It is unlikely that it came from the outside world. I made this deduction for the following reasons. 1. The mysterious man once said that it was too cold outside, and that it would die if it came out. This means that it doesn't have the ability to travel in space on its own. 2. Your brother had said that this was where it was from. 3. Richie had called it my child, and so it survived in the midst of that device until your brother found it for some reason. After doing some research on its life characteristics, your brother perceived that this life form used changes in the intensity of light as a language. So your brother installed a high-precision light intensity detector amongst the solar environment simulation device. And through the light intensity detector, he collected enough data on the changes in luminosity. And then with the support of a large number of samples, he was able to decipher the language logic of this life form, and gain the ability to converse with this life form. Zhao Huaxing said quietly. That's why your brother asked you to make a high-precision light intensity detector. And that's where those mysterious chats of your brother came from. I have a doubt, Li Wei asked. As we all know, it takes a long time for a lifeform to evolve intelligence from the moment it is first born. And this process for life on Earth took billions of years. So why do you think that mysterious lifeform could evolve intelligence in a short period of time? After Zhao Huaxing recounted his speculation, Li Wei found this key point in a flash. Don't forget that Li Wei was originally a scientist as well, and she also possessed extremely strong logical thinking skills. That's just low-energy level beings like us, Zhao Watson said. When I first made this speculation, I was also confused about this, but I figured it out a little later. We need billions of years to develop intelligence. But why can't life above the sun develop intelligence in a short period of time? Li Wei thought for a moment, then understood. You're talking about the difference in temperature. Right. Zhao Huaxing nodded. The higher the temperature, the faster the microscopic particles move. And the lower the temperature, the slower the microscopic particles move. This is common sense. Earth life depends on water to exist. And if life existed on Titan, they would inevitably use methane as the basic element of life. Because the temperature there is so low and so cold. Life on Titan might perceive time scales very differently than we do. They would be much slower than we are. Where Earth life took billions of years to develop intelligence, Titan life could take tens of billions of years to develop intelligence. And again, when it comes to solar life, the temperature there is 6,000 degrees Kelvin. So why can't they develop intelligence in a very short time? And there is another key point. That is, when that mysterious life form returned to the sun, it once mentioned that your brother had taught it a lot of knowledge. Perhaps the fact that that mysterious life form was able to evolve intelligence within a short period of time also has something to do with your brother's teachings. Then all the course of events is complete. Zhao Watson spread his hands. Your brother created a solar life by chance, then stumbled upon it by chance, and then started teaching it again until it possessed enough intelligence. No, you're still flawed in that deduction. Li Wei bit her lip and thought hard, as if this would allow her to find out the loopholes within Zhao Huaxing's inference, so as to overthrow it, and then save her brother from the abyss of sin in general. Where's the point of qualitative change? When that mysterious life form was just born, it had no intelligence. So how could it communicate with my brother? Since it couldn't communicate in the beginning, then what's the point of teaching? Zhao Watson asked. Cats? Do dogs have intelligence? Li Wei was stunned. Then answered, "No." "Then, when cats and dogs start barking at you, can you detect that they are already hungry?" Li Wei slowly nodded. "Yes." Zhao Watson spread his hands again. "Cats and dogs don't have intelligence. But cats and dogs start barking at you. So you know that they're hungry. And then you start feeding them. So, does this count as communication?" Li Wei held her head in some pain. "It counts? Then continue the process just now," Zhao Huaxing said lightly. His tone didn't fluctuate because Zhao Huaxing had already endured these shocks a long time ago. "Here, I'll make some speculations about the survival mode of that life form. It's certain that they won't be carbon-based life like us, because of the extreme environment on the surface of the sun, where all matter is plasmazed. They are most likely plasma life. A plasma makes up their bodies. This means that their bodies don't have a fixed shape. They can change at will, because of the reason that plasma can't exist if the temperature is lowered. They have to be under high temperatures to exist. And because they can't maintain their bodies if the temperature is too high and the particles are moving too fast. They must not survive at too high a temperature either. I call the process by which plasma lifeforms die because the temperature is too low for them to maintain their plasma state holding on. And the process by which plasma lifeforms die because the temperature is too high for them to maintain their own bodies starving to death," Zhao Huaxing said quietly. "The temperature of the surface layer of the sun is very high, with an extreme abundance of energy. And the plasma lifeforms are constantly under the threat of dying because their temperature is too high and they can't maintain their bodies. So lowering their own temperatures and discharging their own energy is tantamount to feeding for them. And if they lose too much of their own energy because the temperature is too low, it's the same as being held up because they've eaten too much." Chapter 56, Oasis on the Sun. "That's why in the middle of the dialogue between the plasma lifeform and your brother, there were those obscure words," Zhao Watson said. "This is a class of lifeforms that is completely opposite to us. We humans rely on eating to replenish our energy to survive, while plasma lifeforms rely on eating to lose energy as a way to survive." Li Wei muttered. "The primary task of life is to survive. But the essence of survival is not to obtain energy from the outside world to maintain its own functioning, but to expel its own energy to the outside world in order to maintain its own functioning. And it's cold outside. I'll hold out." "Yes, that's it," Zhao Watson said. Li Wei continued to murmur. "I want to go out. Aren't you afraid of propping yourself up? If you help me, I can adapt." "Okay, I'll help you." Li Wei clutched her head in pain as tears began to flow from her eyes. "My brother helped it. Help this demon let it out." "Yes," Zhao Watson said. "I don't know exactly what means your brother took to help this plasma lifeform gain enough power to fight the cryogenic temperatures. But there is no doubt that your brother did. The lifeform then left the solar environment simulator and came free into outer space. And as far as I can surmise, there is a limit to this ability of the lifeform to combat cryogenics. At the very least, there was no way for it to leave the planet on its own and return to the sun on its own. It still only acquired the ability to travel to the sun with the help of your brother." "The Solar Twin Detection Program?" Levi asked. "Yes. Those 2 satellites of the Solar Gemini Exploration Program," Zhao Watson said. "I'm certain that your brother made a mess among those 2 satellites. One of the satellites was made to be modified by your brother and became the seat of that plasma lifeform. And then, that satellite lost contact with the Earth before it reached the sun. And then it directly impacted on top of the sun. And so, that plasma lifeform came on top of the sun as well. And the other satellite had a laser emitter type of device mounted on top of it. Apparently, this satellite took on the role of communicating with the plasma lifeform that survived on top of the sun. In this way, a complete chain of communication was constructed. The plasma life sends out signals by altering the luminosity of a certain part of the sun. And these signals are picked up by the Vulcan solar telescope. Your brother, in turn, sends signals to the plasma lifeform through that satellite, thus enabling the exchange of information between the 2 parties. Why couldn't that satellite be responsible for receiving signals as well as sending out signals?" Levi asked. "Because it can't be done," Zhao Huaxing replied. "The Red Heart ship is a whole ship. That's why it can be equipped with that kind of high-resolution telescope on top of it. While this is just a satellite, it can't do that. That's why the only one to take on that duty could be the Vulcan telescope. Why is it that in the past, it was possible to receive the messages transmitted by those plasma lifeforms just through the Vulcan telescope, whereas now, It requires the Crimson Heart ship to be that close, and have to be adjusted to the highest resolution to be able to receive them? The reason is simple. One is active communication, and the other is passive communication. Zhao Watson said. I'm almost certain that the ability of a single plasma lifeform to change its luminosity is very low. So in the past, there were many lifeforms joining together, and combining their efforts to change their luminosity in order to be able to send out signals that were detected by the Vulcan's telescope. This is the same plasma lifeform that said, in the last data that was restored, I apologize for not contacting you for a long time. I have many companions. There is no way to contact you relying on my own power. The reason for those words. In the past, what the Vulcan telescope detected was the photometric signal sent to Earth by numerous plasma lifeforms together, whereas now, what the Red Heart ship detects is the signal sent by unsuspecting individual lifeforms altering their photometry. Levi nodded silently. Moving on to the Oasis modification project. And the basis for my prediction that the surface temperature of the Sun will stop decreasing when it reaches 4,500 degrees Kelvin. You're not a stellar physicist, but you should know some common sense. So let me ask you, what a sunspot is? Li Wei felt slightly puzzled, but still answered. Because of certain solar activities, there will be some low-temperature regions on the surface of the Sun. And because of the lower temperatures, they will take on a darker color. That's why they are called sunspots. What is the temperature of sunspots? Zhao Watson asked immediately after. 4,500 degrees Kelvin. Ah, I see, Li Wei said. The so-called oasis of plasma lifeforms refers to sunspots. Because sunspots have lower temperatures, they can keep themselves better here. That's why they call them oases? Zhao Watson slowly nodded. Then the oasis transformation plan is to turn the surface temperature of the entire Sun into a temperature like that of sunspots. Turning the entire Sun into an oasis? That's the truth that the surface temperature of the Sun has been reduced? Li Wei covered her mouth full of shock. Yes. That's the basis on which I made the statement that the Sun's temperature would not continue to decrease any further. Zhao Watson said indifferently. Then what is the isolation zone? Li Wei's response was quick. I remember that Plasma Lifeform had said that there were quarantine zones all around the oasis, and that crossing them would kill many of his companions. As you can imagine, the isolation zones are the areas around the sunspots. Zhao Watson said. Sunspots are formed by the strong magnetic field above the Sun. And although the temperature of a sunspot is lower than the temperature of the Sun's surface, the temperature of the area around the sunspot is higher than the temperature of the Sun's surface. Surviving on the surface of the Sun is already exceptionally difficult, and crossing those high-temperature isolation zones will naturally bring them even greater casualties. That's the truth about the isolation zones. And the appearance of sunspots is usually very brief. This means that a black spot zone disappears after a while, and the plasma beings are re-exposed to the blazing surface of the Sun. And in order to survive, and in order to expel excess energy from their bodies in order to maintain their form, they are forced to continue their search for a second black spot. Their life's journey is in the search for the black spot. The black child disappears to continue to look for the black child. As you can imagine, it would be a very bitter time. Zhao Huaxing sighed. The plasma beings have experienced too many deaths and tribulations. Too many births and deaths. Their comrades may have died. Their loved ones may have died. And their friends may have died. They are also eager to obtain a calm and peaceful life. So, as we all know, for the sake of the continuation of life, they launched the Oasis Transformation Program to transform the whole Sun into an oasis. The Oasis Transformation Program finally succeeded. The plasma beings lived a happy and peaceful life. While they are living well, our Earth civilization is on the verge of extinction, Zhao Watson said quietly. It was also because I already knew about the existence of plasma life above the Sun that I was worried about the moth impactor. And things happened just as I had predicted. After the moth impactor hit the Sun, the Crimson Heart ship was attacked by the plasma beings. But we got a little lucky. The Crimson Heart ship withstood the attack and wasn't destroyed. Why didn't the plasma beings launch a second attack? This involves the plasma civilization's mode of technological development, Zhao Watson said. Although the plasma beings can develop the technology to build a Dyson sphere similar to the K2 level civilization, in other aspects, their technology may be even more backward than ours. Let's say, for example, our human civilization is now a K0.7 level civilization. If the technology to cure AIDS belongs to a K1.1 level civilization, then, if our human civilization puts all of its social resources into researching AIDS, we can still research this technology in a maximum of 10 years. In this way, we will have mastered the technology of a K1.1 civilization at the level of a K0.7 civilization. But you have to understand that this does not mean that we have become a K1.1 level civilization. Why haven't we done so? Zhao Watson said quietly. Because AIDS did not have a fatal impact on our civilization. In other words, it's because we don't have an urgent drive to solve AIDS. But plasma life is different. The surface environment of the sun has seriously affected the continuation of their communities. And if this problem is not solved, their civilized communities may become extinct. So, they put all their energy and resources into this problem, gathered the strength of their entire civilization, and finally mastered the technology of creating inverse fusion layers when other technologies might still be very low level. This has precedent amongst our civilization. Think of the old national era, when the great powers landed on the moon during the Cold War, when the combined computing power of the entire world was less than the computing power of a single smartphone today. And this is just the power of just one nation. And the urgency of getting to the moon is not to the point where it's death if you don't get there. So the reason why the plasma civilization didn't launch a second attack on the Red Heart ship, as far as I can surmise, would be that they don't have the appropriate technical means. They don't even know if the first attack destroyed the target. Even the first attack was only a wide-range attack in the approximate direction. Chapter 57, Atonement and Betrayal. So, up to now, these puzzles have been solved. Simply put, your brother created a plasma life form and sent it to the sun. And then that life form multiplied in large numbers on the sun, forming a civilization. And then that civilization carried out the Oasis transformation project on the sun for the sake of the continuation of its own civilization, causing the solar crisis that we're currently enduring. Zhao Watson said. The whole thing is like this. But why? Why did my brother do this? Why did my brother do this? Li Wei choked in pain. Li Wei could almost anticipate how much anger her brother would endure when these facts were made public. It was a resentment that almost an open casket flogging wouldn't be able to vent out. Hundreds of millions of people had died. And all the suffering that human society was now enduring had descended upon the earth simply because of a single act by Li Qi. I don't know the exact reason, Zhao Watson said in a low voice. But I can make some rough speculations, Zhao Watson said, tenderly holding Li Wei in his arms, gently patting Li Wei's back while softly saying, My dear, don't be sad. Don't be sad. The sins that your brother has committed will be repaid by the two of us. I will help your brother atone for his sins. I will use the contributions I have made to human society to pray for human civilization to forgive your brother. I have always been by your side. In the past, in the present, and in the future. All the pain inflicted on you, I will bear with you. Watson. Watson. Li Wei hugged Zhao Watson tightly, crying in Zhao Watson's arms until she couldn't help herself. This was the first time Zhao Huaxing had said such sweet words to Li Wei. Perhaps they weren't very moving or beautiful, but the words contained the deepest of emotions. It made Li Wei feel that the person she was embracing at the moment was so tall and warm. Zhao Huaxing fixed his mind and continued. I can hardly imagine how shocked and surprised your brother will be when he confirms that a life was born amongst the solar environment simulators. I am certain that Director Li Qi must have loved this plasma lifeform as if it were his own son during that time. This deep affection acted as a bridge between these two different types of lifeforms. As far as I can surmise, during that time, your brother may have also developed some sort of unexpected feelings for this lifeform. Your brother is a normal person after all, even if he is fanatical about his work. Deep down, those longings for a mate as well as love would only be temporarily suppressed instead of disappearing. So, when this plasma lifeform appeared, it most likely became a support for your brother's feelings. This emotion was even so deep that your brother hid the news of the existence of the plasma lifeform. Obviously, if the news of the existence of plasma life is exposed, numerous scientific research organizations will use that plasma life as a research sample. And that, for it, is almost the same as death. Even if it wouldn't die, its situation would be no better than death. It is because of the existence of such deep feelings that when this plasma lifeform said that it wanted Director Li Qi to help it come out from amongst the solar environment simulators, your brother agreed to him without the slightest hesitation. Even when this plasma lifeform said that it wanted to go back to its hometown, which is the sun, Your brother also agreed to it, after only a moment's hesitation. For this reason, your brother even took the risk of tampering with the 2 satellites of the Solar Twin Detection Program. All of which was done just to send this plasma lifeform back to the sun. But I suspect that your brother's reasons for agreeing to send it back to the sun may not have been solely because of the bond that existed between him and it. I remember a few things clearly. 1. Your brother was a stellar physicist, and an avid one at that. All the information and unknowns about stars could drive your brother crazy. In order to study the mysteries of stars, your brother was not even interested in the opposite sex. Otherwise, with such an outstanding figure as your brother, how could he not have searched for a suitable other half at such an old age? Secondly, amongst those conversations, the plasma lifeform that had returned above the sun had said a few words to your brother. And there were certain key messages within those words. The first message was, "I will definitely do what I promised to give you." And the second message was, "I think I have given you enough in exchange for all that you have taught me." Thirdly, your brother has achieved many results amongst his stellar research work in recent times, even to the point of acquiring a title such as Son of the Sun. Therefore, I have reason to believe that there is some kind of exchange of benefits between your brother and this plasma being. It is very likely that when this plasma being first offered to return to the sun, your brother refused. Then the plasma being promised that after returning to the sun, it could help your brother explore the sun in the field. And your brother's mind was swayed. Levy, you are not a stellar physicist, and you can't understand how tempting that offer was. Even I. If some being had promised me that I could have the information obtained from the field exploration of the sun, I would probably have agreed to pay a lot of what seemed to me to be an extremely important price. Then the deal was struck, and the plasma lifeform really did return to the sun. And it also returned to your brother much information about the sun, as promised. Precisely because of the first-hand, on-site exploration from the sun to obtain the information. Your brother suddenly became so outstanding. Those other scientists who use telescopes and spectrometers to carry out research on stars, how can they be your brother's rival? Li Wei shook her head painfully. Tears wetting Xiao Watson's lapel. Li Qi, my brother, why are you so stupid? Why are you so stupid? Don't you know what this means? Yes, your brother doesn't know what this means, Xiao Watson said. Firstly, your brother didn't know that the plasma lifeform's ability to reproduce was so strong. This was most likely an intentional concealment of that plasma lifeform from your brother, nor did he know that the plasma lifeform would have the ability to transform the entire sun so quickly. Secondly, because of your brother's trust in that plasma lifeform. There is a saying that all children are good for their own. How could your brother have trusted it to do such a thing? Once again, the conditions that plasma lifeform had offered to your brother were too tempting. Even if you remove the factors above fame and fortune, just because of the crazy desire for knowledge within a scientist, the temptation of this condition is already strong enough. So, with these 3 factors combined, your brother agreed to that plasma lifeform's request to return to the sun, and personally sent it back to the sun, and also personally buried the root of the suffering for our human civilization. After saying this, Xiao Watson paused for the time being. Li Wei still didn't make any response, only crying continuously in Zhao Huaxing's embrace. Since childhood, they had always been dependent on each other, and the brother, who had always been their idol of worship, had turned out to be the sinner who had pushed the entire human civilization into a pit of fire in a split second. And this transformation was a little difficult for Li Wei to bear. All of your brother's trust in this plasma being, all of the deep feelings that existed between the two, all of them were defeated by a single cause. There was also some gloominess in Xiao Watson's words. Life takes survival as its first element. Li Wei gently broke free from Zhao Huaxing's embrace, but she still held Zhao Huaxing's hand tightly. Li Wei's eyes were filled with tears. Li Wei just looked at Zhao Huaxing like that, and said in a trembling voice, "Why did my brother die? Why did he refuse to tell these things even before he died? It took you almost a year to solve these puzzles. If my brother had said it early on, wouldn't our human civilization have had an extra year of buffer time?" Zhao Huaxing sighed somewhat grimly. Li Wei tightly grasped Zhao Huaxing's hand, to the point that it made Zhao Huaxing feel a little pain. Li Wei's eyes were full of pleading, and her voice was full of expectation. "Watson, tell me, my brother is not a coward. My brother didn't hide these things to avoid his guilt. He didn't go and commit suicide to avoid his guilt." For Li Wei, who already knew how much her brother had committed, it seemed that only my brother is not a coward. This matter could give her some comfort. "I don't know." Zhao Huaxing shook his head. To this day, I still don't know why your brother refused to tell these things as they were. I likewise don't believe that your brother would be a coward. I'm almost certain that your brother must have been unable to tell all of this because he had some sort of unavoidable hardship. As for your brother's death, I think that is not an escape, but atonement, as well as suffering. Atonement is to atone to human civilization, and the pain is because of the betrayal of one's most valued and trusted person. Though plasma lifeforms probably can't be called human, the hints your brother left behind were similarly for atonement. To atone for his sins, he placed his hopes in me, and he hoped that I could find a solution to this solar crisis through his hints. Li Wei. Zhao Huashan looked at Li Wei's eyes, full of tenderness and solemnity. You have to trust me. I will atone for the wrongs your brother has committed. I will always be by your side. Forever. Li Wei hugged Zhao Huashan tightly for a long time before she said in a trembling voice, Huashan, I believe in you. I will always believe in you. Chapter 58, A Heavy Burden. Equatorial City had gradually settled down, although the environment was still harsh, and the shadows of cold and death were still hovering over Equator City. The situation would at least not continue to get worse, and as long as it stabilizes, the initiatives made by the human government to deal with the disaster will reap many results. But the human population was still going down inexorably. The statistical reports from the government departments clearly showed that the difference between the situation continuing to be bad and the situation not continuing to be bad was simply whether human civilization would die out quickly or slowly. In other words, maintaining the current situation, the future of human civilization would still be extinction. Though this time course had been stretched much longer, the birth rate of the population has dropped to a minimum, while the number of deaths per year has hit a new high due to the cold, as well as various accidents. As of today, the average monthly total of new births over the last 3 months is 300,000, a figure 30 times lower than before the outbreak of the solar crisis, and the monthly death toll is 15 million. A figure 3 times higher than before the solar crisis. Please note that the figure of 15 million deaths per month is the number of deaths in Equatoria today, while it maintains a basically flat state, and does not take into account the deaths during the Great Migration and Cataclysmic period. According to demographers' predictions, if the Earth remains in its current state, our human community will be reduced to less than 1 billion people in 50 years, to less than 500 million in 80 years, and in 150 years, the human community will be reduced to less than 10 million people. At that time, because of the shortage of scientific researchers, our technological progress will come to a serious standstill, and, because of the increased pressure of survival and the death of many outstanding people who have mastered a great deal of knowledge, there will be a break in the transmission of knowledge. Our human civilization will begin to slowly degenerate, until the knowledge we possess is insufficient to cope with the harsh environment. And then our human civilization completely disappears from the Earth. At the same time, the Academy of Social Sciences combined with the Ministry of Scientific Research jointly made a prediction. And that prediction is that, counting from this moment, if we can't solve the solar crisis within 20 years, then we may never be able to solve it away in the future. Because the strength of our human civilization is declining, we can now organize a large number of researchers, engineers, and so on to carry out huge projects. Whereas in 20 years' time, we may not necessarily still have the ability to do so. Therefore, these 20 years are related to the survival of our human civilization. This was the information document that had just been passed over from the Ministry of Scientific Research that was placed in front of Zhao Huashan. Zhao Huashan could understand everything described within the document. Think about it. A red-hot spaceship had taken up the entire energy of millions of excellent scientists and engineers for 5 years. If the total number of humans was reduced to only a few tens of millions of people, how could human civilization possibly support such a huge project again? In fact, Zhao Huashan thought that this assessment report from the Ministry of Scientific Research still seemed optimistic. Zhao Huashan believed that humanity only had 10 years, not 20. This was because Zhao Huashan knew how terrible an emotion despair and numbness were, and also how terrifyingly contagious they possessed. After all, there were only a few people who could still maintain a high fighting spirit in the midst of adversity. And the two emotions of despair and numbness would slowly eat away at the body of human civilization before the disaster crushed humanity. Zhao Huashan put down the information in his hands. Meng Zhuo walked in at this time, and said to Zhao Huashan, "Everything is ready." The Führer, the heads of the major government agencies, the Ministry of Science and Research, people from all walks of life, media organizations, and so on are already in place, and are now waiting for you. Xiao Huaxing nodded. Good. Send me there now. Thus, Mengjue brought Xiao Huaxing to a certain huge conference room in the Equatorial Municipal Government's premises. Xiao Huaxing would be here, recounting out his speculations in front of everyone here, and through the media present, announcing his discovery to the world, telling the entire human civilization who the enemy we are facing really is. As he approached the venue, the huge venue that was large enough to hold more than 5,000 people returned to silence in this instant. All eyes converged on Xiao Huaxing, and all the camera lenses were all aimed at Xiao Huaxing. Xiao Huaxing's figure appeared on the screen of almost every television set or other electronic device on Earth, and everyone held their breath at this moment. The venue staff led Xiao Huaxing forward, and Xiao Huaxing took a seat next to the head of the podium, then nodded to the old man. Even if he had said hello, the old man's face still maintained its calmness, unable to tell if he was sad or happy. I am Xiao Huaxing. Xiao Huaxing calmly spoke this sentence into the microphone, which then traveled to all corners of the world while spreading throughout the entire venue. In the middle of the past year, I have searched for enough evidence to support my speculations, and I think I already know the reason for the outbreak of the solar crisis. With the consent of the Fuhrer, I have decided to make my speculation known to every individual in our human civilization, because I believe that each and every one of us has the right to know who our enemies are, and each and every one of us has the right to know exactly which existence we have been fighting against. Simply put, there is a civilization we need to fight against. A civilization that, like our human civilization, has its own complete social structure, its own likes and dislikes, its own culture, its own values. This civilization lives above the sun. When Xiao Huaxing calmly spoke this paragraph, a shocked cry like a landslide erupted in the middle of the entire venue, although they had already made some guesses in their hearts. At this moment, when they heard Xiao Huaxing confirm this news without any ambiguity, many people still felt extremely shocked. In the next step, I will tell everyone all of my speculations, as well as the evidence basis for making this speculation, as well as the causes and consequences of this incident. Xiao Huaxing spoke calmly. After Xiao Huaxing spoke these words, the noisy conference hall calmed down again in this instant. The story, to start from roughly 2 years ago, Xiao Huaxing spoke indifferently, telling those stories amongst his speculations that had happened to Li Qi bit by bit, without any reservations. Xiao Huaxing once again revisited the 2 years that changed the course of history of the entire human civilization, and everyone in the venue, as well as everyone above the earth, also followed Xiao Huaxing's words and revisited those years. Like I said, Director Li Qi personally created a demon and then personally sent that demon back to the sun. Although I have an extremely close relationship with Director Ricci, as you all know, Director Ricci has always been my idol, and while he was still alive, I maintained a close relationship with him that was also a mentor and a friend, and his younger sister, that is, Li Wei, is my fiancée. However, I will still say, without hiding anything, that it was the mistakes made by Li Qi that pushed our human civilization to the brink of destruction. I will not make any excuses for the mistakes that Li Qi has made. I just want to say that since our human civilization has come to this situation, the primary task at hand is not to pursue responsibility, but to solve the problem. Just like if we were involved in a car accident, the first thing we would think of would be to save people first, and only after that would we determine responsibility. Solving the problem is the main thing. And I, Xiao Huaxing, I have the confidence to get this solar crisis solved. I've solved the first stage of the puzzle, and I'm equally confident in getting the second stage solved. I will take responsibility for any mistakes Director Li Qi makes. I will pay any price, including my life, to solve the solar crisis. I will repay Director Ricci for his sins. And then, after I have solved the solar crisis, I will leave the choice of whether or not to forgive Director Ricci to all of you. I've finished my words. Thank you all. Xiao Huaxing stood up and bowed deeply to everyone in the middle of the meeting, to all the people living or dead around the world. When Xiao Huaxing tried to straighten his back again, Xiao Huaxing felt some strain. It was as if there was a 1,000-pound weight pressing down on his shoulders. This burden didn't just include the expectations of the human society and the responsibility to save the entire human civilization. Apart from these, there was also the heaviest debt. It was a heavy debt that could not be repaid by tearing a person's bones apart and selling all of his flesh and blood, all of his feelings, and all of his wisdom. This debt originally didn't belong to Xiao Huaxing, because it was a debt owed by Li Qi. But Zhao Watson decided to repay it by himself instead of Li Qi. Everyone in the venue, including the Führer, rose at the same time at this moment, showing their respect to Zhao Watson with silence and solemnity. This was not because of Zhao Watson's possible ability to save mankind, but purely to show their respect to Zhao Watson as a person. That heavy burden, even thinking about it, would make people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Even the Führer didn't dare to easily make this promise. But Zhao Huaxing just took it on. If you don't express your respect for this bearing and courage, people don't know what else in the world is worthy of their respect. Zhao Huaxing straightened his back. His expression remained calm. At this moment, Li Wei, who was in front of the TV and saw everything, had long been in tears. At this time, she seemed to have heard the words Zhao Watson was trying to tell himself. What a heavy burden that is. How can I let you carry it? My love, let me carry it all instead of you. Chapter 59 The War. All of Zhao Watson's words, all of the images in the venue were all broadcast to the world without any censoring. And anyone who wanted to see the details of the meeting could freely download the video about the meeting from above the internet. That is to say, at this moment, almost everyone in the world knows the truth of the matter, knows the ins and outs of the solar crisis, knows that there is another civilization that survives on the sun, and knows that the solar civilization was born on the Earth, and was born in Li Qi's hands. But the reaction of human society is a bit strange. This thing did detonate the whole society public opinion. In the network or street, every moment people are involved in the discussion of this matter. And even the voice of mankind, even the voice of humanity board was temporarily paralyzed due to the number of viewers. But there were not too many contents about Li Qi, or rather, angry denunciations of Li Qi. Zhao Watson saw many messages such as these. Although I know that Li Qi has committed an unforgivable crime against our human civilization, although I have also had loved ones and friends die in disasters, I don't know why, but I have never been able to generate much resentment towards Li Qi in my heart. I think that perhaps Zhao Watson is right. Since things have already happened, then how to solve the problem is the most important thing. Everything depends on what Zhao Watson does. I'll reserve my attitude. If Zhao Huaxing can solve this solar crisis, then I'll decide to forgive Li Qi. Otherwise, Li Qi is destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame in human history. Let's hope that Zhao Watson can find a solution to the problem. Compared to the continuation of the race, emotions such as resentment, anger, and so on are actually not very meaningful. The Public Opinion Monitoring Department was keeping a close eye on the movement of public opinion, and anything of note would be reported to the Academy of Social Sciences for analysis. After the last riot, they have become much wiser. The Academy's analysis of public opinion at this point in time concludes that the incident has succeeded in stirring up people's fighting spirit. Sentiments such as numbness and despair have subsided, and people are gradually regaining their senses. This is a good phenomenon. Zhao Watson put down the information in his hands and felt himself relax slightly. There's a meeting today that's being held at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Führer has named the need for you to attend. Ming was said to Zhao Watson at this time. Zhao Watson nodded and agreed. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Watson appeared at the entrance of the venue on time. This meeting was a small one, with only a maximum of 100 people attending. Obviously, this was a meeting for the human hierarchy to discuss how to deal with the solar crisis. Firstly, the departments of industry, agriculture, economy, and society reported some news about the recent developments in Equatorial City. And after these processes were over, the Führer knocked on the table before saying, "Next, we have a representative from the Ministry of Scientific Research to speak. Regarding how to deal with the solar crisis, we have discussed 3 options." The representative of the Ministry of Scientific Research said, "These 3 options are 1. The negative response option. There are 2 types of negative response options. The first one is to combat the decreasing temperature by artificially creating the Earth's warmth layer. We can raise the Earth's surface temperature by releasing a large amount of greenhouse gases into the Earth's atmosphere. The second is to increase the amount of solar energy the Earth receives by installing a large number of self-operating solar reflectors in space. But the first option has a fatal loophole. Not to mention the fact that we don't have the ability to release enough greenhouse gases right now. The changes that these many greenhouse gases will make to the Earth's atmosphere alone will be enough to bring about the end of our species. The second option is theoretically feasible, but it is still unknown whether our human civilization has the capacity to build such a huge project at this moment. Second, the medium response option. This option refers to negotiating with the solar civilization to find a solution that is sufficient to ensure the survival of both civilizations. For example, providing enough benefits in exchange for the solar civilization giving up covering the solar ecliptic with a reverse fusion layer. But based on the preliminary intelligence reconnaissance, the vicinity of the solar ecliptic plane seems to be the key to the solar civilization's construction of the inverse fusion layer, and the possibility of reaching a deal between our human civilization and the solar civilization is very low. Third, the active response program. This plan refers to launching a large number of solar satellites or spaceships, obtaining a large amount of information about every aspect of the solar civilization society, analyzing their weaknesses through a large amount of information, and then destroying the solar civilization completely, returning the sun to its original appearance. The active response program is the one with the highest risk, but also the highest possible gain. For that option, we currently have no feasibility and success rate related assessment for the time being. In the meantime, Zhao Watson's work will be carried out independently of these three options in parallel. The representative of the Ministry of Scientific Research said. The Führer nodded and signaled for the representative of the Ministry of Scientific Research to sit down, then turned his eyes to Zhao Watson and asked, "Do you have any comments?" Zhao Washing stood up and said, "I oppose the first and second options. I'm sure everyone has already read my assessment report on the degree of technology of the solar civilization, and agreed with my speculation that the degree of technology of the solar civilization is only prominent in the inverse fusion layer, while the rest of the world may still be very backward. But I think everyone has overlooked another possibility. That is, the possibility that the solar civilization's technology has made rapid progress. Don't forget, technology and technology are not independent of each other. A breakthrough in one kind of technology may bring many other aspects of science and technology together to follow up. And now that the solar civilization has successfully created the reverse fusion layer, they have settled down. This means that with the technology related to the reverse fusion layer as a leader, their other aspects of technology may also make rapid progress, even surpassing our human civilization in a short period of time. So, even if the negative response program succeeds, and we really raise the temperature of the Earth through the solar reflector plate, but if by that time, the solar civilization arrives over the Earth in a cosmic battleship, what are we going to do? Therefore, the negative response program is not feasible. As for the medium response option, I similarly disagree. I don't know why at this point in time, there are still people who have illusions about the enemy civilization in their hearts, trying to rely on the great mercy of the enemy civilization to continue our survival. I think we should look at one thing. What is the deepest and most fundamental contradiction between our human civilization and the solar civilization? This is an issue that involves the foundation of civilization's survival. And on this issue, neither we nor the solar civilization can make any concessions, because concession means the collapse of civilization and the death of countless people. So, there is only one possibility between our two civilizations. War. Zhao Huashan uttered these two words full of solemnity. War. A war where either you die or I die. The solar system is too small. It can't accommodate two technological civilizations coexisting. Zhao Watson had always been a calm person. But at this moment, Zhao Watson's words were filled with a solemn killing aura. This aura of solemnity even went so far as to affect the atmosphere within the entire venue. In this instant, Zhao Huashing's words constantly echoed in the ears of the attendees. War. Only war. A war where either you die or I die. The conference room fell into a calm. So, only the third option is feasible. Find out the weaknesses of the solar civilization and then destroy them all. This is the only way out for our human civilization. I also believe that, since our human civilization can make plasma life and create a solar civilization, we are equally capable of destroying this civilization. That's my opinion, Zhao Watson said. You are responsible for what you say. One of the scientists stood up and shouted at Zhao Watson full of horror. Do you know what this means? War. You want our human civilization to fight an interstellar war at this very moment. Are you sure your head is still normal right now? Why can't we choose the first and second options? After all, the solar civilization was born in our human civilization. They are inextricably linked to us. How can you be sure that the solar civilization won't make a small sacrifice for the continuation of Earth's civilization? Even if they won't, then the sunlight reflection plan won't affect them in any way. And as it's merely a self-help measure for our human civilization, they really can't bear not to leave us with a little bit of a chance to live. Another scientist yelled. I firmly oppose the views of Zhao Watson. This warmonger. This will drag our civilization completely into extinction. Silence. Silence, the conference host said. And after a long time, the conference hall finally quieted down. I have always believed that civilizations that rely on the gifts or benevolence of other civilizations in order to continue are a sad state of affairs. Of course, perhaps many people don't care about this. I can also do not care about this. Just, let me ask everyone a question. When the solar civilization is really strong enough to easily destroy us, what will be the chances that they will be merciful enough to allow us to continue to survive? And what are the chances that we, as a human civilization, will start searching for the weaknesses of solar civilizations from this very moment and eventually destroy them? Let's not forget that the first plasma lifeforms were created by Leech, who knows them best. Leechy thinks that we can destroy the solar civilization. Then, in my opinion, the chances that we can destroy the solar civilization will go up by at least 10 percentage points. So, instead of going to gamble that the solar civilization will be merciful and let us go, we should go to gamble that we will eventually have a way to destroy them, Zhao Watson said. Chapter 60 New Rocket and Sunlight Reflector. After Zhao Watson stated his conclusion, silence once again fell in the middle of the meeting hall. The Führer frowned and pondered for a full 10 minutes before slowly saying, the positive response program will be the main one, and the negative response program will be the secondary one. The two programs will be carried out simultaneously. We will carry out large-scale space launches to construct an intelligence-gathering network for the solar civilization. And at the same time, the sunlight reflection program will also be carried out, with a large number of sunlight reflective panels going into space, in an effort to improve the living environment of our human race at this moment. As for the future, let's see what kind of information we can get from the sun first. If it is truly confirmed that the solar civilization still holds goodwill towards us, then the possibility of executing a medium response program in the future is not ruled out. The Führer didn't give a clear reply, but this reply had already clearly indicated his position. At the same time, it was the most appropriate thing to do under the circumstances of this moment. The core of this response plan was that, without being able to determine whether the other party was a well-intentioned or malicious civilization, his side should first interpret the other party's actions with the utmost malice, because only in this way can we avoid bringing additional losses to our side. From the perspective of game theory, this kind of behavior is the most reasonable. After the decision was made, the meeting went on to discuss some details of the implementation of the follow-up program. This meeting went on until dark before it was adjourned. Zhao Huashan walked out of the meeting place slightly tired, and a person next to him rushed up from behind and patted Zhao Huashan's shoulder. Zhao Huashan turned back and saw Wang Tang's face. Watson, I agree with you, Wang Tang said. Only hell is the best place for those alien scum. Thanks, Zhao Watson said. Is the Red Heart ship okay? Fine. And the crew is fine. Viveka's radiation sickness is under control, and she's in the process of regaining her health. And a few of the rest of the crew are healed as well. Captain Rigel said that when he returned to Earth, he wanted to find you to have a drink together and thank you in person for saving his life. Wang Tang said with a smile. It's good that nothing happened. Please tell Rigel that I'm also looking forward to the day I drink with him. Don't worry. I will definitely bring your words for you, Wang Tang said. That said, Watson, I've always been curious as to what exactly was the reason why Director Li Qi chose you to take on this responsibility in the first place. What was it about you in the beginning that made Director Li Qi think that you could take on this responsibility? Oh, Zhao Watson laughed. Before I solved this mystery, I myself was not too clear. But after I confirmed that there was also a civilization surviving on top of the sun, I came to understand that perhaps it was something that Director Li Qi and I had said in a casual conversation, that I had some speculations about the existence of a possible extraterrestrial civilization. Form of some speculations, I guess. Oh, what is this speculation? Wang Tang said with great interest. Zhao Huashan said, it's nothing more than some pie-in-the-sky stuff. Such as there might be creatures on top of stars. Such as stellar creatures' understanding of eating might be completely different from ours. Or even might be completely opposite. And so on. At first, I was just young and foolish, and I dared to think of anything, not caring about the rationality and logic behind these things. But it was just the right thing to say, and it happened to hit on some of the characteristics of plasma lifeforms. I think that Director Li Qi should have already created plasma life at that time. and already have a certain understanding. And it just so happened that I also told these things in casual conversations. So Director Leachy gradually on the then only in turn I paid attention to. At the last moment simply also put the burden of solving the puzzle on me. As it turns out, Director Leach was right. To solve the puzzles he left behind, it just so happens to require a wild imagination. A quality you happen to possess. It's just luck, Zhao Watson said as he rubbed his forehead. At this moment, he had already walked to the end of the corridor. After waving goodbye to Wang Tang, Zhao Watson arrived on top of the car driven by Meng Zhuo. Make some arrangements for me. I'm going to go back to work in the middle of the Stellar Physics Institute. I have a hunch that the way to destroy the solar civilization is hidden within the Institute, Zhao Watson said. All right. I'll go and make the arrangements for you. Starting tomorrow, you will be the new director of the Stellar Physics Research Institute, and you will preside over the overall work of the Institute. Meng Zhuo replied. This couldn't be better, Zhao Watson said. Zhao Watson once again returned to the middle of the Stellar Physics Institute, where he had worked for over 2 years. The Stellar Physics Research Institute wasn't in Equatorial City, but rather inside the City of Life. Thus, Zhao Watson and Li Wei's family, as well as Meng Zhuo, also moved to the City of Life to live. Although the City of Life was land-strapped and short on resources, the institute was still extremely large and well-built. There were over 10,000 researchers working in it every moment, because the Institute of Stellar Physics was the forefront of the fight against the solar crisis. It was bound to receive the most abundant resource support. The City of Life was not built as a fully enclosed city cluster as previously planned, because the cost would be too great. And since the solar temperature would remain around 4,500 Kelvin and would not drop again, there was really no need to build the City of Life as a fully enclosed one. Although the City of Life was just as cold as Equator City, it was the place where more than 80% of the scientists of the entire human civilization worked. So the living environment of the City of Life was still much better than that of Equator City. Zhao Watson and Li Wei were arranged to live in one of the residential buildings in the Stellar Physics Research Institute complex. Studying stars was Zhao Watson's job. So Zhao Watson was here, along with many other researchers, to start his research on the sun. Zhao Watson seemed to have forgotten about the responsibilities he was carrying, and gave up trying to find a way to destroy the solar civilization. Zhao Watson was simply doing his job. Just like the other researchers working here, no one knew what Zhao Watson was thinking. Even Li Wei didn't know why Zhao Watson chose this way of life. But everyone didn't urge or remind Zhao Watson of anything, because everyone knew what kind of person Zhao Huaxing was. And if Zhao Huaxing chose to do this, then there was bound to be a reason why he needed to do this. In addition to his daily work, Zhao Huaxing would likewise pay attention to the latest progress of the research department. Thus, Zhao Huaxing knew that the latest type of recoverable rocket had been successfully developed, which reduced the cost of space activities for human beings by more than 100 times. Zhao Huaxing knew that within just a few months, at least 30 satellites equipped with high-precision optical solar telescopes had been launched into space, heading towards the sun 150 million kilometers away. And he knew that the 100 solar reflector panels that had been successfully developed at the initial stage were about to be ready to enter into the sunlight. Solar reflectors will soon be ready to go into space to do their work. In the midst of all this information, retrievable rockets are a new type of rocket system. In the past, the high launch cost has been the biggest shortcoming that restricts mankind from launching large-scale space activities. And among this high launch cost, the rocket body, which can only be used once, takes up a large part. Think about it. A 70-meter-long, 10-meter diameter Hercules rocket will contain a number of costly precision instruments. Compared with these precision instruments, the fuel to propel the rocket into space is simply not worth mentioning. And such an expensive rocket body can only play a role in sending the payload into space. The rocket body will be burned in the process of falling into the atmosphere, turning into a pile of broken iron of little value. The new recyclable rockets are completely different. After the payload is sent into space, there will still be fuel left in the rocket body, which will support the rocket body to return to the atmosphere at a relatively gentle speed, and then land in the location designated by the people. So these rockets can be reused twice, 3 times, or even more by replacing the necessary parts, overhauling them, and adding new fuel. It is this new technology that greatly reduces launch costs. Solar reflectors are intended to be launched into space using these new rockets. Each solar reflector has an area of 1 square kilometer, and is made of a new material that is so light and thin that only one rocket is needed to launch a reflector into space. After arriving in space, the ion engine installed on them will push them to unfold, and then move to the right orbit, presenting the right angle, reflecting the sunlight rays that would otherwise not hit the Earth to the Earth. The irradiation target of the first 100 sunlight-reflecting plates was set at the City of Life. So in the past 2 months, after the 100 reflective plates had all been launched into space and started working, even during the daytime, when Zhao Watson raised his head, he could see the 100 bright stars in the sky. At such a close distance, and with an extremely high albedo, their brightness was even brighter than Venus. While Venus was cold, these sunlight reflectors were blazing hot. They were constantly bringing light and warmth to Earth. When Zhao Watson saw these 100 bright stars, Zhao Watson felt as if something had been touched within him. Zhao Huashan looked towards the sun and then said, "Under a crisis, not only will you be the only ones to have a technological outburst, we humans will as well. In terms of aerospace technology, it only took us humans less than a year and a half to travel the path that would have taken at least 20 years to complete.